Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
What do you make of the Bears' trade deadline acquisition of defensive end Montez Sweat for a second-round pick, the highest draft compensation move this year? Did the Bears overpay, especially given his teammate Chase Young was procured for just a compensatory third-rounder by the 49ers? Do you trust Ryan Poles after last year's disaster with Chase Claypool?
Yeah, those are good questions. I do like the acquisition of Montez Sweat. I wish it was a third-rounder, not a second-rounder, but this is life. So it's a very high second-round pick for a guy that's running out of contract. And that's the key. How much are you going to pay him? You're going to have to pay him top dollar, and you knew that when you made this deal. So if you do not retain him, if you have to tag him, and if it costs you someone else leaving the organization, then you're gonna probably regret it. But you understand when you make these moves that that's what you got to do. You got to not bring the guy in as a rental, and I don't believe they are. They're going to have $100 million available on the salary cap. So I think that they should spend the money that they have, and they should continue to get assets. I like the move. Do I trust Ryan Poles? I'll tell you what. I would imagine there are a lot of people that welcome his phone call. I would imagine that there are a lot of people that know when they get him on the line that they're going to get pretty good compensation for what they do. Giving away the 32nd overall pick, as it turned out, for Chase Claypool does not engender a lot of trust. So that underscores, how much he needs to get this contract going. Because if he doesn't, and if somehow the guy, if you just got a rental player, and I don't believe that that's what happened, but that's the problem.
That would be a huge problem, no doubt about it. And I understand the comparison right away to what happened last year, but the difference was there was also a player moved in that Chase Claypool deal, right? Like Bears traded a guy away who it's different. It's not the same. It's not apples to apples. I don't believe. I understand the reaction, and that's what you're thinking.
The Bears didn't trade a player. They got a linebacker back who they let go.
Right.
And they had Chase Young for how long? I mean, they had to cut him. They didn't even get a full season.
Oh, Claypool, no, absolutely not. Right. But if the Bears hadn't done anything yesterday, and both these defensive ends had been moved,
yeah.
Meaning not us, we as fans, we as a city, been all over Ryan Poles for not doing anything, for not trying to build up, by not trying to make your team better, and especially if nothing had happened on the Jalen Johnson front, it would be a disaster for them this morning. I think this is a good morning for the Bears. Let's see what happens. Don't worry about the money, Chicago. It's not our money. Let's worry about did Ryan Poles acquire the right guy? That, to me, that's the question. It's
of the two guys?
Of the two guys.
Yeah.
Because when Big sent out that tweet that we referenced earlier in the show, my mind immediately went to Chase Young.
They were apparently pursuing Chase Young.
Right.
And
It didn't go to Sweat. It
Yeah.
went to Chase Young immediately, not vice versa. So let's see. I'm more curious if Ryan Poles got the right guy between the two. That's where my eyes are at on this situation.
Right now, I feel incomplete. I mean, I do like the move. I do like the fact that Ryan Poles did get a pass rusher. So you see that he's knowing that the Bears have certain needs, and he's going out and get them. So you like that aspect of it. The only reason I feel incomplete right now, even though I do like getting the pass rusher, is because you got to make sure you sign the guy. If you don't get the guy to an extension, then Ryan Poles,
then
this is just a horrible. Then what are you doing?
Yeah.
Because this is right now. You said it, Mully. It's the 37th pick overall, and then yes, you want to see what Dustin was talking about. Which one is the better of the two, Sweat or Chase Young? Now, Chase Young being younger. Dave Wanstead talked about it with you guys yesterday. He said, "Look, when you're looking at before we trade any guy, we talk to the agent and see how much money do they want. Like, what are you seeking?" So maybe they did probably talk to Chase Young. They share the same agent, I heard.
Yes.
So they probably talked, and probably his money was a little bit more. And they was like, you know what, we could probably work out a deal with Sweat. Let's get him, add him on. I mean, right now, incomplete. Just make sure you sign him to an extension.
I think a pick six if he holds on to that. So
That's the voice of Jalen Johnson with the afternoon show. Do you consider Jalen Johnson a big winner at the trade deadline? Didn't move, in part because the Bears put a heavy price tag on him, which seems to indicate they hold him in high esteem, right? Also, with Montez Sweat clearly ahead of him on the contract list, will the Bears be unlikely to use any kind of a tag on Jalen Johnson if they need it to keep Sweat around?
Yeah, I mean, logic would tell you that the big winner of this thing is Jalen Johnson because he knows there were teams interested in him. Now, we don't know how they viewed him. Was this interested in him as a rental player because they need some help, not as a guy they want to give a big contract to? So he's got to keep that in mind. But I think that his position is pretty strong. The Bears, Sweat is ahead of him on the guys they need to get under contract. So that would indicate that maybe you're going to be able to get out of here and they're going to take the draft compensation of losing you as opposed to trying to get a deal done to your liking. Now, if his number is so far out of anything that the Bears would want to do, then they're not going to get a deal done with them. So, I think that's another reason, just reading some of the people looking at it, they think that Darnell Mooney's going to be out of contract and ditto for Jalen Johnson. So the Bears a deadline loser because they didn't just move guys for anything. If you're going to lose a guy, get something in return. Well, there is draft compensation that comes depending on the player and where he goes and what he signs, etc. So they could be dealing with a couple of third, fourth round picks here if they lose those guys. But I think Jalen Johnson, and all he's got to do now is what he's been doing. He's got to break his rear end, continue to be a total pro, and make more of those plays that everybody is interested in.
Right. I think the only word that's off in this is big winner. I mean, anybody who plays in the NFL, you're a winner. You won the athletic game of life. That really, really helps you. But while he has to keep playing really hard and has to continue to be a pro, the danger is this. What if he gets hurt? What if he doesn't have as good of a second half as he has had as a first half? His resume is now out there at the end of the plank, if you will. He could get hurt. He could get exposed, and that would then impact his future earnings. That's what could happen. So what would happen if he got hurt? His contract value goes down. He was looking for security. I am surprised by the tweet from Josina Anderson that he is cutting off.
But isn't that just
was it more contract negotiating?
It's just an emotional reaction that he had set that deadline, imaginary deadline, contract or trade, and he didn't get either. So he's probably pouting a little bit, but that's okay.
Morning, guys. Thanks for holding it down. Quite a commute. How was yours?
Yeah,
Look, Jalen Johnson is one of the winners at the trade deadline. I know he won't look at it that way. Nobody really will. He is part of a defense now that got better with an edge rusher that is durable and dominant at times. Jalen Johnson may not want to be here right now. He may be deflated by the fact he didn't get a contract extension, but he is in the right place for right now because he has a chance to make a lot of money. I don't know what his demands are, but he can finish the season strong. He can look at this as Montez Sweat is going to make Jalen Johnson better. And frankly, the Bears, if they play this right and they get the contract extension with Montez Sweat, which is a mandate now for Ryan Poles, then they do have some contractual tools in their box to use with Jalen Johnson. I know it's the franchise tag is $18 million. The transition tag is what they used with Kyle Fuller to find out what teams how they'll negotiate. Somebody else will negotiate his contract, but Jalen Johnson has a chance, frankly, in the final 9 games to prove what he thinks he's worth, to play at a higher level. And now he's got an edge rusher that'll make him look better, because the best cornerbacks, the best secondaries always need a pass rush to help them look good.
It's a hard question, and I'm trying to avoid it for as long as possible.
That is the voice of Dan Weeder. He, of course, will be here at 7:25 this morning. Who won the trade deadline? Can you name a team or two that did particularly good, in your opinion? Who were the rich who got richer? Did anyone assure themselves of a better chance to win?
Yeah, I tell you what, I think, when I look at winners of the trade deadline, the Vikings got themselves a quarterback for next to nothing. I mean, they got a quarterback. They lose Kirk Cousins, which, by the way, they should be trying to sign him right away, because they're in trouble in terms of what they're going to wind up with at that position. Look around the league, for God's sake. But they got a guy that is actually going to be able to play, is going to battle for a job, and if he doesn't win it, they're basically not paying anything for the guy. Now, they've already said that the rookie is going to start the next game, which is fine. Guy's there. They're getting ready for the game, whatever. It might take a minute for a quarterback to come in and pick things up. I thought they were a big winner. San Francisco, you get a guy, you add a guy to an already good pass rush, albeit one that's underachieving, and you bring in a guy that can make those big plays, that can flash and that can help you, and he's going to make the guys around him better, and he's just going to be a force. You can just unleash the guy, let him go, and that's going to help your team. That's the rich getting richer, and that is a team that needed a little bit of a jump, getting a little bit of a jump. So I really like what they did. I really thought that the Lions, the idea that there were 2 pass rushers moved and they weren't involved in it, because they need a little help on that end too. They got a great player there, but you get another one, you're laughing. So I think they were probably the team. I know they got a receiver, but they were probably the team that I was most kind of disappointed in. I thought they had a chance to take the next step. But Niners totally won. Philadelphia always wins. I thought getting a quarterback for nothing was cool.
So I think you make a great point there, Mully, about the Lions. That was something that you thought, pair up another guy with Hutchinson, who's been great. I mean, imagine if you had to pay any other attention to another guy and he got a little bit less attention, or he continues to get the same attention, so this other guy now is just off and running to go get that quarterback, right? So that is a surprising move. Now, just what we said earlier, did Ryan Poles get the better of the 2 edge rushers off of the Commanders? And I'm telling you, right off the bat, the other guy's going to look better with the 49ers because there's somebody named Bosa on the other side of him. It's just the fact. He's going to look better. He's on a better defense. So he's going to look better. Chase Young is going to look better the first. If he doesn't, well, that's on Chase Young. And then Ryan Poles did make the right decision. But we'll find out. But I do think that makes the 49ers much, much better. Yeah, that will be a suffocating defense.
Without him, though, they are still a suffocating defense.
Correct.
Good enough to take them to the Super Bowl. With him, if he stays healthy, and that's a big if, I think then they become one of the most feared units in the league. Probably a defensive line as good, if not deeper, than the Eagles. It's certainly in that category. But that's what Chase Young does for the 49ers. And yet, I do believe, and I'm with you on the Vikings idea, this is a team that was 1-4, left for dead coming into Chicago, thinking, well, you know what? Are they going to tank for Caleb Williams? What's the future Kirk Cousins? Can he go already? And then they've won 3 games in a row, and they are sitting there at 4-4. Kirk Cousins suffers the injury that you don't like to see anybody suffer, especially a quarterback at this stage of his career. They need to re-sign him. He is the best fit for them, probably moving forward, playing at the highest level of his career. But getting Josh Dobbs, yes, I do know that O'Connell said that the rookie will start the game. He didn't say finish.
Yeah.
He didn't say finish.
No, he didn't.
And if they want to win, and I do think they have designs in making the playoffs, and I kind of like what they have done to win without Justin Jefferson. Now they're going to continue to try without Kirk Cousins. This is the way it should work in the NFL. You take advantage of the parity in your division, in your conference, and the Vikings went out and operated at the trade deadline like a team that is intent on trying to get to the postseason this year. Josh Dobbs may not be sexy, he may not be special, but he's
pretty good pro.
He's a pretty good pro with experience.
That's the thing. He's played in the league, and he can step in. I think he's going to be good.
That matters. The Vikings won the trade deadline.
It's a good question.
Did what the Raiders did overnight, firing head coach Josh McDaniels and their general manager, make you wonder why the Bears have not done something at least similar?
Well, I was sitting there stuck in traffic in the parking lot that I escaped during my commute in. Yes. Yes, it did cross my mind. Yes, I did wonder. Josh McDaniels, I wouldn't have hired him in the first place if I were Mark Allen. But you look at what he has done, and I think that he has won 4 more games in 2 seasons than Matt Eberflus. I know he has brought on and invited his own controversy in those decisions that he makes that don't make an ounce of sense from afar. But we're up close and personal to a lot of decisions that don't make an ounce of sense on Sundays at Soldier Field. I do wonder how many general managers, how many executives, how many ownership groups this empowers. We go through it every year. Who's going to be first? How is that going to affect the temerity or the aggressiveness of other ownership groups? You wonder what's going on in Washington. You know they're having this conversation in Washington this morning. Now that you got rid of your bookend rush guys, what's the future with new ownership for Ron Rivera? Well, I hope Chico's going to be okay because I don't think his future's there. But yeah, I do think that it's natural to wonder how the Raiders can go into the second season and make a move like this in the midst of that. And you have a Bears situation and a reality that's even worse than it is in Vegas. But I don't think the Bears are going to be fazed by it. I don't think they're going to use it as justification, but they could.
Jimmy G, the coach killer with his performance as quarterback, didn't help out his general manager or his head coach. Did he play? Did he play the other night, David?
He was terrible.
He was terrible.
He's the coach killer.
He's terrible.
If he'd only come on our show when Dustin approached him, I'm telling you, it'd be a different story.
Might have a different opinion.
Yes.
Might have a handsome man, handsome young man.
He's a stud.
Rolling Meadows, handsome man. With a big checking account. God bless Jimmy Garoppolo, and congratulations for being somewhere near Bill Belichick and Tom Brady, and people thinking that their stench would rub up on you. It obviously has not. Had the Bears game against the Commanders gone differently on Thursday Night Football, maybe this would have been similar, because that was also obviously Monday Night Football, national stage. Offense looked awful. You got Devontae Adams slamming helmets, only catching 1 ball. But again, he was targeted 7 times, only caught 1. Jimmy Garoppolo's fault? Devontae Adams' fault? Whose fault was it? Why all of a sudden can Josh Jacobs not run the ball any better than he did so far this year? Whose fault is that? The general manager's fault? Is that the head coach's fault? So you can't fire the players. You can fire the coach. The Raiders have had more head coaches than anybody else.
Are they still paying Gruden some money?
I think they might be.
And they're going to pay this guy for the next 5 years.
4 more years.
Yeah,
4 more years.
No, I mean, they obviously. I don't know if you're aware of who the owner is in Oakland, but just all you got to do is Google him, and Mark Davis, and then just look at him, and you know that this isn't going to work out. No offense to anyone.
Playing slots at the Vegas airport, waiting for his girlfriend to show up.
Yeah, he's kind of.
Is that Jimmy or Mark?
Jimmy Davis?
No.
Oh,
I thought he was
Garoppolo.
Jimmy's in the high. If Jimmy's at the casino, he's in the high limit room, I think.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. And Jimmy's girlfriend. Never mind. So listen, I to answer this question, I was not remotely surprised. The thing that really caught my eye, Champ Kelly is the interim GM. You remember Champ Kelly? He was here for 7 years. He was here under Ryan Pace. So, you look around the NFL, there's a lot of Bears guys that have moved into pretty good jobs. And it's there's another guy who got run out when the organization turned over, and he winds up at a kind of horrible place. But look what happens. You're living in Vegas, and now you got a pretty good job, even if it's interim. It'll be interesting to see what they end up doing or how they end up going. I don't think anyone is looking at the Raiders and saying, oh, now I have permission to do this or permission to do that. I think that you got to make moves. I got no problem with them firing the coach. I don't think the coach was a very good coach. I don't think he's done a very good job. And I think that, there's a couple of places now, throw Denver in the mix, where this guy was no Gouda, to quote David Haugh. So there you go.
Did you quote me? Did I say that?
Yeah, you're known for your no Gouda.
I like my cheese.
To answer your question,
With the Bulls at the Mavs tonight to play the Mavericks down in Big D, can they win if they only attempt 17 three-point shots as they did in a victory over the Pacers? Should the Bulls make a concerted effort to try to double that number of three-point attempts, whether they're hitting them or not? Is the key stat threes made or threes attempted for a team that obviously lacks perimeter shooting?
Yeah, this kind of drives me nuts, to be honest with you, because, all we care about are statistics that underscore that the Bulls are not a very well-constructed team. But we know what the Bulls are. If they have open shots, they should take them. If they have open threes, they should take them. You shouldn't be forcing shots at the end of the shot clock so it looks like you launched up enough threes even though you didn't make them. That is the problem. And that was what happened with that statistic. Play the game through Vooch. Get everyone involved and see how it turns out. I wouldn't obsess about the three-point shooting because we do that too much, and it does not help them win. You know how to win. Play the inside-out game. Knock down the open shots. If you get a three, hit it. Don't force it. Don't make people take shots they can't make. But everybody has to take shots and make shots. And if you do that, you're going to be okay, and you'll be able to beat a team that has a superstar.
Well, the last question, we were talking about the Raiders. How about just win, baby? I don't care how it happens. You know what matters? Putting the ball through the basket at any distance. So I don't want them jacking up 23s and making 6 of them. No, I don't want that. And Mully, I think you nailed it about Vooch. You know what you want to do? You brought up the statistic from Casey Johnson. You know what you want to do? What the game plan should be? How do you get the big three to each score 20 or more points? Because when you score 20 or more points, good things happen for that's the game plan. From way downtown, bang, or from 2 feet away from the basket.
Play your game.
But guys, I think it's interesting though because
win the way you win.
I don't disagree with any of that, and I think that's almost like the magic that comes out of the bottle. Oh, I see it now. Everything's so clear. Well, what is so clear maybe to the Bulls and what their roster steers them toward, a style of play, a method of offense, is contrary to the rest of the league. And frankly, it's contrary to the way a lot of people believe they should play and need to play in today's NBA. We got 2 guys who follow us after our show, that spend a lot of time talking about why the Bulls need to shoot 3-pointers, and their opinion reflects a lot of the opinions around the league. I just don't know if you have a roster that is not built to do that, why you should insist on them trying time and again, game in, game out, because you know what? It's not working. That may have been why they took a step back last year. That may have been why they started awkward this year. Maybe they just aren't those guys and not that team. And that's on the front office. They didn't put together the roster to space the floor and do all the things that modern NBA teams do. But if the Bulls realize that and recognize that, and that's their strength is to avoid that, why would they shoot 43s ever?
It's a question mark.
That's the voice of John Heyman. He'll be here at 9 to talk about the World Series and baseball in general. How do you explain games 1 and 2 of the World Series being the lowest rated World Series games ever after a regular season where MLB saw gains in attendance and overall interest? What's been your favorite story of the series so far?
Short on time, so I'll make it quick. I don't think there's a relationship between regular season interest and attendance and the postseason if you have 2 teams that really nobody cares about east of Dallas. I just don't think that's going to be the case, and that's okay. Still can be a special World Series. What is my favorite story of the series by far? Well, easily, Corey Seager looking like he's going to wrap up that MVP when the Rangers clinch tonight.
Hope you went on FanDuel, David, and purchased a ticket because you are looking really, really smart on that selection. Yeah, I mean, we all talked about it. Nobody's watching this World Series. It's a hard watch. I watched once they were up 10-0. I switched. I went looking for something else. I switched over.
Look, I told you that the New York Times, the hardest question on their news thing was who's in the World Series. I think there are people. I think baseball fans are watching. Baseball fans are interested because they like baseball, and it is the Fall Classic. And, tonight might be the last game of the season. So, yes, I will be watching. We're into November, and I'm going to be watching baseball. I got no problem with that. I just think most people that are just normal sports fans, they're not. There's not the star power. There's not this kind of must-watch element to it. It's not this – Yankees against the Dodgers. There's just not the same kind of publicity, the same kind of market shares, the same kind of interest.
It's an undercard.
It is. It really is. But I've been enjoying the games, and the biggest storyline by a mile for me has been Mr. David picking the right team and the right player and being spot on this thing. So kudos to you. Take a bow, sir. You called it from the
I thought you were going Dane Dunning. I thought you were going Dane Dunning because he was called the most valuable pitcher on the Rangers last night.
Well, I mean, they don't have anybody left, so God bless Dane Dunning. You are by far the biggest story. But maybe that's my myopic view of the world. It's Mully and Haugh. We've got the extra point next on Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 to score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670.
I'm listening to Danny Parkins, and they ended the show, Friday. You know how we all are. Last segment of the week, you're like, okay, we're just done here. And Chris Tannehill, obviously, setting Danny up for a nice, easy tribute at the end of the show with Meatloaf and Louis Anderson passing away. And Tanny set him up, and Danny might have missed.
His name is Robert Paulson.
Fight Club, R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait, Meatloaf? I'm an idiot.
Man, we were so close to the finish line here.
Oh, no. Both are appropriate. I was reading about Louis Anderson during the break.
Fight Club, R.I.P. Louis.
You could tell something was wrong when he was saying it because there was a little hesitation, but he followed through with Louis Anderson.
Fight Club, R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
That was Fight Club, and Louis Anderson did die.
Technically, he's still correct.
Yes, they aren't independently incorrect. It just one has nothing to do with the other.
So now we can just use R.I.P. Louis Anderson for everything.
R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Yep. That's right.
We all accidentally RIP'd people.
R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Wait.
The best is he's so smooth. The end of it is pricelessly good.
Fight Club, R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Wait.
The pause, the pause between R.I.P. Louis Anderson and wait. You're like, hold on. Like, Shane and Tanny lost it.
Yeah, it's also the music underneath, the boogie woogie blues underneath. I don't know what, I can't tell exactly what it is, but that sounds like some sort of Texas boogie
Fight
woogie.
Club, R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Wait. He saw, yes, okay, he's sitting here. He looked through the glass, and he saw Shane absolutely explode, and Tanny do one of his, hands in the air, whoa, and the lean back in the chair. That's exactly what he saw. He knew something went wrong. It's like when you see the phones all light up,
yep.
and I know that I've misidentified something, but that is, oh my God, that's wonderful.
Yeah, the wait is my favorite part. It's not even close.
Oh, that's Paradise by the Dashboard Light? That is that part of it? I don't know that part of it.
IDK.
I guess I don't know the song that
Wait.
well.
That's just so, the pause.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait.
The silence gets longer and longer the more you listen to it.
Expansion to 12 teams coming next year.
No nostalgia. I think it's a funny part of the question because I think this is all about the money. It's all about the numbers, and it's hard to be nostalgic. If you want to be nostalgic about college football, there are a lot of reasons to pine for the good old days, but these aren't the good old days necessarily. This is a bottom line industry, and the numbers speak loudly. So Ohio State, by virtue of their victories over top 25 teams, Notre Dame and Penn State, they're number one right now. Asterisk. But I think that there are two things that stood out to me. Number one was the acknowledgement that in the explanation, Boo Corrigan talked about Ohio State having difference makers on offense. Okay, we know what you're saying there. You're not talking about the quarterback. You're talking about Maserati Marv. And that's why they want them to be as close to the top as possible. They're a marquee team because of him. Now, they have the label, and it is Ohio State, and with due respect, yes. And you got Ryan Day who could go WWE on you any given day. Those post-game interviews might be worth the price of – that might be worth a bump in the standings. But Ohio State being number 1 was mildly surprising, but the strength of schedule was rewarded. Georgia, who doesn't play anybody, number 2, that's out of respect because of what they've accomplished. This is the other thing that I think to keep an eye on, obviously. Michigan and the scandal and the investigation and all of those things, how will it affect them in the eyes of the committee? It won't affect their math. It won't affect their strength of schedule, which is even weaker than Georgia's, but will it affect their stature and the kind of things that do matter when it comes to college football and rankings? So them being third, how long will that last? And then Florida State being number 4, I think is a bit of a surprise. I wouldn't have believed it in August, but good for them. They're going to be duking it out with Oregon and Washington for that last spot probably all season long.
Maserati Marv. I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Boy, Maserati Marv is going to look awfully good in a Bears uniform next year. I really like him. I'm thinking about going on Etsy and getting myself a Maserati Marv t-shirt, David, just to throw you off. I've worn a t-shirt one time to work, Circus Sports Illinois. Welcome to Chicagoland area, Circus Sports. And I'm going to throw you off with my Maserati Marv t-shirt that I'm going to try to find on Etsy, because Etsy seems to have all that kind of stuff.
That would be jarring.
That would be jarring.
Yeah, why don't you go to Costco and buy like another case of shirts so you don't have anything on them, like just no logo.
Got my flag and anthem, very, very nice flannel right now. If you're talking, if right now, if this morning when you walk out of your house doesn't scream flannel weather and flag and anthem vest with a flannel, nothing does.
Yeah,
nothing does.
That has a great look on you. Stick
Thank
with
you.
it. Don't be getting T-shirts on Etsy. I think what we learned from the college football playoff selection committee is that they value wins over ranked teams more than anything else. That's all that matters for them, and that's why Ohio State is there. Ohio State beat a Notre Dame team that was ranked pretty high at the time, and they beat a Penn State team that was ranked pretty high at the time, and they're both ranked pretty high still. I think Notre Dame's 15 and Penn State's 17. Those are really good wins for Ohio State, and it's the reason that they were put first. I also think that the Pac-10 had a lot of representation. The way I looked at it, it was not nostalgia over the fact that it was okay. Who's in the top 12? Who? I tried to look at it, imagining what it will look like next year and how we will view it a year from now. And if you're a team like Notre Dame and you're outside that group, you got to play like hell just to get into that group. And I think there are a lot of teams in that situation, and that's kind of the way I was looking at it.
I wonder how long it will be before, once they go to 12, college football becomes like Major League Baseball. Just get in, baby. Just get in. Because the hot team in November, the team that might have one or even two losses, could win it all if you go into that tournament phase.
It's going to be really interesting because one and done in football is different than any other sport.
And you can't do that now.
It's really interesting. But I'm saying, anybody can beat anybody in a game.
Yes.
This team's likely to win 9 times out of 10, but there's that one game. And if you can put a couple of those together, it's a great point, David. It's going to be a totally different view. Maybe we get to a point where no one wants to watch the national championship a la the World Series.
Maybe so. Because you have two nondescript teams. Boise State and Washington State for the national championship.
Where the hell's Maserati Marv?
No, he's with the Bears.
Yeah,
he's catching passes from Tyson Bagent.
Yeah. But I mean, Georgia has been the best team, and they're number 2, and they start Saturday. They got number 12 Missouri, then they got number 10 Ole Miss, number 17 Tennessee. It's going to be really interesting because they may end up being the best team, regardless of who's listed right now.
The other thing is that this is it's early. It's the first one, but it's a rejection of the SEC.
It is definitely a rejection.
Which is interesting because that doesn't happen a lot.
And the Big Ten, I mean, here's the problem. Those two teams play each other. So it's great that the Big Ten has got this representation at the top of it, but they're going to resolve who is number 1 or who is in the playoff, etc.
If nothing changes, the loser of Ohio State, Michigan still deserves to be in the top 4.
I wouldn't argue that. All right, we got to get to your calls. 312-644-6767. Are the Bears better today than they were yesterday? Oh, we want to believe that. Definitely better. But are they going to be better in the future? There's one more piece of business that's got to get done. We'll talk about it next. It's Mully and Haugh at Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
Bears linebacker T.J. Edwards reacting live to the Montez Sweat trade.
You never know what you're going to get on this show. Miss a little, miss a lot. That's what I'm trying to say.
Twitch stream suggesting an I'm a Fat Fish podcast coming up. I like this idea.
I don't know how to interview a fish.
Just make it up.
Who's going to voice the fish?
Somebody at our station.
I think you can do it, Layla.
What do fish sound like?
You could be the second guest on Between Two Fats.
I've wanted to be on the I'm Fat podcast for a while. I think I even asked about this in like 2018 or something.
You are not qualified.
I need you to find the actor who played Parkins, the Jedi. I know it was actually Y-wing fighter. Was he in?
Gonna blow up the Death Star.
You know, it's on Parkins. The photon torpedoes. It's a design flaw. Many Bothans died to bring us this information.
His real name is William Hootkins.
Fully operational.
That's a great name. And he won't be on because he's dead. He died in 2005.
The actor died?
Yes. Parkins from Star Wars.
From Star Wars. Mob. Like I always wanted the I'm Fat podcast to have, the fat X-Wing fighter guy.
Oh, you lost me to Parkins from Star Wars.
Please make this personal.
this on the stuff belongs to decking halls. Save big on stuff at Amazon. Stuff. Money, 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 money.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to our friend Joe Ostrowski, and you can catch him on early odds, 8 to 9 a.m. Saturdays, right here on The Score. And Joe, of course, Mr. BetQL, you can find him there. We love getting a chance to talk it over with him, and he now joins us on The Score hotline, powered by IBEW Local 9, Chicago's original powerhouse since 1892. Joseph, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. I hope none of our listeners out there picked up an Eberflus first coach fire ticket, because those are now losers this morning.
How about that? Josh McDaniels goes overnight. That's a surprise. So is Eberflus, though, next? Is he the guy next in line?
That's a great question. I have not seen odds posted on that yet, and I'm sure we'll get there. It's going to be based on what happens, right? In the most recent week, whichever coach has a terrible week. At the top, it's been like a mix of Josh McDaniels was one of those names up there, but it's Eberflus, sometimes a favorite, sometimes it's Staley, sometimes it's Rivera. Probably at the end of the year, they're all going to be gone, right?
Yeah, that's sad. Poor Chico.
Yeah. I mean,
the Bears
getting rid of everything right before the Patriots game.
Okay, I don't know what's going to happen with all the MVP tickets for Justin Fields, but I think the Bears now, their win total, what's it jump to in Vegas now that they've got Montez Sweat? It must be at least 8.5, 9. Dustin had 11. I don't know if they can get there.
Well, I mean, Lions, watch out. I mean, here they come. The Packers are out of the way. We've realized Jordan Love is trash.
Yes,
Same thing with
garbage.
the Vikings.
Yeah.
Like, the league has figured out Dobbs a little bit, maybe. Watch out for the Bears. No, but I was curious. Obvious people were like kind of piling on a little bit. Oh, the Super Bowl odds have not changed for the Bears. Yeah, because they're not going to win. It's going to stay 1,000 to 1, just like it was before the Sweat move. But I was interested in some of the other markets. Would anything else budge a little bit? Like the Bears to make the playoffs. They're 2 games back. Minnesota is holding on to the last playoff spot in the NFC right now. Wow. Would they have a chance? No, nothing changed. It's 18 to 1 before and after. Okay, what about worst record? It's a 1-game difference between the Bears and Arizona, and that didn't change either. They're 4th favorite for the worst record in that 7 to 1, 8 to 1 range. And what about this weekend? The point spread of 7.5. It was 5.5. Then after Sunday night's appearance, it goes up to 6.5. The Bajent News pushed it to 7.5. What about a change? Nothing. I thought that was kind of interesting. I thought maybe Sweat is a guy that maybe it would budge a 0.5 point. Team rally around. Okay, we're adding some talent here. Let's do this for the new guy. A little bit of help on that defensive line, but no change there either. So I couldn't find any change anywhere with the Sweat edition.
So Marvin Harrison Jr. is good enough to register with the College Football Playoff Committee. They referenced their offensive players and game breakers when saying why are they number 1. I know that he's good enough to make Dustin want to go out and buy a T-shirt. What about the Heisman Trophy race? Where is he on the Heisman Trophy odds right now?
Okay, so the odds and what we're seeing, like yesterday, The Athletic released a straw poll, their first one of the year, and I thought the results were kind of interesting. And listen, I love Marvin Harrison Jr. I hope he ends up being a Bear. I expect him to be the first non-quarterback taken in the draft. But to see that straw poll say 15 out of the 33 first-place votes all went to Harrison, I found that very surprising, just because it has become, for the most part, except for Devontae Smith a few years ago, a quarterback award. But number 1 team, he's got the nickname that Gus won't stop yelling, and he's getting a lot of the credit. Like, he's got the recognizable name. He's also 6th in receiving yards. Numbers-wise, he's not the best receiver this year, and he's had a couple of games, like the Notre Dame game, where he didn't put up numbers. You can get Harrison at 12 to 1. So if you think he's going to be there and Ohio State's going to be in the playoff, that's worth a play. I guess what it comes down to is, do you think they're going to win that game? If you think they're going to take down Michigan, they're in the playoff,
right?
And it's not going to be McCord representing that team for the Heisman if a player on the Buckeyes ends up winning it.
So, Joe, how do you go about betting the NFL this weekend when you got so many bad quarterback play going on? I mean, who's playing where? What's happened to whom? It's just a lot to try to keep track of.
Mully, I was looking at just the quarterbacks this week and how many are down. Like, if you even include guys like Fields or Tannehill, guys that missed last week, also still out. Man, we're I think down 9 QB1s. 9 QB1s. Like Pickett went down, Cousins, Stafford.
Yeah.
Now we're down 2 quarterbacks for the Giants. What's going to happen there with Daniel Jones and Tyrod? It's been very challenging. For instance, like line moves. The Rams were a 1.5-point favorite. Now the Packers are favored by 3.
Wow.
It's crazy.
That's unbelievable. Did anyone not watch Jordan Love?
Apparently. How do you bet on that? They've lost the last 3 games. How do you bet on it? For right now, though, what I'm focusing on as we kind of figure out what's happening with these quarterback situations, I would also say that don't go too far thinking these backup quarterbacks, these new quarterbacks, like Will Levis last week, can't come in and have a big game for at least 1 week, and then things kind of settle down a couple weeks from now. But what the highlight of this week for me, guys, okay, in the morning we got Miami, Kansas City. We've got Dallas, Philly. And then Sunday night, Buffalo, Cincinnati. They were already hyping that up on Sunday night during the Bears game, unfortunately, which means it wasn't all that entertaining. But the KC one, it's the Chiefs minus 2.5, so you can get Pat Mahomes less than a field goal in a bounce-back spot. And Miami, when they played those tough teams, Buffalo, Philadelphia, haven't shown up. So I would need to see it. Dallas, Philly, interesting because before the year, the line was Philly minus 3. All year, it's been Philly minus 3. It's still Philly minus 3. That's going to be a great game. Are the Cowboys going to play up to the competition, which has always been a problem for them? And then big movement in the Bills-Bengals game. That had the Bills as the favorite. But after the Bengals go to San Francisco out of the bye, and it looks like Burrow is back and the defense back as well, now Cincinnati is out to minus 2.5. That's a lot of respect.
Joe Burrow.
Yeah, the DeMar Hamlin game too.
Yeah.
Against a team that it happened against. I would look to the Bills getting points right now.
Great stuff. Appreciate it, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Guys. Bye.
That is Joe Ostrowski. Always fun to talk to our friend Joe. And we're going to talk to you next. 312-644-6767. Did the trade surprise you? Does it make the Bears a better team? Vegas doesn't seem to think so. But how does this work moving forward? What are your thoughts on the Montez Sweat deal? We'll talk to our listeners next. 312-644-6767. Mully and Haugh on the score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago.
Mike was on, and then Jason decided to have fun with sound with Mike.
Hello? Did you see Paul Newman and Sally Field in Absence of Malice?
Who's talking to me? Who?
I don't think Oswald did that. I don't think he might have been in the plot, but I don't think he killed Kennedy.
Oh, you're talking Bob the movie man.
They're getting this new Cuban slugger, I guess, from Cuba. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. We go there.
I'd rather have McDonald's play Sunday. I don't think Cutler's ready yet.
Well, hey.
So is Paulie coming back, or did Frank say for sure?
Frank? Who the hell is Frank?
Have a nice Thanksgiving.
Are you kidding? It's way beyond that.
What about Eddie Murray and the Nutty Professors?
Well, I'll see you on the golf course.
All right,
Happy Chinese New Year, Year of the Horse, right?
What?
It's today. We'll put Chris on for a minute.
You know, I can't understand you guys. You know, it's like, jeez.
Oh, gee, I don't know.
Well, I don't either. I don't know. Am I talking to Bob?
Hello there.
Hello there, Bob.
You ever try that new pizza yet? The one with the cheeseburger pizza yet?
No.
I think it's pretty good. I haven't tried it yet either.
Yeah. Well, I'm up there. You know I'm in.
What do you think about women's boxing and that?
Women something.
What church you go to?
Are you crazy? I can't understand you.
How do I wash the shirt? Do I wash it or do I dry clean it?
Well, I think you should throw them away and just buy new stuff.
All right.
That's what I do. Pull the line drive. He was up in the air, and he pulled it from Jungle Jim.
What's wrong with my bulls?
Huh?
What's wrong with my bulls?
Look at that free shield. You know, I'm telling you, me and my brother were at Comiskey when they gave the Nellie Fox night. I don't know if any of you remember.
I think he needs psychiatric help.
And they brought in a sailboat and everything. You remember that?
When's Derek going to be ready for the playoffs?
Who?
Have a great day, Mike.
All right.
Fields, look out, under pressure, down he goes. 21-yard line, Montez Sweat coming in. That's his fourth sack of the season, setting up third and long.
This is their fear. You know, you think you're going to have to chip tonight against these ends. Wright is just a rookie. He's trying to hold on for dear life against a very underrated defensive end. People talk a lot about Chase Young, Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen. Sometimes you overlook the game-changing ability of Montez Sweat against the run, and here, getting that great pass rush off the edge.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 to the score. And here's hoping that Montez Sweat never sacks Justin Fields again. And I mean, he won't do it this year, but who knows? He could go somewhere else. Fields could go somewhere else.
I would say it depends on where they trade Justin Fields.
Wow, you're so mean.
No, they're not going to do that. No,
mean.
no. Look, that trade yesterday was one that when they said the Bears traded for a defensive end, like, okay, fine. Which one? And there's a lot of debate nationally, locally over Chase Young versus Montez Sweat. I'll tell you why I think the Bears were willing to give up a second-round pick and why I think I would have done the same thing if I'm going to make this trade. Durability.
Yes.
He's got 67 NFL games and 67 NFL starts. You know that when Sunday comes around, he's going to be on the field. You know that next year, if you're able to retain him, which we'll get to that in a second.
Right. Well,
that
that's it.
you can anticipate him being on the field. Chase Young, not so much. The ceiling is higher for
Right.
Chase Young, but the floor is higher for Montez Sweat.
That's a good way of putting it, Jerry.
Well, I think that when you put it in terms of potential and production, you understand why the Bears were more compelled to go out and get somebody who is more likely to produce and more predictable in terms of his outcome and performance. I get that. Now, I only get that and accept that and approve of this trade if they know that they can sign him to a long-term contract.
Well, that is it. That's the whole thing. You have to now. You have to because you gave up a lot. You gave up what is that pick? 35th right now? Something like that?
It's going to be a top 40 pick minimum.
Yeah.
Right?
37 pick.
It's the 37th
You're
pick?
going to be top 40. That's a quality starter. That's a player that I think that if you're rebuilding like Ryan Poles is, you wonder about the wisdom. It's fair to question this. Wouldn't you rather have the draft pick and go out and sign Montez Sweat in free agency because you've got all the money? You've got more cap space than any team in the NFL. The thing of it is, though, that's never guaranteed. Remember last year we thought, well, geez, they're going to get Darren Payne and they're going to get this guy and that guy. When you have somebody in your building, you're able to now, over the last 9 games of the season, make an impression, get to him, and maybe retain him in a way and form a relationship that you wouldn't have if you just go into free agency and you're trying to lure him with the biggest contract offer.
Yeah, no, this is different altogether. You are in the you're in the game. You're going out. You gave up a lot. That's the most draft capital anybody gave up on trade deadline day. You gave up a lot, and you brought in a guy that you now have to sign. If last year they gave up the 32nd pick for Chase Claypool, and they had to cut him this year. So you never even got a complete season out of that guy for the last pick in the first round, which was actually a second-round pick. Nonetheless, it's 32nd pick in the draft. Huge price to pay for Chase Claypool, and it blows up on you. That's why you got to sign this guy. You can't do that 2 years running. You can't give up a high second-round pick, more than anyone else gave up, for a guy that then goes someplace else.
This will be overstating it, but there will be some people that would consider, if that were to be the case, a fireable offense. If you cannot sign a player to a long-term contract that you gave up that kind of draft capital for, that's an egregious mistake. And you can't afford to make one if you're Ryan Poles.
So, you have had to have that conversation with the agent. You have to know that he wants to be here, which is a good question. Does he want to be here?
It's a good question.
We'll find out today. Someone will ask him that question today. Come on, you got to.
Well, no. I mean, will we find out today?
No. He'll say today that he wants to be here. No question. But does he want to be here?
I don't know.
Does Jalen Johnson want to be here?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. But you got a franchise tag for one guy.
Right.
So right now, you have to use it on Montez Sweat because, again, you can't give up that kind of capital without getting a deal done. And if you have to keep him by using the franchise tag, then you're going to do it.
Your plan has
He's
got
gonna
to be
here.
Yes, your plan has got to be with some degree of confidence that you're going to be able to sign this player to a contract extension, or else you don't make this trade. And if you do have whatever confidence you have for a reason, whether it's the agent or the player, that makes you feel good about that. And then, frankly, I was being facetious, but you know what? It doesn't really matter. Jalen Johnson can be happy about this or not happy about this. You do have ways to keep him in Chicago. And if he is as good of a professional as he says that he is, he'll play for whatever you're paying him. And you could be paying him a minimum of $18 million next year if you use a franchise tag.
All right. We should give everyone an alert. It is a bad traffic day. If you're at home and you're going to work, double time it. Maybe skip the shower. Just go in your pajamas.
Skip the shower.
Go in your pajamas. Get the hell on the road now. There's no time for showering.
No,
There's
I think
time for,
that's good advice. And
you just don't get caught in the
Mully,
shower.
I left 10 minutes early because I was afraid of the commute, and I got here 30 minutes late because of the commute. So use your time wisely, plan accordingly, and be very, very careful.
It snowed overnight. This is the first snow of the year. It seems as if no one has a snow plow. It seems as if there's no salt anywhere. There's no sand, whatever people use. So, like when I was driving the surface streets, I was like the first car on the road. I got up this morning, went out the back door. I came a hair away from the old arse over tea kettle.
Yeah, not good.
I was going to be, I slipped. I got caught, and I nearly went down, and I'd still be there. Because my wife is not going to work
that's
yet.
Not good. That's not a good image.
I'd just be laying there
I feel
going,
bad for you.
I made it.
I'm glad you made it. And just
Barely.
let me say, I made it late, but better late than never. And let me just say this. After the way that I navigated through that traffic, which was at a standstill, I am ready for NASCAR 2024 in Chicago.
Yeah.
I have maneuvered through some real
I have driven
creative
into snow
traffic.
faster than NASCAR in Chicago.
They should
Let's
actually
get
have
that
NASCAR
straight.
in January in Chicago.
The good God.
That would be great.
Good God, that would be awful.
They survived a monsoon and now a blizzard.
And so,
Why not?
so get going. Don't let us hold you up. Come listen to us in the car. And honestly, just drive in your slippers, whatever it takes, because it's going to take you a while.
One more question for you before we get to the phone
Please.
lines. The report from Josina Anderson, longtime NFL reporter, about Jalen Johnson not being willing to negotiate the rest of the season. Okay.
That's just emotional response.
Don't you believe that? That's a reaction, right?
Yes,
that's a
that's all.
rash response. Don't you think that if the Bears come to him now or go back to him, that there's a lot of time between now and the offseason, and the best way to negotiate a contract with somebody or to negotiate, period, is with somebody in your own building?
I think that he will settle down and he will calm down, and he's going to be a pro. I do believe that. I think that he had a lot on this trade deadline. He had turned the trade deadline into contract deadline. They couldn't get the contract, and then he couldn't get traded. So I think there's probably a lot of disappointment there, and I think that is just an emotional response to the disappointment of it. But he's actually in a better position.
Yes.
Because Montez Sweat will improve the pass rush, which will give Jalen Johnson more opportunity to get interceptions, to make big plays, to get pass breakups, to get himself paid. The whole league is watching. He knows two things. He knows at least three teams wanted him as a player, a temporary playoff a rental player, and he knows the Bears value him as a first-round pick. So that would indicate that they're going to come to him and give him a deal of some sort.
It would indicate that.
So if I were him, I'd just play my arse off and let my agent negotiate and maybe get a deal.
I would say three teams showed interest in him rather than wanted him. But three teams showing interest and being willing to pay him are two different things.
No, I totally agree. They showed interest as a rental player. They wanted to have him to help them get to the playoffs. Maybe because somebody was hurt in the case of the Bills, and they made a deal with the Packers.
They got their corner.
Yeah, and they had to. And I just think I'm not suggesting that he was offered these contracts, but if you put a first-round pick, you want him? Give us a first-round pick. Then that tells me that you value him higher than other teams do.
That tells me
no one gave him.
I agree with that,
You're
but it also
putting a high price tag on him.
It tells me that you put him on the market so he could see what he was worth and what he wasn't worth.
Yes,
because you had no intention of trading him.
No, you
if
weren't
that
gonna
was
trade
your price, but you wanted him to see what these teams were willing to pay or what they weren't willing to pay.
So you denied him his playoff run, so he's mad at you. It's just an emotional response.
He'll get over it.
He'll get over it, and I wouldn't think that this would prohibit them from being able to sign him if they wanted to raise the price. And I think they're going to – number one priority, by a mile, is extend Montez Sweat.
Okay.
Get him under contract. Then you can turn around and look at what you're going to do.
As we move forward, the big picture conversation becomes then and moves toward all of this money that you're investing on your defense. You're paying the edge rusher as you need to. You might want to retain the cornerback as you should. You're paying a middle linebacker, as you already have.
As you should have paid Roquan.
Yes, you should have paid Roquan. But, Mully, look at the way they're investing in this defense. All of those are moves typically from a team that has a quarterback on a rookie deal. So how does your investment in your defense affect your mindset with your quarterback?
Yeah, I think all of what we're looking at is indicative of the fact that they're going to use, whether it's their first-round pick or both first-round picks, to get a quarterback.
Bingo.
I think there's no way to look at all this stuff without thinking that way. And I really liked what Dave suggested. So Justin Fields is out, and they're hoping that he can come back on Thursday night. But he's out. He went from doubtful to out. So he has nothing to do with this game. So Dave said, well, why not have him watch tape of Carolina? Concentrate instead of trying to help Tyson Bagent get through this week or whatever he's doing up there. Just work your arse off on getting Carolina's number right. But
you can't lose to them.
Well, I'm saying
you can't lose to them.
You could have Fields come back with a 10-day concentration on the team he's playing next.
Okay.
So you're preparing two quarterbacks, one for this game and one for the other.
I like
game.
that.
Yeah.
Kind of parallel tracks.
That's all.
Breaking news here on The Score is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app today or visit BetQL.com. Kevin Fishbane from The Athletic reporting that the Bears have fired running back coach David Walker.
Interesting.
It's interesting. Was it his idea to get Roschon Johnson more snaps than Deontay Foreman after Deontay Foreman had the best game of the season? Is that what the price of that is?
Again, we'll learn more about that today. It's a very interesting move.
It's an odd move.
Well, it's an odd move because you don't fire coaches in season.
Unless.
And I mean, I don't know the answer to this. They've already had a coach that had to leave, and we don't have the exact reason why. I don't know that all coaches hang out with each other and there's something weird going on. I'm just saying this is an oddity to fire this guy on a Wednesday in the middle of a week where that's just weird.
It's odd. Odd timing.
I've not seen that
It's
before.
a bad trend. You are the culture regime, and you now have fired two assistants in season during a year where you have two victories.
You let one resign. You didn't technically.
You got rid of him.
You
parted company because you had to. You had no other choice.
It's a great point, David. All right. 312-644-6767. John is in Aurora. Hi, John.
Hey, guys. I just want to make a point that I don't really feel that this Montez Sweat deal could actually be very good because here's the thing that I'm thinking, that he wasn't the best player on that defensive line. Now he's going to be the best player. You have to pay this guy. To me, he's a $10 to $15 million player. He's going to ask for a lot more, and you got to pay him. But however, he's never produced double-digit sacks. So how much are you going to pay a guy who's never had 10 or more sacks? And you got to sign him now. So what happens when you overpay this guy and you give up a high second-round pick?
Yes.
You could have traded a third round. The 49ers gave up a low third-round pick for Chase Young.
Yes.
And you gave up a high second-round.
It's actually like a high fourth-round pick.
Thanks for the phone call. Yeah, it's a high fourth-round pick. Look, I do think that it's a valid question because of the double-digit sacks and all of that, Mully. But, when you watch Montez Sweat, you're watching a football player. You're watching a guy that's good against the run, can get to the quarterback, has the numbers in terms of hurries. He is a football player that's going to demand a double team.
But the caller is correct. You have like probably over-delivered on a pick in order to overpay him. And you now have to overpay him.
I am not going to dispute that. I do believe that in every rebuild, in every decision-making process, you're going to have to overpay somebody. You can't always get your own way and pay a bargain basement get a bargain basement deal, right? Players are going to be overpaid, and I think Montez Sweat, I don't know how many sacks he's going to have as a Bear. He could be a huge disappointment, but I understand the logic here. Availability is your biggest ability, and he shows up every Sunday.
Listen, he's a good player. He plays, team football. He's going to fit into your culture. He's going to help in the locker room because he's a veteran guy. How old is he? 27?
27.
He's a legitimate NFL, kind of rank and file player. He might be better than that, but you're definitely going to overpay him because he fills the need that you don't have, and you have made a move for him. You cannot do this 2 years running. You can't bring in a guy like Chase Claypool and then get rid of him and then do the same thing. Bring in a guy with another high pick and then let him walk. So you got to pay him. And we all know that, and I'm sure the conversation was had with the agent. But, again, I go back to Chase Young is significantly cheaper, and the reason, it's availability. It's whether or not he can play.
You don't know
It's
he's going to
the
show up.
Injury status, and he's a selfish player by all accounts.
Well, that's a report. I don't wonder about that. He's also a more explosive player.
He's
I think sometimes that creates that. You need to coach him.
But he also is a guy more likely than not to be injured because he spent more time than not unable to play.
Here's the thing about when you talk about Montez Sweat. When you look at his age, 27 years old, you now have opened the window, I think, and you start to think of things in this way. Bears have probably 3 years, beginning next year, to become the kind of playoff contender, Super Bowl contender, if you want. That's kind of the window, isn't it? Because if you start making these investments and you start to look at the realities of the NFL, maybe that seems a little bit long for some people. But if you start in 2024 and you got a 27-year-old Russian that you're going to be paying a ton of money, he's a foundational piece.
Yes.
You've got 3 years to get wherever you're going. If it's straight to the basement of the NFC North, you're not taking the North. If it's straight to the NFC Championship game, that's where you're headed. But you've got 3 years, and I think the clock starts 2024 in terms of that process.
I'm not arguing any of that. I think that when you look at him and contemplate him and think about him, this is a guy that has performed. He's been available. He's worked hard, and now he's in a different situation than he was before. So they traded a high second-round pick from him. He was a first-round pick, but he had issues coming into the league. There was a belief that he had a heart defect, and it was going to impact him. And some teams took him off their board before the draft, just a medical concern. It turned out it was false, and it was a misdiagnosis, or whatever the issue was not as serious as originally anticipated. And the guy has worked his tail off and been a really good player. And now he's in a different situation. I hope he's happy here. I hope he wants to be here. I'm sure we'll hear him say he does, but I don't know the reality of that.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
Were you surprised or disappointed that it was not Chase Young once we heard the initial report from Bigsy? They were working on a deal. That was who they started talking about, but they ended up with Sweat. And I heard Dustin say during the open that maybe Young went to San Francisco largely because of a reuniting with Bosa. Did that factor into him going there instead of the Bears? Do you think the Bears came off of Chase Young because of his durability questions?
That's a good question. I think that this is a safer pick. As you said, I don't know that the floor, the ceiling and the floor and all that stuff, I don't know if I think probably Chase Young's ceiling is higher, but we don't know if he'll be able to get there. And I think he's a real injury concern. So it'd be nice to have a guy that came in and made these athletic plays and wow plays, and everybody would be like, this is great. But I don't know that he would be the better player over the long term. So this is a really good player, and he's the best player on their defense right now. And we'll see. He played. He was one of 4 first-round picks on that defensive line.
And now they've dismantled. And they're rebuilding.
Well,
they're moving on.
How about their owner?
How about
that guy, Josh Harris? He owns Crystal Palace in the Premier League.
Trader Josh.
He just traded 2 defensive ends. He also traded James Harden. He owns the Sixers.
And P.J. Tucker.
In
11 hours.
In 11 hours. And he also, I believe he owns one of your favorite hockey teams, right?
Yeah.
Does he own the Rangers?
I think he's part owner of an NHL team, and that guy's not sitting around in traffic. He's impatient.
No,
he's moving.
He's got $7 billion.
He's making moves.
He's flying a helicopter to the game. It's that simple. He's traveling differently than we do.
Did James Harden finally get there? Sleepy James?
312-644-6767. We've got our guy, Dan Wiederer. We're going to talk to him next, get his take on how quickly they can get these contracts done. Do they need to get it done? Are they going to be able to maintain players? Are they looking at draft compensation versus what they were going to get for them? We'll see. 312-644-6767. Dan Wiederer joins us next. Mully and Holmes score.
When it comes to Bears analysts in the know, the Score is your destination all season long.
Our starting lineup on offense includes Olin Cruz, Jared Payton, and Patrick Manley.
And on defense, it's Dave Wunstead, Matt Bowen, and Anthony Harris.
Plus all the inside info from Brad Biggs, Haugh Barkish, Dan Wiederer.
By the way, did you guys, I'm looking at, I don't usually look at Twitch, but it's up, and so I'm looking at it as it fires through. Yes, the answer is yes. Just because of our conversation yesterday, I am wearing my Target purchased Nirvana T-shirt today.
Yes,
underneath
I love it.
My second best hoodie. So I feel good about this today.
Your second best. And how often do those rankings come out, and what are the criteria?
Well, I had to say second best because yesterday I told you guys I was wearing my best hoodie, the blue fatigue from Target.
Did you know that Dave has a command in Twitch?
Does he?
Yeah,
I've
you
seen a
can do
couple.
!Dave, and the Nightbot will reply with a witty reply automatically.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's basic code and it's fun.
This
Maybe
is
just for me.
How do you guys keep? I don't know. This is probably not good for me to be trying to follow
Wait.
Twitch and the text board.
Hold on. So Nightbot is literally a bot?
Yes.
So when it says Grody's man cat
who is not fat.
So there's
There's one for Dan. How many
Where I
things
take the
Dan is
fun out
taking the
of
fun
things.
out of? That one is a little bit more difficult of a code because it counts. There is also one for Shane. There is also one for Boylan. And I believe one for Matt Nagy.
And now they're
Dave.
accusing me of taking the fun out of Nightbot. I didn't take the fun out of Nightbot. I'm just learning that Nightbot is actually not a human being and is an actual algorithmic bot. I didn't take the fun out of it.
Exclamation point, Dan.
Taking the fun out of Nightbot.
Dan Bernstein, when you write a book, and I do think you should write a book someday.
Seconded.
Taking the fun. What would this will get the Twitters going? If Dan Bernstein was to write a book, what should it be called? I mean, taking the fun out of something, right? I mean,
How does this get us closer to winning a championship?
Yes. That's probably it. Actually, that's probably it.
And
I'll
then you're
track
like,
those throughout.
narrator, they were really far away from winning a championship.
Right. It didn't.
helps create and stimulate success.
On-air contributor for 670 The Score.
Listen, we're not going to accept the status quo. We are going to push for more. We are going to strive for more.
Co-host of the Take the North podcast with our own David Haugh.
We're going to take the North and never give it back.
Dan Wiederer with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Bear down. Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to Dan Wiederer, and he joins us this morning on the Score Hotline, powered by IBEW Local 9, Chicago's original powerhouse since 1892. It is Wednesday, November 1st, and the Bears, they made a move yesterday, but maybe the move this morning is where we should start, Dan. They fired a coach this morning. Huh? What? Well,
yeah, I'm always joining you with such delightful news, aren't I? It's always a cheery conversation.
Why did you fire the coach?
I mean, exactly. That's a question that needs to be asked. Obviously, the Bears led the NFL in rushing a year ago. They're a top 10 team still in rushing, and so there are a lot of follow-up questions that are needed here with the dismissal of running backs coach David Walker. He's the second guy from Matt Eberflus's staff now in season to exit the building. This is a 2-6 football team coming off a blowout loss on the Sunday Night Football stage. What else can I share with you guys that makes you feel happy and delighted?
Well, let's focus on the trade deadline day. Let's focus on the move they did make, Dan, because I think Montez Sweat is an interesting addition, contingent upon actually signing him to a long-term contract extension, because if you don't do that, Ryan Poles is going to look kind of foolish. But what was your initial reaction to the trade, and what are they getting in Sweat?
Yeah, I mean, it probably wasn't as strong as but it was kind of like, okay, there's a lot of, boxes here that we still need to check to figure out how this entirely makes sense for the Bears, both short term and long term. We've established forever that the pass rush and the front four needs help, and it needs guys. And so you add a dude to the front that has length and size and speed and power and a lot of things that should help you be a better defensive football team. But as you mentioned, you've got a guy on an expiring contract. You have to hope that Ryan Poles and his staff have a great confidence that they can secure Montez Sweat for the long term, because you just gave up a premium pick. I know I told you yesterday, David, that this is almost certainly a top 40 pick in next spring's draft. You said that it could be a top 35 pick, which is true. So you've just given away that asset for the right to have exclusive negotiations with Montez Sweat. You obviously have the franchise tag in your back pocket if things don't progress the way you want them to. But that's a very big question here. For where the Bears are headed is just how quickly they can make this a acquisition that's not just here for a year and a half. That when you make a trade like that, you want that guy to be part of your core of the team that makes it the next run at a championship. And so they've got to get that figured out quickly.
Yeah, and I think that the complication here is that he's got all the leverage now. I mean, you brought this guy in, you identified him, you gave up a pick. You got to get this done. You got to sign him. You got to figure out a long-term deal for him. And he can probably squeeze you a little bit if he wants to. And the other element is you did it a year ago. You gave up a very high draft pick. The Bears this year gave up the highest draft compensation for a trade. I believe they did the same thing last year. And so you look at Ryan Poles, and Chase Claypool didn't work. I mean, that was a disaster. Yeah. And you lose that 32nd pick. Okay, you write it off. That's okay. They made an effort. They're trying to get a guy that could be part of a future here. No chance. Now you got this guy, and if you don't get that done, if you don't keep him, if you end up having to franchise him, that's not good, man. That does not reflect well on a thought-out plan about how to get better.
Well, and the other part of this, Mully, is that when you're 5-20 as a regime, you haven't built up the benefit of the doubt for most people to say, okay, yeah, you guys are pushing forward. There's obvious momentum moving in right direction. To your previous comment about leverage, if you're Montez Sweat, you walk in that building today and you say, okay, before we even start talking about long-term extensions, what's your plan at quarterback? Who's going to be your head coach in 2024? What kind of defensive system am I going to be in a year or two? Before you put your name on a contract saying I want to be here for 3, 4, 5 years, you think you would like to know some of those things to know that you're joining an organization that has its act together and has an obvious direction in where it wants to go. And so, yeah, there is that leverage piece where Montez Sweat and his camp can say, let the money talk, right. Show us how much you want to guarantee us. Obviously, the Bears have the option of using the franchise tag next spring, which would be north of $20 million for defensive ends. And so, like, that's going to be part of the back and forth. But given the way some of their contract negotiations have gone, you don't want kind of your first experience with a new organization being one of these tension-filled standoffs like we saw with Roquan Smith, like we're seeing a little bit with Jalen Johnson right now. And so, man, like I'm telling you, there's a lot to figure out inside that building this morning and going forward, particularly for a team that just has not generated any sort of meaningful momentum at all.
So let's talk about that for a second, Dan, because what you're able to do with not Montez Sweat in terms of maintaining some leverage with the franchise tag, it may be dependent upon how you handle the Jalen Johnson situation. Now, there's been a report that he's not happy about not getting the contract and he's not going to negotiate the rest of the season. How do you see the Montez Sweat acquisition affecting talks or the future of Jalen Johnson?
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, it will be there, David. And like, this is a huge puzzle, and you've got a bunch of pieces laid out on the table, and you've got to figure out a way to put it together in a way that makes sense for you organizationally. The Jalen Johnson situation is just hard to get your arms around because you can't really figure out at this stage who's being more unreasonable, you know, and we've talked previously about how Jalen in the summer was very self-aware and forthright in saying, look, like, I know I haven't produced at a level that would get me a top of the market contract. And unless he thinks something about intercepting Brian Hoyer and Aiden O'Connell change that, he's got to, sort of have a realistic number, and the Bears have to figure out, okay, how far off is that reasonable number, and can we get a bridge there? Look, like it's an odd situation right now because I think Jalen probably is justified and right in trying to get to the open market next March and see what somebody else will pay him and then have a decision to make. I mean, there's nothing wrong if you're in his shoes of saying, like, let me see what teams are going to pay me and let me see which teams are actively involved in wanting to have me. Because, again, another thing that the Bears are lacking in right now is success to tell players, like, hey, we're building a winner here. You know, Jalen's been part of a messy 4 seasons here, right? He's seen a lot of change, and there might be a point where somebody's offering a comparable deal, and you go, let me just get out of here because my experience here has been full of struggle and failure and dysfunction and drama, and I want a fresh start. And so complicated, it's complicated for an organization that's got to stop making things so complicated.
And I think that what we've seen with Jalen Johnson is a guy that had created a contract deadline in his own mind. He made it the trade deadline, and he talked as if it was either I'm getting a deal done or they're going to trade me and I'm going someplace else. And that was never the case, apparently, because they wanted a first-round pick as compensation. So from his standpoint, you can say, well, if you value me as a first-round pick, then you ought to pay me like that, given what I've done. And meanwhile, if they don't get this Montez Sweat thing done, they got no tag. They got no way of keeping him here. So they're –
Well, they would – They would have the transition tag, right? And and they'd be able to do that whole game that they did with Kyle Fuller under a previous regime, in letting somebody else kind of negotiate that deal and then having the right
to match
it. Yeah. But you make a really good point, and I said it multiple times last week that this October 31st, quote unquote deadline that seemed to be there was no significant pressure on the Bears to get an extension done by yesterday, particularly if they were going to try to hold an auction for the player and say, like, look, we're not going to accept anything less than this, and so look, they've got 4.5 months now to try to make Jalen Johnson happier. They've got a couple months of season left to see how he produces, to see if he can stay on the football field. They're certainly going to have a motivated football player for the final 9 games of the year, right? Like, and as a coaching staff, you probably love that you can go into these last 2 months of the season with a guy who's going to have everything to prove and a lot of incentive to try to do it. Now he's got to obviously stay within the system, and that's always a fear when a guy's chasing money. Is he just going after the stats now and not playing within the confines of the scheme?
Yeah,
right.
That's a great point.
Dan, I know it's early in the process, but with David Walker being fired this morning, according to The Athletic, and human resources being involved, it would represent the second assistant coach under Matt Eberflus this season to leave the organization under very odd circumstances. How much will it be fair to connect this to Matt Eberflus? Because this is the culture coach. This is the culture regime. If you lose 2 assistants in season, that's a bad sign for anybody, let alone somebody who's clinging to this idea that you're creating a positive workplace environment.
Yeah, I mean, listen, like, that's 100% fair, probably 200% fair. This is Matt Eberflus's coaching staff. And when you have 2 guys that you hired, to be part of the group that was going to bring this franchise to the next step. And they leave, two of them in season under unusual circumstances. It definitely raises questions, David, and they have to provide answers. I think we are hopeful today that we will hear from Ryan Poles at Haugh Hall. I know Matty Eberflus will speak as usual on Wednesday morning, and there's a lot of stuff that needs to be addressed because, once again, this is a franchise that's in last place. They haven't won consecutive games since Matt Nagy was the coach and Andy Dalton was the quarterback. There's been so much tumult throughout this year. They can't seem to get anything right or moving in a direction that makes you feel good about where they're headed. And so, that always starts with the people that put it all together. And right now that's Matt and it's Ryan, and it's their responsibility to provide some clarity there.
Dan, do you anticipate Matt Eberflus becoming the running backs coach too?
Right. Now you do have to play the ripple effect game here, right? And you've got to now probably shift someone over to run the meetings in that room, something really basic. And so every time I don't, what can Phil Snow handle two jobs? Can he be the, advanced scout and then jump into the running backs room as a defensive analyst?
Who is this Phil Snow you speak of?
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know, guys. It's like,
yeah, it's
just really hard because you come back Monday, and I'm sure you guys experienced it. It's like the city's on fire again. Everybody's frustrated. Everybody's agitated. Nothing is working, and you just feel like, man, are we really still stuck? I'd say stuck again, but it's like it's just perpetual stuckness for this organization, and at some point, it's just exhausting for everybody, isn't it?
Dan, I know it's been a while, but can you get perpetual stuckness by an editor at the Tribune?
I'll try it this morning.
Okay.
I will happily try it this morning, David. Nowadays, you can get almost anything by it.
Who are we kidding?
Well played.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Dan.
Dan, great stuff. Appreciate it, man.
All right, guys. Have a great week.
That's hysterical. That's very funny.
Oh, boy.
You're a very funny man.
Well, I think that he's got a good sense of this. His frustration is palpable, and I think he speaks for a lot of people that have just tired of the bad news coming out of Haugh Hall.
Mired in mud.
Mired in mediocrity, mud, all of it. And so you just don't know if they can get out of their own way.
No, this is let me ask you something. I don't know if these coaches things are connected, HR involved. I don't know if anything's connected, but are there roots to this thing? Is there something going on that has grown there that needs to be
it's a fair question because of what we don't know,
Yeah.
and it's a fair question because of what the bedrock of this regime is supposed to be. And you also have a new president that is supposed to be the guy that was going to clean up the mess. You know what? Still got the mop out because it's a big mess.
312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh at Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score.
Take Parkins and Spiegel with you anywhere you go on the free Odyssey app. Afternoons, 2 to 6 on the Score.
I'm wrong all the time.
Not about this. Can't listen on the radio?
Dumb. He sounds dumb.
Well, then listen on your mobile device, smart speaker, or your desktop, all through the Odyssey app.
One year, Bob called in to talk about his New Year's celebration.
It's pretty good.
All right, but you had there's like a New Year's party where you are?
Yeah, I went to a New Year's Eve party. I kept my horn and that. So I won a scarf the other day, New Year's Eve, because we had a party. You had to guess Muhammad Ali's birthday. So.
And you won a scarf?
Huh?
You said you...
He was born 1942 of the year.
Oh, you still have your New Year's Eve horn?
Mm-hmm.
Can we hear it?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Did you know Benjamin Franklin was born, I think it was July 17th of January in 1770, not 1775, that was too close to when they wrote this.
Yeah, he'd be very young.
I think it was 1700, maybe closer to 1796 or something, well, anyway.
Okay. Do you still have the horn?
Yeah, Elvis is coming up next Wednesday.
Yes, he is.
His birthday.
Yeah, I want to hear the New Year's horn. Do you have it?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Huh?
Let's hear it.
What, Elvis?
The horn.
Porn?
Not porn.
You New Year's Eve horn left, Bob?
Yeah.
Is it in the room with you?
Yeah.
Can you blow it for us? You pardon the expression?
I got Mo, Larry Curly Cheese.
That's not it.
You put the chair back.
That's just not it.
All right, Bob. I hope you have a fabulous new year. And
Yeah.
okay.
Sound like you had fun.
Yeah.
I didn't remember that. Yeah, we just kind of, it was always just sort of not quite hooking up right. And I know we always get a kick out of the Ron G stuff, so let's revisit.
I was wondering about Jamar. He was, last I heard, he was supposed to go to the Marlins. He didn't go anywhere yet, huh?
No, not yet.
That's the lack of trying.
Maybe middle of the season by the trade deadline they'll move him.
Well, put Chris on for a minute.
Chris?
Is Chris busy?
Chris Ranji?
I want to wish Chris a Happy New Year.
No, he's not busy. He's right here. Chris
He's right
Ranji
here.
is available.
Oh,
Hi,
he's
Bob.
Too busy.
There
no,
he is.
I'm never too busy for you. How are you?
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Bob.
Hey, Happy New Year.
Same to you.
How do the White Sox look for this coming year?
Oh, you don't want to know.
Hmm?
You don't want to know, Bob.
No?
No, you don't want to know.
No?
I'll tell you in 2 months.
Okay.
How's that sound?
Happy New Year.
Same to you. Love you. Just hang
We
up
hung
on
up
you.
Ranji Bob.
Sorry, guys.
Well, you're coming. I don't feel bad now.
Sorry about that.
Because he did not pay a lick of attention to Bernstein, which is fine. Not a lick of attention in that entire call. And then he pretty much just missed you. He wanted to say hi and then just goodbye. I'm gone.
And these calls happen in the middle of anything.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And, yeah, I got to tell you, that is the voice of Matt Eberflus. And at that point, he was talking about, he was trying to figure out, trying to explain how Jaquan Brisker went from in concussion protocol, out of concussion protocol, ill, back in concussion protocol. And it's they made the illness kind of hid what the issues were with the concussion. And then once he got over the illness, he still had issues and problems. And, he needs to be in concussion protocol. So I think that was a very complicated, and as you say, it was almost like testimony.
But,
he had to get up there and explain
yes.
it. Now we got another coach fired this morning.
According to The Athletic, David Walker, the running back coach, has been fired. And according to the report by Kevin Fishbane and Adam Johns, human resources is involved. So in the context of what we just heard from Matt Eberflus, yeah, it did sound like testimony. It was clarity, and it was the responsible thing to do. They did explain everything about the Jaquan Brisker decision and the process.
Yes.
This is crying out for more clarity.
Well,
this is a situation that, however they handle this moving forward, you now have a second assistant coach that has left your staff in the middle of a season. It's highly irregular.
In the middle of the season.
That makes it highly unusual.
Right.
And very suspect. So the suspicions that you have, if you have speculation that's going to exist, you have an obligation, I think, as an organization to clear up what you can clear up. We understand that you can't say certain things, but this is becoming a pattern. And the pattern, if this continues, is going to lead back to the head coach. And then you know what? Where does it go from there? Who else is involved?
Who is going to be fired next, and who's leaving the staff in season? Who will be the next coach?
It's impossible to know.
How connected are these two things with these two different coaches?
If they aren't, then tell us that. Exactly. That is the minimum that we need to know now.
That's the minimum.
You need to know, is this a situation or decision that was related to Alan Williams leaving the team a month ago or over a month ago? Because we still don't have clarity there. There's mystery surrounding that, and now you have this.
And are there going to be more coaches in the same situation? How many people are involved in this, and what the hell's going on?
It's not fair to think that there are more coaches involved, but it's natural to assume that there are.
It's bizarre.
That's why they need to get in front of this as much as they can. Wednesday's a very busy day at Haugh. They have a Montez Sweat deal to talk about. They have a new player to introduce. Maybe Jalen Johnson and the quarterback have something to say, but you got to start with this. If you fired somebody off your staff under some very suspicious circumstances or another guy that looks like it's a pattern, address it.
And as a texter points out, this is the third Chicago sports mystery. We still don't know what happened in the shooting at the cell. And then you got the Bears defensive coordinator stepping down, and now you got the the running backs coach fired.
You gotta love Sox fans.
Come on now.
You gotta love Sox fans.
These are Chicago sports mysteries, and we need to clear them up.
We talked to Dan Weeder about all of this in the last segment, and that segment was sponsored by Curry Ford of Valpo. Curry Ford of Valpo is the destination for lifted trucks and Ford performance vehicles.
Yeah, the perpetual stuckness is a real problem.
There are editors at the Tribune right now looking it up. Hey, this isn't an AP style book.
Texter says,
what's an AP style book?
Surely you can get perpetual stuckness into the paper.
That too. That's also a problem.
Guess that is a word. Is it? I don't know.
I don't know. Remember when the biggest concern with the Bears was the quarterback situation?
Yeah, that was 100 years ago.
Those many days ago.
And that all, I mean, if you followed everybody during training camp, that was all resolved. You know, there was just nothing but greatness and wonderment in front of us. And a lot of the what did we call them? Wish casters. A lot of that stuff was going on.
There's a lot of wish casting going on in 2022. Yeah. It just kind of carried over.
I got to tell you.
I tell you, this is a long season.
This is a long season, and we're just halfway there.
We're halfway. Welcome to November. It's November 1st.
What?
And the beginning of, I don't know, it's the beginning of a month, but it's a continuation of a lot of problems at Haugh. A lot of dysfunction on display. There's no doubt about
it. No question about it. And, part of it is now you made a trade, and can you sign the guy?
Well, look.
So I mean, there are a lot of things to monitor and to figure out. I was just talking to a Redskins fan in the hallway who thinks that the Bears got fleeced because that Montez Sweat is okay, but he's not great. And everybody knows that, but now you got to pay him.
Well, I think
he's got to be great.
I think the Guardians fans are going to be as critical of their team as the Bears fans are of theirs. So there's going to be a built-in cynicism you have to expect from any given Commanders fans, with due respect, right?
Yeah.
Montez Sweat's a pretty good player.
I like him.
But here's the thing. We talked to Dan about this.
Yep.
when you talk contract extension, you're going to want to have certain things that you can count on if you're the player. Stability in the organization, head coach with the scheme, maybe a staff that's going to stick around for an entire season. If you're Montez Sweat, you're walking into the building today, amidst all of this now, what are you thinking?
You're thinking like there was a shooting at a White Sox game?
Boy, traffic's bad around here. Do they have some salt? Do they plow in Lake County?
Don't these people know how to deal with weather events?
Have I ever left the Beltway? I mean, come on. Oh, boy.
Oh, that's awful. Yeah.
Well, let's reset today. We need to reset at the top of the hour because there's a lot going on at Haugh Hall today, a lot going on with the Bears.
Yeah, we will come back and we will get to your phone calls and we will reset everything that's happened here. Still curious to find out if everybody loves the Montez Sweat trade and what does it say about this team moving forward. 312-644-6767. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
Tomorrow and every Thursday, tune in to the 4 Wins Forecast at 4 with Dave Wanstead.
Are you kidding me?
Coach Wanstead will join Parkins and Spiegel to make his...
I mean, the play calling and the player execution was outstanding. As good as you're going to see all year long.
Stefanski's awfully good.
Absolutely. And the players were tuned into it. Oh, man, what do we got? I see light mango. Come on.
I did bring in.
They're not making this in Pittsburgh. I got to see where this is.
Oh, you bet.
It is Pittsburgh, Iron City. You know what? I'm going to text the president of Iron City Beer as soon as I leave here.
Text him right
now.
Text him right now.
Call him right now.
And I'm going to see if Tony see if he's with.
Yeah, you text him right now because there is a bottle of red that I brought.
He's not the president, but he's got a lot of clout.
Dave loves Iron City Light. He likes it over ice. It's his Pittsburgh beer of choice. He doesn't like fruit beers. He didn't know there was an Icy Light Mango, and he's now disgusted.
Don't worry, Coach. We got that right at the Giant Eagle in the flats.
Oh, on the flats. I love it. The South Side. I love it. The flats. Perfect. Should I call Tony and see if he answers?
Well, yeah, not on your cell phone, Dave. We won't be able to hear him.
Won't be able to patch him in.
You'll be here, put on speakerphone right by the mic.
All
That's
right,
no problem.
Fine, yeah.
Give it a shot.
Call Tony.
I got him on speaker. Let me just see if Tony answers.
But the person you called has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet.
That's voicemail.
All right. So, Dave,
I'm going to text him and see if he gets back, and then I'll get him to call me.
All right, good, because you're appalled by this, right? This is an Iron City Light with fruit in it, and you like it straight up over ice.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Go ahead, keep talking. I can text and talk.
Can you? Yeah.
So,
Dave's reaching for a paper towel. He's off the mic.
Forget about his football point for a second. This is his beer from his childhood. He's been drinking this since the coal mines in like 6th grade. He's told the story 1,000 times. Have a sip of your beloved Icy Light with mango in it, and I want you to tell me if you're disgusted by a little fruit in your beer.
Yes. Okay. I got to find out who recommended this. Honest to God, I mean, we're talking about Pittsburgh.
I know.
Right? We're talking about the Steel City.
I know.
You're appalled.
What kind of metal forging could you do when you drink a couple of these? Huh?
I wonder if I went into Yarsky's bar on the south side after I worked night shift at J&L Steel when I was going to Pitt, and I walked in there and I said, "Can I have an Icy Light Mango?" when the bar is 7 deep with steel workers, you can't even see their eyes. Everybody's got the soot on them.
Right.
They got the hard hats backwards.
Yeah.
What do you think? No, better. I'll yell it from the back of the bar.
Yeah.
Hey, Danny, you got an Icy Light Mango there?
Yeah.
You're not coming out alive.
Right.
There's no way. Your ass is kicked 3 times before the front door.
And fired.
And fired. Yeah, you can't go back to those mills ever again. Why would you want to?
Mango?
dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by NJ Diet. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days.
The Bears made an interesting move with Montez Sweat. He's a good football player. And to me, I would hope, if I were Ryan Poles, I would hope that I had a very good chance to get a deal done with Montez Sweat because that's going to be essential. If you're going to give up a 2 for a guy like that, you better have him for more than 9 or 10 games.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score, and that is the voice of Peter King. He was on the afternoon show. I believe Danny was out, and it was Spiegel and Marshall Harris that had an opportunity to talk to Peter, and always interesting to hear from him. He knows the game very well and understands all the people and all the parts, and we've been saying that all morning. It's one thing to get the guy. You gotta now get him under contract, and hopefully, before you made that deal, you had a talk with the agent and you laid some groundwork of what it's going to take to get this deal done.
Got to feel confident that you can re-sign Montez Sweat to a long-term contract, or else this doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah,
because then you just squandered a second-round draft pick, which is going to be a top 40 pick at least, and you're a rebuilding team. The Bears the only losing team to make a move yesterday.
Yeah.
So it's a very odd move, but it's one if you're going to accumulate talent, you have to retain it. So that's number one. Montez Sweat's coming to Haugh, maybe introduced today. We'll find out. Number two, the breaking news this morning is the Athletic reporting that running back coach David Walker fired the second assistant coach to lead Matt Eberflus's staff.
In season.
Crazy. Number three, Jalen Johnson, still a Bear. The deadline that was artificial and created in make-believe did it pass without a contract extension. He was shocked. The Bears asked for reportedly a first-round pick. That says a lot about how unwilling they were to move him. Maybe they did it so he could see what other teams were willing to pay him. Either way, he's here for the remaining 9 games. They can still keep him, even though a report says he's not willing to negotiate.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. He's emotional. He's upset.
Sure.
He's going to be here for a little bit. Give him some time. Figure it out.
By the way, the fourth thing, Tyson Bagent will address the media today because he's a starting quarterback Sunday in New Orleans at the Superdome. Hostile territory, Justin Fields sitting out another week. Oh, by the way, that was the biggest story when we came in here Monday morning or Monday afternoon when Matt Eberflus announced it. Now it seems like that was a very long time ago.
Yeah, it seems like a long time ago. It seems like, this week is going on forever. It's Wednesday, man. It's the middle of the week, and they are going to be at Haugh today, and hopefully we hear from everyone.
Hopefully we hear from everyone, including
Ryan Poles.
Well, Ryan Poles.
Maybe even it's time to hear from Kevin Warren.
I think at some point in time you can ask that question. I think Big Z posed it a couple weeks ago when that was the last crisis to encounter and address. But I do believe that Ryan Poles, it might have been scheduled to address the media today, but I think now it's imperative that he does because he's got a trade to explain. He can address the Jalen Johnson situation because Jalen's been very public about his requests. And now you have an obligation to try to at least get in front of this or remove the mystery surrounding another staff move in season because 2 assistant coaches fired in season suggests there's dysfunction galore at Haugh.
Well, I think that you've blown it here. Whatever goodwill you had from a trade, and again, I'm not sure there's all goodwill about it. There's a lot of confusion from some of the people that have called us and texted us this morning. But it is a player that you basically gave up a high second-round pick for the right to negotiate with Montez Sweat, for the right to try to maintain him for a year at least. You got control with the tag, and then we'll see what happens moving forward. But it just doesn't appear like you have already arranged this deal. You don't have to. You got time. But if you traded like that, at a trade deadline, that means you looked at the draft and you didn't see enough talent there to make you feel like you're going to get a better player with that pick.
How surprised were you at the national reaction, which was largely negative to this move. I thought that the people would look at it as the Bears obviously trying to upgrade talent on a roster that lacks it. They're going after a position that is considered a premium position that you need if you're ever going to be a contender again. And if you're going to overpay, typically you're going to do it in the early stages of a rebuild. And Ryan Poles has yet to really do that. The Chase Claypool move aside, that backfired on him. It didn't stop him from wanting to go out and accumulate this talent. I was a little surprised that this was not universally, but I was surprised at the amount of criticism that trade received.
It's real simple to me. I think that people look at this particular time of year and rental players as available to and required by only playoff contenders. So people look at the Bears and their crummy record and they're like, what the hell are you doing jumping into the trade market? Why would you get involved? And the answer is, well, we've looked at who's available in free agency. We've looked at what we could do in the draft, and we're not going to be able to get any of that done. So Montez Sweat is a good football player. We're going to try to get a hold of him and get a hold of him for the long term. And people look at that and say, you'd be better off, having the Niners talent and grabbing a Chase Claypool, so suddenly you got a big push. Nobody paid more. The Bears paid through the nose because you have to at a trade deadline.
You have to. And here's the thing, too.
But, David, they're not getting better. They're not going anywhere. They're not going to win the division. It wasn't a move to change their football team.
It wasn't a move to change this season.
Right.
It was a move to change their future.
Exactly.
And when you look at the reaction, I think it also speaks to how much a guy like, say, for instance, apples to apples, John Lynch, how much he has earned the benefit of the doubt Ryan Poles is still looking for. You don't really give him the benefit of the doubt, Ryan Poles, because of the moves that have not been successful yet. He's still very early on the job and hasn't proven anything except for it's been some uneven results and decisions.
The result, people look at this and they say to themselves, listen, you're going to have $100 million. Wait until the guy's contract runs out. Get out into the market and buy the best pass rusher if that's what you want to do. And the response from the Bears would be, well, we don't think we'll have a chance to get a guy like this unless we make a move now. That's the only reason you make a move. He won't be available in free agency. We won't be able to just bid on him. So we've made a move which allows us to keep him for a certain length of time and hopefully longer.
There's a lot of change going on in Washington as well with their front office. You anticipate some changes with that organization. What if they decided, if Montez Sweat had stayed in Washington, to apply the franchise tag to keep him out of free agency, to avoid the open market? Because that's a reality too. So you're preemptively making this move to try to get ahead of the game, much like they did with Chase Claypool and the wide receiver market. Now,
you're allowed one of those, David. You're allowed one,
but not two.
So you. Now it's on you to get this deal done.
If Ryan Poles is wrong about Montez Sweat, he'll be fired.
And
he should be.
Yes.
And he should be.
Yes.
I think I'll stand by that because you can't do that 2 years in a row.
No.
But I will allow him, I don't want to say I'll applaud him, but I do respect the fact that he's not afraid to take another swing. Because last year at this time, we were rationalizing and debating whether or not that was too much for a wide receiver they didn't have. And at the time, everything was about, you talk about wish casting. We were seeing things in Justin Fields that we wanted to see. And you thought, if he only had a wide receiver, he'll be so much better. So that didn't work out because he gave up too much for a guy that was disappointing. Montez Sweat has a better track record coming to Chicago than Chase Claypool did. Can we agree on that?
No question.
So this is a guy that has 67 career starts and 67 career games. He goes to the post every Sunday. So that's predictable. And if he can do that and stay healthy in Chicago, I think he'll be a good player.
312-644-6767. Steve's on the road. Hey, Steve.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I was just curious. I think you got to really guard your picks. And I think you've got to take your chances and think he may be available at the end of the year. You could pick him up, signing Montez Sweat, and have your second-round pick. If you don't get him, you get somebody similar to him in free agency. And you have both. I think you got to guard your picks a lot more than they do.
It's a good point.
It's a good point, and I'm not going to diminish the value of a draft pick, especially in the midst of a rebuild. The only thing I think is worth remembering, and the fact that the Bears have 2 number 1 picks is carrying a lot of weight here.
Right.
You could use them for possibly moving up if you're out of the quarterback spot in the draft, because if you want to take one of the 2 quarterbacks that are available, or if you are drafting first overall and you still have your own pick, maybe you say it's 5th or 6th, Mully, you can use that to move back and to move back again and to regain and recoup some of these picks that you're losing in these deals. The Bears have the luxury of having 2 number 1 picks, and maybe that makes them feel more empowered to make a move like they did yesterday. Not saying it's going to pay off. We don't know anything more than we did yesterday, but they may feel like that freedom up to make this move.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'd like to hear an explanation. I got a lot of questions. The problem is, even as we're sitting here talking about this, I'm like, wait a minute, the running backs coach was fired. It is just such an oddity and so weird. And I feel like we can't take our eye off the ball because there's other stuff going on. And there's something rotten in the state of Denmark, Mr. Hamlet. Something's going on here,
So,
and it's weird.
That's in reference to the staff issues.
The staff issues are big issues.
Yeah, I think that this has got to be something that you wonder how much Ryan Poles has been working on this as well. This is, when you look at it big picture-wise, and you're Kevin Warren, and you see him taking notes on Sunday Night Football, you think he's probably not taking notes from the game. That's his weekly agenda that he's working on, because he's got so many different challenges to tackle. You've got the trade market right now that the Bears have to explain and feel like. You've got the quarterback situation, which is newsy enough. And now you've got the staff dysfunction. So this is all a mess. And Haugh is really just not getting any better. Day after day, week after week. We thought that this was going to be a season where things started to turn around a little bit. I don't know, Mully. They seem directionless again.
Well, I mean, here's the problem. The problem is, you gave up the number 32 pick last year for Chase Claypool, who didn't work out here. And you could have had Joey Porter, who was drafted with the 32nd pick. How about this? 33rd pick, Will Levis. Did you like his debut? How'd that play out for you? The 34th pick, the tight end from Detroit, Sam Laporta. I'm just saying, these are really good players.
He can play.
There are guys there. You know what else you could have done? You could have taken a center, right? You could have. I mean, I'm not saying should with the second
you
pick.
got the Velus Jones pick 2 years ago. Should have gone for a center. You called that yesterday.
There's not a shadow of a doubt. That was the first pick of this staff. Now
you also ask a very good question, Dan Wiederer, is that if Matt Eberflus was going to coach running backs now.
Well, that may have sounded like a joke.
It was a joke.
But, okay.
It was a good one.
But they never signed the defensive coordinator. He just took over that role.
I can't wait until...
And now, are they going to fill that position, or will they ask, I guess Luke Getsy has to do it?
I know Dustin is waiting with bated breath about the conversation and consternation over the new running back coach, who might be an offensive quality control assistant that they will have to discuss for 3 weeks before they actually hire somebody that nobody's ever heard of.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I like your first reaction, which was this had nothing to do with HR. It was the fact that Deontay Foreman did not get enough carries in the game.
That was my first reaction.
Came back. That was hysterical. Because who are you going to blame?
Isn't that a fireable offense?
It seemed like it was, but
Deontay
apparently
Foreman 21 snaps after getting 100 some or
21 and 24 to Rashawn Johnson.
I'd fire the guy too without looking at his computer.
Okay, all right. Oh my God, you don't even need the FBI to come in.
I don't even need human resources. Jesus. That's football intellect.
I got to tell you, there's so much there, and it's very funny. Joe is in Lindenhurst. Hey, Joe. Oh my God.
Good morning. Thanks for taking the call. I think the Montez Sweat move is a good move, provided they do re-sign him. So that's I'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But overall, I think it's important on another level because, we have a lot of potential draft picks, and they have a lot of cash available, and they could wait till free agency at the end of the year. But I think it's important for them to start developing. They need to start building a winning team, and they need to improve their talent to do that. And I think they can't wait. These losses are piling up, and I'm not saying that this guy is going to change everything, but it's a step in the right direction. Thanks, gentlemen.
Good phone call. I think you're right, because what do we say all the time, Mully? We have the conversation every couple of weeks. We go through the roster and say, how many of these players are players that you envision being part of a Bears team that could actually compete for a playoff spot? How many proven guys, veteran guys, real guys do
This guy
you
would
count
make that
on?
list.
Yes, he would.
So that's why you did it, and let's see how it works out. Let's try Joe on 88. I hope you're moving fast there, Joe. I hope it's not slow.
Be careful, Joe.
Oh, I'm careful. And perpetual suckiness is really, really great. Thanks to David Weaver. I have to wonder with the trade for the defense, if the Bears already have decided that they have to use one of their first-round picks for a quarterback, and they already know that they need help on defensive line and offensive line, and that's one of the reasons why they made the trade. I'll hang up and listen to your response.
Thanks, bud.
Joe, I think that's a really good way to look at it, because you could make the argument, as I alluded to earlier, when you look at the size of the investment that the Bears now have made to the defensive side of the ball, not only with the defensive head coach, who might be irrelevant because you don't know if he's going to be here, but you know the players will. You've now got probably a potential heavy investment in your edge rusher,
your
middle linebacker, and theoretically your cornerback. If
you haven't paid yet.
You haven't paid yet.
Yeah.
But you're likely going to try to pay, right?
You would hope so.
Or you're going to go out and buy one of those guys. And if you're going to invest in those three spots, it makes sense to me. But it also says that you're probably not going to be planning or budgeting paying a quarterback in the next 3 to 5 years, which means a rookie deal, which means drafting a rookie quarterback next year.
Greg is in Andersonville. Hey, Greg.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. My reaction, I'm a little surprised that you guys are surprised at the negative national reaction to this Sweat deal. I think it's a sign of desperation. The Bears are just trying to get a few more wins this year, because I think Ryan Poles is worried that at the end of the year, if they're a 4 to 5 win team, which is where it looks like they're going, that people are going to look at him and start to blame him. And Mully, what you said about how many players do they have that are, foundational blocks to a good team, how, after 2 years of this guy drafting at the top of the draft, how many players do we really have?
I think I would push back a little bit. I don't think, with due respect, this trade has anything to do with this season.
No.
I don't think it's anything to do with squeezing out a couple more victories.
I'd agree with you.
It's a preemptive strike to get somebody who's going to help you win in 2024 and beyond.
I think Matt Eberflus's fate and how that works out is not connected to Ryan Poles. I think the coach hires his staff. These staffing issues that have occurred, it's an embarrassment for the head coach, and it's an embarrassment for the organization, frankly. So it's bad stuff that is going on, and it's happening under his watch, and he's supposed to be this great changer of culture. Their culture is no good. I think what they did is they got a guy who now they will have to pay, and they believe at age 27 he's mature enough to be a positive impact in the locker room.
Yes.
And I believe that he will be.
I do too, and I think it's about next year and beyond.
I agree.
It's not about this season.
Yeah.
If I'm Ryan Poles,
it's not to save Ryan Poles, or it's not to save Matt Eberflus. It's not. It's about building your team, and you're not going to get anything in the second round next year comparable to the prime of a player like Montez Sweat.
if I'm Ryan Poles, I wake up this morning feeling pretty good about my roster moving forward based on the move that I made. And I'm also waking up this morning pretty mad at my head coach for letting his staff devolve into the point.
My moment.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. You fired a coach that now is going to maintain the focus and attention and command the attention that you really should be paying toward the new player in town.
Let me ask a quick question, if you don't mind. If indeed you're firing your running backs coach, certainly you knew that. I don't think he wakes up this morning surprised that they're firing the running backs coach. Let me ask you a question. Do you think they wanted to make a big move in the trade market in part to cover for the firing of the running backs coach?
I love the cynicism involved in that question.
Buddy.
I'll answer
Thank
it when we come back.
Mully and Haugh on the score.
Bears fans, the 2-6 Bears head down to New Orleans to take on the Saints. And Tyson Bagent gets another start at QB. Can the coaching staff get this thing turned around? Or will the Bears be stuck in the bayou with another loss? Stay tuned to the score as we continue to get you ready for Bears Saints right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen to the scores.
But for example, I always use this as an example. Pacino, they teach you in acting that it's all about being incredibly curious. Well, Pacino takes it to the next level. Like you could, turn on a light. He's like, wait a second. You flip a switch over here. The light goes on over there. Whoa, this is sorcery. So, or just breaking down speech patterns. If you watch Robert Downey Jr. does this thing where he talks slow at the beginning and speeds up at the end. It sounds like you have to burp halfway through. Okay, so are we on the same page or not? There's that type of stuff which can, that finds its way. It's almost like you're teaching people how to do them. Or the impressions, it's interesting because if you start with Robert Downey Jr. and slow it down and raise the pitch, it becomes Dr. Evil.
Yeah.
Throw me a frickin' bone and then you add some airness. It's Donald Trump, quite frankly. So it's odd that they're so close. You go, hi, Kermit the Frog here, and then you bring it down, and it becomes John C. Reilly. Did you touch my drum set? And then it becomes Mark Ruffalo. I see this as an absolute win. And then you can actually add a little more Kermit back, and it's Joe Rogan. Wow, Jamie, pull that up. Oh, my God, that's effing nuts. That's crap. Jamie, pull it up. So, it's really interesting. Oh, Chris Hemsworth is up here, and Russell Crowe's down here. So they're so close.
They're kindred spirits.
Yeah, it's interesting. Oh, to have Jimmy Fallon. Oh my gosh, it's so great! I can't believe it's Adam Sandler. Hey, how you doing? I really like what you're doing. Start laughing. Oh gosh, it's so great. Buddy, you're doing such a great job. Oh my god. You guys see this? Okay. Then Chris Berman shows up. Back to you guys.
Yeah, but the ability to go back and forth, like. I would imagine, yes, a lot of people can do the small, but the ability, like you just showed us with the
that's more fun to me.
The vocal range part of going back and forth. That's amazing.
Forth
that's mastery.
Yeah, I don't know if it's mastery. It's a gimmick, but I'll take it. I'm fine with it. Yeah, to me, that's what made me different than most people who did impressions. They do, Rich Little would do 30 minutes of one, and then you're going, what's next? What's the next thing that you're going to do?
We didn't request.
No, we
And
didn't.
that. We-
Okay, so you ask a wickedly cynical question
Thank you,
before the
buddy.
break.
Thank you.
I think it's a good one. It's a fair one, and it's appropriate given the fact that the Bears fired the running back coach the morning after they make a big trade, which I think in their minds probably is a good move for the future of the franchise. I would think that, and you said, do you think that they made the move to obscure the reality of all the dysfunction going on with their coaching staff? Second assistant coach fired in season under circumstances that are, mysterious at best, and human resources involved, so we just don't know how bad it is. That's not dismissible, guys. I know we're getting some pushback on the text line. That's not something to just look away, and it's not an only in Chicago thing. But Mully, here's this. I think that your question gives the Bears a lot of credit for getting in front of anything from a PR perspective. And they really have no history of doing that. So, no, I don't think the trade was made to get in front of this.
I think that I was taking advantage of all the information at once and trying to combine it. And
you did.
It was just
heck of a question.
It was a cynical, and I apologize for the question, but you had an answer.
I did have an answer,
which is good.
Well, I think it's equally cynical because I just don't give the Bears that much credit.
Yeah, it would take more forethought than they're capable.
Yeah, and I don't know when.
Gotcha.
I don't know when this was announced or decided upon. We don't know how long it's been in the works. But David Walker came to the Bears, pretty well-respected assistant coach.
Yes.
And
same thing with Alan Williams.
We're speculating a lot because of the Alan Williams experience.
Yeah.
But I think it's fair speculation given the fact that we didn't learn enough about that situation, and it still seems like that's
It's a mystery wrapped in a enigma.
That's an open question or an open investigation, if you will. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's odd.
It's weird that there's another situation like this popping up in the midst of the season. This does not happen in the NFL. You don't have some weird thing going on with the coaching staff where guys are leaving mysteriously in the midst of the season.
And if you're Matt Eberflus and you're staring at a historically bad 2-year tenure as the head coach of the Bears, which it would be if this trend continues, and now you have assistant coaches on your staff being fired in season for things that are unrelated to their coaching ability, this is not trending well. And Josh McDaniels is the first coach fired this season, but it doesn't seem he might be the last.
I shouldn't even read this, but a texter says Walker was fired so he could spend more time with Williams' family. So was it there the guy wanted to spend more time with his family?
That was Alan Williams. Okay. That was his statement.
Yeah, that's pretty.
I'm just wondering now who David Walker will retain to call the score and to give an interview representing him and mislead as much as possible.
Let's try Mike. He's on the Odyssey app. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Mully, Haugh. Good morning, boy. I'm sorry you guys got some snow there.
Oh, boy, it's ugly, Mike. Florida. It's ugly.
Where you're in Florida? Mike, it's just mean.
I'm down in South Florida.
Yeah, we
a little town called Lighthouse Point.
Okay, well, we have nothing but bad traffic this morning because weather hit overnight, and apparently no one was where. Certainly, I wasn't. It's in my commute, and
nor was I.
Yeah,
My dad had emailed me this morning telling me they got snow,
Yeah.
and I'm like, oh gosh, good for you guys.
What's up, Mike?
Boy, Matt, Ryan. You know, the thing that's scaring me about polls is this turning into a Ryan Pace situation where you can't draft guys, so you're going to be buying them? You know, that's my fear. I think also because of this trade, like you guys hit the nail on the head, they're probably going to be looking at the trade one of those two, if not both of the top picks. And it's just kind of hyperbole on how Holmes was just so concentrating on building through the draft. And I think he's getting desperate, which is what Pace did. Had to make the big Mac trade, right? All these other free agents that he had to bring in because he couldn't draft properly. Are we heading there, guys? Listen, enjoy the cold. Hopefully you guys won't have to
Thanks,
travel.
Mike.
Have a great day.
Thanks for the call.
I understand the question. It's fair given the Bears' lack of success with making moves like this, but I don't view Montez Sweat as a huge risk on the field.
No.
It's only a bad decision if you can't sign him off of it. And I will say this: the Khalil Mack trade was a great one for the Bears. I understand
they had a good year.
They got to the playoffs.
Yes, they did.
They were one of the best defenses in football. He had a unbelievable season. He was a terrific leader. And frankly, you mentioned Khalil Mack because we just saw him. Montez Sweat is the best pass rusher the Bears have had since Khalil Mack. Well, okay, with due respect to Robert Quinn. Robert Quinn had that historic season, yeah, but he was on and off.
Yep.
Montez Sweat, at least, even though he hasn't had that big 18-sack season, he has been very consistent.
Okay, so I like the move for that reason. I got no problem with it, and I think that when you look at the first round of the draft, I think you got to be careful about what you're saying in terms of the Bears using their picks, and let's see where they end up. Let's see where the draft pick from Carolina winds up. And, we imagine they'll have 2 picks in the top 5. The question then becomes, are they going to have to use the 2 picks in the top 5 to get a quarterback out of that draft? We don't know the answer to that. So I just think there's a long way to go and a lot of different things that could happen. I think one of the reasons that they felt like they could wait and see what Justin Fields had going last year is that they knew they would have the extra pick this year and they could combine those picks if they had to get a quarterback. So I think if they ended up 1-2, obviously then you could trade down and then you could get a lot of capital. But if they end up, let's say for the sake of argument, 3-5, you might need to combine those to move up a spot to get a quarterback.
You might need to do that if you want one of those 2 quarterbacks, Drake May or Caleb Williams.
Right.
And if you're 1-2, let's be honest here, you're going to want Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison Jr. or you're going to want to go to 3 and get that combination.
Right. You're not moving far if you move at that point, and you get a lot, but no, it's not like
you don't want to be in that position. And look, I think that you have to contingency plan when you're an executive in charge of a franchise like Ryan Poles is. But you also, Mully, let's face it, we're all guilty of this. When you sit down and you project your career and your next month or what you're going to do this week or what your biggest objective, Ryan Poles probably is seeing, okay, you know what? I'm going to make a trade for this guy. He's going to make our defense better. He's going to give us an edge rusher. It's going to help us get to the Super Bowl. And I'm going to be able to re-sign him. And if I am able to do what I have confidence in myself that I can do, I'm going to sell him Chicago. I'm going to sell him the Bears. I'm going to sell him, and I'm going to give him the most money he's ever going to get because we have it.
Yep.
You're not worried so much about all the questions are valid, but Ryan Poles, I don't think that's the foremost question in his head. Like, okay, what am I going to do if this doesn't work out and I have those 2 number 1 picks? Can I move down? I think he probably could do that, but that's like in his mind still a last resort.
Yeah, you've got to wait and see how this all turns out. I mean, here's the thing: like Matt Eberflus, it doesn't look like there's a future here. He's going to end up having a worse 2-year record than a worse winning percentage than Abe Gibran. That's how bad this has gone. I mean, he's going to go down in Bears history for the worst winning percentage. Or he's going to end up getting the defense together. They're going to play really well, and people are going to say, you know what, that guy's a good coach, and maybe you change your opinion of him. It's happened twice already this season, where you started out and you thought, okay, they're going to be okay, everything's going to work out. Oh, my God, it's a disaster. Fire the guy. Oh, he won. Let's keep him another. You got to just watch it and play it out, and all will be revealed. And I think we'll have but I would say with this, now the running back coach fired for an HR reason, the whole thing with the defensive coordinator, I would say the momentum is against him.
It's not trending well for Matt Eberflus.
He's
not
fighting
at all.
an uphill battle.
Yeah, he is.
But
because
we'll
the product,
see if he keeps the team together and everybody. Well, it'll be interesting.
It's not just the wins and losses. It's the method and it's the style and it's the things that you get frustrated watching time and time again with the Bears. And the staff issues certainly don't help. And the record is something that speaks for itself. But I ask you this, and this is the meatball question of the day, and it'll drive Dustin crazy. When you saw Josh McDaniels fired overnight in Vegas, after you get over sort of the reaction to that, did one of your first thoughts become, that puts them ahead of the Jim Harbaugh sweepstakes? Because you could see Jim Harbaugh, former Raider assistant, being a guy that Mark Davis covets, and now he's got an escape plan if he wants to get the heck out of Ann Arbor.
Mark Davis could give him like a 10-year deal with whatever he wants for however long he wants.
It's the only other franchise that you think that Harbaugh might fit in more snugly than the Chicago Bears.
I think when we look at Vegas, we say Jim Harbaugh. What?
Well,
I'm just joking.
I think when you think Mark Davis, you think of that. And he did start his NFL coaching career there. So I don't know. I look at that, and Dustin would be relieved if Jim Harbaugh were to go to Vegas because he would not be with the Bears. He wouldn't be coaching Michigan anymore, so maybe Notre Dame could actually beat him.
Let's try Jeff. He's on the north side. Hey, Jeff. That's awesome. What's up, Jeff?
Not too much. I'm just curious, where do we stand on Tyson Bagent moving forward? I mean, I thought we saw some things in those first couple starts that lead to some hope. And I feel like a lot of folks are just waiting on Justin to come back, and we're going to go right back to Fields. But personally, I'd like to see a couple more starts out of the kid and see what we have in him.
It's an interesting idea. I don't know that we need to see a lot more starts. I think they're going to come out of this season feeling like they've got one thing solved, and that is the backup quarterback position. That they got this guy who is a undrafted free agent from nowhere that no one expected. Maybe they liked him at the Senior Bowl. Whatever the deal is, he's shown enough poise and composure to be considered a guy that you keep on your roster moving forward. And, man, there's some terrible quarterback play in the NFL. And this guy might be able to get you out of a game, might be able to be a good backup. That would be something excellent to have found out.
I think we want to stay sober in our analysis of Tyson Bagent. I think he has shown some things that you didn't expect him to show, and you couldn't have reasonably expected him to do.
Yeah.
But he also has been revealed as maybe having some limitations that are expected as well. He doesn't have the arm strength necessarily that you want in a starting quarterback. But as you point out, a lot of bad quarterbacks around the league. You need depth at every position, especially that one. And he could reasonably be your backup for several years. He's a good guy to have in the room. He's a modern-day Josh McCown.
And who knows? Maybe he can develop into – but he's not there yet. But
nope.
I definitely would keep him on the roster and see what happens moving forward. All right, 312-644-6767. That's the telephone number. We're going to bring in our buddy Chris Chelios. We're going to talk about how could the Blackhawks have the best performance of the year and follow it with the worst. We'll ask him that question about a young team. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein, and I'm Lawrence Holmes. You can check me and Dan Bernstein out every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. until 2. Layla Rahimi is in on this Wednesday. Mike Florio at 11. Adam Haugh, 11:25. High Noon, 11:40. Curtis Granderson at 12:45. And Russell Dorsey at 1:25.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
At Loyola.
So you brought in the Bradshaw bourbon.
Right.
We had a bottle of stuff that we had some Michters here.
Right.
And we showed up today, and they were gone. someone stole the 2 bottles of bourbon out of our office.
100%.
True story.
We talked to Shane. He didn't misplace it or anything like that. We got a bourbon thief in the building.
But then don't worry about it. Tanny went and replenished and got us a new bottle. And then, and listen, normally I'm a thumb pointer. You know, I take accountability. You taught me that. But it's 100% Alex Kuhn's fault because we said all we need from you today
We got a big job
is at
for you.
4 o'clock. We need 3 glasses with 3 cubes in each with 2 finger pours of bourbon. And I don't know about
this is
you
at
guys.
1 o'clock, by the way. 1 o'clock,
Yeah,
we told him this. He had a 3-hour ramp up to get this bourbon going.
And it's
Coach,
4:06.
Coach, it's like coming out of the bye week and getting shut out.
Where's
you know?
he at? Where'd he go?
He's down the hall looking for ice.
He's looking for
Benny's?
ice.
Where's he at? Benny's?
We don't know.
You think Benny's?
We don't know where he is.
We got the break. Here's the worst part of it. And Coach, this is what you can relate to, and you can. Think of a
No, wait a
player.
minute. I gotta. What? This is serious stuff now.
I know. We're not kidding.
It gets to 3:55, and we say, "Alex, here you go, buddy. This is your moment."
This is your moment.
And 90 seconds later, he's still sitting there.
I am stopping downstairs and look at the security cameras before I leave. I'm gonna find out who took our Bradshaw bourbon. Give me his cell phone. I'll call him.
We just lost.
Call him. Yeah, let's call him, Tad.
He's lost. Call him on the air. Let's call Alex Kuhn on the air right now.
I hope he's not walking around Chicago trying to buy a bottle of Bradshaw bourbon.
We have the bourbon. We already replaced the bourbon. He literally needs
He's
to
looking
get
for the ice.
He's looking for cups and
glasses and ice. It's all he needs. Here he comes.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh, I passed you in the hall 20 minutes ago.
He's not even holding any bourbon.
Oh
He's just got cups and ice.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I think I actually said, who's this guy?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There he is. He's got pint glasses.
Oh, God, you took these out of Mitch's office. He's the general manager.
I had to wash these.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay.
Oh, well, then he should have started
Boy, he
before
did a nice-
3:58.
Sorry you didn't have more than 3 hours of ramp-up time on this task.
He did a nice job. Look at this. Mine's.
It's a very clean
sparkling
glass,
clean.
but you know what the
Very
glass?
nice.
You know what the?
Oh, please.
Yeah, you know what the glass is lacking?
We'll take care of that.
Yeah. There is, Danny, one crucial element missing from those glasses, and it's the bourbon.
It's the bourbon.
Unbelievable.
We still don't have the bourbon.
No.
Oh, he's running. I love this kid.
I think he should go in the Smithsonian. Blackhawks legend.
Chelios will add defense, but he'll also add offense to the Hawks.
Steve Smith ahead to Murphy. Nichols at the line. Chelios moving
three-time Stanley Cup champion.
What a competitor Chris Chelios has been over the years, and he's been a winner every place he's ever been.
Chris Chelios with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a joy to talk to Chris Chelios, and he joins us now on the Score Hotline, which, of course, is powered by IBEW Local 9, Chicago's original powerhouse since 1892. Chris, good morning. How you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Doing all right.
Yeah, we were toiling with the question of how the Blackhawks can go from the best win of the year, just a fantastic victory, the first loss of the year for Vegas, to win that game and the way they did it, and then turn around and surrender, 8 goals against Arizona. They got smoked. I mean, they took a lead, and it was great that Bedard scored another goal. We're always cheering that. But goodness gracious, what a weird kind of combination of games.
That's a good weird is a good name to use. You think, like you said, after beating Vegas, and then they played well. They come back from a 2-0 deficit,
right.
And you like to build off of games like that. And yeah, to go into Phoenix and get beat 8-1, the other young kid on Phoenix, Carson, had a hat trick put on the clinic, and Bedard again, he scored another goal. He's showing the signs of what he's going to become. But yeah, that's not one step backward, 5 steps backwards. But you put it behind you. They're a young team. They'll put it behind them quick. They're coming home, get some rest, and hopefully get off to a good start on their first homestand here.
Charlie, help me understand. I think they're forcing Lukas Reichel into the center role. I think he'd be more natural playing on the wing, maybe even on the same line as Bedard. Maybe one could help the other. Bedard's the best player on the ice when he's on it. I think Reichel can be a nice complement. What do you think the future holds for those two?
Yeah, especially for a young kid, it's tough. Reichel, for him to play center, and their chemistry's good. You got to have a little chemistry on the line, and have a little grit. Someone that goes in net, and then the two skilled guys, somewhat like Kane and DeBrincat had when they were here, and Kane and Panarin, and you'd like to see them together, especially now until some guys step up and get some more experience, or they surround them, with these kids that are coming up in the draft. But they're fun to watch together, that's for sure. So for the time being, as the team struggles, but I'm sure Luke Richardson's going to change things as they go on. And if Reichel doesn't work there, at center, they'll throw him right back with Bedard.
I'm curious, Chris, when you look at a team like this, Bedard scores a goal, and you're kind of, wow, that's awesome. What a great goal. And then they get blown out. Should you be happy? Do fans is it okay to care as much about whether he scores as the result of the game?
Well, I'll remember back in the early 80s when Savvy was playing, and people would come to watch Savvy play, and the team wasn't good. And then eventually they, surrounded him with players, and the team started winning. But people still would go to the games. And then the buzz about Bedard, ever since he was drafted first overall, the people are excited. I've been to all the games now at home, and it's definitely the buzz is back. So that's a good thing. And they're going to have these growing pains, and they're going to have some setbacks as a young team. But again, I still think they're heading in the right direction with what they the way they're going about it. And they're going, like I said, it's going to take some time, but hopefully quicker than sooner than later.
I think it will become sooner rather than later, Chelly, because I think there's a lot of faith in Luke Richardson. I loved what he did with Athanasiou, and that's a veteran who is dangerous and can be an asset, and he made him a healthy scratch. And not only did he do that, but he explained why. When you have a coach that publicly holds his players accountable, you know what he's doing privately. That, to me, was a small thing, but I think it could make a big difference, especially feeling like this, wondering if this is the right coach for a young team like this.
I think it is. We talked about it a couple shows earlier. He just has a great way of communicating with the players. They respect him. He was a hard-working player, Luke. You're not going to fool him. So, I've coached down with TCU a few times, and you got to stay on some guys and ride them a little bit to motivate them. And,
he's just sending a message, like you said, and everybody, puts everybody on their toes too, because they could be the next guy if they don't go out there and do what they're supposed to do and work hard. So hopefully he rebounds off this too. Also, Anthony, that word always, his name always screws me up. Even though he is a Greek, I should be able to do that. Athanassiou.
Hey.
And it's happened to me. I've been healthy scratch, but at a point in my career where when I was younger, I maybe got benched, and it hurts, and you feel like you let your team down. And back to Luke again, I think he understands the guys. I think the players like playing for him. And he was a good choice for a young team like this.
I love that Luke Richardson gave them a really hard skate, gave them like a really hard work in practice, and the reaction was everybody seemed to love it. You got these young guys that just want to be on the ice. Bedard seems to be one of these guys. He's always the last guy off the ice, and I just kind of think it's funny that they enjoyed that grindy workout, and then they turn around and win in Vegas. Maybe he let him have a day off or something, because, man, were they terrible against Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, that goes back to those Keenan days when you'd have a bad game and there'd be no pucks on the ice, and he'd skate you for an hour. And then, but it brings the guys together because everybody's helping each other through that. And but there was one practice where we had to push guys, on the ice to get them to get to the end of the line. It was ridiculous, and then they're on IVs after. But you joke about it, laugh about it when you get back, and it's all part of that team camaraderie that comes with it.
Last thing, Chelly, which team is the Hawk closest to? The team that beat Vegas in overtime, or the team that got blown out by Arizona?
Yeah.
I'd like to think somewhere right in between. And up to that point, up to that Phoenix game, they've been real competitive. There'd be some games, where third period, whether it's fatigue or, just the experience of the team, winning the games there, the Vegas at home, there's a couple other games like that. I'd like to think they're right in between there. They look like they got a lot of confidence. And again, it looks like they're having fun.
Great stuff, Chris. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, guys. Take care.
That is Chris Chelios. I love when he tells those stories. Remember the Keegan practice where Savvy wanted to leave? They had to convince him to stay on the ice. He was like, "This is just stupid. Why am I doing this?" That's awesome.
Talking to Chelly's great.
Oh, I love it.
And it's fun to talk hockey again. And the Hawks did have quite a road trip. The best of times, the worst of times.
I sadly care more about Bedard than I really do results. I just want to watch that guy play, and I want to see him score goals.
You spoke for a lot of people watching the other night. 28 seconds in, he scores a goal. Doesn't really matter. They gave up 8 unanswered. They're happy that Bedard scored the goal.
It's a hell of a goal. It was like a first-timer wrist shot or something. It was great, man. I mean, I want to see that all day. All right, we've got we're going to bring in Jon Heyman. We're going to talk about the World Series, baseball fans only, next with Jon Heyman. Apparently, the rest of the world doesn't care that it could be tonight. Could be the clincher. Could be the big elimination game for the Diamondbacks. Here's hoping. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
I am troubled by Ryan Pohl's attitude, his attitude towards the trade deadline, which for 2 years in a row, he has made deals like he's a contender. Whereas everything else that he's done has registered like a guy who's willing to do a tank twice. Hell, I'm reading Barnwell this morning, and the first team he's got listed as should be a seller at the deadline is the Bears.
Danny Parkins, Matt Spiegel. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670.
First Death Star that was put in there on purpose.
Jyn Erso's dad.
And many Bothans died to get that information past whatever the guy's name is, Ben Mendelsohn, who was flying around. He's flying around,
Flying around.
Oh. So the second Death Star, that's really stupid.
I need to hear the Dave Wanstead breakdown of Star Wars now that you did that.
What? Yeah,
What if he were a big fan?
Star
That'd be
Wars?
fantastic.
Seriously.
That would be hilarious.
Because I guess King Griffey Jr. is like a huge Star Wars honk.
A Wani on Star Wars podcast.
Yes.
Would be unbelievable. Like he knows all the words to Lub Nub. Oh, I could translate Ewok. Oh, come on, Bertie.
He can play the cantina scene on the trumpet.
He speaks Wookiee.
Right. Oh, I used to coach on the planet Kashyyyk. Tony Wise and I were there for 3 years.
They were scouting offensive linemen.
You should have seen those. You got a couple Wookiees out there, man. You got a double block, run right behind them. They play all day, play hard.
I mean, I guess if you're thinking about Wookiees, you're thinking tight end and defensive end, right? That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Chewbacca is playing defensive end for me.
D end?
I feel like he's a 3-tech.
Tight end or D end.
Yeah, like hand in the air, tight end.
See, I feel like Chewbacca might be better served like letting his anger flow. Play him at D end where he could just swap people and get to the quarterback.
Yeah, I worry about penalties.
He'll help you up.
But the way they're calling the game now, I'm concerned about penalties.
He's going to get 2 of those a year.
Okay.
You have to put up with the fact that
you got to just take it. Yeah.
That he's going to get the
he's going to pull someone's arm out at least once a year.
Oh, there's that again.
Oh, Chewbacca. With him, this is part of the package. Still a great player, though.
Got to take the bitter with the sweet.
Destined for the Hall of Fame.
+40 pounds in only 40 days.
John Heyman, insider for MLB Network.
Chicago is watching carefully, no question about it.
New York Post columnist, Curb Your Enthusiasm enthusiast.
You hate people. Well, I hate people individually, but I love mankind.
John Heyman with Mully and Haugh.
I like the White Sox, but you never know with the Cubs.
On 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We love talking to John Heyman. He's a dear friend. He's more than just our baseball expert, and he joins us now on The Score hotline, powered by IBEW Local 9, Chicago's original powerhouse since 1892. John, good morning. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Doing okay.
Yeah, you know, I got to tell you, I was doing I told David this, I'm doing the New York Times, news puzzle. And one of the questions was, who's in the World Series? And I'm looking then, and only 60% of the readers knew that. And I thought, my God, what, are people not baseball fans anymore? And then you just see the ratings, and you're thinking, boy, if the Yankees were playing the Dodgers, apparently, you'd have people who knew and people who were watching. And somehow, as fun as it's been, the Diamondbacks against the Rangers is not moving the needle.
No, I don't think people would expect it to either. I mean, you're right. New York, L.A., Chicago, those move the needle. The ratings would be great with any of those cities in. And, obviously the Dodgers had a shot, and they were just terrible in the first round against their first round against the Diamondbacks. And, that's to be expected. Baseball's kind of a local sport where people follow their local team, but they get into it if a traditional powerhouse is in it, like the Yankees or the Dodgers, or a fun team like the Cubs.
So, John, obviously a team that has not lost on the road in the playoffs, it seems hard to envision them losing now. With 3 games to go, the Rangers seem very close to celebrating a World Series championship, even without Adolis Garcia, even without Max Scherzer being healthy or available. If they do finish the job, which seems very likely now, what's the biggest takeaway from the Texas Rangers if they are World Series champions?
Well, I think we spent the whole year talking about how these teams spent money and didn't win, like the Padres and the Mets in particular. And here's a team that went out and spent on free agents, and they ended up spending it very wisely. Obviously, Seager, one of the best free agent signings ever. He's going to likely win the World Series if they complete the job as we expect. He'll likely win the World Series MVP and be the 4th person to win 2 World Series MVPs following Gibson, Koufax, and Reggie. And
wow.
To do it in both leagues, be the only one there, and do it for 2 teams. Reggie also did it for 2 teams, but obviously Gibson and Koufax did it for Cardinals and Dodgers respectively. So that was a great signing for $325 million, and Semien was a great signing for $175 million. They didn't bat 1,000 at this point because obviously DeGrom is out, and they've suffered a lot of injuries, just like a lot of teams, and they've weathered the storm. They did a great job. And my other takeaway is hire Bruce Bochy. If you ever have a managerial opening and he's available, go get him.
That hurts.
Unbelievable.
That hurts.
This will be his 4th title, none with a favored team. Incredible.
Yeah, that's Hall of Fame stuff, and he's already earned that designation, in my opinion. I got to ask, John, they score 11 runs. Garcia is out, and you think, well, maybe this 11 runs. It's incredible how they just moved on. I think Scherzer, maybe you get better. I don't know. I mean, he wasn't very good, but to lose Garcia and to seemingly be better is insane.
Right, and Jankowski was a spare player with previous teams, the Mets included, and he got 2 hits. He was great too. It was 2 5-run innings in the second and third. No team had back-to-back 5-run innings in a World Series before, and 11-7 doesn't really say it. That game was a rout, and good for them. Their one weakness is thought to be the bullpen, but they overcome it with really great rotation, despite the fact that DeGrom is out and Scherzer's out. They could certainly, if they have to go to 7, John Gray will be available. He was really good in Game 3, so their pitching is really good and their team is really good. And Seager, is he the best hitter in baseball? he's got a case. I mean, I think it's either him, Freddie Freeman, Aaron Judge, or Yordan Alvarez. One of those four best hitters in baseball. Obviously, Acuna had a fantastic year as well.
Have there been any revelations to you or to baseball fans? Has there been anybody who you look at in this postseason or this World Series? A guy like Evan Carter comes to mind. Is like, okay, you go into the season saying, who's this? And then you find out. And I just wonder, John, when you think about people who have emerged and maybe unexpectedly, who comes to mind?
Yeah, I've got one. But first on Evan Carter, I mean, when he was picked out of a small town in Tennessee, everyone, even on our set at MLB Network, said, who's that? I mean, he was completely unknown. And, you know, I think the experts said, wow, this seems to be a reach. And here he is at age 21, batting third or fourth for the probable World Series champion. So that's an amazing story, and good job by them calling him up. But mine is Leclerc, the closer of the Rangers. He seems to close every victory that they have. He's shown incredible durability. I mean, he's been basically a journeyman reliever for several years in the major leagues for many teams, and now he's an indispensable part of a probable world champion.
You know, we have various rumors floating around. We love our rumors here in Chicago. Juan Soto to the Cubs. Could you imagine such a deal happening? Is he? I mean, I think he's a great young player. I don't know what went wrong or why he would be available, but what a great move that would be.
Yeah, I mean, he could easily be on that list I had of the top hitters in baseball. He had about a 930 OPS for a disappointing team. Didn't let it affect him. There is a chance that they trade him. I think it's been reported they need to cut $50 million. Obviously, Snell and Hader are free agents, so that's $30 million. So it would fit. He's probably going to make $30 million in arbitration. It just isn't in their DNA to trade players like that, though. They always go for it, it seems like, with the owner, Peter Seidler, there. And we're willing to lose money this year. And I do think that is one team that actually lost money with a $270 million payroll. So, you know, you could see it. It's logical. He's a year from free agency. I just don't believe that they have it in them to trade him. He'll be out there. He was out there at the deadline, and the Yankees and many other teams talked about it. But, I mean, it's going to take a haul, but not nearly what they gave up for him. They gave up 5 great prospects. So, you know, they'll want to recover and get at least 3 great prospects back. Is any team willing to do that for a rental player who you know you're not going to sign until after he's a free agent? He does have Scott Boras as his agent.
I don't think so. I think that's a good point because of what you would have to pay to get him in terms of talent and prospects, and then what you're going to have to, the risk you'd be taking in being able to keep him. But I think those decisions will be talked about and discussed next week. John, I don't know if you want to start packing now, but you're a week away from the GM meetings in Vegas. How much activity do you think will take place this year? Is there a buzz? Is there an expectation? Because it seems like the World Series ends, you have breakfast, you probably rest up, take a nap, and then boom, you're in the off season already.
Right. Yeah, I'm going Sunday to Arizona for those for that meeting. You know, it goes right away. But normally there aren't big deals, big trades, or big signings at the GM meetings. Occasionally there is one signing or 2 signings. I know that the White Sox had re-signed Abreu at GM meetings at the same hotel in Arizona. It is possible that there's occasional re-signings. Not likely there's a trade or a big free agent signing that early in the offseason. Normally it's time for teams to give out their qualifying offers and set things up for the winter, but it's good for a lot of you like speculation, right? So it's good for a lot of speculation. Yeah.
It fuels us, John.
Yes, me too.
Hey, what's happening with Kim Ng? Have you heard anything at all about her, or where she's going, or when the Sox are going to hire her?
I have not heard anything new. I do expect she'll get a great job, if not this year, then next year. It just still doesn't make any sense to have gotten the Marlins in the playoffs with their 4th best record ever, and she made a great hire with Skip Schumacher as their manager. And I know a lot of people on that coaching staff and the players and front office are very upset about it. And look, the Red Sox had trouble hiring a general manager. Obviously, they came up with Craig Breslow, Yale guy. You guys know him with the Cubs and a Red Sox player. But they were rejected by many teams, and that's a team that spends and wins the World Series. They come in last a lot, but they win the World Series more than just about anybody over the last 2 decades. How are the Marlins, who fired the only female general manager after she had a spectacular year, going to get people who are qualified to do that job? So I think that's the issue. Kim Ang could be a candidate. We've heard her potentially connected to the White Sox, the Mets, some other teams, but it may take a year to find the right job because obviously she's looking for a high-level job. At this point, she did a very good job as general manager of the Marlins.
All right, John, Game 5 tonight, Eovaldi and Gallen, the matchup that both aces going against each other. Is it over tonight in Arizona?
Well, I warn everybody to go the opposite. If anybody bets, do the opposite of what I say, because I picked the Diamondbacks in this series, and I picked to start the year the Padres and the Angels. But I'm going to go with the Diamondbacks. Zach Gallen is due for a good outing, and I think he's ready to go. And I'd like to see the series go back at least to Texas for Game 6 and 7. Certainly makes it more interesting. I don't think the ratings are ever going to be good without New York, Chicago, or L.A. in there. That's just the way the country is. Wants to see the big city so people can root against them, I guess. I don't know.
John, you're the best. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate it.
Thanks, John.
All right. Great talking to you guys, and great job by Northwestern last week.
How about that? It's 4-4 now, the Cats.
Yeah.
Thanks, John.
We're still wondering if they're going to build that stadium. People are still peeved about it. There's still noise.
It's a public debate. It should be.
But they came out and gave a lot of money to people. I mean,
Yeah.
it's important to.
They maybe got ahead of themselves a little bit.
They tried to.
Well, they certainly have done that. And it's been a surprise. David Braun, the interim coach, has actually done better than people expected. And I don't think anybody expected Northwestern to have 2 Big Ten victories at this stage of the season.
Meow.
What the hell?
Cats.
What was that?
It's dust. That's what's funny is like we're both reacting to him, and that was a clip. That was all Brandon.
Live
played.
Memorex. Remember those commercials?
Yeah. That's I believe that was Chad. Never mind.
We talked about Northwestern football a lot this summer.
We did.
Because of the hazing scandal.
Not in a good way.
Not in a good way, and the attention that they had earned because of all the lawsuits and the firings and all of that. In that context, they have found a way, this group of players has found a way to win some football games. And I think that, it's give them credit for keeping the focus because it's not easy to win in the Big Ten, and they have done that a couple times, and now they're 4-4. The game Saturday at Wrigley Field.
I was going to say that the Iowa game at Wrigley Field is a big deal, and I think Iowa fans will be there en masse. I hope there are a lot of Northwestern fans too.
They're going to go back and forth on both sides of the field, right? They're not just going to be going one direction.
No,
like that one time.
They've apparently fixed it to the point where they can actually have a football game.
Well, that's good. That's progress.
No,
I'm very curious about football in baseball stadiums. I'm very curious about why they have never done that at Guaranteed Rate Field. I'm very curious about how this is going to look on Saturday. I don't know why. It's a curiosity for me.
I'm guessing that the dimensions are the problem if they're going to try to play at Guaranteed Rate Field.
Well,
I don't think it would work.
Could be.
But I don't know. Maybe the disinterest might be a problem.
Could be indifference. Decided indifference.
It's now sort of chronic at
collective indifference, and you might not get.
Has nothing to do with Northwestern or Iowa. It's just
or what happens in the outfield.
No one wants to go see that.
Never
play.
And it has nothing to do with the outfield at Guaranteed Rate Field and what you might encounter in some of those sections, right? They're still looking for that.
They've got Iowa, and then they go to Wisconsin, and then they close it out. They've got Purdue and Illinois. The final game.
Well, they have beer bats available Saturday for the Northwestern game.
Is that right?
Will they?
Oh, will they?
Yeah.
I mean,
should we send Brandon to find out?
Brandon will definitely text us a picture if they've got a beer bat out there.
I mean,
did you keep your beer bat, Brandon? What'd you do with it?
I still got it. It's in the house somewhere.
Yeah, it's nice.
Souvenir.
Do you just fill it up all the time?
Wait, I love it how you're saying he has one. I mean, Brandon
beer
probably
bag.
has several.
How much was it again? It was like $17 or something.
No, it was more. It was more than that. It was like
$35?
what I remember. It was around 30, close to 30.
Holy God!
Yeah,
I'd
it's a bit
save it
much.
forever too. Whatever you do, don't try to stack the beer.
Something
bats.
about football and baseball stadiums, though. Doesn't that seem kind of odd? I just never really.
It's an oddity.
It's a
It's
novelty.
different. It's a novelty. It's also kind of cool. I think that we all know how great that Wrigleyville area is. There's fantastic stuff down there. You can go.
I don't like it.
You don't like that area?
No, I like the area. I don't like football. I don't like baseball and
like-
football stadiums.
I'm
curious about it, but I don't like.
You don't like
I-
baseball and football stadiums. You
I
like
don't.
baseball, but you like baseball or football and baseball stadiums? Or
No,
you
I don't
not?
like football and baseball stadiums.
Why?
I don't know. I'm really
I just think
genuinely
it's-
curious
Here's
about
the
it.
problem: like it is a Northwestern home game. So if you want to win the game, you're better off at your home stadium. But you're going to get a better draw.
Their friends and relatives showed up at their last home game.
Yeah, no,
They don't have any
I mean,
fans.
I think maybe some relatives showed up. I don't think even friends showed up. They had no one there.
Nobody.
I think there was some guy in like some kind of an outfit on the sideline taping some signals, but that was it.
No. That's Central Michigan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're getting,
Yeah. I'm getting confused.
you're confused.
But he couldn't pull that off there because everyone would notice.
Isn't that a bizarre story?
It's a super strange, bizarre story.
The Michigan cheating scandal.
Yes.
And the allegations, and
It's
now
getting crazier and
it's
crazier.
crazy with the guy in sunglasses and a goatee
Mhm.
on the sidelines for Central Michigan scouting. It just seems as if Michigan has to say something about. Have they not said anything? I haven't seen
I don't
anything.
think they've said much.
How much of this is fact? How much of this is fiction? How much of this is it's a bad look for the program. It's really not a great look for Jim Harbaugh, frankly. And I'm a big Harbaugh guy, and I love the Michigan program, but they do have to answer for this. Even though I think most teams do a version of this, I don't know that I remember having any team being accused of having somebody take on a disguise like this to scout on an opposing sideline. Pretty bad.
Yeah, it's one of the stranger stories that's out there. I'm trying not to get caught up in it because it's one of these stories that is this a renegade guy doing his best for the team, or
Well, certainly
is this,
strikes me as that, but that's why I
Yeah.
think that if
Is
it
it-
is that, then
is
Michigan
this-
should at least suggest
yeah,
that.
exactly.
And
Or
if
has he
it's
been
not, their
ordered and-
silence kind of
yeah.
makes it sound like he's one of the guys.
Yeah.
Like he's the other Harbaugh brother.
And there's a question of whether or not it's really him on the sidelines of that game. Nobody seems to know anything about it. It's just a weird story, and there's all sorts of twists and turns, and it's interesting. All right, we've got to get back to the Bears. They made a big move with the trade for Montez Sweat, and will we hear from him today? We should hear from everyone today, right? We know they're doing a walkthrough. They're acknowledging that they had a tough West Coast trip, and they're trying to get themselves together
That's
a little
such
bit.
a fifth story today.
Oh no,
The
it's at
fatigue
least-
and the
yeah.
travel is such a secondary story
No
today.
question.
I want to hear from Montez Sweat.
He's playing, right?
Yeah, he's got to play.
Go Ball.
He hasn't
Get
missed a
Ball.
game yet.
Yes.
I want to hear from the head coach. I want to hear from Ryan Poles.
Yes.
I'd be okay hearing from Kevin Warren, because if they fired David Walker, the second assistant to lead the staff since the season began, you got to start to ask some really difficult questions. And if it starts at the top, let's hear from the guy who came here to clean up the mess.
And we have some book work that we got to get through. This is nothing anyone cares about, but it's book work, and we'll get through it. And we'll do that next. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
When it comes to Bears analysts in the know, The Score is your destination all season long.
It's a star-studded lineup, including Olin Krutz, Jared Payton, and Patrick Manley.
Dave Wunstead, Matt Bowen, and Anthony Herron.
Plus all the inside info from Brad Biggs, Haugh Barkish, Dan Wiederer, Mark Grody.
He came into our rookie minicamp, and we had a specific plan, and we played him at about 4 different positions, and we were running jet sweeps with him and throwing screens to him and doing a variety of things with him. And a couple days later, I get the paper an article, and DJ got interviewed, and he's telling me, yeah, I lined up everywhere. I had to learn all this. They were giving me jet sweeps. They were throwing screens. They were doing this. So in the offensive meeting the next weekend when we had the veterans in, I said, DJ, why don't you just tell everyone in the league what we're doing on offense? Just give the whole game plan out. You know, this is the best example we could ever have. Keep your mouth shut, guys.
Oh,
we don't
awesome.
need to help these guys. We're trying to beat them.
Well, now we know why he's
so
very
good.
measured.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you scared the interview out of him. Chase Young, excuse me, not Chase Young, Montez Sweat is brought in here. My God, I can't believe I just said that. The Bears, in order to make a clearer roster spot for Montez Sweat, they waived Khalid Kareem. Khalid Kareem just made his debut over Dominic Robinson. Anyway, they waived him, and they cleared the roster spot for Montez Sweat. Then they released the quarterback, Joejuan Williams, from the practice squad, thinking that maybe Khalid Kareem will be returning to the practice squad tomorrow.
Okay.
Meaning today.
Uh-huh.
So I mean, nobody can. Why are you laughing?
I'm sorry. I'm trying not to laugh.
You're laughing.
I'll tell you in a
hysterically.
second. I'll tell you in a
Okay,
second.
all right. That's it. I'm done.
No, okay.
It's just important information.
So, okay,
that-
when I
yeah.
first came to town, this is 20 years ago.
Okay.
You know, I was never a beat writer.
Yes, sir.
Before I got here. Tribune makes me a beat writer. I'm covering the Bears.
Mhm.
You're on the beat.
Yes.
Biggs is on the beat. And I have to tell you, my first introduction to you guys as competitors was the observation that is as true then as it is now. It was like, oh my God, these guys obsess over the 52nd and 53rd men on the roster.
Oh, it's true.
And you know what? You know what? It was like, that's what you need to do when you're on the beat. And you become kind of creatures of habit. And you're like, okay, well, this guy moves this way and this guy moves that way. Everyone matters. And I think that's what you learn. And that's what I did learn because I had to learn it. I really didn't care when I came on the beat who the third team left tackle was, or who the swing tackle was going to be. I didn't care about that stuff. But you learn to care about it because it does matter. So when you say we have to get to Khalid Kareem, it's like, how do you spell his name?
Okay, Khalid Kareem is also a guy that got injured and went on injured reserve.
Whoop-de-doo.
Let me finish. And was brought back onto the roster using up one of the 8 trips to the injured reserve that you're allowed to see.
See, that's why. And well played.
And now this is the kind of beat guy nonsense that you become obsessed with when you're covering.
But you never lose it, right?
I've never lost it.
Because you respect what it does mean potentially. And you're always looking at the potential impact of a bigger decision based on a guy whose name you may not know how to spell. So look, I'm laughing because I had to get over that. And I think people probably wonder and roll their eyes when we're talking about the 53rd guy on the roster. But this is why it matters, because you do have these machinations on a roster that you're allowed or entitled to. And it does ultimately affect how you might treat your quarterback, who might be out 4 games. Why didn't you put him on IR? Well, you might not have any moves left because you were jerking yourself around with the 53rd guy in the roster.
And I just think it's the information that needs to be out there and understood. And I just remember as a pool reporter, Dan Pompei used to be a pool reporter at the Super Bowl, and about 4 times or so, I had that responsibility, basically filling in for him. And one of the days I did it, I believe Peter King was doing it, and he failed to notice that a player had gone missing, and it turns out he had gotten himself all caught up in stuff and missed the game. It was the center from that year.
Barrett Robbins.
Yes. He kind of went off and went on a tear. It went on a spree, and Peter didn't. I think he was too big to bother with that stuff. But one of the things you do as a beat guy, and I know this sounds stupid and crazy, but you go to a practice with a roster.
You take attendance.
And you say hello to the guys. You say good morning to the guys, and you sit there and you make sure that you know who's there and who isn't. And if there are like 3 guys that aren't there, you ask about it, and then you get this information that nobody cares about, but you might find out that someone has an injury or someone has an excused day off. I know
It's all a puzzle.
I know it's all nonsense to people, but it's part of what you have to do. Just, you got to take attendance.
Well, that's my point, is that it's not nonsense. I'm laughing because of the recollection of how much
I had to get that in.
Yeah, I know. Well, you had to get it in, and also it reminds me of that you do learn that. You do learn the value of everybody who's on the roster and how one is really ultimately related to the other, whether it's your number 1 guy or your 53rd guy.
Yeah.
Everything is connected. So The Bears had some roster moves. They had some bigger moves yesterday that made headlines. Montez Sweat is coming to town. I wonder if we'll hear from him. Ryan Poles should address the media today. I don't think he'll be talking about Khalid Kareem, but I think that you want to hear what he has to say about these moves. And David Walker, the breaking news this morning, the Athletic reporting that David Walker, the running back coach, the Bears are 6th in the league in rushing. They just fired the running back coach. It's not because of production. It's not because of personnel. It's got to be because of something else. And we know from the Athletics report that human resources was involved.
So, again, that fact is one that is very significant. You don't sit around talking much about the assistant coaches, the position coaches. You don't worry a ton about what they're doing or what they're not doing. But when a guy disappears or when a guy is fired in the middle of the season, after you had a coach that had to resign under pressure after one game in the season, a defensive coordinator, it's hard not to look at this as if you're actually accounting and you're taking attendance, you're looking at what's happened with the coaching staff, and you're very concerned. You're looking at the head coach. What are you doing? Why did you bring guys in? What kind of problem? Where is this culture stuff you're talking about? It's just an embarrassment to the team that HR had to get involved and you had to fire somebody. That's a bad reflection on everyone up there.
Yeah, he's fired due to a matter involving the team's human resources department. That is not something that you attribute to a bottom line industry that sometimes will fire coordinators because their offense isn't scoring enough points, or defensive coordinator because they're giving up too many. This is a personnel matter. Sounds like it's something off the field. And for Matt Eberflus, it's a bad trend, because the one thing that, whether it's Ryan Poles or any general manager, always says, well, the staff, we're going to leave that up to the head coach. It's up to the head coach is going to pick his staff. We're going to let him pick his staff. Even if that's not true, that's the way the accountability works. So Matt Eberflus is accountable now for his second assistant coach leaving the team, getting fired in season.
And I think it's also, I think you got to look at what's going on with the Bears with this use of the trade deadline. You have a flawed team and you're trying to fix it for next year during this season. And I'm just being honest about that. I'm not sure that's the answer. Most of the time, in fact, every other move that was made was basically someone trying to get to the playoffs, trying to move forward. The Bears are worried about next year and how they're going to be able to use their money and their assets in the offseason. So they're trying to get some of this stuff taken care of now. I like the move. I don't think you're going to find anyone in the second round that can play as well as Montez Sweat is going to play for half this season and definitely next year. So I got no problem with that move and what they're doing with it. But it does cause you to sort of consider that this kind of stuff, you're going to have $100 million. You've got to make sure that you make moves in free agency. You get players in here. That's when you're supposed to spend the money. Get to all of that and then get the draft picks and figure out. It just looks bad when you're trying to team build in the middle of a trade deadline, and that's why all these people around the country are like picking on the Bears.
Well, I think that's true because I think you have to have the second part of the story come true for the first part to make sense. And the second part has to be the second headline: Montez Sweat signs long-term contract with Bears.
Yep.
Now, if they can't do that, then it's an egregious failure for Ryan Poles.
No question.
But Mully, I think that you make a really good point too. We fall in love with draft picks. We fall in love with capital. We fall in love with the possibility of a second rounder and what he could amount to. Montez Sweat is a finished product. He's a durable player. He's a veteran who's 27, who has 67 career starts. That's worth bringing into your organization. Now here's the trick. Showing him that this is a stable organization where he would want to stay and flourish. Not a good first day. Not a good first day. If Montez Sweat develops questions about the head coach and the direction at quarterback, and frankly, the direction of the franchise, I think that he could find reasons to want to move on after 9 games if he was looking hard enough, and he wouldn't have to look too hard. So you need to make sure that you pay him enough so those other things maybe don't matter as much, because it does matter for free agents. They want to go to organizations that they trust, with people that they can count on. And the Bears right now are not exactly the model of stability.
No, and I, it's unfortunate. Honest to God, it's just one of these situations where, we've wondered what was going on, but we kind of settled into this idea. Okay, the guy's taking over the defense coordinator role, and he's doing a good job of it, and that's what his skill set is. And you appreciate. We asked the question, I think, one day, can you say as a head coach he's a great defensive coordinator? Because he's actually done a really good job doing that, and you appreciate that. But I think now you're trying to figure out, are you going to promote someone? How are you going to replace the running backs coach? Do you need to? Maybe Luke Getsy takes that job. Hey, I'm not causing rumors or anything, but I think Josh McDaniels might be looking for a job. Can he coach running backs?
Yeah, maybe. I was thinking Jarrett Payton.
Oh, Jarrett might be a good choice.
That would be a great choice.
Yeah.
He could talk to us still every Tuesday morning at 9.
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
I mean,
you want a more positive guy in your meeting room? Jarrett Payton would bring it every day.
Yeah, but he has to stay with us.
He has to stay with us.
Yeah.
He can give up his WGN job as long as he talks to us every
he's
Tuesday
from
the meeting room.
Yes,
from the offensive meeting room.
I like it.
That would be good.
I like it. Great idea.
And people will push back. Okay, it's just a running back coach. And you're right. It's just a running backs coach. You don't have to have much impact on the wins or losses if you're just a running back coach. But it says something about, it speaks to the culture. And the culture is what the Bears have clung to in the midst of this 5-20 start for this head coaching regime. And you can't have it both ways.
And I think that, I really like the idea you had that they fired the running backs coach because Deontay Foreman only got 21 snaps, and there were 24 for Roschon Johnson. I'm just saying,
that was enough for me.
That was a great idea, and I love that idea because there has to be accountability over that. And I'm looking forward to the offensive coordinator being asked, how the hell did that happen? But then you find that magic HR words in there, and that changes everything, and it's really disappointing. It's just disappointing. I
wish
just
it
feel
were
bad.
football related.
Exactly.
It doesn't seem to be football related.
No, it's not.
And I don't know that we'll ever find out why he was fired. But I do wonder this, and I wonder if they'll address this at all, because of the natural speculation that will be, I think, obvious right now. Is David Walker's firing related in any way to Alan Williams' resignation?
See, that is the number one question.
Got to answer that.
Yes.
You got to address it, and it's got to be asked.
And could it be that, when this happened, we started looking for something? I don't know what the answer is to that, David, but that's a really good question.
I don't know what the answer is either.
And I think that they need to step up and acknowledge what's going on and just try to be more proactive about what has happened. Just so you know, this is no surprise. If you're going to fire a guy over something like that, everybody woke up this morning knowing they were going to do that. I don't think. I mean, there had to be reason. It's not just. There had to be some sort of look at the guy and something that happened, and people had to be aware of that. This is not sneaking up on him. I'd be very surprised if it was just something they found out and responded to immediately.
You kind of were kidding when you said, did the Bears make the trade so that it would obscure the fact that they were going to fire the running back coach? But I do wonder this, knowing that they were going to fire the running backs coach, should they have waited a day or two? Should they have just sent him home?
Yeah, because today should be the introduction of Montez Sweat.
You don't have many moments to celebrate in a season where you're 2-6 and
right.
headed toward even more futility. So now you have just soiled one of those days. You have maybe ruined a celebration. You've made it more of an inquisition, which is not good for anybody.
Love the word soiled. A lot of memories on it. Brings back a lot of different thoughts. We have something special.
Yes, we do.
Giveaway time.
We have giveaway time. I got it. I got your message, Dustin. Yes, the Eagles are coming to the United Center March 8th, 2024.
Love it.
Tickets courtesy of Live Nation. The Eagles fly, right? Jalen Hurts?
No,
not
different.
That.
It's not. That's a different one.
The Eagles musical group, they're coming to the United Center March 8th, 2024. Right now, be the sixth caller to the Scores contest line, 312-540-0670, and win a pair of tickets to see the Eagles at the UC on the 8th of March.
Mully and Haugh, we're going to bring in, I believe it's Dan and Layla today.
Dan and Layla.
We'll be missing Lawrence next. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Join the Score's football expert and former Chicago head coach Dave Wanstead.
Put your mouthpiece in, because here we go.
And Tanny from the Parkins and Spiegel Show, live at Four Winds Casino in New Buffalo for the Four Winds Football Forecast. Sunday, November 12th, starting at 11 a.m. Central and noon Eastern. Coach Wanstead will be giving a mid-season review, forecasting the rest of the season.
Can I talk football here for a minute?
So now you have a score tale to share with me, right?
So we were trying to come up with, and I don't know all the things that you have covered. One of my favorite things, and this is one that you have not, and it only happened for a short period of time when the Bors and Bernstein show was going on, and it was probably about, like 2004-ish, 2003, so it was a while ago. And everybody knows Score Hello. But it wasn't that. Before that was the hello game. And every now and then, when they would take a phone call, they'd bring the person up. They'd say, Layla, you're on the Score. And the person would start talking. And then a few seconds in, would think that they weren't on the air for some reason. They go, hello? And they have just a bunch of drops. Well, why don't you just listen to how the hello game used to go down?
Northwest side, here's Gino. He's on the Score.
Yeah, hello, guys.
Yes.
Hello? Yeah, hello?
Yes, hello.
Hello? Hello there. Yeah, this is Gino, Northwest side.
Oh, for the love of God, speak to us.
Hello? 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 Yeah, this is Gino from Northwest side. Hello, Jumbo. Hey, guys, I love your show. Hello. Yeah, hello, yeah. This is Gino, Northwest side. Okay, hello, everybody. Okay, a couple of things, a couple of comments. Coach Trustman, is this guy in self-denial? I can't hear a word you're saying. I said, Coach Trustman, is he in self-denial? I can't hear a word you're saying. God. Hello? Hello? Oh, they cut me off. Damn it. Hello. Yeah, can you hear me? Yes. Hello? Hello there. Can you hear me? Hello there. How you doing? Yeah, hello, this is Gino from Northwest side. How we doing there? Okay, can you hear me? Hello. Good to hear from you again. Hello. I can't hear a word you're saying. Oh, forget it.
Victim of his own that hello game. Lost out to himself.
As good as the hello game gets.
So
God,
many
that's so
references
great.
from the one clip. A lot of things make more sense now.
Oh, dude. Hello game was amazing.
Hello there.
That's it. That's the one.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Oh my
Dude.
gosh.
Oh, and there's Terry trying to give him an out. Just talk. You're on. Talk. We can hear you. And he still didn't get it.
Just hearing Terry makes me smile.
Yeah, he's the best.
thank them for that. I want to thank Evan Thomas. He gets us up and running and motivated and twitching every morning. Good man. And thanks to everyone for calling and texting and emailing.
Most thank you for listening on this first day of November.
Hard to believe we're already in November.
It is.
Seems like baseball should be resolved by now, maybe tonight. And thanks to our executive producer. He is Mr. Dustin William Rhodes.
Off Wembanyama goes right by Durant. Oh! With the left hand. Oh, look at KD's face. KD is amazing.
Big win for the Spurs.
Did you see his outfit?
Yeah.
Oh, that was so awesome.
That was hilarious.
I love when people dress up for Halloween. And thank you, Brandon Fryer, for your great contribution this morning. Do you anticipate Matt Eberflus becoming the running backs coach too?
Great question.
Yeah, we had Dan Wiederer on, and we wanted to know if Matt Eberflus, who just took over as DC, would also be the RB coach after what happened, rhythm and blues. And now it's Layla Wednesday. Yeah, everyone's really excited. And there's also Dan Bernstein.
Honestly, I don't know what to say.
Good morning.
Good morning. Obviously, the big Bears news. You were on the air, and you got instant reaction to it, Dan.
It's never happened in a career. 28 years of doing this.
Oh, really?
I've never informed an athlete in real time that they have a new teammate.
Yeah, that was really
never.
Cool. It was a good moment.
It was fun.
I like that.
It was a good reaction he had.
Have you ever had a running back on and told him that his coach was fired?
Well, I mean, that's really the news. Who's figuring out what's going on at Haugh right now?
I don't know.
Either from a reporting perspective or somebody in charge. They're walking down a hallway and like, "Hey, Matt, what?"
Yeah.
Well,
what are you doing?
There are two different things there. One of those would have to be somebody internally that has access to the building and like can knock on the door.
Yes.
Hey, coach, anybody home? And then the reporting aspect is, I think there are things ongoing that are very difficult, I think, to get because of the delicate nature of these investigations. Human resource investigations are so private and protected for a reason. And I think those are the kinds of things that we're going to have to expect, maybe even with this case, because it does mirror Alan Williams.
Yeah, but is this guy going to hire a phony baloney lawyer to come on the air and lie about why he got fired?
I said you guys should be expecting a phone call around 1:30.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Have you, in your 28 years, ever seen a team that had to lose 2 coaches in season?
I think there's a couple pieces to this, though. Number one, as far as where's the reporting crew on this? Hallis doesn't have the same leaks it used to. And it hasn't ever since different people are now in charge. So I think that that's evident. And then secondarily, if he did get fired, I'm going to still go horse over zebra. Still, just because. And third, does this mean that running backs are going to be fewer passing options now? They're going to run the ball more? Because I would like to ask that question still.
I don't think so. That was
Kari Blasingame as the primary read on passing plays has happened far too often.
How about the Darrington Evans 4th and 2 wide pass, the down and out to the third running back?
Does Darnell Mooney exist anymore, except on the first play of the game that's scripted?
I don't think you can pin that on David Walker.
I don't care. Somebody needs to be an advocate for the running backs running.
Do they have an assistant
and the wide
running
receivers
backs coach?
catching?
I'm sure they do. They have 20 coaches.
Some teams
They have 20
do.
coaches, and yet Matt
Some
Eberflus
teams
doesn't have a DC.
do, and some teams don't have an assistant running backs
Snow
coach.
doing the scout.
Right? Are you going to hire another remote guy to run the running backs room now?
No.
Well, we on a remote guy doesn't
Guys,
call
welcome to my
blitzes.
Zoom call.
Right?
Yeah.
Seriously.
I don't know.
Like somebody's got to run that room. That's not that's not an insignificant position.
Listen, this whole thing is super bizarre and weird. Okay? It's just, again, I don't think this happens very often. and I'd be very curious to know if these two things are connected.
I would think they'd almost have to be. Again, it's pure speculation, but what happened with Alan Williams forced him to take a closer look at everybody's everything, and maybe that prompted this decision. It just seems odd in the initial reporting from The Athletic, confirmed by ESPN, that human resources was involved in the decision. Now, naturally, any firing, human resources is going to have a say.
Sure.
But the fact that it's part of the reporting as a justification or an explanation for why he's fired now raises an eyebrow.
I think that's the piece of information though that makes this interesting, but also valid, and probably tells you that it's not based on football.
Oh no,
So,
it's clearly not.
Yeah, that's the kernel that is willing to be placed out there. But additionally, after reading the 15 to 20 minute long read from ESPN about the Cardinals culture this morning in Arizona, I think I'd much rather have the situation where people who seemingly, at least they think deserve to be fired for a reason, are actually fired. So there's that.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know that I'm going to pick the Bears culture over anybody else's until we know more about what happened.
Right.
Yeah, I'm told now Omar Young is likely the next man up.
He's the assistant quarterbacks and wide receivers coach, adding running back to the
Well, since
title,
they
the business
consider
card.
running backs and receivers the
What's,
same, that makes sense, doesn't it?
What's Josh McDaniels doing? And how's he going to finish his season? Does
You
he
kn-
want to come in and?
Somebody said
No,
that the
thank
Bill
you.
Belichick coaching tree just looked like a capital I on Twitter. And man, if that isn't
The
starting
Bill
to become
Belichick
the
coaching
truth.
tree is like the Charlie Brown Christmas tree.
No, the Charlie Brown
but not
Christmas
as
tree
cute.
inspired people.
But Charlie Brown Christmas tree is sweet.
But it's very paltry.
I know, but
Very thin.
But it makes the
Charlie Brown Christmas tree didn't cheat.
It also the ironic point of the Christmas
Yeah,
tree
I
is that
know.
it's not about the appearance; it's about the spirit.
Oh, please.
Same thing with
Tell me the
running
story.
backs coaches.
No, it didn't actually. That's and I've said this before.
I love
That's
Charlie
Don't
Brown
ask him to
Christmas.
actually run the
the Charlie
ball
Brown
more.
Christmas is the most actually religious Christmas special there is. It's like the most actually true, especially when Linus is at quoting scripture. I mean, it really is. It is. It is.
I think if you check your listings, it could be on tonight because everything else Christmas has turned to Christmas now that Halloween's over. So maybe the Charlie Brown Christmas special will be on this week.
Ah, yes, the
Halloween
American
being
capital
over.
machine.
And we had more trick or treaters than I expected.
Did you really?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a really slow
bad
night.
night.
I know, but they kept coming.
Did you get rid of all your candy?
Well, I planned better this year. I actually planned to eat candy for my dinner.
Oh.
So
How much candy are we talking
Yeah, and
about?
candy's not dinner.
Yes,
on
it is.
one night a year, it can be
Hell
dinner.
yeah, it's
Not
dinner.
dinner.
Well, I started out. I had a couple of Hillshire Farm Little Smokies.
Okay.
You know,
Put
like
it
the
on
little.
bread?
And I started. I got a handful of the Little Smokies and dipped in mustard. And then I'm like, all right, that's enough real food. And then I don't know. I must have had 10 Snickers, fun size.
Well, that
And-
explains
and
why you were so
I had
distracted in the morning meeting.
A bunch of Kit Kats. I had all the Twix. I had 12 or 13
Nothing better than
Twix.
Twix.
And
Snickers confuse
bunch
the hell out of me.
a bunch of mini
Don't know what to do with
Reese's. So I knew that was going to be
The
my
only
plan.
candy I know that is not good with a cup of tea.
Is
so
what?
It makes me wonder if it's candy. The Snickers just doesn't work for
Oh,
me.
I disagree.
I
Compelling.
don't know whether I should
I think
have
Snickers
water
is good with coffee or
it.
tea.
No, it's not
That's
good
your
with-
British
it's not good with
Isles
coffee or tea.
background coming through.
If you have a cup of tea and you eat some candy or some snack, you know based on the combination of tea and that thing that it works or doesn't work. I have a Snickers. I'm never going to have a glass of milk with a Snickers. I'm probably going to have a Diet Coke maybe, but I don't want to have a Diet Coke.
I didn't know
What
the
do you
pairing.
drink with the
I
Snickers?
didn't know the
I need
pairing
the
was that
pairing.
big an issue.
It's a big issue
It's
for me.
not really, though.
Yes, it is.
No.
If you're not good with a cup of tea, you're
I
not
get
good.
it. No, I get it. Because there's a lot of cultures where you drink tea unsweetened and then like your sweet
Yes.
sweetens the tea.
That's it.
Well, it's like the shortbread really would be the tradition. You know, the
Shortbread's all butter and sugar.
It's
but is it-
mystifying that way.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of ingredients to it.
It's not. It's very
Good with a
very
cup of
simple. You would think it'd be easy to make. But I think shortbread goes with any kind of tea or coffee.
That's what I thought. I think that was kind of like the point. Some would dip in it or something.
Where do you stand on shortbread, Mr. Mulligan?
I have
Yeah.
no problem with shortbread.
Do you call it biscuit?
What do you have against
I'm not
Snickers?
I'm not a fan of it. I think
do you have
it's-
He's saying
I
it's
think the
confounding.
I think it's like, now this is going to be controversial. I think a Milky Way goes well with a cup of tea. So maybe it's the nuts.
peanuts?
in
Peanuts.
this- Maybe that's what it is.
Get out!
Okay, I'm sorry.
Just get out!
It's fair. It's fair, but I'm being honest. I've never understood what to drink with a Snickers bar. And it confounds
I
me.
wonder if there's a definitive answer to that.
Someone
Water?
must
If
have
someone's
one
done
somewhere.
actually done the science or done the taste testing.
Coffee, maybe. All of that seems to hold up well with coffee in theory. I mean, I'd be willing to take one for the team for the sake of research and find out. You know,
I'll bring in some of our
yeah,
extra
I will
Snickers
gladly
bars.
make the sacrifice.
Quick note before we get out of here, Mully, you got to close the loop on something we talked about. I said mistakenly that there was never football at Guaranteed Rate Field, right? And actually, there was. We got a message from a listener down in Port Charlotte, Florida, Marshall Sayed, says that November 9th, 2016, NIU and Toledo, a little maction at Guaranteed Rate Field.
Did you see the action last
Oh,
night?
you know I did. You know I did.
First of all, we had whiteout conditions at the Glass Bowl in Toledo.
Oh, I love the Glass Bowl.
I think that people are so exhausted and beaten up and disinterested and uninterested in anything going on.
Thank you for saying uninterested.
Yes.
Because that's a pet peeve.
Yeah,
of mine.
disinterested is neutral.
Means you
Uninterested would be
disinterested means you don't have a vested interest.
Yes, I just corrected myself.
Uninterested is a choice.
Still.
Honestly,
but finish your thought.
I was going to say that I think the White Sox and their season and everything that's happened, no one would go to a football game there. Nobody wants to go there. Nobody is happy about anything there. Hire Kim Ang. Maybe I'll feel differently.
I don't know. If there was a MAC game there, I think a little MACtion at Guaranteed Rate would be pretty good.
Tuesday night action was on one
Oh,
last night.
yeah.
We had an
Toledo,
exciting
Buffalo?
game between Northern Illinois and Central Michigan. And they also had a lot of snow happening.
Tonight, Ball State.
Toledo was pretty wild.
Ball State's in action on a Wednesday night. You know that's going to be appointment television.
I have the answer to your Snickers pairing.
Oh, good. Finally.
Shiraz. It says a match made in heaven. Grab a Snickers, pour a taste of Shiraz because of the aromas like vanilla, coffee, and hazelnut. It's a wine that pairs well with a rich, nutty candy bar.
If I'm having Shiraz, I'm like really not going to have a Snickers.
I'm not going to make my Snickers pretentious.
Try it for science.
Well, because I'd get stuck into the bottle of Shiraz, I'd be like, oh, well, I should leave some for tomorrow. Like, it's okay.
That is one wine I will not drink.
Dan,
to me, it tastes like drinking pepper.
I like
so do you like Malbecs? Because they can be peppery too.
Give me a nice
depends.
Australian Shiraz. I'm right there with you.
Dan, do you put cheese on your Snickers if you're having it for a meal?
I do not.
Would you?
No. And I don't do the cheese apple pie thing either.
Bread?
Whoa,
You get a nice
what?
baguette.
You've never seen that? The people who put cheddar cheese on apple pie?
No.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
No.
That's a thing. Yeah,
That's
happening.
No.
Bad idea.
That's a thing.
That's
But when you think about it, though,
No.
how is that really different from the Chicago popcorn mix?
Because it is.
I can't argue with that.
Well, for one, caramel, like, I guess if you're going based off of just the caramel part, but the apple changes it up. The acid alone in the apple changes the discussion.
Caramel ruins popcorn.
No.
I mean, just caramel corn
I'm not here for these takes today.
Caramel corn is good. Cheese corn is good. Caramel corn and cheese corn together in the same bite is an abomination.
But the
Here's a
acidity
great
of the
idea.
apple is what is
Snickers and Baileys.
messes this up here.
Snickers and too sweet.
No.
I
I'm
don't
in.
know,
Perfect.
man.
Now you're
That'd
on
be
something.
pretty good.
Not enough
I might like
contrast.
a dip of Snickers
That's
and
the
Baileys.
pairing.
That's a nice one.
Well, at
Yes.
least we figured that out.
Can I smoke a cigarette too?
Yes.
No, I'm not. I'm not getting stuck in my cups. Stop.
I got it. I'm with it. I get it. It's fine.
It's a joke. I don't smoke cigarettes.
I mean, it's the principle.
But you would with
To
a
your-
Snickers.
To your knowledge.
Right, as far as you
Never
know.
have. Tell the kids no.
I ran into
I
a
held a fake cigar for my Halloween, or a cigarette for my Halloween costume.
Did you? What was your costume?
A sarcastic French chick.
Oh,
Real
that is a
stretch
good
for
one.
me.
You know what? Do you just like you hold the cigarettes?
I just
and
held
you
it all the
say,
time scoffingly.
Were you insouciant or sarcastic?
Bored.
Yes.
I'm so very, very bored.
You're suffering
Uninterested.
from ennui.
Boy, that's a
Yeah,
stretch
but-
for you, Layla, isn't it?
Yes, if there's one thing I love to do, it is create Halloween costumes that are out of character.
Oh, boy.
How are you going to handle everything today?
Dan's going to ask where a bunch of people are.
Well, I'm good at that, though. Where is this person? That's journalism, right?
Dan is going to play hide and seek for the
Find
first hour.
the people and figure out where they are and why they're there or why they're
Just
not
stop
places.
making them all wide receivers.
Mike Florio at 11.
Oh,
He's got a ton to talk about today. Adam Haugh with the latest on the Bears at 11:25. Matt Eberflus is speaking in about 40 minutes. So when he does, we're going to turn that around in full because he is as glib a statesman as there can be in situations
Everything's
like
looking
this.
where it is in terms of good.
The golden-tongued Matt Eberflus will face the media
think he's
today.
an effective. He's effective at the smoke screen. If you will.
Things are where they are. Can't talk about things. That's all. With that,
he will describe the firing of the running backs coach like a Jaquan Brisker concussion
in rich detail. Yes,
Illness and concussion protocol are two different things.
Yes,
he was hired as the running backs coach, and then he got confused because he was sick, and we didn't understand what had happened.
And now he's dealing with Alan Williams' health, and he's going to be attending to Alan Williams' family.
He wants to spend time with Alan Williams' family.
We got some Bulls talk today because they are taking on the Mavs. They've got an interesting 3-game stretch here, and it has been a way too interesting first 4 games for them. Curtis Granderson is going to join us at 12:45. Wow. He's got something cool going on. Receipts Rahimi has a case to make about the Bears front office. So we're clearing the decks for that at 1. Russell Dorsey on the baseball stuff and other fun.
Have a great
show.
All
right, guys. Have a great one.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR.
I've never been more nervous seeing that Bears helmet in Lambeau Field. To me, it was, a big game feeling, like a huge game feeling for me. And obviously that's from growing up here in Chicago, but also just the week of practice leading up to it, there was more intensity. It was more tempo in practice. It had a bigger feel to it because it was Bears-Packers.
That's not my favorite story from your Packers days. Lawrence, you've heard him tell the story about when he got locked out of his hotel room.
Yes. That was in Champaign. That was a game in Champaign. And it was Monday Night Football, so I was nervous, and I wet my bed, and I put all my sheets together. And, because when you're on the road in the NFL, you can go down to, you're staying like the Ritz and stuff. You just call someone, they fix everything for you. We were staying in a hotel in Rantoul, Illinois. Okay, so we weren't downtown Chicago. And so I had to get rid of it. And Aaron Campman was my roommate, and Campman played for the Packers a long time, played with me at Iowa. I wasn't going to wake him up. So I put a towel on and walked downstairs, and there was no one anywhere. I mean, it was the middle of the night. I mean, it was no one. So I went outside. I was going to throw the sheets in the dumpster, and the door closed behind me. There was no handle on the door. So I'm in the parking lot at 3 a.m. with just a towel on. I walked around to the front, and I walked in. I said, "I'm Matt Bowen. I play for the Green Bay Packers." And the lady at the desk did not believe me. Did not. So I had to call. I had to get a way to find team security to come down to let me back in. I went back in, got cleaned up, and just flipped the mattress over and slept on a mattress. And then I played a football game the next day. Now, look, I didn't play that poorly. I made some plays. I was good on special teams. I had one pass interference in the end zone on a throw from Jim Miller. I had one pass interference in the end zone that I was beat, so I grabbed the guy. But besides that, I played pretty well. And that was a game we opened up when Favre hit driver on the deep ball, and things have started rolling really well for us. Yeah, that was an interesting trip to Champaign. A lot different than this past weekend, I'll tell you that.
I'm Matt Bowen. I play for the Packers. I don't. No, you're not.
No, you're not. No, you don't.
And I don't care. You're frightening me. Matt Bowen, thanks. This is great. second-round pick.
I mean, that's thank you, baby. That's a hell of a player. No, that's I'm looking at it right now. So yeah, that's the first time I heard of that. But I mean, hell yeah, no, that's big time, no doubt.
Now, are there any questions?
He's better than anything they've had. You know for a fact that he's good. But it is a steep price.
It's so weird to be in this space where I like the player a lot. I just don't know, even with a relatively fair contract, I don't know if I like the move. Someone texted and said, I wish I loved something as much as Ryan Poles hates second-round picks.
I feel lost. I want more. And I know I shouldn't.
Dan Bernstein, Lawrence Holmes, Layla Rahimi. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on 670 The Score.
What a lovely November day. Happy November, by the way. November 1st, rabbit, rabbit, rabbit.
No! I miss it every time.
What? Yeah, I think Beth won the family showdown today. I always go to the text to see which of the 4 wins on the first day of every month. I don't know how long we're going to keep doing this.
Forever?
I don't know how old both kids have to be for us to keep doing the rabbit, rabbit, rabbit. Yep, she won.
It's for the children? I'm not familiar with this tradition.
I don't know how it started because I didn't grow up with it either. And I guess, I don't know, one of the kids started it years ago on the first day of the month. The first person to invoke rabbit, rabbit, rabbit like wins or gets good luck or something like that. So yep, mom wins.
Is this just you guys or is this a Midwestern?
I don't know. No, I didn't grow up with it.
I learned it from Dan. So I certainly had no idea what it was prior to learning it from Dan.
I forgot how it started.
You could have told me that it was like a Midwestern thing and I wouldn't know because I learned all of that from you guys.
I don't know. As long as I'm still mad and Lawrence was mad yesterday because she was sending me all the old pictures she had of all the kids' Halloween costumes. And in the middle of the show.
Jason as the chef from The Bear is pretty good.
He's pretty good, yeah.
I got to watch that show. I've decided I'm going to.
It's great.
I'm going to commit to The Bear.
It's supposed to be great. He absolutely loved it. He and
I hear
Mom
it's high
watched it.
stress.
Yes.
It is.
Is this true, guys?
Yes, and can I tell you something embarrassing? I haven't done this with any other show, and I'm not sure why I did it with this show, because I really like The Bear a lot. I have yet to watch the final episode of the most recent season. I don't know, I kept pushing it back. Like, I want to hang on to this show. I don't want it to end yet, and I still haven't watched it.
Is it ending, though, or is everybody just still on strike with the actors' strike?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's the conclusion of the season for sure.
And you just don't want to go there mentally or not?
I guess not for some reason. I don't know what it is. So I have to break that and just watch it. It's a great show.
Who cares? If you want to leave yourself your own personal cliffhanger, who's stopping you?
It's a fantastic show.
Like Mully and the metaphorical cigarette. I'm not here for these rules today. Dan?
Well, you'll enjoy it. It's very well done.
I haven't seen it. Everybody seems to love it. And
Yes.
I did see a costume that when I posted the picture of Jason as Carmy, somebody posted a family costume that was really, really cute. That they had the dad was Carmy, the mom was somebody else from The Bear, and she was wearing a baby Bjorn that was done up as if it were an Italian beef wrapper.
Amazing.
With like the wax paper and the brown paper, and the baby was the beef.
Aww.
And they put like fake jardiniere, like they made a. It was
They
like
put
a.
jardiniere
It was
on
like
the
it was like a
baby?
brown knit cap with little bits of carrot, and it's a jardiniere.
The most beautiful baby I've ever seen.
That is an adorable baby, my friend. But that was really
That is
clever.
cute and creative.
Yes.
And frankly, makes me crave an Italian beef at 10:13 in the morning.
Well,
Not
it doesn't. But there were some pretty cute costumes
Noon.
last night.
I'll
I
have
just
calories at noon.
the toddlers. I cannot get enough of the toddlers walking up the stairs to the front door, and they're in between. Like, do I hold out the plastic pumpkin or the bag, and what do I say? And this one
Halloween.
But
my favorite.
this one 3-year-old last night, and she just came marching up so confidently and couldn't wait. Had her little boots on, and it was stomped up there and she looks at me and she goes, "Trick or treat, smell my feet." I said, "You get 5." I was going to give you 2. You get 5 for that.
Sounds like my DMs.
I said, you get absolutely 5 pieces of candy for that kind of confident trick or treat. Smell my feet.
There's
That's
more to it.
That's how you play the game.
There's more to that chant.
Trick or treat, smell my feet. Give me something good to eat. But if you don't,
I don't care.
Something about underwear.
Maybe that's
or
what
something about
happens.
toilet seat or something about underwear.
I thought it was underwear.
There are different variations. But just the fact that you got 2 lines out of it, and that's good parenting. Because she didn't do that on her own. A parent sent her up there to do that. Like, give me the old trick or treat, smell my feet. See how that works for you, young lady.
I am just now opening up the text line. And the amount of people wanting to put cheddar cheese in apple pie. You know, you think you know people. And we've blocked a lot of texts. A lot of people texting.
Wait, did you say cheddar cheese on apple pie?
It's a thing.
Dude, the last segment, yeah. And I get it. Apple and cheddar cheese go together. And I get that cheddar cheese, popcorn, and caramel go together. The acidity of the apple with the pie here just throws everything off to me.
Just put some vanilla ice cream on the pie.
That's what I
like.
Or just eat the pie.
Or just eat
what
the pie.
the hell? Like, why are we doing this?
You know, I don't want to yuck other people's yums, but not for me.
Hold on a second. If we do a baked brie with fresh raspberries on the top,
that's totally different.
Yeah,
Those
that's
are
a different
different
thing.
things.
I don't think it's totally different.
Yes.
It's a fruit and a warm cheese on the fruit.
Yeah, they've been doing the cheese board fruit thing forever. But that doesn't mean that you put cheddar cheese on an apple pie. I can't even say it together without being disgusted. I mean, good for you guys. Like, I'm happy you found something you enjoy, but don't be pushing that nonsense on me.
Boy, it's a yucking Wednesday. Wow. I guess that's what we've decided to do.
Guys, and I'm really like worried about watching the Bear because I don't know that I can handle that kind of stress in my television watching.
Oh, it is high stakes.
I've already ignored the Rangers, as you guys know.
That's a story in and of itself.
It has more to do with everything else that happened, and it shouldn't surprise you that a sports person files sports things as benchmarks in their life.
Well, they're really looking good, in good shape here in this series.
They were last time too.
But this is your chance to exorcise those demons, to cast them out.
No, you know what? I didn't have control over that, and I don't have control over this.
That's true. But if they win, you can use that as a way of saying that chapter is flushed, closed, gone,
Hell
and
no, it's not.
made up for.
Okay, I have a great question for you then, Layla. If they do indeed win the World Series, will you go back and watch the games retroactively? No?
No.
Oh, man. Okay.
I mean, we have other stuff. It's first of all, it's just not going to be the same because, like, and people don't understand this. Like, I don't watch the Cowboys every Sunday. I don't watch every Mavericks game. Like, I committed to this job and these teams, and I decided to not cover the teams I grew up cheering for a long time ago. Like, that's what I care about now. And so it's never going to be the same. Like, I was in Texas at the time. I was in Austin. It was a totally different situation. So to me, it's never going to be the same. And that's part of the price you pay for getting into this line of work.
I just wanted you to enjoy your baseball team.
I can't enjoy anything right now.
We're broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai
Except for my
dealers.
French chick costume, which totally wasn't in character at all.
We have Ray Diaz, we have Adam Studzinski, we have Brandon Fryer, Connor O'Donnell, Kevin Lapka, and when we come back, WTF Hallis Hall, because this isn't right.
I told you Dan was going to ask people where they were.
Yes, and why they are where they are and why they're not where they're not. But some stuff that I am starting to hear tells me that this there's a problem up there with the way people behave.
Can't we just go back to Maction?
It's tonight, right?
Early days of Twitter, it was really about the Maction.
No, now it's about creepy, weird Bears assistant coaches, but they're building a culture.
Twitter is not about Bears assistant coaches.
Oh, no, I'm just saying as far as what's happening today, man. Oh, we fired another assistant. Andre, you've lost another submarine. You fired another assistant coach.
Honestly,
for what? Oh, we can't say, but it's kind of creepy.
I gotta say it again, man. Read the stories coming out about the Arizona Cardinals and just remind yourselves of the situation that happened in Washington. And if this is the alternative, man, I'll take it.
Yeah, you can't fire an owner, though. I mean, eventually the
I'll
NFL...
tell you what nobody's talking about.
Yeah. If it's the owner themselves doing the bad behavior, I don't know what anybody can do. At least in this case, it's not George McCaskey.
The fish rots from the head, Dan. And the head of this is not George McCaskey in this case.
I don't think but we don't know what it is. Why do the Bears have miscreants on their coaching staff? That's the question.
I thought there was a tease.
Oh, it is. Believe me.
On the score.
Everything's looking where it is in terms of good.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
People wonder, well, why would a team that is on a rebuild give away the highest draft compensation for a player on trade day?
Matt Eberflus is turning out to be exactly what we thought he was when we first heard that press conference. And everybody had to talk me off the ledge. And I'm rolling my eyes and I go, God, here he goes. He's an acronym guy. He seems like a lovely guy.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he's a terrific linebackers coach. But he's a linebackers coach.
He's a defensive coordinator.
Maybe. But this is done. This is done. At some point or another, this is done. Where the hell is Kevin Warren?
That's an excellent question.
What was the point? Is he just playing the long game here? And I heard Florio make mention of it, but are we already resigned to the fact that Kevin Warren's going to be like, okay, now
let's start over.
I've done my interviews, I've asked my questions, and now it's time for me to start a real football team here. Is that really where we are?
If you're Kevin Warren, there's a lot that's happened over the last 3 weeks that should make you question everything. It shouldn't just be on 100% faith. Like, this is a results-driven business. Just like Ryan Poles has the out of Justin Fields is not my guy, Kevin Warren has the out of Ryan Poles is not my guy.
That's been the curse of the Bears going back to 1995, where nothing was aligned. Nothing was aligned. And everybody was brought in with somebody else, and the shingles were all overlaid in different ways. Well, he works for him, and now we're hiring my boss, and we're hiring this person's boss. And it's toxic. It's toxic for developing quarterbacks. It's toxic, apparently, for finding the best coaches at the best times, because you keep having to bring in consultants to find these guys. Mm-hmm. You got to bring in Ernie Accorsi and the animal that lives on his head, and then you got to find Bill Polian to make a phone call to an agent to do a favor for somebody to bring in a couple guys. I mean, that's why the Bears are a joke. And the point of Kevin Warren was to end all that, and maybe he understands that he can't unless he has his own process.
Ideally, you could do that now. Now that you're right, he could have his own process and say, "I don't need to hire a consultant."
What we always gloss over. What is the actual truth of the NFL that Bill Polian doesn't mention in there, and what Paul Brown calls the eternal verities, the eternal truths about this game? Hustle and speed and the ability to bring force. You know what else is an eternal truth of football? Injuries. Guys are hurt all the time. Constantly. Whether they're on an injury report or not. Whether they tell you about it or not. The ultimate eternal truth is the physical and human toll caused by not being 100%, and they don't want to talk about it. But that's the real eternal truth. And if you're going to give a guy a loaf, or you didn't try hard enough, you know what, coach? My leg hurts. I'm sorry. And I'm busting my ass out there because I'm hurt. And you're going to get in a meeting room, and you're going to stand up there and say, well, Khalil, look at this. You weren't going that hard. I'm in pain, coach. Sorry. You're going to put me up on that scoreboard. You're going to bench my ass. You go ahead and bench my ass. My back hurts. It's the NFL. They're pros. It makes me crazy to say these are objective truths. My ass, they're objective truths. I understand if you want to say, hey, we're going to make this a part of things. We're going to use this as an evaluative tool. But when this is fundamental, when you are so in the church of effort and this principle that guides everything you do, not at this level. An NFL team isn't good because they're not trying hard enough. Or you think an NFL team's not good because maybe they're not good. There's a whole lot of reasons why guys aren't good. And sometimes it's just, it boils it down to the most simplistic things. This is how I felt about Jim Boylan's punch clock. It sounds like Jim Boylan's punch clock. This is a car factory, and we're going to pretend this is a car factory, and you're going to show up to work, and this is when you come to work. Detail in the reporting as we are learning about the latest assistant coach fired by the Bears under mysterious or creepy circumstances. This is from ESPN. David Walker was fired Tuesday over his behavior in the workplace. Walker had previously been reprimanded by Bears HR for his workplace behavior, and a second such instance led to his firing.
Wait a second. On the day Lawrence isn't here, is this possibly the what do you think of this discussion?
Yeah. I think that there is based on some information that I'm gathering as well, there is a very good chance that this is one of these, hey, what do you think of this?
Terrible.
Well, I'd rather not see that in the workplace or be talked to like that in the workplace, and I'm going to report that, and now you're fired.
It sounds like we're going to get some answers to this swiftly.
I don't think so. I think
with the fact that we're already getting more information is a good thing. I'm not saying we're going to have all the answers, but workplace behavior, okay, that's leading you down the path you need to know. Frankly, if that's what needed to happen, then that's what needed to happen.
This is a hell of a culture you've got going here. So these are Eberflus. This is 2 Eberflus hires now that the team has had to launch because of their behavior in the workplace. Is who's in charge of vetting the assistant coaches for these jobs?
I mean, yeah, that would be my next question. Again, if the reason for doing what they did seems to be justified. I'm not against that because that would be worse, right? To keep somebody on staff if you know those things.
If somebody who's been doing this for 26 years doesn't just start doing this, doesn't just arrive at a job and be like, oh, now I'm going to behave this way. There is a way to find out that there's a responsibility to protect your workplace and to protect everybody in your workplace.
You're talking about the head coach, and I'm talking about just the reason to get rid of people if they thought that was the reason.
Once you find out, that's fine. And I'm not saying that the HR department was delinquent.
Right.
But what I'm saying is whoever is in charge of vetting, and that should be the head coach putting his staff together. Should be absolutely knowing who he's bringing in. And Alan Williams was one of his best friends. That guy had to go.
That's the one that I think still sticks with this thought, even though the two seemingly are separate. That's the thing that people are going to keep thinking about, is how you're trying to put a team together that doesn't have a defensive coordinator, and we still don't know what happened. And he haphazardly resigned.
He was forced to resign. He was told that he had to resign or he was going to be fired, and then he lied about why he resigned. He didn't resign to spend time because it was a health and family issue.
That was all haphazard.
That was a lie. And that horrible appearance on the score by his supposed lawyer. I can't talk anymore. I have to go to a hearing. No, you don't. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. No hearing starts at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He's probably sitting in his underpants. You're not going to a hearing.
Are you describing Lionel Hutz right now?
I might as well be. Because this is the fact that that this head coach is still employed after all this, after having, think about the overall, he's compiled one of the worst records in Bears head coaching history.
There it is.
Ever. And he's bringing in creeps to be his assistants.
If he's still here,
he's still here. Well, yeah, that's how it works in the NFL. The head coach hires his staff. That's what you that's a perk of that's part of the job. You assemble your staff, you bring them in. These are your people who you trust for your culture. And he's still here. Powdered Toast Man is still going to stand up there on the podium at the lectern today. And that's beyond football. It's beyond football. And I know for a fact from people I trust that there were eyebrows raised about David Walker's behavior. I know it from people I trust that I've been trying to work on and figure out stuff and talk to people about. Did anybody see this coming? Yeah, there were people out there like, hey, there's something up with this dude. And forget the whole football thing. Who are you bringing in here? Who are you bringing in? And why are people being mistreated? Why are people being creeped on? It is. This is Stonecutter says for 10 days the Bears had a greater number of wins than workplace behavioral firings.
To me, that's, if you don't want to look at the situation that's in front of us with why they had to fire another assistant, the fact that, take the simple fact that they had to fire an assistant, your defensive coordinator for your defensive team resigned, and your defensive head coach has now had a team give up 25 or more points in 17 of 25 games. It's starting to add up against him. I don't think Montez Sweat can fix all of that.
No, I'm not sure Montez Sweat can fix any of it. But I guess I'm getting my head around the Montez Sweat thing a little bit, and I still don't like what they paid to get him. But they're building a team out of order.
Yep.
That's what it keeps feeling like to me, that there's presumptions of, well, we'll fix this, but then this breaks, and we'll fix this, and we'll have this, and then we'll go after it. This isn't in proper order.
I talked to Mike Lombardi about this I want to say it was about a month ago on Football Night in Chicago. I interviewed him because he has a new book out. And he talks about drafting players versus building teams And that interview is still on YouTube on the NBC Sports Chicago page if you want to take a look. But gives the Lions as an example of building the team and how they did it. And we've talked about it a bunch on this show, just how they drafted players based on the Lions first and their most important positions of need, and then did what they needed to do. But they also traded for a quarterback, so you could argue that they had that in place, similar to the Bears. And then they acquired assets when they needed to rebuild instead of giving them away. The second-round pick thing did give me a visceral reaction.
And it should.
I know
because
that
the
there's
first one was a disaster.
I know there's a very strong chance that they franchise tag him, but I still think that there's an element of uncertainty attached to a pick like that where it's still going to be of a very high value based on your projected record.
Why is David Walker's stuff still on the Bears website?
Yo, I was just looking at that.
Is Pat Fitzgerald still on Northwestern?
Alan
Let's
Williams
Google.
was going right away.
Immediately. They scrubbed that immediately. And that was a supposed resignation. Like, at least they, for whatever their contract needs were, they had to frame it as a resignation for whatever that was, even though it wasn't. Why is David Walker's info still on the Bears website?
Oh, yeah. There it is. NU Sports football roster.
Oh,
Fitzgerald.
Fitz is still up there? Yeah, running backs coach. Bears. David Walker enters his second season with the Bears in 2023. He has 26 years of coaching experience to his name, including 8 seasons in the NFL. Okay. Still there.
I mean, they did the important thing, and they announced it. It's not as great.
They didn't announce it.
Well, it's widely reported.
It is. They and somebody found out. The Athletic broke the story. It was Adam Johns and Kevin Fishbane.
And multiple people have
But they haven't announced
confirmed it. Yeah, that's true. But it's
I don't know. After Eberflus talks, are we going to see anything on their letterhead?
that's a good question.
I don't know. I guess this is it's unprecedented. I've never seen anything like this. I don't remember this happening to one assistant coach, let alone 2 on the same staff in the same season for workplace behavior. And granted, NFL teams' HR departments historically have not been the strongest. Let's just say that. I mean, for everything we knew with, and especially when it comes to owner behavior, whether it was Daniel Snyder or Jerry Richardson and the stuff he was doing before they finally pushed him. That's actually the swiftest anybody's ever acted on this stuff was with Jerry Richardson. So, and now, of course, what is now the second blockbuster story about Bill Bidwell. And all, it was that Bill.
Michael.
Bill's dead. Michael Bidwell. Yeah, if Bill's doing it, then we got a big Halloween story. Coming back like Marley's ghost to creep on everybody.
What's the magic word? Halloween.
What do you say? Halloween. Good enough.
Sure.
Good enough. That works. So I guarantee you right now, somebody is desperately trying to prepare Matt Eberflus. He talks in a couple minutes, and somebody's saying, "Hey, you can say this, you can't say this. Whatever you do, don't say this." And this is one of those press conferences. This is one of those days where you can't let the team dictate. You got to keep asking the questions of everybody you can possibly find in that room, whether on the dais or not, whether if they're standing by the door, you go over to them and you ask them. Anybody who pokes their head in there, anybody you see in a hallway. This is a day, maybe you go down the hallway, they tell you you're not allowed to go. You want to take my credential, take it. But I got stuff I got to ask. This is one of those. If you're in there and this is watch the back door, because there may be people above Eberflus who want to kind of lean into the back door, or after the press conference begins and all the microphones are pointed forward and everybody's leaning forward, you get some other people who may just this is when you make sure your head's on a swivel as a reporter.
I will say this too, though. There's a lot of fans asking the question, especially today, after we get the news about Josh McDaniels and what's going on in Vegas. Why can't the Bears do the same? And I think that perhaps that is the right attitude to have as a fan. Like when you do see accountability and what's happening and action taken against people who may have seemed untouchable at times, or you didn't know how they kept skating with their jobs, that is a fair question to ask. And I think that that's the right attitude to have.
Are they now ahead of the Bears? by doing that? Have they now sent the message to any coaches? Because obviously you're going to have to blow out this whole staff too. And once you as an NFL team send that message, hey, there's openings here, then those phone calls are starting. Those conversations are beginning. Agents are talking, and you've got potential head coaches who put shadow staffs together. Make no mistake. When people interview for jobs, they've got a list of names who are saying, look, if you hire me, he's committed, she's committed.
Right.
We're coming in this as this group.
Yeah, I think that's understood for sure. Here's part of it, though, to me is, and I even thought about it when we heard the news about Montez Sweat, because even though his contract is up, and yes, we know the NFL will magically add extra years to your deal, is that I wonder how much was told to him about what's staying in place, if anything, or how that's going to work out. And then also, don't you think it's interesting about the Commanders trading away two pieces like that? Doesn't that lead you to wonder what's next for their coaching staff and Ron Rivera?
Absolutely. I think it's real shaky.
That was my indication, was you've got to think that his days are probably numbered based on that move, right? So there's some conjecture there that I think you can take, but I go back and forth on it, because you see teams who aren't afraid to fire people and owners who aren't afraid to fire people, but then they just don't hire the right people once they do. And the Bears are slower about it, but what proof do you have other than Kevin Warren's existence? And that's really probably the only piece of faith I have, that they would do it differently if they fired people.
It gets back to my longtime lament about the Bears. They're incapable of being normal.
I mean, Kevin Warren's a game changer, but we have yet to see that
change the game then
applied here.
Get on with it. At some point, you can stop the weirdness. Unless maybe he's getting bearsed as all this is going on. I don't know what he's doing other than walking out to the camera so they can show him taking notes.
Well, I mean, what he was doing was working on the stadium situation. And you saw that last piece of news when it came across with the legislature about the Bears not filing anything of note when it came to needing legislation for a stadium being built. So sounds like it's in a time of at least quiet for a certain amount of time, right?
You think?
Right. So I don't know what their fiscal years are and all of that, but that would indicate that, at least for now, that's not something that's making public news.
We've got information that is coming out slowly but surely regarding this latest Bears assistant coach firing for aberrant behavior, and we're keeping a very close eye on it. Matt Eberflus is expected to speak in moments, so we'll have more when we come back on The Score.
Tomorrow and every Thursday, tune in to the 4 Wins Forecast at 4 with Dave Wanstead.
Are you kidding me?
Coach Wanstead will join Parkins and Spiegel to make his picks for the upcoming football games.
Can I talk football?
Second round pick.
This better not be a rental. You
got to be sure that because
there's no reason to rent somebody this year.
And the other thing is that you're giving up two things here. You're giving up a draft pick and money. It's usually 2 for 1 or 1 for 2.
It's usually one or the other.
Right.
You want to give up a draft pick or money.
Right.
This is another one. It's like the Khalil Mack deal.
And now here's my question.
So it's another deal for a pass rusher where it's going to be draft capital and money.
Then are you now, if you're Poles, are you now chasing the pick again?
The second rounder?
Yeah. Are you chasing that pick in trying to trade Jalen Johnson? And then you feel like, oh, well, I'm even, but I got a pass rusher and I've already drafted corners, so I'm good.
And because you're bad, it's going to be a really high pick.
Yeah, it's going to be between 33 and 40.
Well, that's Ian Rappaport just said if the season ended today, it's 35.
Yeah, that's between 33 and 40.
I know, but he knows exactly what it is right now. So if you're doing it again.
Well,
because the rental values is worthless this year. You're not going anywhere this year.
This is why when we were talking about this in transition, it's not that you got the trade wrong. This is why you shouldn't do a trade again. It's why did you get the trade wrong? Is your process sound? He's going to help the Bears immediately. And for the texter that wanted you to explain this, what did you mean when you said Chase Young has a higher ceiling, Montez Sweat has a higher floor?
I didn't think this was a particularly difficult concept.
Sometimes you have to whiteboard stuff for people, Dan. It's okay. It's part of the job.
The idea of a floor being what you know you are going to get at the very least from Montez Sweat. You know you are going to get a good pass rusher. He may not be a great pass rusher, but you know for sure he's going to be good. With Chase Young, you get the tantalizing possibility that he could be great with a little bit of bust potential. It isn't so much can you do anything right, it's can you stop doing things wrong?
I have a question for you, Studs.
Yes.
How many times do you find yourself wanting to play misery business when talking about the Bears?
Oh, it's not just the Bears. The White Sox got it a lot this year, too. It's anytime there's anything miserable to do with any of the teams in town. It's not just the Bears, but quite frequently.
So we should just play it every segment of
Every segment of the show.
Because there's nothing good really going on.
We seriously could play it except for Curtis Granderson.
Yes. He's got a great event going on. We'll learn about
and
it.
also Russ Dorsey. But other than that, it sounds like we could use it.
Yeah, and this is a good point. Several people are saying that Walker worked with Dave Wanstead at Pitt for a while. So I don't know what he might know about him or what had been in his past before, but that's, I don't know.
Yeah, how long ago was that? That was a while.
Yeah, but it should be long enough to know about possible, exposing your workplace. You got a responsibility to keep people from bad behavior in your workplace.
Of course.
There are actual there's damage that's done here. It isn't just about the Bears and the HR. It's about people having to come to HR because of how they feel treated. That and those people, this isn't victimless. Some of this stuff.
No.
And you make people feel.
It rarely ever is.
Making people feel gross and belittled is in the workplace like that is it's the Bears have a responsibility. All workplaces have a responsibility to protect people. And it's why you vet your employees, because if you got that stuff going on, it's nasty, man. Really is. I want to know more. I really do.
Yeah, I think that's the main question is, other than workplace behavior, how do you expand on that? What kind of workplace behavior? Was it a hostile workplace? In what ways?
How so? And if there was one, apparently this was the second time at the very least, there was at least a warning, some sort of admonishment. Hey, don't do this in the workplace. And it happened again.
You're getting this information from...
Well, that was from the ESPN report.
Okay.
The ESPN report says Walker had been previously reprimanded by Bears HR for his workplace behavior, and that a second such instance led to his firing. That's Courtney Cronin today.
Okay.
Now, what I do know is there have been people in that workplace who aren't necessarily Bears employees who have been personal witness to this kind of behavior. That I also know for a fact. So we shall see. And the other thing, too, with everything else that's going on, it's obvious this coach is getting fired and the staff's getting fired.
Yeah.
And yet, here's the general manager. I don't know. Is he getting Montez Sweat envisioning what defense they're even going to run?
That's a question that I had.
And we were told...
Because you're not just doing that for this year. Everybody knows that.
That's why everything's always out of order.
Well, Montez Sweat has played in a 3-4 before.
Fine.
So, supposedly he can play in either scheme.
I actually thought the opposite, guys. I actually thought that meant Eberflus's job was safe because of this.
It can't be.
Because of this trade.
It can't be.
But how do you make any sense of it otherwise? He has to know that he's playing in a certain scheme and why he was so important and what they gave up for him.
Well, if I'm signing, that's the thing. If I'm Montez Sweat right now and all this stuff is going on.
You and I both know that he doesn't have to sign next season.
Because they can tag him. But if he says, what are you guys doing here? What's happening in this organization? Why do I want to be a part of it? If you're Jalen Johnson. If Jalen Johnson, look, I want to go somewhere with some stability where I know who my coaches are going to be.
That's the one that set me off.
Where
at some point outside of Cole Kmet, you got to retain some talent here.
Where my coordinator isn't going to be fired. Like what? Everybody, they always talk about, well, people walked into Hallis Hall and you got Kevin Warren genuflecting at the George Hallis statue. All that stuff, when this is going on, all your stuff about your heritage team and your culture and founding this, it's all BS when you can't run your business properly.
You know how we were talking about cheese on apple pie earlier?
Yes, we were.
And I said, I know that seems like it's old hat to everybody here, but sometimes, you're from different places of the country where that's just not common. You don't discuss it. And maybe there are other things instead that are kind of understood with the same familiarity. Mm-hmm. The concept of the Bears being a founding franchise of the NFL and that being of importance is something that is unique to here. Do you think the rest of the NFL cares? No, they're like, oh, that's a team we can probably beat. Or what have they done recently? Or that was a silly decision to fire this person or to hire this other person or to let this person go or to waste this person's talent. That's the viewpoint.
People always say it after
you
the fact.
have to make that important for yourselves. You have to show people why that's important to you. And what have you done on it except maybe use it as an excuse to not hold yourself to a standard that makes sense? Like, yeah, there was a legacy built here, but how are you backing that up? What have you done in the last 15 years to back it up? I'm genuinely asking that.
there is this psychological, egotistical thing, I should say, where it's like, well, I can be the one to turn them around. Right?
Sure. I mean, and that's human nature, by the way. That's not just here or anywhere.
And just the idea that if you turn them around and you win here, then you become a legend
Ask
in the
Joe
city.
Madden. Ask Joe Madden about that. Joe Madden broke the curse, and then he was fired, and then he turned into a bitter old oddity.
But that's my point, is that if these things do mean something to you, because they clearly mean something to the fans, what are you doing to show it? And so the other question I have with the Montez Sweat trade is, how long is Ryan Poles getting here? Because if a typical contract is 5 years,
we don't know how long his
year
contract
3 is incredibly pivotal. And I want to know how much time he thinks he has, because if you keep kicking this can down the road, then did they tell you that you got a lot of time? Like, how is this supposed to be working?
It's a great question. And that's why it came up yesterday that they might have to extend him.
And how is that any different from how they addressed Ryan Pace, who they also let learn on the job? So tell me exactly where that charter franchise thing comes into play for you being proud of yourselves.
We'll talk to Mike Florio about all this Bears stuff and everything that's going on post-trade deadline, Raiders firings. He will talk all of it next on The Score.
Join the Score's football expert and former Chicago head coach Dave Wanstead.
Put your mouthpiece in, because here we go.
And Tanny from the Parkins and Spiegel Show, live at Four Winds Casino in New Buffalo for the Four Winds Football Forecast. Sunday, November 12th, starting at 11 a.m. Central and noon Eastern. Coach Wanstead will be giving a mid-season review, forecasting the rest of the season.
When you guys did the Khalil Mack trade, I feel like those trades, for the most part, Jamal Adams, Jalen Ramsey, like the multiple first-round picks for the defensive player who you then have to pay, they don't happen very often in the NFL anymore because it feels like that price is too high for anybody who's not a quarterback.
It's obviously extremely steep because when you're talking about the percentage of cap the player is going to take up,
yeah,
then the amount of cash you have to pay them, those are all huge factors, plus obviously losing the capital. Can you still build a competitive roster? And that was the foundation and the outline, when you're talking through that trade. We know where you're still weak, where the voids are, the future picks, the future cap situation. And we were confident that it wasn't going to deter us from building a good enough roster to win a Super Bowl. And there was so much conviction in the building. We were one player away from having a special defense.
And you were right.
We had so much depth on the defense. The one spot we needed is somebody opposite of Leonard. Obviously, we didn't envision it being Khalil Mack. We just needed a guy who could consistently disrupt the game opposite of Leonard, and we'd be cooking with fire on defense, especially with the defensive coordinator we had.
Yeah, and you were right. I mean, that 2018 defense was the best in the league. And it's 36 takeaways.
Yeah, and it's obviously 2018 Khalil. You make that trade all day, every day. The impact he had every week, we just didn't get it enough after 2018 for a lot of different reasons.
And the QB didn't hit.
Obviously.
Yep.
So looking back at it, obviously it's I'm glad we did it. It was aggressive. That I think if you defined the 7 years we were there, we were very aggressive. We made some very aggressive moves. They all didn't work out, but we tried, and I'll never regret, like, we never sat back with our hands, underneath our ass and just said, hey, let's just let all this stuff come to us. We're going to go and get what we want. And we were, and obviously it didn't all work out. We built a great defense. We just never could do it on the other side of the ball.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now is a man who's got a massive brain.
Mike Florio.
He used to be a lawyer, then he decided to take his talents to the internet.
NBC Sports.
I'm sorry I'm late. I was talking to Robert Kraft.
Pro Football Talk.
I wouldn't listen to some of those people out there, especially guys like Mike Florio.
Mike Florio with Bernstein, Holmes, and Rahimi on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
This hour is brought to you by Team Hochberg. Visit their website, 56david.com. That's 56david.com. Anything to talk about in the NFL? No, I don't know. Mike Florio at Pro Football Talk is with us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. Mike, the Bears have fired another assistant coach for inappropriate workplace behavior. You ever see anything like this in your life? I mean, it's one thing for it to happen once. To have two assistants on the same staff who have to be let go in the same season in season? What the hell?
Yeah, this is strange. This is bizarre. We haven't done the deep dive yet because other things are happening in the NFL as it relates to coaches and general managers and dysfunctional organizations. But it's weird. And we're still kind of waiting for more to come regarding the defensive coordinator who is no longer there. Will there be some sort of indictment? Will there be some further announcement? Will it just go away? I'm not suggesting that anything has happened, but there's so much smoke that was attendant to his departure. It just puts you on the edge of your seat wondering what's going to happen next.
Right. Will there be a corresponding action to what we saw from a third party or something else that gives us some indication of what could have happened there, I think is what you're trying to say, I assume.
Yeah, absolutely. What reporting will there be? Will there be some sort of formal action? I mean, to the extent that there was a report that there was a raid at Alan Williams' house and also at Haugh Hall, and the team said there was nothing at Haugh Hall, but nobody ever said anything about his house, and the statement from his lawyer kind of had some nuanced language, maybe not quite that subtle, that seemed to confirm maybe there was a raid. Like, you just wait for the next shoe to drop. And with this next situation, same idea. Is there something formal that happens that gives credence to the idea that something occurred that shouldn't have occurred? And will there be consequences? Who knows? The wheels of justice can grind very, very slowly. And for the Bears, it doesn't matter. They move forward without another member of Matt Eberflus's staff.
Yeah, I'll offer these two data points that I think are important, though. At least in this case, it was outright, at least according to multiple reports. We know that this was an outright firing, so there's that information that we have. Is we're still getting information from Haugh Hall right now. And then the other piece of this is that I find pretty interesting is we talk about the NFL being a copycat league, but maybe the Commanders news and what's happened in the Brian Flores lawsuit is causing them to be a copycat league in a different way, because we get information this morning, a huge article from ESPN about the Cardinals culture that echoes the Athletic article. And then additionally, we see what happened today with the firing of head coach and GM in Vegas.
The ESPN article is just kind of weird to me because there's nothing new in there. The only thing new that I saw in that article was the name of an employee to whom Terry McDonough, former Cardinals executive, refers without naming this person in his arbitration claim against the Cardinals. It's just a lot of words. It's just a lot of the same old stuff. And I keep looking for that critical mass of allegations that would get the NFL to send in a Mary Jo White or someone else to investigate the Cardinals. I don't think they're there yet. And it just feels like they're really late to the party on this because it's a lot of what the Athletic had last month. And I'd love to be part of the conversations as to whether or not they should kill this thing or go forward with it, but it was completely eclipsed by what happened both with the Raiders and with the Bears. And look, dysfunctional teams do dysfunctional things, as my good friend Big Cat says, and there are dysfunctional teams in the National Football League. There are people who own and operate teams who aren't fit to do so, and there isn't a damn thing anyone can do about it. As Jed York, the 49ers CEO, said during a period of that team's dysfunction, you can't fire the owner.
The Raiders' move is the first of however many there will be, and now they beat everybody to the punch as they clean house. What is the significance, not just of the move, but of the timing?
Well, we hear this all the time when there's an interim firing and hiring that's made. Oh, the team has X number of weeks now to get a head start on its next search, and that implies that the team is going to engage in a broad and expansive and inclusive search. A lot of times the owner already knows who the next coach is going to be before the pin is pulled on the grenade that fires the current head coach. You know, people are already talking about Jim Harbaugh landing with the Raiders. So will Mark Davis take full advantage of the next 9 weeks and turn over every rock and look at every possible candidate and abandon his preconceived notions as to who the right coach will be? I don't have any faith in Mark Davis. When we were discussing it this morning on PFT Live, my first point was Josh McDaniels never should have been hired. It's not should he have been fired. He should have been hired. If Mark Davis wasn't willing to give McDaniels the time necessary to transform the pre-existing culture into the Patriot way, don't hire him, because it takes multiple years to get the right pieces in place, to get the right players in place who will submit completely and totally to the Patriot way. But then I took a step back and said, maybe Davis is the problem. Just because he happened to have the right DNA, inheriting the team from his father, doesn't mean he knows what he's doing. He's had the team for 12 years. At some point, somebody needs to say, you know what? You gave it a try. You did your best. Your best wasn't good enough. Maybe you should find something else to do. But there's no mechanism for that. If he truly loved the Raiders, I submit he should sell the team or hire a surrogate owner to run the team, and he should just sit in the luxury suite and eat popcorn and cheer on the Raiders and watch the games and own the team, but not do anything involved in running the team.
His father was one of the biggest personalities of an owner in sports there was, and inspired some of the biggest personalities in the NFL and other owners as well. The likelihood of that happening, you and I both know, is close to zero.
Oh, absolutely. But you know what? It would be so good for the Raiders, and it would be good for the league. The league is better when the Raiders are viable. They have a Cowboys vibe. They're the AFC's answer to the Cowboys.
The Cowboys were created in the likeness of the Raiders. Jerry's,
Right.
Jerry's guy was Al. That was his inspiration.
The ultimate polarizing team. You either love them or you hate them, but you can't not watch them. For the past 20 years, you can't watch them. They are not competitive. They are not interesting. They are not compelling. And I'm not suggesting they should go back to the days where they engage in all sorts of renegade activities on or off the field. But if they're good, they're compelling. I mean, we have a Sunday night game coming up in 10 days, 11 days, with the Raiders and the Jets. Well, who cares? Heidi game, who cares? There's no reason for the Raiders to attract any real attention. The Jets are the far more compelling team, and the Jets are the reason to watch that game because of what they're trying to put together. The Raiders have no cachet, and this is a team that should have cachet. As George Costanza once said, it should have cachet up the yin-yang, and Mark Davis is the problem. But he'll never admit it, and he'll never do anything about it because he doesn't want to give up the team, even though he should.
Does the Bears trade of a second-round pick for Montez Sweat make sense to you?
Unless the argument is, well, you know what? We tried it last year and it didn't work, so we're due for it to work this year. It does make no sense, right? Last year, the Chase Claypool deal, second-round pick that became de facto the last pick of round one, that was a disaster. And they had time to really kick the tires and get to know him. And to their credit, they acknowledged the mistake and moved on. As it relates to Sweat, they don't have a whole lot of time to make a decision here about what they're going to do. And I prefer, and this isn't just to pick on the Bears. The Seahawks did it with Jamal Adams. The Rams did it with Jalen Ramsey. The Texans did it with Laramie Tunsil. You trade for a guy who was due to get a new contract, and you don't do the deal on the way through the door. Well, you give the guy all the leverage at that point. Montez Sweat's now looking at becoming a free agent or getting franchise tag. And if the Bears didn't have a deal done when they did the trade, they're going to pay more than they would have paid. If you go to them and say, hey, you know what? You want to move on? You want to get that contract that the Commanders haven't given you? We have a way for you to get it. We're going to do this trade, but we're not going to do the trade unless you agree to this contract. That's the way to do it. So maybe they just want to have a test period with him, but why would you give up a second-round pick for a test period? If you're giving up a second-round pick, you believe in this guy. You've already made the decision he's a guy you want. So if you're going to give up that much, you sign him on the way through the door. So this just seems weird to me. And when I heard over the weekend they were looking at Chase Young, I mean, it was right church, wrong pew. They were looking at one of the Commanders' pass rushers. They got one, and now the clock's ticking on either franchise tag or free agency or long-term deal, and they're going to be operating in a position of weakness.
Well, especially when you consider that the Niners got Chase Young for a 3rd round pick. So that makes me wonder why the price was so high. And I guess for us, it's old hat to see him trade what could be a really high 2nd round pick for something like this. But I also think outside of, say for some reason he doesn't get franchise tagged. Why would you want to stay here if you're a guy who's proven in Montez Sweat that you can really produce and clearly be maybe one of the difference makers for a team who's one player away?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this isn't a team that is going out and bringing in the missing piece to become a playoff contender. This is a team that's thinking about the future and specifically giving up a significant trade asset to get a guy that they hope will be with the team for a long time. And that's fine if you pull it off, but it gets back to my point. They should have done the deal on the way through the door. The 49ers situation is different. They gave up a 3rd round pick for Emmanuel Sanders, receiver they traded for in 2019 during their Super Bowl run. And he was there for the rest of the year, got into the Super Bowl, was open on what could have been a game-winning touchdown if Jimmy Garoppolo had accurately delivered the ball, and then left in free agency. So they gave up a 3rd round pick for half a season. They may be doing that with Chase Young, and Young chasing, that's no pun intended, his contract. It just kind of happened. And it's a win-win for the 49ers and Young. This is only a win-win if the Bears can work out a deal that they feel good about. And if you're going to do that deal, you do it on the way through the door, because it's never going to get cheaper with Montez Sweat the longer he's there and the closer he gets to that day in March when free agency happens.
You mentioned Jim Harbaugh. What is the conventional wisdom about not only the likelihood that he would try to bolt for the NFL, but his level of desirability at this point, which we always have taken as a given? Is he still that desirable by more than one team?
Well, he coached the 49ers very successfully from 2011 to 2014. That was a long time ago that he last coached in the NFL. 2022, he was a candidate for the Vikings job, and I think he believed he was getting it. The Vikings went instead with Kevin O'Connell. 2023, he was a candidate for the Broncos job. Greg Penner, the owner of the team, flew to Ann Arbor to meet with him. Sean Payton gets it. Now, we've got this dirty, nasty rabbit hole of sign stealing that keeps getting weirder and weirder. The latest development, this Connor Stalions shadowy figure who was the mastermind allegedly or possibly, or whatever qualifier I put on it to not get sued, of putting this sign stealing together. And there's video of who they think was him somehow infiltrating the Central Michigan sideline with glasses on that apparently was recording the signs of Michigan State back in the first game of the season. It's a horrible look for Jim Harbaugh, because he either had no control whatsoever over his team or he knew exactly what was happening. He's denied having any knowledge. I don't know how you sell him to a fan base. I don't know how you sell him to a media corps that's covering your team. And the NFL floated the idea over the weekend through its in-house media conglomerate that, if Harbaugh is suspended by the NCAA, we may suspend him too. They have no basis for doing it. It would be an antitrust violation. It would be collusion of the highest order to just say, well, we're going to go ahead and suspend him because the NCAA did. But they put that out there to get teams, I believe, to think twice about hiring him. So I don't know that he gets the same escape that he might have had in past years, especially since no one offered him a job in past years. So other than Mark Davis, who might be looking at Harbaugh wistfully like he once did at John Gruden, and maybe willing to hire him. Other than him, I don't know who else would do it.
Yeah, that's a good question. I just think there's always a market for somebody when it comes to Jim Harbaugh, because
he's successful.
Yes, and there's an emotional connection for owners with Michigan too. It's, there's an intangible there that people enjoy, and I think as long as he stays just one removed, Pete Carroll, I think, set the example. His timing was impeccable when he left for Seattle, and I don't know. I think Jim Harbaugh is the type of guy to be able to still get employment after this. I also want to ask you this. What did you think of Minnesota trading for Josh Dobbs?
Well, they didn't have a whole lot of good options. I saw someone suggest today that, hey, maybe they should have gotten Jimmy Garoppolo since he's about to be benched. Look, Garoppolo isn't mobile. He can't process information quickly. He's not consistently accurate, and he's always injured. Other than that, he's a nice guy. Josh Dobbs is a guy who comes in and provides an alternative to Jaron Hall, the rookie from BYU, 6 feet tall, guy who's got some mobility, guy who's got some flash. What can Kevin O'Connell do with him? Dobbs is the guy who can maybe be the option if it doesn't work with Hall, who'll start this weekend against the Falcons. And, the Vikings had a lot of options they considered, short-term and long-term. Long-term would have closed the door on Kirk Cousins. I think my big takeaway from what's happened the last 3 days is the likelihood of Cousins staying in Minnesota next year and beyond is dramatically higher than it was before that injury. The Vikings want him. I think he's going to want to stay there. He had his surgery today in Minnesota. I think he's going to be around the team as much as he can be. He's going to help cheer on the team. He won a lot of style points with his teammates by trying to cheer on the team as he was getting carted off. So, his star, I don't want to say it's risen. He's just viewed differently than he was before this year. I think the Vikings are going to want to keep him. I think he's going to be reasonable as expectations. There won't be a land rush of other teams trying to sign him because of this injury. I think, the Vikings try to hold it together this year with the idea that Cousins will be back in 2024.
I keep asking this question about the quality of the top tier of NFL teams right now as we begin to turn the ship toward the playoffs a little bit and start looking at some of these things even as early as this time of year. How do you start judging now who belongs in that top group of actual championship contenders?
Well, the problem is every time somebody emerges, they start to fall apart. I mean, 3 weeks ago, it looked like the 49ers were never going to lose another game. So we still have half the season to play. One team to watch very carefully is the Lions because of their schedule. There are a lot of winnable games up until week 17 when they go to Dallas. They could fatten up their record to the point where they're the 1 seed. You want to get to the Super Bowl, you're going to have to go to Detroit and beat them there, which means Jared Goff doesn't have to venture out into the elements where he is a different player. We saw that when he went to Chicago, 2018, I think it was, when the Rams were first ascending. Cold night in Chicago, Jared Goff's a different guy. So the Lions are a team to watch as we go through the upcoming weeks because they should win every game. They'll be favored in every game until they go to Dallas. That's the only game left that you look at and say, that's a loss. That means 14-3. That means quite possibly the 1 seed. And in the AFC, watch the Bengals. Now that Joe Burrow's healthy, and they embarrassed the 49ers. 14-point win in San Francisco. Are you kidding me? Where the 49ers had won 42-10 the last time they had played there over the Cowboys. Watch the Bengals because they know how to beat the Chiefs. So Bengals, Lions, 2 teams that have never won a Super Bowl, could be on a collision course to meet there in February.
What a time to be alive. And Mike Florio, we don't have much time left, but I know you've got a book out that's now available.
Yeah, it's a Christmas book. It's called On Our Way Home, $3.99 ebook on Amazon, $9.99 is the paperback. And I'm giving every penny I make to a local animal shelter. Just, because I think it's a good cause. And ever since we got a dog 5 years ago, I feel very differently about dogs, and cats get along for the ride, even though I'm not a big cat guy. But hey, the cats benefit as well from the donations to the shelter. It's a book about family. It's a book about relationships. It's a book about repairing relationships before it's too late, and coming to terms with relationships that can't be repaired because it is too late. So it's a Christmas setting, but I hope it's a message that resonates for a lot of people and inspires folks during the holidays to focus on a relationship that maybe needs some work and get it fixed before it is too late.
What's the title again?
On Our Way Home. Available at Amazon right now.
Good luck with it. Mike Florio.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
That's Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk. And speaking of dogs, by the way, I know I was going to mention this to Lawrence because he said the fact that the Golden that we were sitting was hoarding my socks was evidence that I just needed to put away my socks. We found, and Simba left yesterday, and we found evidence in our walk-in bedroom closet that Simba was climbing up and pulling socks down from the shelf where I have them.
Yeah.
So it wasn't. I will not be victim blamed for this.
Yes, you will. Why are your socks in a drawer?
The socks weren't in a drawer. They were just on top of a dresser.
This is the structural issue I have.
We have shelving in the closet off our main bedroom. There is shelving in the closet and things hanging there, and there's a shelf on which I put my socks.
That's
okay.
No.
It's
Just
a little
cheese on
better.
apple pie. I'm not standing for this. Put your socks away.
They are away. That constitutes
a
away.
sock shelf.
Yes.
Man, if I saw that in somebody's house, I might turn around and leave. Are your socks that good that they're on display? Yours?
My socks are from CVS.
They're in a closet, though, right?
Yes, it's in the closet on a shelf.
But you couldn't close the closet door?
But, I mean, why would I? What? I guess. I'm not going to lock it. I mean, it's a closet.
Well, Simba thought otherwise.
Well, we didn't know. We had no idea until I saw, wait a second, what happened here? All the socks have been haphazardly pawed at, and many of them pulled onto the floor. Because I don't always go in there because most of my clothes are at the foot of the bed or next to the bed.
I thought we talked about this. Retrievers retrieve. Did you not give Simba anything to retrieve?
We bought him another toy even. He has the squeaky, he has Donkey from Shrek, whose ears squeak. And then he has a thing that looks like a duck, but it's so chewed up it's impossible to tell. I think it used to be a duck, and that's got a squeaky thing in it. And then Beth went to Petco and got him this big rope with knots in it.
Well, clearly he needed more things to retrieve.
Well, he likes socks.
Mm-hmm.
But now he's gone and our house is empty again and quiet. What?
How many times did you go fishing yesterday?
I haven't been. The weather's been terrible.
Hmm.
I haven't. I'm going to try to get out either tomorrow or Friday, but I don't know what to catch in this weather. I
Should
don't
we
know if
work
the
with
bass are
Adam
still
Haugh
hitting.
or Haugh? I'm sorry if I didn't say that right.
Yeah, Matt Eberflus had himself a time earlier. We're going to bring that back too. But Adam Haugh is coming up next to give us his thoughts on the dysfunctional and bizarre Chicago Bears. Next on The Score.
Bears fans, the 2-6 Bears head down to New Orleans to take on the Saints. And Tyson Bagent gets another start at QB. Can the coaching staff get this thing turned around? Or will
That's what they're trying to ultimately do.
Keen-eyed observers on Twitch are asking if that is the Ghostbusters firehouse positioned behind you over your right shoulder.
Indeed, it is. And Chris Sims and I this morning had a lengthy discussion about whether or not grown-ass men should be playing with Legos. And if you remove the word playing and come up with a different verb, then it becomes more acceptable. But apparently studies have shown that for those of us who have a degree of stress in our lives, and these modern times do induce stress for many of us, the Lego building process helps to manage and neutralize stress. So there's the actual Seinfeld set back there, which is a Lego creation. I've got the Ghostbusters set. I've also got a typewriter that I'm working on. I'll show you what I've done so far. This is the first two steps of it. It is a major pain in the ass.
Whoa.
I've got the rest of it. I'm going to get to it at some point and finish the typewriter, but that's what I've gotten so far. Unfinished typewriter.
That's
Looks
wild.
nothing like a typewriter. I'm getting there.
Is it a working typewriter? Is it moving parts?
It's you'll punch the buttons down and the hammers will go up, and there's
wow.
a fake ribbon. I don't think it actually types, but it simulates typing.
This is from Stonecutter, who said, you have to fire Eberflus Friday morning. You have to. You cannot put this idiot up at the podium for another 13 games. Make Hightower the head coach and let Borgonzi or Hoke call the defense. This cannot continue. That was my point yesterday. He's done. Whether they act or not. That's what it sounds like. This is what it looks like. He is absolute powdered toast man right now. He is dunzo. They weren't listening to him before the game. Can you imagine hearing that in the locker room? Be like, oh, well, go get him. Hits principal. I mean, he's just gibbering up there. He's got nothing. He's been totally exposed. Defensive head coach with his magic defense and his principles and his discipline. Your discipline? You got 10 penalties. You got a wide receiver who doesn't. You have to tell not to come to the building, and we still don't know what happened with your hand-picked defensive coordinator and what these inappropriate things that he did that forced him to resign. What the hell is going on up there? This guy's totally overwhelmed. Right? Right. That's what you do, right? You evaluate, and that's it. There with that. And right? We don't have here's injury updates. Here's my injury updates. Don't have any injury updates. But so that concludes the injury updates. And now I'll take your questions. And now Jason Leisure is going to sit me down and smack me in the face repeatedly. So go ahead.
Losing his mind.
I mean, this is a clown
and we're
show.
reaping all the benefits.
on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
Adam Haugh says...
Adam Hogue, Bears beat writer for CHGO Sports.
What's up, everyone? My name's Adam Hogue. This is the CHGO Bears podcast.
We just need to kick Adam Hodge off the show and let him come back on Tuesday.
Host of the Hogue and Johns podcast.
Mark Trestman's face just popped up on my computer, by the way.
Adam Hogue.
Adam Hoagie or Haugh, excuse me, I don't know how to pronounce the last name.
With Bernstein, Holmes, and Rahimi on 670 The Score.
So David Walker with the support, from Ryan, Kevin, and ownership, we have made the decision this morning that our running back coach, Coach Walker, has been relieved of his duties. As the head coach, we are building a program and have standards to uphold to as a staff and organization, both on and off the field. And those standards were not met.
So they say bye-bye to another assistant coach for being a weirdo. And they'll not tell you anymore. Adam Hogue will, though. He's joining us now on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. And he is on Twitter at Adam Hogue. Welp, it happened again. They had to get rid of another one. Most of their assistants are fine, but two of them not fine. What the hell's going on?
What a bizarre year this has been. I mean, I think it was whatever it was, like a month ago, where I was on with you guys trying to say, like, I don't know, I'm starting to feel some like Trestman 2014 vibes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these are different. They're different storylines, but they're still not normal storylines. The type of things you don't want going on, especially when you're losing. I mean, we've unfortunately, and I think this is maybe a bigger story that applies more to the entire NFL. But if you actually like in every market, whenever a smaller assistant coach gets fired for something, whether it's inappropriate behavior, just job related stuff, mid-season, it doesn't really resonate other places, right? So, but if you really track this and some of the misconduct Tennessee had a problem last year with the coach that got a DUI coming back from a plane on their trip back home from Green Bay. Obviously, the larger story was Andy Reid's son and that horrible story with that young girl in the car accident. Those are different than what's going on here. I'm just trying to say that, like, I think there might be a culture issue overall in the NFL.
Yeah, but I don't want to globalize this though, because Matt Eberflus just stood up and said their culture's outstanding.
Well, right, and that's why I'm not trying to excuse this by any means. I'm just saying that, like, I think this is something the NFL, needs to maybe stop sweeping some of these under the rug here, whatever it might be, because these are all different topics that we're talking about and different reasons why some of these coaches have been let go. In this case with the Bears, I think they're separate, but they're still sort of in the same boat, and it's inappropriate behavior in this case from what I've been told this morning, and has been going on too. So I think for Matt Eberflus to kind of get up there and say, no, there's no culture problem here, maybe he has to say that, but it's hard to buy right now.
It's one thing to say there's no problem. It's another thing to say we have he's bragging about it.
Well, yeah, what was the weird part for me was kind of bragging about how they handled this, right? Like, yeah, it's very positive how we handled this, came together to make a decision. Like, it just really shouldn't have been that hard of a decision. And I'm not so sure that it actually was like Kevin Warren, Ryan Poles, and Matt Eberflus getting in the room and being like, we got to, we got to do this right away. It sounds like it might have been, something they like literally had to do because whatever workplace you're working in, you have to do stuff like this. I don't think you all of a sudden give yourself credit for making a somewhat obvious decision with inappropriate behavior.
I think there's two things that are true here. Number one, Adam is speaking to the fact that it hasn't happened before like this in the NFL, probably because of what you think is a perceived culture problem, which I think is true, right? Like
well, excusing certain behaviors,
the season was
right?
more important than anything else, and that's why maybe you didn't see that happen mid-season. But also that this isn't good, even though the relative expectation might be low. So both of those things are actually true. I also want to ask you about this, Adam, is what was the indication you got about job security when you see Ryan Poles trading for Montez Sweat, giving up another second-round pick? And then I thought to myself, does that mean Eberflus is coming back? Because all we've heard about is how crucial certain people are to this fragile system. So does that mean that if this is an investment piece, that this is something that says your coach is also being invested in too?
Well, I've been somewhat confused by a lot of things and how they point to, what could be coming. I think they point to an organization in flux right now that might not know I'm not sure decisions have been made, and I think that applies to the quarterback too, right? Like I honestly would hope that Ryan Poles has already decided if Justin Fields is his guy or not, but I'm not so sure that's been finalized. I know it's a different topic, but I think it just really, whatever we're talking about, whether it's the head coach, whether it's how Kevin Warren's viewing Ryan Poles, or how Ryan Poles is viewing Matt Eberflus, or how Matt Eberflus is, viewing whatever he's viewing right now. I'm not so sure that decisions have been made on what direction they want to go, which is why I think a trade like yesterday happens, where it's like, well, what does this really mean? Why did you just give up another second-round pick, something you did last year, for a guy that didn't work out, for somebody who's not even signed through this season, through next season? I mean, like, at least with Claypool last year, it was like, oh, okay, they get him for a year and a half before they have to, before his rookie deal's over. Now, I do think there's some differences. I think Montez Sweat's already a way better player than Claypool. I think he's established and respected and can be plugged in Sunday and make an impact. Whereas with Claypool, it was like, okay, this guy's got to pick up the offense. Is he going to be able to do it? Like, so it's not exactly apples to apples, but I do think your question's fair, Layla. I think it's more of Ryan Poles building his roster for the future and not necessarily an indictment or any type of statement on what Matt Eberflus's future might be. That being said, I keep hearing, also getting the sense that, like, I still don't get any type of sense that Ryan Poles is doubting his head coach through all this, which is quite remarkable. And I almost, it's sort of hard to believe. And I'll ultimately, at some point, I feel like Kevin Warren's going to have to step in and be like, well, come on, man. Like, this isn't what I signed up for.
Well, if you've got to tell the GM to fire an idiot, then you got to fire the GM.
Maybe that's on the table in the future.
I can't even imagine that. That Kevin Warren would have to step in to tell Ryan Poles, hey, look what you got here. You sure you want this guy?
But that's the point. What have we seen? Adam's right. What have we seen that indicates that Eberflus is on a hot seat of any kind?
Nothing. Every time Ryan Poles talks in the media, he raves about his head coach. He raves about the culture. He raves about everything. With how things. So, look, this is how the NFL works, man. Guys get tied to one another all the time, and someone higher has to do what happened in Las Vegas late last night and be like, okay, both of you guys are out of here. And I think certainly that's a flawed organization for its own reasons, and maybe the other extreme where ownership gets too involved sometimes and makes drastic decisions and moves and hirings and spends way too much money. But it's still sort of the same thing where guys were like, no, I want this guy. I'm not going to budge on him. And then that ends up costing them their job. And again, I don't think any decisions have been made here, but will that be on the table at some point in a few months? It wouldn't shock me. You can't keep going down this road, though, with as much drama as they've had with the coaching staff. And by the way, they can off the field all they want. How about on the field? How about,
thank you.
Why did it take 4 weeks to put Justin Fields in the right situation offensively? Why did it take 3 weeks to finally blitz and understand that you can't live with this front four just rushing the passer by themselves? Like, there's plenty of stuff football-wise that I can talk about that is an indictment on the coaching staff just as much, if not more, than, a couple rogue assistants here that are making horrible decisions off the field.
Well, I mean, it happened here. They had to fire Matt Nagy with Ryan Pace here.
Yeah.
Good times.
I don't know. Yeah,
they have a game Sunday. Do we care at this point?
No.
Tyson Bagent starting? That's interesting.
You don't care?
I mean, I don't know.
There's a window washer behind me, by the way, and it's cracking everybody up on Twitch. Like, this guy just pops up while you were talking at him. I don't know if you saw, but it was pretty amusing.
Ask him if he cares. I don't know. Does he
The window
care?
washer?
I just...
Well,
Guys,
he's,
I'm tired
if he
of
doesn't do his job, something really bad happens.
You're tired of covering a weird-ass team?
Yeah, I mean, something every day, right, guys? I will say this. Tyson Bagent's got his work cut out for him against that Saints defense. I don't think the Saints are a great team, but I think they have a good defense. I think the Bears offensively might be in some trouble this week.
Agreed. Adam Haugh.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Thank you.
But there's beignets.
Bye, guys.
LZ.
That is Adam Haugh of CHGO and the Haugh and Johns podcast.
It was malaise is what that was. It was froth and portent from you.
We have high
That
noon.
was not an interview. That was...
I have a follow-up.
That was reminiscent of your Maddie Lee discussions in the pandemic times.
I know where he's coming from. I feel that guy. It was a follow-up to a story that we did a couple of weeks ago about a teacher at a high school in Missouri who was outed as being an OnlyFans model. And there's a follow-up on a couple levels to that story that is interesting.
Headless statue. Headless statue.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
So I respect Jalen's efforts in trying to make a deal happen. Deadlines make deals, but this was only a deadline on the trade front. It's not a deadline on the salary front.
We decided that we are going to be, we've been given basically 5 minutes with Matt Eberflus to ask him any questions that he wants. And so
this is exciting.
Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon,
Matt.
Matt. It's good to have you on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. I've also been told that Matt has promised to answer all of these questions 100% truthfully.
Oh boy,
which is exciting. So yeah, Matt, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah. Really nice day today. Really nice. With that, I'll open up to questions.
Is your confidence shaken at all, Matt?
Yeah.
Yeah. It seems like it, because it seems like are you unsure of yourself during these press conferences?
Meaning what?
Meaning, do you know what you're saying when your mouth is moving and you're saying words?
No.
Okay. Yeah, that's what it seems like.
Matt, is this job too much for you?
What's that?
What I'm trying to say is all the duties that you have to do as a head coach, and now you're defensive coordinator. Is it too much for you?
Yeah.
It does seem like
again,
that
he's being honest. So your confidence is shaken.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's a big admission. That's going to make a lot of news here.
I'm not going to comment on that.
Have you met Kevin Warren, Matt?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so. So you don't even know who that is, right? Kevin Warren? You're not familiar with him? Yeah, Kevin Warren. He's the president. He's Ryan Poles' boss. He's your boss.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have family dinner, 5:30 to 6:30.
Family dinner. So you've broken bread with Kevin Warren.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Was that at Rosemary, by the way?
Yeah, he goes there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a lovely place.
It's fantastic.
Did you see our guy Shane Reardon there? Was he there?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, he usually is.
That was one of the nights that he wasn't there.
All right. Well, I'm good.
All right. Well, you got yeah.
Meaning what?
I mean, I'm fine. I'm done asking questions.
No. Okay. That's honest Matt Eberflus with us on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline.
It's amazing that he was willing to do it. It really was. Like on a day when he already talked twice, as you mentioned, he still needed to get some more in.
Yeah. Do you feel like we have any more clarity at this point?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
670thescore.com and Odyssey Station.
I'll be back this way on Monday. We'll settle this then. Right there, out in the street, in front of the Palace Saloon.
Yeah, right. When? High noon?
Midweek high noon. That means after this, you are headed into the weekend. Mentioned it is the first day of November with snow on the ground. Rabbit, rabbit, rabbit. Hope everybody had a lovely night of Halloween. I enjoyed handing out candy. I enjoyed eating candy for dinner.
I'm always going to think now, Halloween.
Oh, he's so cute.
And CJ Stroud.
He was so cute. What do we say? Halloween.
CJ Stroud is going to pop up on a sportscast because of the bit with Jason.
Yeah, and he wore two different costumes this Halloween. Because,
CJ Stroud?
No, Jason. These college kids, it's like any excuse to wear stupid clothes. I said, yeah, you can wear dumb clothes any night you want. You're in college. Nobody cares. This is when you're going to do it. So.
You've been doing it since you were out of college.
No, I just wear the same clothes. Yeah, it's just been the same costume the whole time. We asked.
The costume is pants.
WTF, Haugh? Why do you have to keep firing assistant coaches for being weirdos? And we're working on those answers. Matt Eberflus had a press conference you're going to have to hear to believe, and you'll hear it in just a few minutes. Mike Florio, Adam Haugh, and that's what's led us here.
You know how I feel about empires basing their whole existence off of supremacy and stealing stuff from other people who also have their own empires? I think it sucks. And I'm talking about you, England. Give India their diamond back. That's not yours, not the team that's playing the Rangers tonight. The Kohinoor diamond, which is apparently part of your crown jewels. That shouldn't even be a thing anymore. You don't need that diamond. You have a bunch of them. Give it back. So the same can be said for why I got interested in this headless statue story. Because one, who doesn't love a headless statue? Two, give the art back, right? Like, what are we doing? We should be past this. We're not barbarians.
Whose was it?
Well, here's the thing. So a judge in Manhattan ordered the seizure of this headless bronze statue believed to depict the Roman emperor and philosopher Marcus Aurelius. So that's kind of where, the lie is as far as questioning. You can't really say, what does he look like when there's no head there, right? That's kind of an important piece of
I don't know if there's
information.
anything else identifying about Marcus Aurelius that would be other than...
You would have to have some really unique body language to say, oh, that's definitely Marcus Aurelius based on a standing statue. Yeah, something, or like a Bill Melton Peaky situation. There'd have to be an identifier. There would have to be something there. So the warrant was secured as part of an ongoing investigation into a smuggling network involving antiquities looted from Bhuban in southwest Turkey and trafficked through Manhattan. That makes sense. The 76-inch, 1.9-meter statue dates from AD 180 to 200. It's worth roughly $20 million, according to the district attorney's office.
Okay.
But Cleveland's like, well, how do you know that's who this is? The museum said they have consulted experts who cast significant doubt on the identification of the statue as Marcus Aurelius, noting the experts believe it's more likely a statue of another Greek philosopher. Well, how do you know that?
Because they know they've got comps. It's like comparing house prices or something. Like
right. The statue was removed from view earlier this year, and the museum changed the description of the piece on its website, where it calls the statue a draped male figure instead of indicating a connection to Marcus Aurelius. But then what makes it special, guys? What makes it special?
Well, I think being that old makes it pretty special in the condition that it's in, probably.
But
right?
Turkey has a point. They first made claims about this statue in 2012, and it released a list of nearly 24 objects in the Cleveland Museum's collection that it said had been looted from Bhuban and other locations. We can't just keep getting away with this. Like, if some other country has a reason to claim that that is theirs, why are you not okay with that?
Give it back.
Right.
It's not yours.
We should be past this.
Well, you guys are forgetting about the finders keepers clause in all of this, right?
But looting isn't the same as finding. I think
Oh,
going.
if you want to get technical about it.
But that's the point. That's
isn't
kind of where we're at with
finding.
this. Like England basically said, "Hey, we're here. We have other land. We're gonna take that diamond."
Yeah,
the
this,
hell
like,
you are!
Like almost everything in the British Museum needs to just go back to where
The
it came
entire
from.
concept of how the British Empire was created, and other empires, by the way, which is why I call some BS on this.
I brought you the story about several weeks ago about Brianna Coppage. And if you remember, Brianna Coppage was a teacher at St. Clair High School, a small Missouri high school, who was found out to have an OnlyFans page where she was doing pornographic work to supplement her income as a high school English and history teacher. And she said nothing but the right things about it upon being discovered. And she said she felt bad that her teaching career was over, but she never did anything wrong. She was dedicated to her students. She was a very well-regarded teacher, and it was just too bad. And I thought she handled it very well, and that how this kind of sex work doesn't necessarily need to be stigmatized, and it's legal and it's lucrative. And thankfully, since she was fired, her subsequent fame has now allowed her to be making what's believed to be more than $1 million a year on OnlyFans alone. Well, guess what? A second teacher at the same small Missouri high school has been discovered supplementing her income as an OnlyFans model.
You mean to tell me that a small school district doesn't pay its teachers well enough?
Indeed.
I, for one, am shocked.
A student slipped a note under her classroom door that they knew her secret, according to a report. Megan Gaither, 31, an English teacher and varsity cheerleading coach, said she was put on leave after her moonlighting was revealed. And she said, teaching does not financially support a person.
Nope.
It's really hard to stretch those paychecks during the summer. That's why I did it. She said she joined OnlyFans to help pay back more than $125,000 in student loans. Her total pay last year, including her coaching stipend, was about $47,500. So Gaither said that she deactivated her account after Coppage's account was discovered by school officials. But rumors began to circulate when she appeared in a video on Coppage's account. Although her face was not seen in the video, which was shot at a party at a St. Louis hotel room, when a photo from the event appeared online, she was wearing the same outfit she had on in the video. She said, I was in like maybe 4 minutes of the entire thing. I didn't think this would be the thing that would ruin my career.
Well, you know, first of all, the deputization of individuals to take the law into their own hands and snitch on people in this way is reminiscent of other things going on in society right now. Secondly, that sucks.
And she said, I legitimately have love in my heart for each and every one of my students. The students are why I told myself I would spend 30 years of my life at that school. I feel like I'm abandoning them. I know I will never see them again. Right now, I'm just hoping to make enough to support my family. And she said she would likely reactivate her OnlyFans account. And she said, I wouldn't be surprised if other teachers out there in Missouri. Teachers are probably freaking out right now because 2 teachers from the same school in less than a month have been caught. And agree, the lesson here is pay teachers more, value teaching more.
Well, also student loans being
and
the real
higher education costs
problem
too much.
here.
Yes.
But you know, certain people would have to accept that.
When we return, you get to hear Matt Eberflus. And we're just going to play this thing. This is unedited, in full, raw file as it happened. And you can hear him talk about a culture that he describes, I'm not making this up, as outstanding on the day they have to fire another assistant coach for being a creep. So you'll get to hear that coming up on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Dan Weeder,
I'm always joining you with such delightful news, aren't I? The dismissal of running backs coach David Walker.
If you lose 2 assistants in season.
We have a caller, and I'll introduce him, And then whenever you find anything that this caller says to maybe be objectionable, we want you to just insult them and yell at them and get him off the air as quickly as you can.
All right.
Okay?
All right. I don't know if I can do that as well as my dad because I'm not that mean.
Well, that's fine. It's your first time.
All right.
Now, the caller's name is Tom in Orland Park, but for the purposes of this conversation, it's Bob in Orland Park. Okay? So Bob in Orland Park, you're on the score.
Yeah, guys, with this Bears getting the number 2 pick, they need to hear me out. They need to keep Justin Fields, but then they need to also get this C.J. Stroud kid, and you load up the quarterback to have 2 of them. You need 2 quarterbacks in the NFL.
No,
so you have Fields.
No, you
and
don't.
Stroud.
No, and first of all, his name is C.J. Stroud. I don't know. It's not like a strudel. It's CJ Stroud. Second of all, I feel like that's implying that you want Justin Fields to be a running back, and they don't need 2 quarterbacks. Actually, Trevor Siemian is a serviceable backup. You don't need 2 quarterbacks. If you trade down 1 and get a bunch of capital, even if you don't, and you get Will Anderson, who is basically Myles Garrett.
Now insult Bob.
Take him.
Insult
Take
him.
Meaner.
Insult him. Say something about his kids.
Don't ever say that again.
There we go. There we go.
Local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! Everything's looking where it is in terms of good.
Okay. Everything's looking where it is in terms of good, and you're having tactics.
Yeah.
We know,
like I said,
in a moment of crisis, nobody is able to stand there and project an aura of competence, intelligence, and calm like powdered toast man himself, Matt Eberflus. So he was standing at the lectern on the podium with some opening remarks and then taking questions about having to launch yet another creepy assistant. Let's hear how it all sounded.
Okay, just some injury updates to start. As I said on Monday, Brisker is in concussion protocol, and we'll see how he progresses this week. We just have to let it go through the process of that. But his spirits were good. Saw him this morning, saw him yesterday, so he's in a good spot. Tremaine is day-to-day with his knee. He's also in a good spot, and we'll see where he goes during the week. Braxton is still in his 21-day window, and really based on the workload, conditioning, and where he is this week. But again, we'll see where it goes as it progresses along. Obviously yesterday with the trade with Montez Sweat, obviously with him, I had a great conversation with him. Super excited to join the Bears. Ryan and his staff worked tirelessly to get that done during the trade deadline the last week or so, and excellent job by those guys with signing a premier player like Tez. When I evaluated him coming out, and from Mississippi State, and also since he's been in the pros, what's unique about him is that he's one heck of a pass rusher, but he also, talking to the guys that have played against him in the building and just watching his tape, he's a really good run player and plays with a great motor. He's a great practice player, just talking to the guys that have been with him. So he's going to fit right into our culture in terms of working, and your best players got to be your hardest workers. So he'll be here today, getting his physical, and pending his physical, we'll get him going ASAP this week. So that's Montez. We're super excited to have him for sure.
All I have to say about that.
And then with the David Walker. All right, so David Walker with the support, from Ryan, Kevin, and ownership, we have made the decision this morning that our running back coach, Coach Walker, has been relieved of his duties. As the head coach, we are building a program and have standards to uphold to as a staff and organization, both on and off the field, and those standards were not met. I'm not going to get into details other than he's no longer on the staff. Omar Young will be taking over the running back coaching spot today. Has really good experience with that. Has coached at the college level, also the pro level. He's was currently working with the receivers, and then also the passing game with the quarterbacks. And he'll make that transition really good. That's a great room. We have a lot of good pros in there in that room, and that's going to be a smooth transition. I have addressed those changes with my staff, the leadership council, and the entire football team this morning. With that, I'll open up to questions.
And just to be clear, this is behavioral related with David?
Yeah, I understand the question, but that's what I'm going to share. That's what I share.
Nothing to do with his football coaching ability.
Like I said, that's where it is.
There's 2 assistants from your staff now that have exited the building in a span of 6 weeks. What is your level of accountability?
Yeah, like I said, it's disappointing, from my vantage point, but we have a standard to uphold to. And when that standard is not met, we act, and we act accordingly, and that's what we did today.
But Matt, to Dan's question though, this is 2 guys on your staff that you hired. What is your responsibility for this instability and these issues coming up? Guys that you did background checks on and worked with.
Yep, I would say that the responsibility is there because I'm the head football coach. But I would also say that the standard, right, has to be met, and when it's not met, you make a decision, and we did that.
You pride yourself on building a team based on culture, yet by week 9, 2 coaches are off the staff. Is there a culture issue within your coaching staff?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So the culture in our building is outstanding. The guys work hard every single day. The relationship piece is there. We care about each other, and we're working diligently, to get this thing turned. We're 2-2 in the last 2 games. One game was real close, had a chance at that one, and we really feel we're turning the corner there, and we feel excited about this week. But to answer your question, our culture is awesome.
Do you feel like vet these guys better though? Like when you sit down, is there something missing in the interview process?
Yeah, I would say that we take pride in that. We take pride in vetting the guys, just a player, coach, staff. We take pride in that. But again, when the standards aren't met, we take action, and that's where it is.
But do you feel like you erred in your evaluation of the coaches that have left?
I would say that, like I said, we take pride in that. Okay, and then again, actions are actions, and then we got to take action for that.
What was the response in the room? What was the response from your?
Yeah, it was part of the team meeting, right? So I met with the leadership council this morning, and it was good. It was good. The guys were, obviously, I got to the running back guys first, and then worked from there and talked to the leadership council. Our guys are resilient. They really are. They're tough-minded. They've been through adversity, and the culture is great here. And our guys work their tails off, and you guys see the locker room. You know what it's like, and it is where it is. And then guys move forward.
When you came here, you said you want to be a CEO-style coach. Do you think that these departures reflect poorly upon your ability to do that?
I would say, like I said, it is where it is right now. And again, we took action, with the situation that we've had, and that's where it is.
Was this your decision to fire him?
It was all of our decisions. Like I said, with support of Kevin, Ryan, myself, and the organization.
With the Alan Williams, this is not a similar circumstance. Anyway.
Man, how do you earn the trust back, not just of players, but people in the building, that there was a coach that you hired that was in the building that wasn't living up to standards?
I think the trust is stronger because we take action, and that's what it is. It's called having accountability, and you take accountability and move forward. Player, coach, staff member, doesn't matter.
Man, can you shed any light on just what goes into the evaluation process of hiring assistants?
Yeah, the evaluation process is. Yeah, it's just what it is. You make your phone calls, you do your due diligence, you bring them in for an interview, you have phone conversations, you ask people that are associated, so forth and so on. So that's what you do.
Any signs or red flags in the evaluation process?
No, sir.
Is this something that just completely blindsided you that suddenly started when David Walker got here?
Like I said, I would say no, and then I would say that, that's all I have right now.
Man, this is a 2-6 team that has had obviously more turbulence off the field than it's had success on the field. How do you describe the direction of this team right now?
Like I said, the last 4 games were 2-2, right? And I think the direction is good. Obviously we had an injury to our starting quarterback. We had a backup come in, win a game for us. The defense is on the rise. We've played good run defense. We had played good on run offense. We're solid there, and we just got to continue to work on the ball. We get that right, we'll be right. And the guys are positive, upbeat, and looking forward to New Orleans.
Do you feel any more times the standard? Can you define what that standard is? Maybe not even specifically in this case, but you're saying the standard must be met. So how do you lay that out to people when they come to work for you?
Yeah, it's really clear, in terms of how we treat each other, with respect, being on time and working hard. And that's the first thing that I laid out to everybody in the building. And that's the standard that we operate in. And then we have standards on the field, for operation in terms of performance. Your standard of performance on the field is based on effort, based on focus, based on, intensity. And we measure every one of those every single day in practice and in the games in terms relative to the player's performance. It's very clean cut.
Matt, why does, from your perspective, being 2-2 in the last 4 games outweigh all of these concerns that we're asking you about today?
Because we're in the present right here, right now, right? So that's where we are. We're focusing on New Orleans. We're focusing on, we got a different set of circumstances here, offensively, defensively, special teams. We're focused on that, and we're focused where our feet are.
When did the problems with David first, pop up?
Yeah, like I said, that's all I have to share right now on that. I said what I was going to say on that.
Matt, when you reflect on the coaches that have left, as you look to fill those holes in the offseason, what can you personally do better to make sure that you don't fall into these pitfalls again?
I would just say that, when you look at things, you got to make sure you look at everything. And I think we did that. I know we did that. And again, this is a process where something happened and then we're taking action on it. And I'm actually, it's how we all came together to do it. It was good.
Do you feel like you were blindsided by both these incidents, Allen and Walker? Do you feel like as a coach you were kind of blindsided, maybe something that came out of the blue? Or?
Yeah, like I said, Mark, it's I understand the question and I appreciate the question, but that's all I have to share at this time.
Is your position then that this is a positive day? Because you guys coming out stronger, you handled this well. This is a good day for the Bears?
No, it's not. We're all disappointed. It's never good when this has to happen, and certainly a disappointment. But I do know this, that adversity does make you stronger, in your personal life, in your team life, it does make you stronger. It's just how you come through it. It's how you respond to it.
Do you believe that the trade for Sweat has kind of ratcheted up any pressure on you to kind of get things turned around?
No, I'm excited about that. I mean, getting Montez Sweat is awesome. And we get an outside pass rusher that's long, that's, lean, has production. And we're certainly excited about that. And everybody in the building is excited about it. You can feel the buzz in there. When I introduced, him today to the team, I know he's got to do the physical. He wasn't at the team meeting, but introduced him there. And I know the guys are following it close. But, we're certainly excited about that. Not only on offense, but the entire football team. That's the entire football team.
Physical. Is he playing this weekend?
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, he's got the physical. And then, again, we're going to get him ramped up ASAP. I'm going to give him a jersey and we're going to play. Our culture is awesome.
Our culture is awesome. The culture in our building is outstanding. The culture is great here. We take pride in vetting the guys.
So that's Montez.
Yeah, that is not it.
We take pride in vetting the guys. You do? Why? You just had to fire 2 of them in the same season.
Well, remember he resigned though. Alan Williams resigned.
Right.
No, you got me on that minutia point too, which in this case it is.
Mm-hmm. He resigned.
Our culture is awesome.
To take care of his health and
Jason
his family.
Leisure.
I mean,
Matt, why does, from your perspective, being 2-2 in the last 4 games outweigh all of these concerns that we're asking you about today?
Because we're in the present right here, right now. Right. So
but you just looked back at the last 4 games. And if your record is any indicator, that's worse.
Right. It is where it is right now.
But the stuff about, we have a standard here.
What are they, 5-21 now? Is that correct?
They want to be applauded for firing a guy.
5-24 is the staff?
Hey, we fired him. Yeah,
No,
but you gave him a second chance. And by the way, I need to address something here. For everybody and all of the amateur sleuths on Twitter and elsewhere saying it's gambling. First of all, gambling is not something the league ever wants to cover up in this regard. They can't.
6-20.
If there is if somebody is
5-20.
if someone's in trouble for gambling, the league wants to make an example of them.
Yeah.
If it's any gambling issue, that is an NFL issue. Because of their business partners and because of everything else that's going on, they want to say, you're out because of gambling. You're out because they don't hide that stuff.
Yeah, look at the examples they made of the Lions.
Yes, they don't. They can't wait to tell you.
They announced that.
They have
very
taken
loudly.
the league. The league swoops in and takes control of those situations and makes public examples of anybody. This isn't gambling.
Also, I think in the state of Illinois, that would be harder to prove that way. There's a reason in Detroit where that was reported as widely as it was. Like, I think it's a self-report upon the platform and the location. But yeah, to me, that's not what this is.
No, we know it's not. Also, if it were gambling, the HR team isn't going to flag a second violation.
Yeah,
that first violation goes right to the league, and the league tells you everybody about it, and you're gone.
They have a no tolerance policy on that.
This clearly, and they shouldn't have a tolerance policy on whatever David Walker was doing either. But this is something different. And there is a way to vet football coaches and find some of these things out. And it doesn't mean talking to other football coaches.
No, it means talking to men and women who are outside of the job.
Here's an idea. There's an idea. Listen to people around who say, "Hey, what's the deal with this guy? What's going on with this guy?"
We're focused where our feet are.
What?
Our culture is awesome.
And the fact that he has to wrap himself is like, what were exactly with the blessings of Kevin and Ryan? Like, he had to make sure that he put on all of those shields, that it wasn't just his decision, that this was
It's something that we do.
that it was an organizational decision, that he had to invoke everybody else there, and then he wants to be lauded for acting on this. Well, our standard was violated. Well, how do you not make these standards clear to these guys you're hiring? Don't be a creep. Isn't that in your manual? Isn't that part of the HITS principle?
I mean, they fired him.
They eventually.
Right there in the manual. Don't be a creep.
Well, we have standards, and these standards are upheld to. No, they're upheld. You don't uphold to something. You uphold something. It's that verb takes care of everything. But we have standards, and we look at us. We fired this guy. We relieved him of his duties.
Our culture is awesome.
No, it's not. If in one press conference you have to say the culture in our building is outstanding, our culture is awesome, the culture is great here, we take pride in vetting the guys. Do you realize why you're standing there trying to stammer through all these answers? What are we missing here? What is he still doing here?
But I agree with Adam Haugh. I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that he's let go at the end of the season. I never have. There's nothing indicating that that's the case.
Except his record and everything possible that's happening with the team. It's one of the worst Bears coaching tenures of all time.
Right.
Maybe the worst.
Right. Should. And we did the math, 5-20. I tried to give him another one last season retroactively.
And he took the job as the overseer. He wasn't going to have his nose in the play sheet. He was the
head coach.
You can't, if you're going to be an executive head coach, this is exactly the stuff you can't get wrong. You have to be good at the hiring and the vetting. That's the job you're taking on if you're not going to be marching around the sidelines calling plays. And now he ends up having to call plays because he was a bad CEO, and now they can't find a coordinator midseason, so he has to become the coordinator.
I'm not saying there's not reason to question his job. I'm saying they haven't shown that they are.
I don't know what people need to see. This isn't.
It's not about what people need to see. It's about what the Bears front office and ownership are seeing.
Yeah, well, everything's cool in their building.
We're focused where our feet are.
Do you really think they're trading for Montez Sweat, especially with a specific need for a defense, as to you that this is somebody who's in trouble?
I don't know Ryan Poles well enough to know what to look for to measure who's in trouble for what. But there's no justification for him remaining Bears head coach for another day, let alone another year.
Our culture is awesome.
No, it's not. Stop. We'll talk some Bulls when we come back. They got a big stretch of games coming up.
They do. They're playing a guy who's on fire right now, and I'm not just saying that because I love NBA Jam.
So that's Montez.
Bear season means you can count on the score to take you inside the locker room Monday mornings after the game. Get reactions from the Bears' #1 wide receiver, DJ Moore at 8 with Mully.
Northside, Ralph, you're on the score.
Hey, Dan, I actually can't even believe this hire. Okay. I've been sitting here with you and everyone else seeing a non-dynamic offense for the last 2 decades, and you hire a C-level defensive coordinator. Okay, as soon as they have some kind of decent offensive coordinator, he is going to be gone as a head coach somewhere else in the league that is driven by dynamic offenses at this stage. Okay, this guy's had mid-level defenses. You had a guy out there in Buffalo who's looking his track record. This guy's been on 5 Super Bowl teams as a coach, and to see what he did with Josh Allen and to not get that guy in here, okay, is a complete joke. I can't even believe this. Eberflus. This is going to be Eberlose for the next.
It's Eberflus.
I know it's Eberflus. His nickname's going to be Everlose because that's all that's going to be happening, and it's going to be the same crap as always. I'm sick of it.
This decision represents, I think, true tone deafness and an arrogance on the part of the McCaskies and Phillips. I wanted someone who had a track record of winning, preferably as a head coach, and someone who had a strong personality.
Mario in Hyde Park. The OGs are out today. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, Danny? How you doing?
Good. You all right?
Yeah, go Bears. I mean, I don't think it's a bad hire. I don't think it's a good hire. I don't know. I never heard of him until like a week or two ago. So I don't know. He might be great for all we know. I just think my concern as a fan, having gone through this whole melange of Bears coaches my whole life, what's that front office going to look like besides the GM? Who's doing the scouting for the talent? Because you need talent to win that division.
You know, I'm kind of tired of Bears fans pretending like they know how any of this will shake out. Like, you could hire Brian Dable, who has been on multiple staffs, but you've never heard his name until he met Josh Allen. And so you can pretend like you want the shiny new toy, which most Bears fans want, but you have no idea how any of this shakes out until we see production on the field. Also, Greg Gabriel is reporting that Poles and Eberflus have the same agent, and they've developed a relationship over the last couple of years. So it's not a situation where he was forced into hiring someone on a list. They actually have a relationship and share the same agent. So we have to allow these things to unfold and see how things happen on the field instead of pretending like we know if Leftwich or any of these other guys are any doggone good, because we don't.
No, I agree with you. And that's why I described this in large part as a leap of faith. When it's somebody who's never been a head coach before, he does appear to be well-connected, and he does appear to have more people than just Bill Polian or just the new hire who think he's going to be good at this job. I can't wait to hear from him.
Weekdays 10 to 2 on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
Kind of what we've been going through all season. This one, it just came out. It just came out our way. We stayed with it. It's just ball. It ain't really that deep.
Javon Carter, he had a terrific stretch in the last game where he was about all their offense kind of carrying that second unit. So we'll see. There were some strange lineups that they used.
Are we to the point where there are 5 Javons out there yet?
Torrey Craig's. That's the new one. At least I only know from my podcast co-host that he used to be a Javante guy, and now he's all about Torrey Craig. And the irony, it's going to end up proving me right about something I said earlier, that Torrey Craig would eventually be starting for Patrick Williams because he's a more effective player at this point than Patrick Williams. I hate to say it, it's just fact.
You've heard Lawrence's theory, though, right? That Patrick Williams is going to pull a Lowry and flourish somewhere else.
Maybe. I'm not sure. I don't.
Not that Lowry did that intentionally, but.
Well, there was the Boylan piece of that too.
I did yell at the TV when I saw the still frame of the huddle with Jim Boylan. I was like, "Ha!"
The Bulls lose that game. If you play that game 10 times with those numbers, the Bulls lose it 9 times.
When you say those numbers, what do you mean?
The other team misses 33s. But the Pacers shoot 46 threes and they make 16. That's the one game that you win out of the 10. The Bulls they're going to learn the wrong lessons from that game. And this is where I diverge philosophically with Stacey King, that they went back to their defense first, throw it into Vooch. It's a great way to play if you want to lose 45 to 48 games.
I mean, their defense first play through Vooch philosophy is part of this team's philosophy.
They're different philosophies. Play all the defense you want. Just get up enough threes. They're different pieces. Keep playing that great defense. Absolutely. But stop shooting contested twos, because that's not a recipe for victory. You don't get enough points that way.
I'm aware, and you and I agree on this. I think stylistically, though, there is something important about drawing an extra defender into the paint or taking advantage of a mismatch in the paint and then having somebody be more free on the outside.
No doubt. And that's what I think people don't understand.
That's why we say through.
Correct.
That's
not to, through. And I think it's a really important thing to articulate. That playing through doesn't mean getting post-ups.
No, it's facilitating. It's drawing. I mean, inside-outside game, people call it different things based on the system you learned in or what player you listen to. But that's what that is. That's drive and kick, same concept, but a little different because Vooch is more stationary, more so than a drive and kick. But the idea being collapse the defense in toward the paint so you have somebody more open on the outside.
Play downhill. And Billy loves that. The idea, but you don't play downhill to get a contested two. You play downhill to get an uncontested 2 or an uncontested 3.
But that's why in that game, I wasn't as mad about, for example, the missed threes early in the shot clock. What frustrated me was there was nobody else there to collect an offensive rebound. Where's the spacing there? That shouldn't happen, right?
Yeah, and when you shoot more threes, you are going to get harder caroms off rebounds.
Yeah.
There are going to be some longer rebounds. So part of playing to this new style is going to be understanding that. They're going to have to learn how to position themselves for where that spray chart is going to be of rebounds that are coming off differently. And that is another aspect of learning to play by shooting more three-pointers. You sent a really cool thread.
Yeah, I was going to talk to you about this.
That identified the deficiencies of Tyrese Halliburton in screen roll defense.
Yes, it's making the rounds. DJ Ace NBA, he breaks down film, and that's part of, to me, one of the great things about basketball is they allow you to share it on social media, and all it does is create more popularity because everybody watches the game a different way because this person is pointing out things.
More than that, it makes people smarter.
Yes.
That little things like that, because basketball is, there's so few people and they're right in front of you and you can see their facial expressions and you can see what coaches are saying. All of that open sourcing makes for smarter fans, which I think is fantastic.
And this is a good example. DJ Ace NBA, with roughly 5 minutes on the game clock, the Bulls started bringing Halliburton into the screen action. And in this case, he fails to properly hedge, nor does he switch. So it's an easy middle drive for DeRozan. So they're drawing that mismatch. And then what happens next? Caruso quickly senses a weak point and signals to the bench to run it again. And we know he calls defense from the floor. We've seen him do it time and time again. The viral video of him yelling at Zach LaVine, for example. And all that was shared through social media. So the Bulls are able to run it again, and then they use that mismatch by DeRozan. So it's a defensive-first mindset. But you see how it worked for offensive efficiency because of what DeRozan was able to do.
The other piece of news coming out from the Bulls, Chris Mannix of SI. This is not some schmo. This is
a well-connected guy.
A well-connected, long-time national veteran, respected NBA guy, says the Sixers may now, after the Harden move, be interested in Zach LaVine. And I'm listening.
You and I were talking about this during the break. And it's not the first or I think the last time Zach LaVine's name is going to be brought up by teams like this or in similar situations.
Rather offer them DeMar.
But there's a reason they're going after LaVine.
Rather offer them DeMar.
Right, but that's not who they want. And my point is it speaks to LaVine's value.
Especially to a team like, I can understand it. They know exactly what his role is going to be on a team like that.
Exactly. And they probably see him being potentially underutilized here based on all of the things that we just discussed. The lack of offensive efficiency. Are you setting him up for catch and shoot threes, which is his signature shot, the way you really need to be? Do you want him to score 51 in a loss? No. But is he best utilized when the winning scenario is likely one where those three each have to get 20 some odd?
I just wish
he and DeMar and Vooch.
I wish the Sixers had a package of picks that were closer to fruition. If you were talking about whatever they got in the Harden deal, when you're talking about 2028 and the one from Oklahoma City and the 2 seconds, you put something together with, you talk about maybe a younger, viable player. As we were discussing on Organizations Win Championships, like if you want to say 2 firsts and Paul Reed, something like that.
B-ball Paul?
Yeah. You want to throw that, some developable, developing big.
Say that.
I would. I'm very interested in the possible conversations, and I haven't done this through any trade calculators or anything. But if they are interested, they better be talking, because I don't know where this Bulls thing is going. They've already had, it feels like 3 months worth of drama and going 2-2. I don't know how they're 2-2 right now, playing the way that they've played, because they stole that one in Toronto, and it was a very unlikely win against a pretty good Indiana team, and I think they're in tough tonight in Dallas.
Oh yeah, Luka Doncic is rattling off 49 casually.
He's awesome, and then he hits that crazy bank in 3 to win the game. And it was like, oh boy, a circus shot. And his teammates like, no, he practices that. What? Yeah, he practices all sorts of possible game winners with hands in his face from all over the floor. He banks him in. He throws him with his left hand. Yes.
Similar to his predecessor there, perhaps.
But on purpose. Like he will say, all right, end of game, there's a double team here. I've got to get it around this guy, off-platform stuff. Like, no, he practices that shot. Okay, great. Now what the hell are you supposed to do?
I mean, that is signature part of his game, for sure. I am very curious, too, because on Friday, the in-season tournament games begin.
Did you guys see the sneak peek at the court?
Oh, yeah, the Red court.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. It's all red, black striping.
And they're playing Brooklyn. And, I always think of Brooklyn's court.
Yeah, the trippy gray looking.
Where it looks like people are colorized when they play on it.
I love that. It's awesome.
Like it's all black and white except for the individuals. I'm curious to see how all that plays out. But I do think there are pieces of that Indiana win that they can definitely replicate and move forward with. And frankly, the Toronto one as well. But I also have to ask you this question. How many times are the Clippers going to make a trade that affects generations of the NBA?
I don't know what they're doing.
Do you look back at that Paul George trade and realize what the Thunder have done since? Like, I was thinking about that last year. Yes, I thought about random NBA trades to myself in my quiet time, but that's one that really did turn into a massive haul that we can't even comprehend for Oklahoma City. And how many times are the Clippers going to do this?
I'm not sure what their intent is.
I don't know anymore.
3 veteran ball-dominant players and then Kawhi just standing there waiting around. And Harden.
What are you talking about? We kind of describe cool.
But Harden's bad. That's the thing. He's not good.
There was a time when he was really effective.
Now is not that time. And here, the texter says, making contested twos is still better than missing 3-point shots.
You're missing the point.
Yes. And you know what? If you miss a 3,
the NBA will tell
you know what you do? Take another 3. If you take enough of them, you make enough of them.
And yes, sometimes you do have to mid-range it to get your mojo back to. Therefore, then, try to shoot from longer range again.
I have no problem with a dunk or a layup. Those are the twos I like. It's terrible math. You know exactly what the expected point value is of every shot on the floor. Take the shots that have the highest point value expectation, and those points add up, and you win the game because you have more points than the other team.
Sir, Golden State changed the game. Accept it. That's it. That's the tweet.
I wouldn't even say it's that. It's like the whole league, maybe they helped figure out that, you get more points for shooting back there.
Well,
it's worth more.
They have one of the most efficient 3-point shooters of all time. But,
well, yes.
Point being, everybody else somewhat followed suit and saw success.
Well, yeah, because, they're shooting threes and they get a lot of points because they're shooting threes.
And
maybe we should try to shoot threes.
Wait a second. How are they getting all these points?
And they score more points faster despite having fewer possessions. Huh.
How do they do that?
We can just shoot a 3 on every possession? Did you guys know that?
We just used 22 seconds of the shot clock to engineer a contested 2. Was that good? No. Oh, so we could just run right down and shoot for 3 and we get 3? Yes.
And then you're closer to getting back on defense faster because you're closer to the middle of the court.
And then you get more possessions and you can shoot more?
Huh.
This is crazy.
See how that works. 773 says, that's my favorite bit. DeMar DeRozan, 3-point field goal. Tyrese Halliburton. Yeah,
Tyrese Halliburton was a big part of that, wasn't he?
No, he only hit 1. He was 1 of 8.
No, but your original bit. Wasn't it Tyrese Halliburton?
It's usually someone you've never heard of. That's the way it usually goes.
Who's that dude who gives the Bulls fits? Paolo Banchero? Paolo Banchero.
Well, that's your rookie of the year.
Yes, but also everybody who gave the Bulls fits was like on the Rising Stars team. Didn't you notice that?
It's always some guy in the corner. It's Trey Burke or Alex Burks or Patty Mills or one of the guys who never seems to miss. You're like, how's that guy still on? Now he's on this team, and he seems like he's on every team.
Greg Popovich discovered it.
There's always some just dude who makes shots, or one of these 15 guys from Duke who comes out after a year like, oh yeah, that guy. And he's draining threes on you. And then they send in some big guy who gets all the rebounds.
That was one of my laughs on opening night, as I was like, oh, Davis Bertans didn't even play in this game. And he's lit up the Bulls sometimes from 3 when he was with the Wizards.
Bertans shoots it from 46 feet.
Yeah, that
guy can flick his wrist and make it from out there.
That was my point. He was just a DNP casual last week. I'm like, you could afford to DNP that guy.
Let's talk to Curtis Granderson. He's got a really cool charitable thing coming up for the winter. Old friend of ours joins us next on The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Odyssey NFL insider Peter King on the Montez Sweat trade.
The only way it makes sense is if he plays for them in 2024 and probably at least 1 year after that.
Is there a scenario where Jimmy turns into this guy and never leaves the Bulls? Or did he need everything that happened in between?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think there needed to be some upheaval, but I don't know if that would have happened with Gar and Pax running the show. You know what I mean? Like, I think that was the biggest thing. And Fred Hoiberg on the sidelines. And no, Jim Boylan wouldn't have brought this out of Jimmy Butler. You got Pat Riley over there. You got Spoelstra. That's institutional knowledge. That's stability. And I don't know if the Bulls necessarily would have had that, you know what I mean, given where they were in 2017. They were trying to put things together and saying, hey, maybe we can make a run with the three alphas and figure stuff out. But if you're telling me, do I trade Jimmy Butler in 2017? I told y'all then. I told y'all back in 2017 that it would come back to haunt the franchise, and tell me I'm wrong. You don't appease the least talented amongst you. God bless them. They had some pretty good years there where they found the Luol Dengs, and of course you strike gold with Derrick Rose, and you find Jimmy Butler. But I felt like that time was up, and I felt like for an organization like the Bulls, we're talking about what they consider to be a golden standard. There's only a handful of franchises that have won a bunch of championships during the modern NBA, and the Bulls are one of them, a worldwide franchise, which they used to tell us all the time, right? They used to say that. And my thing was, if you're like that, behave like that. You don't have to give in to the whims of people who can't deal with ego. Every player worth a damn has an ego, and especially if he's been grown inside your building. I know that he came with a headache. I know that he's an a-hole. I completely get that. But you find a way, in my opinion, you find a way to grow with that, to give someone the real estate to grow, mature, develop. You don't, there's a saying that my parents have with each other. They've been married for like 40 years. And I asked my dad, how do you deal with my mother, so to speak? What's the key? And he said, sometimes you got to be a little bit blind and a little bit deaf. And I think that's how you have to behave when you have someone like that. You can't hear everything. You can't see everything, but you keep the task on winning with this player because this player is special.
back. Oh, my. Curtis Granderson, Rob Grady Sizemore, and completely fooled me.
Can you believe that catch?
You like Curtis Granderson? You're going to get a chance to hang out with him if you want today, because from 4 to 6 p.m., it's called the Home Plate Interactive Cooking Class with our next guest at Mariano's West Loop. You can occasionally, you know where to find me. When I'm in Mariano's West Loop, you know where to find me. Discounted meats and the day-old baked goods. There's value in there.
Sushi bar, man. That poke bowl is everything.
And I have had people actually find me there, and they say, you weren't lying, Bernstein. You actually are here. Curtis Granderson, 3-time MLB All-Star, founder of the Grandkids Foundation, and a guy you can find on Twitter at CGrand3, is with us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. Hello again, Curtis. What's happening?
I'm doing well, and I hope you all are doing good. And there's nothing wrong with a good discount and a deal. So those day-old baked goods, count me in too.
You know where to find me. And people thought I was lying until they actually like, hey, you are here. Like, yes. Why would I make something like that up? So tell us, Curtis, a little bit about what this home plate event is. You're teaming up with Mariano's and Kroger to help stave off hunger.
It's really cool. This is 10 years of grand giving. I got the sweatshirt on here. And through our Grandkids Foundation, we've been trying to help fight food insecurity. That means that people who don't know where their next meal is coming from, and with partnership with the Greater Chicago Food Depository, the Northern Illinois Food Bank, and Mariano's, our partner for the last 10 years, starting today, November 1st, at any Mariano's location, you can donate at the register $1, $5, $10, all to proceeds to help fight hunger. And if you can't make it in store, go to grandgiving.org. It's truly a great initiative, especially at this time of the year. Thanksgiving right around the corner. People are getting stuff to fill their tables up and feed their families and friends, but there's a lot of people that don't know where their next meal is coming from. And that's why we were able to take care of the month of November, where all the proceeds throughout the entire month will help go to fight hunger throughout the Grand Giving campaign.
Curtis, you're no stranger to giving back, but I don't know that people necessarily understand how bad the demand has gotten and how big it is right now, especially at food banks this past year or two.
You know what, and even further than that, we go back to COVID in 2020, which seems like such a long time ago. Things really got blown up exponentially. A lot of people that didn't know where their next meals were coming from also didn't know where their paychecks were coming from. So a lot of things started to happen. And I kind of witnessed this firsthand even before I had got to college baseball and gotten to professional baseball. Both my parents taught in the Chicago public school system, and they would always talk about certain students like, oh, I haven't seen this student in the last 2 or 3 days, but I know they will be in class on Monday. I said, how do you know? They said, because this is the only place they're going to get a meal is through the hot lunch program at school. So we have students that are going through that. We have families that are going through that. And now fast forward to where we are in 2023, there's just so many more challenges that are out there affecting. And when we've seen that Snickers commercial where you get hangry when you don't eat, so that's when you miss a meal. Imagine when you don't know where the next few meals are coming from, how angry, how disgruntled, how out of balance you happen to be. That's one of the things that we're looking at saying, you should be able to eat in this country and in this city. So we're definitely trying to find ways to get food in these bellies.
And we still have baseball going on here in the first week of November. The Texas Rangers have taken a commanding 3-1 lead, despite losing Max Scherzer and Adolis Garcia. We're at the point now where those losses just statistically aren't that big a deal because of variance, as we know. But what are you seeing in this series that is material to you? What's important?
Well, it's a couple of things. One, it is November 1st, like you talked about it. You and the audience here in Chicago just witnessed snow on Halloween, one of my favorite times of the year. So it's always interesting that the World Series is going this late. If one of the two Chicago teams happen to be in it, would they have played yesterday's game? And you played throughout the course of May, June, July, August, really nice months in all the baseball calendar, but yet we're deciding to determine the best team in baseball and potentially some of the worst weather throughout the course of the season. But in Arizona and Texas, we're not dealing with that. We got two domes, we got two hot teams that are rolling and going. And you never want to see injuries happen at this point in time. You don't want to see a team be short But at the same time, it hasn't seemed to be stopping Texas. They're just rolling. They're clicking on all cylinders, especially the top of that lineup with Simeon and Seager. I think that 1-2 connection, which doesn't always get talked about a lot, is finally getting the chance to put all their talent on display for the world to see.
I thought that was pretty impressive, Curtis. I will disclose, I'm not just saying that because I'm from the Dallas area, but to announce pregame, you're losing Max Scherzer and you're losing Adolis Garcia, your ALCS MVP, and then they rattle off 10 runs in 3 innings, really 5 and 5 in the second and third. What do you think that said about the resilience, knowing what's on the line?
Sometimes you use that as motivation. I said that earlier in the year when Jacob deGrom went down. I said, obviously, this is one of the best pitchers in the game, and to lose him, what does that mean for our team, for our organization? So rally behind him. Hey, let's do it for him. He came here to win championships, so let's get behind him. No different than now. You're in the World Series. You lose arguably 2 of your best remaining players on that staff. We can either cry about it, sit back, and hope people will feel sorry for us, or we can go ahead and do something about it. They've got us up to this point. Let us carry it on the rest of the way. That could have been the mindset over there, but I think the reality is that nobody's going to feel sorry for you. We still got to go out there and execute and try to be the best team after 27 outs. They've done that so far up to this point in the series, but it's definitely not over. They have to go ahead and take care of business, which I think they're in a good position to be able to do.
Why the hell was Bochy using any high leverage arms last night, especially overworked ones? I don't understand.
You know what? I think at this point, you just never take your foot off the pedal. Whenever something happens and you have a chance to have somebody possibly get back into the game or possibly get a little bit more confidence going into the next game, all those things can be used as advantages to you at the most critical time of the season. So we've seen it before with Bumgarner. Bruce Bochy was no stranger to using him in game 1, in game 4, in game 7. We're going to use him as many times as we can. We're going to use the best players at the best time of the year to go ahead and make sure we get as many W's as possible.
Curtis, there's been something I've been meaning to ask you about for a while. It happened back in 2018, and it just speaks to part of what you do. You had these customized cleats that not only honored Jackie Robinson, but they also honored Larry Doby. And I believe that they were brought to Cooperstown after that, as I recall. What did it mean to you to just raise that awareness and get a different audience talking about what Larry Doby meant to the game? And then what did it mean to you to have those end up in Cooperstown?
It's really cool. Baseball is such a tradition and history sport. So we always remember, we always try to highlight, and we always talk about how the game has got to where it is today. But there's some players that sometimes get mixed in the fold just because they weren't the first. But Larry Doby was the first in the American League for Cleveland at that time. He wore number 14. I wore number 14. And I said, I know we do a lot of great things for Jackie Robinson Day, and that's rightfully so. But there's also some other individuals that help pave the way to give people like myself an opportunity to play this great game and have diverse teammates from all around the world. So I went to New Balance and I said, all right, we got Jackie Robinson Day coming up. Is there a way we can put Jackie and Larry Doby on? They said, no problem. So we got the cleats done. And exactly right. Cooperstown has those cleats. I wore them that day. Cooperstown grabbed them. So I got a piece of memorabilia and some of the things I played with at the Hall of Fame, which is really cool.
I think it's fabulous. And I appreciated that. I had a friend who is close with the design process, Ross Sider, and he told me about that. And I always wanted to talk to you about it because as much as the game does, I think they can always do more. And you do an excellent example of showing how. And I thought that was one of those instances.
Well, I appreciate it. And I think, again, we just don't want to forget. We didn't get here by accident. There's a lot of things that happened to get us to this point, and people that helped pave the way. People ask, why do I give back? I go, because I'm in a position that I'm in because somebody helped me. And whether that's opening up a door or being there to assist or keep me out of trouble, it extends along more than just your family members. It's your friends, it's your teachers, it's your neighbors, it's your coaches, it's the people that played or worked in the areas that you worked in before you are. So whenever I get an opportunity to try to highlight those, I try my best to do it.
Curtis Granderson, outstanding work. Thank you for joining us.
No problem. Thank you very much. And hopefully I'll see you all at a Mariano's throughout the month of November. And if you can't make it, grandgiving.org.
See, this is a good excuse for me to try to get out of work that afternoon.
And he doesn't know how
Good
right
to
he
know.
is.
We're going to get that poke bowl too. You know, you told me about the sushi. I've seen it a million times and I haven't had the poke bowl.
The poke bowl at Mariano's is the truth,
the
Curtis.
poke bowl at this Mariano's here, especially the one at Lakeshore East. And I told that guy, whoever that sushi chef is, he is a level above anywhere else.
And I will be at Lakeshore East Saturday
There you
from
go.
12 to 1, kicking off our campaign. So let's have some sushi. Let's raise some money at the cash register and have a great day.
There
Thank
it
you
is.
so much, Curtis.
Curtis Granderson, the pride of Chicago. But I mean that because
He is.
He really is. And, anybody who's ever had anybody go through youth baseball in this city has either played a game at Granderson Stadium and had that opportunity or has used the UIC year-round indoor baseball facility there, which was also in large part due to his contributions, or all of the other backfields that have been used for various Chicago Youth League playoffs, etc.
And that's why I wanted to talk about the cleats. Like he's always thinking of the extra thing, and it shows. Yay.
Receipts Rahimi is on the case. She was working late into the night last night. There were folders everywhere. She was in a room. There were Post-it notes all over the walls with push pins connected by pieces of multicolored yarn. There's a giant dry erase board with people's pictures on it.
There's what's that movie?
And she was up late, at A Beautiful Mind. Yeah, I was thinking more like The Closer or one of the crime procedurals.
Well,
but
there's a meme, but
there's
it wasn't-
notes
I just
here.
have a page, a one sheet.
All right, but she's going to give us the results of her investigation next on The Score.
We're focused where our feet are.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, did you know the Statue of Liberty is the largest holiday gift ever given?
That's a big deal, just like those at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hey, did you know when the year ends?
In their last game, Jordan Love threw as many interceptions as DJ Moore caught touchdown passes.
Amen.
Bears! That was glorious. Because everyone's like, oh, I want the Packers to have Jay Cutler. I want the Packers to, have mediocre. I want the Packers to have a quarterback who can tease them. No.
It's over.
No, that's too good for them. They don't deserve to go from Hall of Famer to Hall of Famer to a dude for 8 years. They deserve to go from Hall of Famer to Hall of Famer to socks. Because if you have socks, then you've got to figure out your way out. And you've got to mortgage draft picks, and you've got to be desperate, and you've got to take a bunch of swings, and you've got to go for Band-Aids and stopgap measures. And after last night, I think sucks is back on the table for Jordan Love. They deserve it. They deserve it. The whole state, the whole fan base, my whole paternal side of the family. Nephew Jack, I was just taunting him via text. Just
a nice kid.
Just taunting him via text last night. It was glorious. He's like, oh, well, I'd rather learn by the end of the year if he's not going to be the answer, so we know we have clarity of whether or not we need to move on.
He's scrambling.
I'm like, yeah. That's the type of thing the Bears fans have been saying for 25 years.
Celebration!
Oh my God, it was so good.
Yeah.
Who is the backup
Who is
quarterback?
that? Yeah, that's what I was hoping you'd.
Sean Clifford.
Oh, Sean Clifford,
the big red dog.
Oh,
bring him in.
Yes,
it's Clifford time.
Okay.
There's controversy in Wisconsin.
Danny, on behalf of the listening public here, there's many of them. Do you feel like this could be mushing Jordan Love being bad? There's some people already pointing this out in text and in Twitch, and I certainly felt this way when you told me what the lead was going to be today. Do you have any thoughts of that possibly being on the table right now?
Listen, I'm powerful. I don't think I can make a guy not colorblind. He throws to the other team.
We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This is a 2-6 team that has had obviously more turbulence off the field than it's had success on the field. How do you describe the direction of this team right now?
Like I said, the last 4 games were 2-2, right? And I think the direction is good. You know, obviously we had an injury to our starting quarterback. We had a backup come in, win a game for us. The defense is on the rise. We've played good run defense. We've had played good on run offense. We're solid there, and we just got to continue to work on the ball. You know, we get that right, we'll be right. And you know, the guys are positive, upbeat, and looking forward to New Orleans.
The ones that haven't been fired are positive and upbeat, but some of them, unfortunately, have been fired because they're weirdos and creeps. But that's not really my fault, because we take pride in our vetting. This hour is
At
brought to
least
you
they fired him.
Our culture is awesome.
By Golf Mill Chevrolet. Yeah, they did fire him, but they hired him too.
Yes, but I'm happy that he was at least fired. Don't let one loss beat you twice.
This is a good day because we got the creepo out of here. I thought you did that before. Well, there was another one. There's another guy who is doing things you can't do. Did you hire him? Yes. Do you take pride in your vetting? Well, obviously I do. Yes. Where's the accountability? I don't know. It's over there.
That was the misstep.
Ryan Poles is going to meet the media later this afternoon. We don't have a time yet, but the Bears general manager is expected to talk about everything that's going on. Meanwhile, the notebook is out. We have dreamt the impossible dream of the impossible sandwich, and that has been summarily dispatched.
What?
What? The impossible sandwich.
Dude, you settle down there.
Sorry.
Are you okay?
What? I was going to launch into the Man of La Mancha, but I decided not to sing.
Yeah, I knew something was happening in that brain. The notebook is not here. It is really just it's 2 pieces of paper because I wanted to type it out. And Starbucks does have a good impossible sandwich.
Apparently so.
I'm not vegan.
Oh, look at Ray's like, yeah, well, it really does.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, see?
Okay.
All right. Sometimes, you know, you just want to mix it up. So that's when I mixed it up. Here's the problem. I got upset after seeing the news about Jalen Johnson. And it's not like we didn't know this was coming, right? It's not like we didn't know before Monday night that there was a good possibility that Jalen Johnson was not going to be a Bear after this season or perhaps even during. He had accepted his fate that was a possibility. Then we find out the point that extension talks had failed, that reported by ESPN, and that he had requested a trade. Let's keep in mind that the only Ryan Pace product right now that they've extended is Cole Kmet. Kmet had, at the time, when he signed his 4-year, $50 million extension, his average annual value was tied with New England's Hunter Henry for 9th among most tight ends, and the $32.8 million guaranteed was 5th most at the position. 5th most. He had a career high in catches his last game. But currently, Kmet is 11th when it comes to receiving yards among tight ends. Sam Laporta, who was available after pick number 32 that the Bears traded away, is 4th. We all know that Ryan Poles traded pick number 32 for Chase Claypool, which was a higher pick than what he was drafted at. We also know that, of course, they had to give Miami a 7th round pick. The Steelers took Joey Porter Jr., who was allowed just 3 catches on 14 targets for 32 yards with that 32nd pick. And he's just been announced that he will be a starter. Taken right after Porter Jr., Will Levis, 4 touchdowns in his debut, 238 yards in his win over Atlanta. Sam Laporta, 4 touchdowns on the season, 4th amongst tight end receiving yards, 434 yards and 43 receptions. Velus Jones was his first offensive pick.
I knew this was coming.
Dan Feeney was traded for a 6th round pick from Miami. He has 3 snaps on offense this season, 23 on special teams. You traded a 2nd round pick for a guy who we don't necessarily know wants to be here, regardless of the franchise tag. Yannick Ngakoue was signed to a 1-year, $10.5 million contract. He has 2 sacks of the Bears' 10. He has 20% of the team's sacks. You are last in the NFL in sacks. Tremaine Edmonds is your third highest cap hit this year at 14.1. He, however, is on pace for a typical year for him. He has 63 total tackles and an interception. Nate Davis is eighth highest, according to Spot Rack, in the Bears' salary cap. That is a $6.93 million cap hit. He's played in 4 games. Additionally, TJ Edwards, who you essentially chose over Roquan Smith, third in tackles in the NFL right now with 85. Roquan Smith is fourth with 82, but here's the thing. The Ravens have the most sacks in the NFL. The only difference is 1 year. Edwards is 27 and Smith is 26th. Sam Mustipher is playing behind Tyler Linderbaum in Baltimore, but you probably want him back given the snapping problems. And DJ Moore is at least on pace to have over 1,200 yards this season, 5 touchdowns. That would be a career high for him. But at some point, you've got to start asking all these decisions that are being made, which ones could you have made instead? And at what price? Let's look at what just happened here. When you consider the 2 pass rushers in Washington and who was available and who was not, you traded for Montez Sweat and you gave up a second-round pick. When we saw your other pass rusher, Chase Young, go for a third.
And I think part of that, as Peter King said yesterday, that part of that was considered potential signability issues with Chase Young that may not be there with Montez Sweat and or some injury risk involved.
Additionally, you have a defensive coordinator whose whereabouts and cause for his exit are unknown, and now you just had to fire your running backs coach. I applaud you if doing the right thing was firing him. I applaud you for that. But you're taking some big swings that lead me to also ask a couple questions. Number 1, how many years are you going to try to get for this thing? Because typical is 5.
For the rebuild? For the full teardown rebuild?
And some sort of result coming online? And number 2, and this was a good stat brought to us by Zach Pearson, which I thought was excellent. Your defensive head coach. Under Matt Eberflus, the Bears have now given up 30 or more points 10 times in 25 games. They have given up 25 or more points in 17 of the 25. Where in there do you say that what you're doing is correct? And to Lawrence's point earlier this year, you signed a linebacker who's older, who's essentially the same person who Roquan Smith is producing on a much more overall successful defense. Was that really worth it?
The only one, if you're asking that more than rhetorically, I'm okay with the Cole Kmet contract.
5th guaranteed. 5th most in guaranteed money.
I'm okay, but he was paid essentially the total deal would essentially, for the life of the deal, pay him to be a top 10 or an upper third tight end. And
Cole Kmet had 7 touchdowns last season.
Yeah, I would say
he has 0 right now.
I would say he is a top third of the league tight end.
Cole Kmet has like 3 touchdowns this year, right?
Yeah.
3 or 4?
Yeah, why do I have 0 on here then?
He had 0 the year before that, 2 years ago.
Yeah, this
but
year.
7 touchdowns and a career high last week I'm okay with. And like I said, some of these you nailed. Tremaine Edmonds, he's still on pace for his typical season. TJ Edwards, on pace for a typical season for him. DJ Moore, on pace for a better than typical season for him. But some of these where your cap hit is super high.
I'm confused about the order in which some of these things are getting done. I don't know if Ryan Poles knows what he's doing. I don't. And by the way, he's going to talk this afternoon at 2:30, so about an hour and 15 minutes from now.
So he'll be on with Parkins and Spiegel.
I'm not sure if that's going to be the case, but he's going to be meeting the media today.
No, I'm saying they'll play back some of his audio on Parkins
They will,
and Spiegel.
yes, you will hear the audio, no doubt. But that is when he is expected to face reporters, and I am sure that he will similarly hide behind whatever their HR constraints are when it comes to the David Walker firing. I don't know. It's probably going to sound a little bit better than when Matt Eberflus did his bad job at tap dancing around it, but that's going to be an important part of this conversation.
But when you're trying to fall in love with the concept of cornerbacks who take away an entire side of the field and then criticizing them for not producing, for example, if they don't have enough interceptions for you, like a guy like Jalen Johnson. That's when I get concerned. It is okay to retain the previous GM's talent when it makes sense. How does he not make sense for you?
I think he does. I'm just not sure what the number is. And I don't know. I want to know who the coach is and what defense they're running before I start valuing what a cornerback is being asked to do. I think he could be an excellent cover 2 corner. I don't think he's going to be a shadow the other team's best receiver, no matter what he's taking out a solid receiver level. I think he's probably a B+, A-, whatever system you want to use. He's definitely a good cornerback. But I don't think that you can pay a premier number. Now, you can structure deals to make sure that they look better later than they do now, but the issue to me isn't the hard football with Jalen Johnson. The issue to me is the message that it sends Kyler Gordon and Jaquan Brisker and Tyreek Stevenson. You've got a lot of draft capital invested in your defensive backfield. And we know the extent to which Jalen Johnson is respected. Rewarding him. Maybe it's a couple dollars more than you think he's maybe a little bit worth, but I think you get that value back in telling these other guys in your team, do everything we say you're supposed to do. And you want to be a Bear for life and get to this contract that really sets you up, you can do it here. I think that's an important message where you can't necessarily put a dollar value on what that means to other younger players.
And I'm not mad necessarily at the Kmet contract. I question the guaranteed amount based relative, but it was also a timing thing for him. Either way, it just starts to add up in certain cases where you've taken big swings and send big messages to people. And the question becomes, at what cost? When there are people that you can build your team around who are from previous front offices. You inherited a team.
And I would say that 5-year window, if you're giving him 5 years from arriving on the job, beginning the teardown to being competitive, I think that's extraordinarily generous.
I think that's understood for the Bears.
Well, I
think that's a reasonable number for the Bears.
I think it's more than reasonable.
The Bears gave the last group, was it 6 or 7? Yeah, it was 7.
7. And how many?
I was going to say 7.
Quarterbacks and how many coaches?
But to me, like the Jalen Johnson thing is kind of what set me over the edge here. Because yes, you've evaluated some players correctly and you've paid some players correctly. But what is it? Why are you balking at this? And you say that about Jalen Johnson. You could have easily been talking about Roquan Smith there.
Yeah, but I knew the idea. Part of the idea of trading Roquan was they wanted to get bad. And that was part of the idea of trade and the personal aspect. And the fact that he was trying to negotiate through the media. There were extenuating circumstances there where they were trying to lose every possible game. And that was a way to accelerate that. But you have to be able to recover from that. And then you go out and you spend money on a guy who doesn't necessarily have the traits you said you valued. So there was an inconsistency in what they said they wanted in an inside linebacker. Tremaine Edmonds isn't known for generating turnovers, for forced fumbles and interceptions and all that, and strip sacks or whatever you expect. And that was your rationale behind Roquan. The grade on Ryan Poles is very much an active incomplete.
Yeah. And I think that's where we have to sit with this. And there's certain data points to me that really say, what is this really about?
We're not seeing any signs that this year is shaping up to be what they expected it could be. That's clear.
But he told us, he said in the media, I think multiple times before the season began, to hit the brakes or at least tap them on this being a playoff team or anything close. However, the way they've collapsed and the inconsistencies they show game to game is where the concern is.
And the fact that your defensive coach hasn't produced a viable defense.
Consistently has not produced a viable defense. So now you want to take away another piece of this that works? Or now you want to send some sort of message? Does Jalen Johnson think that he's safe? It sure doesn't sound that way to me.
No, he said he doesn't think that he is.
So it's not like this is punitive. It's not for his attitude. And that's when things like this start to concern me. You're right. I also go back to thinking about the difference that Jalen Carter would have made on this team based on what we know, right? I was happy they signed Darnell Wright. But the reason that people were confident that Jalen Carter was going to succeed in the NFL was because of the quality of the locker room that he was going into in the Eagles, with respected veterans, respected winners, a proven system. Well, how do you get there if you don't keep players like Jalen Johnson?
Well, they also didn't have to fire their defensive coordinator for being a creep.
Except we don't know that he said he resigned, and don't know about the running backs coach, and the Eagles defense is more consistent and hasn't probably given up 25 or more points in 17 of 25 games. Like that's the part that really concerns me is if you're going to hang your hat on this concept that you're this defensive team, then why can you argue in every single game you've lost partly because of it or mostly because of it in certain cases?
As long as the culture's good, though.
Like, I haven't even talked about the offensive coordination today, except to say, I wish they had a secondary receiver that was established. Like Darnell Mooney, you tried to establish in that game, and it was going well. But how many times do we see the reads be to the fullbacks and running backs in passing plays?
Is this the new short side crack toss?
Perhaps.
The getting Curry Blasingame out in pass patterns?
Like here you are rolling back, and you have this big 7-step drop and empty, and then you throw it to the fullback who's 2 yards in front of you, and maybe you get to the line of scrimmage. Like, what? Okay.
The throw in the boundary to Darrington Evans, your fifth string running back, is the guy you're targeting in a need situation.
And by the way, there was example of good zone read over the weekend in the NFL. Like good zone read where you've established your run and your pass already, so they don't know what you're gonna do, and then you read. But it came on the part of the opposing team who was playing the Bears.
As it happens. Next up, Russell Dorsey with baseball thoughts on the score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score.
I really think that Jalen Johnson is a really good corner. From your perspective, you played the position of defensive back. You played safety. You played with guys that really knew how to do it. Is Jalen Johnson as good as I think he is, or is because the way I value it, Matt, is they're not throwing at him. That to me is a lot of value because I've been trying to figure out if the Bears should look to trade him. And my thing is, you shouldn't be trading good players.
I agree with that. Yeah, I do think Jalen Johnson is going to get paid. I do. Whether it's by the Bears or another football team, he will, because it's tough to find corners that have physical man coverage traits, who also have what I call backfield vision and zone, where they can play in cover 2, cover 3 quarters, stay on top of routes, use their backfield vision to drop that route, jump another route, break on the football, that will tackle, that will challenge wide receivers. And look, there's only so many. I break it down like this with corners. You have 1A, the elite corners in the league. You have your 1B, which is really your second tier. And I think he's right on that line somewhere, whether it's 1B or extremely high 2A, in terms of where he's going to be evaluated around the league. And I've talked to scouts in the league, and a lot of people really like Jalen Johnson, what he can do, because I also think he's scheme versatile. He can play in the Bear system, which you can play more zone, and then sprinkle in your single high man coverage and your blitz man. But he can also play, I think, in a scheme that is more man heavy. And I agree with you. If you're trying to build a team and really rebuild the team at this point where they are in this season, you want to hold on to, your top players. And it's really hard right now, in my opinion, to find elite corners or corners that are showing that growth upwards. And right now with Jalen Johnson, you have to say that he is. And if you ask anyone, right now, corner is a premium position. It is one of the top premium positions in the NFL. That's why I see it every year in the draft. That's why corners who hit free agency, who might not have the skill set of Jalen Johnson, are going to be paid like it, because they're so hard to find right now. And if you can't take away explosive plays, which we've been talking about all season, you're not going to win many football games.
I'm not a loser. And it's like at some point with all these things going on, it's like you get frustrated. But it's like for me, I turn that into energy when I go out there and play. Like, I'm not a loser, and whenever I go, whenever I go out there, it's like, people gonna feel me, people gonna know, like he's just not out here just to be out here. And it's like, I hope people, the fans and the organization can see, like, Jalen's fighting, Jalen's trying to turn it up, Jalen is doing what he needs to do to play winning football, and that's at the end of the day the only thing I control, and try to lead my room and get them to do the same thing. But I mean, we gotta figure it out as a unit.
Well, it comes through on TV, man, how much you care, and I'm sure it does to your teammates and the coaches. And the organization will see. Like, this is an interesting time for you. You brought up, trading Robert Quinn and Roquan Smith last year. That happened October 26th and October 31st. Today's October 16th, right? We're about 2 weeks away from the trade deadline again, and you don't have a contract beyond this year, which is the exact situation that those guys were in. Have you considered the possibility that you could be a week or two away from being traded away from this team?
100%. I'll be a fool if I didn't. I'm not oblivious. I'm not blind. So, and I'm not exempt at the end of the day. So it's like, man, you can trade Roquan away, you can trade Robert Quinn away, man. You can trade anybody away. So I mean, I'm definitely not exempt. I know the business of it. I know what's going on. I know what is to be figured out and different things like that. So I mean, at the end of the day, man, the Bears got to do what's best for them, and I got to do what's best for me. And whatever happens with that, man, happens. I'm not forcing anything. I won't, of course, I mean, like I've been saying from day one, I want to stay here. This is my first team, my home. And I mean, I bought a house here, everything, all my plans and stuff were to stay in Chicago. But at the end of the day, it's not about feelings. It's not about what I want or any of that. So, I mean, for me, it's just continue to go out there, put great film on tape, and then really whatever happens after that happens. But at the end of the day, nobody's exempt from being traded. And I think Mully has said it best on one of his interviews, like you'll know where you're at November 1st. If you get past then it's like, okay, we'll kind of be able to figure some things out and know what's what.
Sports and Stadium.
You looked at a Cubs team that was not close to getting to the postseason 2 years ago. This is what you want, right? For Cubs fans, you want to be playing games in September that matter. You want to be heading into the next season with your arrow pointing up. Actions speak louder than words, specifically Jerry Reinsdorf saying, you know what? I don't know any of y'all. And I'm not going to even go through the process. I'm going to pick the guy right now that I want to be the general manager of the Chicago White Sox.
Host of The Rally on Bally Sports and Inside Baseball on Stadia.
If you could ban something from sports for 10 years, what would it be?
I would say the wave. It's a bit too much.
Analyst for Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV+. Co-host of the Sports Adjacent podcast.
I don't let it get to that point where I have 1,000 unread emails.
I have 277 right now.
You have bodies in your house, bro.
Russell Dorsey.
What's up, Russ?
With Bernstein and Holmes on 670 The Score.
Let's talk some baseball with Russ Dorsey, National MLB Insider for Stadium and Apple TV+. At Russ_Dorsey1. The numeral is how you can find him on Twitter. You can find him now on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook, twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. All right, Russ, it's 3-1, and we know the Diamondbacks are going to go with their ace and have all hands on deck to try to stay alive. Why has this been such a mismatch?
You know what, Dan? I think early in the series, it wasn't, but I think my prediction starting at game one would be that the Rangers would win in 5. And I'm not just saying that because it's 3-1 right now, but I just thought that the Rangers had such a talent advantage. I thought that would win out in the end. And then game 1 down in Arlington, it was a pretty evenly matched game. Obviously, you get the big swing from Corey Seager. Adolis Garcia hits the walk-off. Game 2, they take that punch from the Rangers. D-backs come back, win game 2. Then game 3, game 4, you see the Rangers really start to show, okay, we have the big boys, we have talent, we have the $300 million player, and those guys are playing like that at the biggest moments. Where I just think at this point, the mismatch is now the offense, right? It was the thing that carried Texas all year long, and it's the thing that even though they had different ways of creating offense for themselves, I don't think the D-backs offense can compete with what the Rangers can do, especially when they go on one of those runs like they did last night where they can put up 5 runs in an inning.
I want to agree with all that, Russ, but I also think to myself, Zach Gallen is starting tonight. So if there was a time for Arizona to bounce back, that would be it, especially when the matchup on the other side is Nathan Eovaldi.
I'd like to agree with you, Layla. Unfortunately, we in the postseason, small sample sizes matter. And while I know that Zach Gallen is one of the best starting pitchers in the National League, Zach Gallen hasn't really pitched like Zach Gallen in the postseason, right? He's getting hit hard. The ball's leaving the yard, something that he didn't really do during the regular season, and it's happening a lot during the postseason. And Nate Eovaldi is one of those guys where in the postseason, when he's on the biggest stage and the lights are the brightest, he shows up. And so if I have to go off that, I'm trusting Nate Eovaldi that he can close this thing out for the Rangers in Arizona before they have to head back to Texas.
So you think they win tonight?
I do. I really do. I think from an emotional standpoint, I think the D-backs have done something pretty remarkable getting to this point. You know, being able to win that wild card round in somebody else's building, being able to make the Dodgers look like an average team, and then being able to be down in a series against the Phillies and come back and win a game 6 and a game 7 in Philly, and then to be able to do what they did after taking that gut punch in game 1 down in Texas. You can only do that so many times, and I just feel like for the D-backs, I don't know if they have another one in them.
I don't know, man. You know about my my issues with the Rangers in the World Series. So Dan is laughing at me about this.
Let it go.
I'm not laughing. I'm watching you work through it, and it's okay.
Are you uncomfortable that they have a 3-run lead, Layla?
Yeah.
Does that make you uncomfortable?
It all makes me uncomfortable. They could be 1 strike away, and you know I'm going to be uncomfortable.
You got to let it go, Layla.
It's not that simple.
You got to talk to somebody about this. That's why I'm here. Let's talk through it. Let's talk through your issues about the Rangers being up 3-1.
Well, Dan's always talking about variance and all that stupidity, but here's the thing.
No, get his title right. It's Captain Variance.
Here's the thing with Dan talking about variance is Bruce Bochy is a good example of that not being the case. Bruce won 3 out of 6.
Small sample size.
It still defeats your argument.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does, because he beat the variance those 3 times with a team that was established as better.
He was part of the variance.
Russ?
Listen, all I'm gonna say is this, Layla. You have a game here tonight that they're gonna play in Arizona, a day off, and then you have 2 games back in Arlington in the Rangers' house. You don't believe they can win one of these next 3 games?
I don't know.
Come on, Layla, stop it. You know baseball too well.
I also just thought that the Rangers were going to be in the playoffs before they rattle off that win streak that they needed. I was like, the talent is too good. They're going to get in the playoffs. It's just a matter of how. And then I got a little concerned. And then I was like,
Can I tell you the thing that should make you very happy to see what you might see tonight? Marcus Semien had been a non-factor before Game 4. But he looks like Marcus Semien now.
Yeah, he does.
Playing with confidence. And then they have that guy, Corey Seager, that they gave $325 million to, that is playing like a man possessed. And he's also one of those guys, when the lights are the brightest, he just flips that switch. And he doesn't say anything to anybody for 162 games. And then he comes out in October, and you hear more words from Corey Seager than you heard for the previous six months. And it's awesome. And there's only been 3 guys in the history of baseball to win World Series MVP multiple times: Sandy Koufax, Bob Gibson, and Reggie Jackson. And Corey Seager is going to join that list if and when the Rangers win this World Series. He'd also be just the second player joining Reggie Jackson to be the only ones to do it for 2 different franchises. That should make you happy.
None of it makes me happy.
It's a lost cause, Russ. I've tried.
I have it on like at work with other things that I'm watching, but I can't. I just can't.
It's not your fault.
That's it.
I would love. This is the moment where somebody says, "Who hurt you?" But I know who hurt you.
Yeah, I mean everybody does. Yeah, that's pretty obvious. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's why I like living here, partially.
Russ, what is Craig Counsell just sort of living the life right now of being Craig Counsell, or is he trying to play the Guardians off of the Mets? Because you really don't have to, even knowing how deep pocketed the Mets are. Couldn't he just sort of write out and see a blank check and the Mets fill it in for him?
Yeah, I think you get to that point where, as a manager, you're a free agent, and like players, you get wine and dine, you talk to people, and he's been a manager in Milwaukee for a long time, so you've earned the right to talk, to sit down and say, all right, what's your situation? What's your vision? And I think the thing with Cleveland that is interesting to me is that Terry Francona had been considered one of the best managers in the big leagues for a long time. And not only did he go to Cleveland, but he stayed and finished his career there. So there has to be something about Cleveland and that organization where you could say, all right, if a Hall of Fame manager in Tito Francona stayed here after he left Boston for the rest of his career, there's something about this place that is not only endearing, but would make him want to stay, knowing that, okay, we're going to always be able to compete, which during Tito's time there, they did. And so I think there might be genuine interest there from Craig Counsell, but if I had to say which one was probably favorite, yes, because of the relationship between David Stearns and Craig Counsell from their time in Milwaukee, you look at the Mets. But no, I wouldn't just say this is I'd like a free dinner at X place in Cleveland. I think there might be some genuine interest here.
If you had to guess the favorite for some move to be made after the World Series is over, what is it?
Favorite for some move to be made.
Is it Red Sox probably? Red Sox GM spot?
Maybe a surprise managerial hire. Right? Like a name that we haven't been throwing out there gets hired for one of these jobs.
Or Craig Counsell is so valuable that he's worth a shock managerial firing to create a spot to bring him in.
Now you're thinking, Dan Bernstein. Now you're really thinking there. Then the reality show off-season baseball. That's
what I mean. Like that. Craig Counsell's available. This guy's really good, and everybody knows he's really good. And if he's better than the guy you have, fire the guy you have. White Sox.
We've seen teams doing it in the NBA. We've seen teams doing it in the NBA. We're like, well, we didn't know this dude would be available.
Right.
So, actually, we've seen it in baseball here in town. Hey, we didn't know Joe Madden was going to be available. So Ricky, we appreciate it, but
They totally didn't. It's totally believable.
And Russ, thanks for your Tyson Bagent thoughts too. They came
the beignet.
They came in at just the right time, and the fact that you had been uninvolved in the larger football discussion, and of all people, Mr. Baseball, in the middle of the World Series, comes in and tells the stupid to shut up was great to see.
Guys, you guys dealing with it more than I do.
know we do.
It was nasty in the Twitter X streets over the last 2 weeks, where one single game that was like wasn't amazing. I'm happy for the kid. Seems like a nice kid, has a cool story, and the fact that he even was able to become the backup quarterback for the Chicago Bears out of D2 Shepherd is great. But let's not act like this guy is all of a sudden the next great thing after one game. Because then the next game, what happened? He probably should have thrown 4 interceptions.
You know what's happening.
And additionally,
You know what's
Brock
going on.
Purdy went to Iowa State. It's a little different.
You know what's going on.
And Dan, to your point about us knowing what's going on, people out here telling on themselves. The dog whistle is going. People talk about because Justin Fields. I never talked about Justin Fields. You're telling on yourself.
A lot of that. Russ, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Preach.
Guys.
That is Russell Dorsey. I know you have
And
to
that
cut
is
out
me. I
'cause
gotta go.
You have more important things to do.
I just have work. I
know. It's more important. It's TV.
Technically, this is also work.
Yeah, some days it feels like it. Not
Money
today.
can be exchanged to buy goods and services.
It can? Wow. When we come back, Charles Barkley decided to quiz Victor Wembanyama about cuisine, and it was fun. That's next.
Bears fans, the 2-6 Bears head down to New Orleans to take on the Saints. And Tyson Bagent gets another start at QB. Can the coaching staff get this thing turned around? Or will the Bears be stuck in the bayou with another loss? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears Saints right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen to The Score's Football Monday for a full day of Bears reaction on Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment's brought to you.
The Rivers read now says, add some personal flair.
Oh, yeah,
and
no.
I almost added flair to it. I was like, oh, God, don't read this.
Mully came
personal.
running out of the studio yesterday.
That was mine.
You did that one.
Yes.
I did.
Please make this personal. Yeah, an Uber ad.
There it is.
Yeah.
Please play it again, Tanya.
That's
glorious.
fantastic. Please make this personal. Yes. I'm not
what it
smart.
says on
I
the
will.
copy.
Parkins told me to make it personal, and I'm going to. I'm much more likely to use this product or service. Oh, God.
I'm going to make it personal when I head on over to Polish Fest. It's going to be a great weekend.
There's a read for the wrestling
Please
thing.
make this personal and talk about what's going on when you're getting in there and you're going out and you're catching
Nice
an
save.
Uber. You're
Nice save. I tried. Work through it.
So Albert Pujols last night becomes the 4th man in the history of baseball.
Hey, if you and your partner want to step it up in the bathroom, we were just talking about bathrooms. That's a place that you could use Blue Chew.
You want to step it up in the bathroom?
God knows I do.
It was a Metamucil spot.
If only.
That's my bad. I started talking sports. So
No, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Get that out of here.
.com.
That's the greatest.
Yeah.
Well, the
exchange is the greatest because
Yes.
if you actually hear Russ say,
He's very kind.
Hey, Dave, I think that might be a period.
All right, I'll just say .com then.
Okay, then it's just dot.
.com. Dot. Do I have to say .com dot?
They have another dot on there?
I might just say .com, huh? Or is this .com dot?
Yeah, no.
I think I should say,
I think they just got a period
Yeah,
on there.
okay.
So, yeah, just .com is fine.
Coach Wanstead. Coach Wanstead here.
He's so kind.
I know.
Russ.
That's the best. I think they might just kind of just have a period there.
670 The Score, an Odyssey station.
Wembanyama goes right by Durant.
With the left hand. Oh, look at KD's face. KD is amazing.
Yeah, it's once a night. He takes off from somewhere and his entire body's outside the restricted area and somebody's getting dunked on hard. You're not supposed to be able to do that. But he can because he's not built like anybody's been built before running around out there like that. And we're getting to know Victor Wembanyama. Charles Barkley was trying to quiz the Spurs star rookie about a popular pastry.
Victor, I got one final question. How do you say churro in French?
Churro? What is that?
Churro. You know what churro is. You've been in San Antonio long enough.
It's a dessert.
It's a dessert.
This asks what it is.
The long donut.
What? I've never heard of that. All right. San Antonio people, put me on that. Hey, son, I need to tell you. We apologize for the way that ended. Appreciate you.
You talk about culturally. Everybody knows I say donut. Everybody knows how donut in French.
You are out of control. It's a long donut. And even asking him.
There you go, man. I threw Keith under the bus.
Well, first of all, Keith is black.
It's a churro, wherever you are. And it's not just a long donut. It's a very specific pastry of Spanish and Portuguese origin, I want to say, that was then made famous when the conquistadors brought it to Mexico. And then the Aztec culture was able to bring the chocolate part of it to life, and they could understand, they could mix churros y chocolate. And then that would become the title of my first Spanish textbook, Churros y Chocolate.
And if Charles was really, thinking here as the interview was going, right before that, Kenny Smith asked Victor Wembanyama how he's adjusting to life in San Antonio, to which Wembanyama replied that he has people doing everything for him. He said something like, I have 10 people that can go to the grocery store for me. So this guy is not out here yet being exposed to American culture or San Antonio culture yet. He's here, he came here and he's been grinding.
But what kind of culture does he need to be exposed to? The dude's from Paris. Well, this rube coming over here, he doesn't know what culture is. He's in San Antonio now.
Well, whatever. Kenny Smith's question was, it's an adjustment, isn't it? Coming from Paris to San Antonio. That's where he was going with it.
Okay, well, maybe that's a bit of an adjustment because, but oh my God. This isn't some exotic thing. He's just in San Antonio playing basketball for a living. Really isn't that big a deal. Oh my God. It's not just a churro is more than a long donut. A memoir. Next up, Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
Take Parkins and Spiegel with you anywhere you go on the free Odyssey app. Afternoons, 2 to 6 on The Score.
I'm wrong all the time.
Not about this. Can't listen on the radio?
Dumb. He sounds dumb.
Well, then listen on your mobile device, smart speaker, or your desktop, all through the Odyssey app. AUDACY.
I'm a little worried about myself holding up physically.
No, this couldn't be any.
So you brought in the Bradshaw bourbon.
Right.
We had a bottle of stuff that we had some Michters here.
Right.
And we showed up today, and they were gone. Someone stole the 2 bottles of bourbon out of our office.
100%.
True story.
We talked to Shane. He didn't misplace it or anything like that. We got a bourbon thief in the building.
But then, don't worry about it. Tanny went and replenished and got us a new bottle. And then, and listen, normally I'm a thumb pointer. I take accountability. You taught me that. But it's 100% Alex Kuhn's fault because we said all we need from you today
we got a big job
is at
for you.
4 o'clock. We need 3 glasses with 3 cubes in each with 2 finger pours of bourbon. And I don't know about
this was
you
at
guys.
1 o'clock, by the way. 1 o'clock, we told him this. He had a 3-hour ramp up to get this bourbon going.
And it's
Coach,
4:06.
Coach, it's like coming out of the bye week and getting shut out.
Where's he at? Where'd he go?
He's down the hall looking for ice.
He's looking for ice.
Where's he at? Benny's?
We don't know.
Benny's?
We don't know where he is.
We got the break. Here's the worst part of it. And Coach, this is what you can relate to, and you can. Think of a
Wait a
player.
minute, I gotta put what? This is serious stuff now.
I know. We're not kidding.
It gets to 3:55, and we say, "Alex, here you go, buddy. This is your moment."
This is your moment.
And 90 seconds later, he's still sitting there.
I am stopping downstairs and look at the security cameras before I leave. I'm gonna find out who took our Bradshaw bourbon. Give me his cell phone. I'll call him.
We just lost.
Call him. Yeah, let's call him, Tad.
He's lost. Call him on the air. Let's call Alex Kuhn on the air right now.
I hope he's not walking around Chicago trying to buy a bottle of Bradshaw bourbon.
We have the bourbon. We already replaced the bourbon. He literally
He's looking for the ice.
He's looking for cups and
glasses and ice. It's all he needs. Here he comes.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh, I passed you in the hall 20 minutes ago.
He's not even holding any bourbon. He's just got cups and ice.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I think I actually said, who's this guy?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There he is.
He's got pint glasses.
Oh, God, you took these out of Mitch's office. He's the general manager.
I had to watch these.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay.
Oh, well, then he should have started.
Boy, he
before
did a nice.
3:58.
Sorry you didn't have more than 3 hours of ramp-up time on this task.
He did a nice job. Look at this. Mine's.
It's a very clean
sparkling
glass,
clean.
but you know what the
Very
glass?
nice.
You know what the?
Oh, please.
Yeah, you know what the glass is lacking?
We'll take care of that.
Yeah, there is, Danny, one crucial element missing from those glasses, and it's the bourbon.
It's the bourbon.
Unbelievable.
We still don't have the bourbon. Oh, he's running. I love this kid.
On Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
So that's Montez.
And their culture is awesome. Their culture is outstanding. Their culture is great, and they take pride in their ability to vet their assistant coaches.
Our culture is awesome.
Yeah, it is. Apparently so. If you have to say in the same press conference, your culture is awesome, your culture is great, and your culture is outstanding, I think you're lying.
We're focused where our feet are.
Great. Mike Florio, Adam Haugh, Curtis Granderson, and Russell Dorsey joined us. Thanks to Layla for, as usual, being in on Wednesday, but especially so when Lawrence is out. Thanks to Ray Diaz, Adam Studzinski, Brandon Fryer, Connor O'Donnell, Kevin Lapka for all that they do. Parkins and Spiegel are here. It is November. It is post-Halloween. There is snow on the ground, and there are Bears assistant coaches leaving because they're weirdos.
Our culture is awesome.
Oh, God.
Listen, we are the
Missed
show.
a little yesterday, man.
We are the show where the lawyers for recently departed Chicago Bears assistant coaches go. So we'll be expecting a cold call from a lawyer, around 4:20, 4:40?
Yeah, we had to leave for that
hearing.
4:48 hearing. They happen all the time.
Yeah. So we'll
I have
find
to go
somebody.
talk to the Supreme Court.
I'm sure some lawyer will come on and say that Mr. Walker has a family issue, which has everything to do with why he was summarily dismissed.
He's leaving because of Alan Williams' health.
He's leaving to spend time with Alan Williams' family, perhaps, and work on Alan Williams' personal problems.
This team just exists in the dumbest
Every
of all pots.
day. What I love about the NFL as it relates to our job is there is a rhythm to it. Like, there is game, there is intense reaction to game, there is secondary reaction to game, there is turn the page.
Injury report.
Injury report, quarterback speaks. Then turn attention to your next game while national game happens on Thursday. Then big preview of your game. Then Saturday with family, and then Sunday it all happens again.
Yeah, all year it's been like, all right, it's Friday. I guess we should talk about the game now.
Yeah. This year it's like Monday. Controversy, retractions, second press conference of the day from integral piece of the team. Tuesday, some sort of national report of controversy, usually a dismissal.
Wednesday, GM comes down from on high to deal with the mess.
To say everything's fine. Right. Thursday,
where is Kevin Warren?
Thursday, pantsless assistant coach spotted on Route 41.
Friday, they still have the number one pick. They're probably going to play a game again. They should hopefully lose.
Saturday, different assistant coach waving his wiener.
It's so weird. What a strange. Hey, but they're 2-2 in their last 4.
That's great.
Yeah.
But the two wins are, one is the Commanders who just traded everybody, pretty much, or tried
and
to.
The Raiders
Who just fired their head coach and their GM. Those are your 2 wins.
Yeah. That's
true,
true.
man. What are you proud of?
Yeah, well,
culture.
Actions
and
are
vetting.
actions.
They're proud of culture. They're proud of their vetting.
Dan, actions are actions, and that's why we took action. That's what I heard this
That was
morning.
an amazing moment from Eberflus.
He had a lot of them.
Actions. Actions.
Ooh,
And,
tactics.
actions.
Actions sounds like tactics, like saying both of them.
Yeah. Tactical actions. Thank you to Marshall Harris for sitting in. It was weird for me. I was like, oh, God. So I planned to switch from the afternoon show to the midday show because I was kicking myself for missing trick-or-treating last year with Owen. I was regretting it. Halloween fell on a Monday, and there was a lot going on in my family. Like, we had just brought my dad home from the hospital to go into hospice, and we was like, so then I came back to work and I did that football Monday, and then I was like, this is so stupid when I saw the pictures of Owen being Lightning McQueen and trick or treating. I felt like I was like, this is so dumb that I was working that day. So I was like, I'm not gonna miss trick or treating when he wants to pick my costume and he cares that I'm there, and he still goes to bed early. So it's not like I can get home and do the late night thing, right? And so I'm like, I'm doing it this year. And then Halloween falls on the trade deadline day. I'm like, I'm not going to miss work. But then there was a death in the family.
Cats in the cradle and the silver spoon.
And I was asked to be a pallbearer in a wedding for my great aunt because she wanted her nephews to be the pallbearers. And obviously my dad wasn't able to fulfill those duties. So I had some patriarchal familial responsibilities. Yeah, it was a big deal.
It's a lovely request, which is why you said no and came to do a stupid radio show instead.
No, I didn't.
Good.
But the service starts at 11. They start playing the music in the church at 10:45. I'm sitting down, but I'm gonna take a gander at my phone when it starts vibrating against my hip, and I'm like, oh my God, the Bears just traded for Montez Sweat. and I'm like trapped in a church pew. You know what I mean? I can't get these takes off. All these things are happening. My phone is blowing up, and I'm feeling like obviously I'm in the right spot, but Spiegs even texted me later. He's like, if you want to, get some takes off, like you could be a guest on your own show. Like, nah, that would be during trick-or-treating time. Whatever, I'm just going to miss the day. We have an amazing time. I am Sully. Owen is Mike Wazowski. My wife is Celia. Eli is Boo. We go around. It was amazing, the joy. Eli trying to keep up. Owen getting the candy and giving it to Eli. Like when it was like, take two, and he'd be like, "Can I take from my little brother?" And then he would take,
hell yeah,
and then so he would get to take 4, 2 and 2, and then the best part of the whole thing, because he got a big laugh the first time he did it, so he started doing it after every house. We would go make him say thank you. He'd give a loud thank you, and then he would say, "On to the next one." It was amazing. And then he would run and pick the next house to go to, which was normally the one right next door. And it was amazing.
That's great.
It was an amazing day.
That's fun. Well, I gave out bonus
really
candy to the toddler, this little girl who, because sometimes the kids, they walk up with trepidation and they don't know what to say and they're nervous but this little girl, she stormed to the front of the door. She stormed right there and she looked me in the eye and she says, "Trick or treat, smell my feet."
Yeah.
And I high-fived her and I said, "You get 5 pieces of candy."
Amazing.
I have 2 things to say. Number one,
I can't believe the text line is telling the truth right now.
It's all true.
That's mortifying.
All right, number one is you're listening to Sports Radio 670, The Score, WSCR HD Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Station. The legal ID king has spoken.
This did not
Number
happen.
2,
But there's
Danny.
100 people
This gets
saying
back
that.
to Joe from Evanston.
Danny apparently said that he was a pallbearer at his aunt's wedding yesterday.
No, it was my great aunt's funeral.
No,
I am
mortified.
mortified.
But apparently you said you were a pallbearer at your great aunt's wedding. And I should say, that is a weird way to throw a wedding. Here in the middle of the wedding. Congratulations, everybody. Also,
I now pronounce you. Oh wait, we got to bring the dead body through. Okay, it's just something we do. It's tradition. Okay, and they're gone. And now,
if you wouldn't mind that some of the ushers here at the wedding, would you now just go grab the dead body and bring it down the aisle?
Oh my God!
It's part of the processional, right? Right. They're waiting. Everyone turns, and like before the bride comes down, it's like, hold on, we got to bring the casket down first. Okay, now bride, go.
Hold on, ring bearer, flower girl, casket, followed by best man.
I'm going to ask Beth about this. Maybe it's just a new industry trend, right? That people are doing now. Well, a lot of people are doing the casket thing.
Hey, folks,
it's going to be a little extra.
We know that funeral and wedding costs are high. Why not consolidate with Joe's Wedding Funeral Consolidated Events?
Because if you're getting married, you're really dead, right?
Wasn't it Joe from Evanston who said that? He's like, he said something about the $5,000. No, he said he was the best man at my funeral.
Incredible. Yes. Okay, well, it was a funeral. It was a lovely service.
I'd like to give you our condolences and our congratulations.
Yeah, exactly.
And the fact that the officiant was indeed Louis Anderson.
Stop. This is mortifying.
Anyway, lots of Bears takes.
Lots of Bears takes. Yeah, lots of Bears takes.
Yeah,
to get to.
I
Phone's
got
blowing
off,
up. I was glad I trick-or-treated.
Yeah.
Make memories is the point.
Yeah, family joy.
Make memories. NFL trade deadlines come and go. Halloween's where your kid wants you to be Sully. That doesn't last forever. So I was glad with the decisions that I made yesterday all around.
We got a lot of time for you to get off these football takes
I got
today.
a lot of them.
But also Jalen Johnson spoke. Montez Sweat spoke. The Flus obviously spoke this morning, and Ryan Poles is going to speak. And we've got a lot of things to sort through around these parts.
And probably another Bears assistant coach is going to be launched at some point. Like I probably would have asked that today as a report. Like Matt, at the very end of the press conference, Matt, is there anything we need to know about anybody currently employed as your assistant that we should know now?
Yeah, because
anything else that you know that we don't.
Well, John Hoke is a counterfeiter. Right? You just have all these guys. It's probably a good time to mention Andrew Janoko is wanted for tax evasion.
Richard Hightower, he hijacked an airplane.
Just to, let us know now.
It's in Uganda.
As long as we're already doing this, it's good that your culture is excellent, but tell us what your linebackers coach is about to be indicted for, please.
He's a cattle rustler.
But he's a hell of a coach.
Hell of a coach.
We're proud of our veterans.
We're
proud of it.
We take pride in that.
We got great culture. Great culture. Oh, my God.
Poor guy.
Our quality control
Did you feel
guy
bad
is
for him?
convicted of regicide.
You know why I feel bad for him? I feel bad for him because it is among the most.
Because he's surrounded by all these fugitives.
Right. He's got all these vigilantes that are working for him, who apparently have secret problematic police reports that they didn't disclose in their vaunted vetting process. I feel bad for him because
we've outsourced the entire offense to the Sinaloa cartel.
He's 100%.
My offensive line coach is on work release.
He's going to get canned after two of the most horrific, chaotic years in Bears history, and that's saying a lot. He was hired to be here and withstand the ugliness of the everyday, while his boss played out his Sam Presti wet dream. You know, and it's like he's got the process going on, and Eberflus is just out there wearing it every single effing day.
Matt, why are two of your assistant coaches currently dancing naked behind you?
Because it don't matter. Because these years are just going to be looked back on as the first 2 years before the first year that actually mattered. That's what it is.
And Matt, why couldn't you guys draft George Pickens or Jalen Carter again? Oh, yeah.
Character
and culture. Culture and character.
Proud of our culture. Certain things just can't happen. Oh my God, my stomach hurts. Partly because I ate candy for dinner.
Texture says, by the way, we have a great culture, and also our tight ends coach is the Zodiac Killer. Luke Getsy is a bootlegger.
Not enough, actually.
Hey!
Yeah.
Hey!
I gotta go.
All right.
Go home.
That deserved a rim shot.
Go
but
eat more
that's
candy.
Okay.
No.
All right, so we have
There's no leftover candy here. I came in expecting to be tempted by leftover candy, and there's none. Candy.
I could bring some tomorrow. Bob Shoop is going to join us. Montez Sweat's defensive coordinator. Worked with Luke Getsy at Mississippi State. Ryan Poles is speaking. We're going to have that for you as soon as he's done. Pat Manley, Mark Grody. We have a lot to do today. And, yeah, tons of takes from yesterday, including there is a firm deadline in my mind on something for Ryan Poles, and it just based on what I've read and the little that I've heard, it's much sooner than I feel like a lot of people are putting it out there. So I want to start the show with that after Tanny's Open. It's Parkins and Spiegel on the Score.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. After last night's beatdown of the D-backs in their own house, the Rangers are officially one win away from their first ever World Series.
Did you know Steve Stone had a side hustle?
No. Well, it was unique. Let me put it to you that way. I didn't do it very long because it seemed a little depressing, actually.
Oh,
Yeah, you got to go in the house saying, you don't look too healthy today, so let me pass this by you.
That's literally what you did in the offseason?
Yeah.
So what was your pitch to people?
Well, if it's going to happen, you might as well plan ahead. Something along those lines.
So what deal were you offering these people who you were being entirely rude to?
Well, we couldn't go a 2-for-1 deal. That's never any good. So we just went, just get it now because the price of funerals were going up.
Okay.
Yeah, that was pretty much
So
it.
there was funeral inflation that you were trying to stave off on behalf of your future clients.
Exactly right. Yeah, it wasn't a great job, but you had to pick up a few bucks wherever you could,
How did you select your clientele? Did you go door to door?
They gave you a list of, I guess, people who've been sick recently. I don't know exactly. Yeah, it said, hey, look,
There is a 0% chance this doesn't end up on awful announcing. 0% chance. That was literally what you did in the offseason?
Yeah, that was one of them. I did a few. A welcome wagon was another one.
You were both a prepaid funeral salesman and a welcome wagon representative?
Yeah. You didn't know if you were coming or going. That was the problem.
I knew you'd love it.
Wait, but that's the best. He worked at a welcome wagon and selling prepaid funerals.
Okay, so now you know. I didn't say it until you heard it, but Steve Stone in the minor leagues sold funerals as part of his side hustle.
That's going to cost more next year. You might as well do it now.
Can you imagine Steve Stone in just quintessential broadcast voice, like trying to pitch funerals?
In uniform. I'd like to talk to you about your death. An email from Glenn who says, for all you kids out there, it's never too early to think about your eventual death. It's like he could combine it. He could show up with a welcome wagon.
630, aren't you the same guy who welcomed me to this town?
Yes, well, you're very sick. You'll be dead soon. He's dressed as the... Yes, hold on a second. I have to change into my other work uniform. And he comes back with a scythe, and he's dressed as the Grim Reaper.
847 for all you young undertakers out there.
Yes.
I'm listening to Danny Parkins, and they ended the show, Friday. You know how we all are. Last segment of the week, you're like, okay, we're just done here. And Chris Tannehill, obviously, setting Danny up for a nice, easy tribute at the end of the show with Meatloaf and Louis Anderson passing away. And Tanny set him up, and Danny might have missed.
His name is Robert Paulson.
Fight Club, R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait, Meatloaf? I'm an idiot.
Man, we were so close to the finish line here.
Oh, no. Both are appropriate. I was reading about Louis Anderson during the break.
Fight Club, R.I.P. Louis.
You could tell something was wrong when he was saying it because there was a little hesitation, but he followed through with Louis Anderson.
Fight Club, R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
That was Fight Club, and Louis Anderson did die.
So technically, he's still correct.
Yes, they aren't independently incorrect. It just one has nothing to do with the other.
So now we can just use R.I.P. Louis Anderson for everything.
R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Yep. That's right.
We all accidentally RIP'd people.
R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Wait.
The best is he's so smooth. The end of it is pricelessly good.
Fight Club, R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait.
The pause, the pause between R.I.P. Louis Anderson and wait. You're like, hold on. Like, you know Shane and Tanny lost it.
Yeah, it's also the music underneath, the boogie woogie blues underneath. I don't know what, I can't tell exactly what it is, but that sounds like some sort of Texas boogie
Fight
woogie.
Club, R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait.
He saw, yes, okay, he's sitting here. He looked through the glass, and he saw Shane absolutely explode, and Tanny do one of his, hands in the air, whoa, and the lean back in the chair. That's exactly what he saw. He knew something went wrong. It's like when you see the phones all light up,
yep.
and I know that I've misidentified something, but that is, oh my God, that's wonderful.
Yeah, the wait is my favorite part. It's not even close.
Oh, that's Paradise by the Dashboard Light? That is that part of it? I don't know that part of it.
IDK.
I guess I don't know the song that well.
That's just so, the pause.
Fight Club, R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait.
The silence gets longer and longer the more you listen to it.
Ready? Give me a hell yeah!
Oh, hell yeah.
This is Nick on the north side. Wants to talk about Montez Sweat, the newest Bears defensive end. What's up, Nick?
My opinion is that Holmes is playing chess, but he thinks he's playing checkers and is wondering where the red and black pieces are. Holmes really doesn't know what he's doing. He's just trying to save himself here.
A game of chess is like a sword fight. You must think first, before you move.
The incongruent philosophy that seems to be the way Ryan Poles attacks the deadline sometimes. A buyer-style trade for Chase Claypool last year to get a look at what he thought might be a number one wide receiver, and that is the worst move of his tenure, by far.
Yo, I think you're done for. We just started. Yeah, but the way she's developing her nights.
I win again.
I see you should have played that out. That's the only way you're going to learn.
See, you gotta understand, we're all just playing checkers. He's playing chess.
The chess, it ain't checkers.
I didn't say he was a chess master. I'm just telling you he's playing a different game than what you're playing.
Oh, that's interesting. So he's losing badly at chess.
I didn't say that. I didn't say he's not a chess master. He has not proven himself to be a chess master just yet.
Hey, that little boy is playing 3 games at once.
We're gonna take the North and never give it back.
Checkmate. Checkmate. Checkmate.
Dang.
1, 2, 3. Here we go, Jack. Here we go. Here we go, Jack. Here we go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
I hope they're playing chess. And we just don't really see how this whole thing is going to come together. But I'm skeptical that they got a bunch of remedial checkers players and Connect 4 players up there that think they're playing tic-tac-toe or something.
It's a lot of games.
I know, and that's why it might be confusing, because a lot of these moves are in conflict with each other.
Yeah, the trading a number 2 for Montez Sweat when Chase Young went for a number 3 required a whole bunch of context, which we sort of attacked and tried to get to throughout the show yesterday. One of which was theoretically the signability of Chase Young versus the signability of Montez Sweat.
Yeah, so there's a ton that I feel like I missed, and I'm really glad that Jalen Johnson is still on the Bears. We can start there because of what he means for the Bears and what he means for the show. So I'm thrilled that we'll get to talk to him Monday, and you're going to hear him coming up in a little bit, a condensed version of what he said today, because I think it matters to hear that before we hear Ryan Poles, who you'll hear on the show coming up at 3 o'clock. I would not have made that Montez Sweat trade. I would not have. I get why he did it, though, and they are significantly better. Or I have a theory on why he did it anyway. But I think the biggest piece of news that now is apparently not coming, based on what Montez Sweat said. He said, obviously, a player always wants to have security playing the sport that we're playing, but I'm sure everything will work out. He kept talking about how he doesn't even know where he's going to lay his head at night. He wants to learn about the team and the community and the culture and everything. He did not seem terribly eager to get a contract extension.
But the beginning he said his agent and Ryan Poles were talking. It said that they were talking, right?
Yep.
So,
now, but Ryan Poles is speaking in 12 minutes. If Ryan Poles does not announce a contract extension for Montez Sweat, I think he is playing a very reckless, dangerous game. To me, the deadline to sign Montez Sweat is the Saints game. Is this Sunday.
Assuming he plays in the Saints
Assuming he plays. I don't know why he wouldn't be able to play. He's an edge rusher who played last week for his team. Ball gets snapped, go get the quarterback. It's a fairly easy position to transfer on, unless they held him out because of a contract negotiation. But I don't think that they're going to do that. I fully expect him to play in the Saints game. But if you traded a second-round pick for a guy and you don't sign him to a contract extension and he ruptures his Achilles, you are now exposing yourself to a huge amount of risk. Now, you'd say, well, Danny, if he ruptures his Achilles, we'll be glad that we didn't sign him to a contract. Yeah, sure. But he could ball, like it could go either of two directions. Every game he plays well. He gets closer to free agency. The price of the brick goes up, and more teams could bid on his services. And I texted Joel Corey today, the former agent who now works in media, because I just needed a little clarification on this. You can't franchise tag a player and then transition tag another player in the same offseason. Transition tag is what happened with Kyle Fuller, where they retained the rights to match any contract that he got on the open market, signed the offer sheet with the Packers, Bears ended up matching, he came back. Franchise tag is 1 year, fully guaranteed, average of the top 10 at your position. That's the contract that you get signed to. Jalen Johnson says that he's not going to negotiate with the Bears anymore.
So they're going to have no choice but to tag him if they want to definitely keep him.
Or tag Montez Sweat. So you need to sign one of those two dudes to a contract extension before the end of the year, because you can only use the tag on one of the two. And as soon as you let those guys get into free agency, there will be a bidding war and the price will go up. It happens all the time where a guy gets traded in season and signs a contract extension with a new team. We saw it with Khalil Mack here. We saw it with Bradley Chubb.
See it with Jalen Ramsey.
It happens all the time.
So
trading for a guy and not having a contract worked out gives him an insane amount of leverage, and he's not the only guy that you would want to have the protection of using the franchise tag on. That also exists with a number one corner. So now you have two premier players at expensive premium positions who want long-term contracts, and you don't have one of them won't talk to you anymore, Jalen Johnson, until the end of the year, even though he's going to be a pro about it. And the other one is saying, well, I know Atlanta wanted me, and I'm from the area, and that was interesting, but the Bears wanted me more, and, I want to learn a little bit more about it, and we'll see how this goes.
You can't make that trade yesterday if you're not going to re-sign him.
Can't do it.
That's part of the cost of a 2 is the exclusive rights to negotiate with the guy. And I still think that's a lot to pay for those exclusive rights. In my opinion, that's a lot, and you're going to end up giving up a pick and the money, which is a lot of assets to throw at it. Yeah. And that was one of my big things yesterday is like, man, you're so far away from being good to throw the pick and the money at it is kind of crazy. But if you end up throwing the pick and you get 9 games of a fairly meaningless season in terms of competitive window, like you're not going to be a playoff team this year, that will look absolutely ridiculous.
And if they have to use the franchise tag on Montez Sweat, it's ridiculous. Even that, even just, we traded for him. We thought we were going to sign him. We didn't. Now we have to use the tag on him. Even that is a procedural disaster because then it completely exposes you to losing Jalen Johnson for a comp pick.
I think it's possible that Ryan Poles gets really excited at the deadline and gets really aggressive as the fantasy general manager and makes these deals. Also looking, of course, at the free agent class to be bad wide receiver free agent class last year. That's part of the Claypool thing, not needing to go get it in the draft. This coming off season, not a great edge rusher list, and a lot of them usually sign before they become free agents. So I get all of that, but it's a buyer's trade. Yesterday feels like a buyer's trade for a team that's so far away. So why did he do that?
Okay, here's my theory.
Yeah.
Here's the theory. Because I thought, personally, that Chase Young would have gone for more than Montez Sweat, or at least the same amount. Because he's 3 years younger, he's finally healthy, and he's really producing. So you'd get a younger player who is playing well. I did not know about some of the character issues that were there, and I knew him about Claypool. Part of that's because my good buddy works in Pittsburgh. Part of it is I think it was more well-known. I don't know how much of that was out there. Montez Sweat is definitely safer, higher floor, more productive. So It doesn't shock me, but 27 v. 24, I think there's a very good chance that Chase Young's next 4 years are going to be more productive than Montez Sweat's
So
next 4 years. I think that is very, very in play that they picked the wrong guy.
For anybody who didn't catch it, the context that we've gotten about why the pick was a 3 for Chase Young and a 2 for Montez Sweat was, one, the signability, the fact that Chase Young looks to be a pure rental who's definitely going to go and test the market, and then some of the character stuff. Brian Mitchell told us some yesterday. There's some more out there now about some selfish habits, apparently, for Chase Young and trying to make selfish plays on the field.
And admittedly, I didn't know that, and so that would explain why the market would be a little different for them. And again, Sweat has been the much more productive player, but I definitely see him as a lower ceiling player than Chase Young in terms of some of the pure, raw, physical, athletic gifts.
All right, so what's your theory as to why Ryan Poles went out and did this now when he's been looking long-term otherwise?
All right. Obviously, I don't know. But last year, he traded a second-round pick for Chase Claypool, and part of it was to help him evaluate Justin Fields. That was part of it. He talked about it. We all said it. Get a guy in immediately to help your quarterback succeed. We need to see it.
Yeah.
We need to evaluate. We need to know if we've got the right guy at quarterback. The Bears' defense has been very good against the run now for about a month. Jalen Johnson is back healthy and playing at a number 1 corner level. They have chosen to stick with Jalen Johnson. They didn't trade him. I know that Tremaine Edmonds is now hurt on a day-to-day basis, but Tremaine Edmonds, the guy that they chose over Roquan Smith, is here and has been playing better recently. Now they go out and acquire a premier edge rushing talent. So now you've got an A player on your line, an A player in your linebacker core, and an A player in your secondary who, through one way or another, your GM chose. Right? He chose to keep Jalen Johnson. He didn't draft him, but he made a choice to keep him.
He chose Tremaine Edmonds over Roquan Smith.
And he chose to trade for Montez Sweat. You look at their schedule the rest of the way, they play the Lions twice, and the Lions are an excellent football team. And they play no one else good. They don't play a single good quarterback the rest of the way. They play the backup in Minnesota. They play the backup in Arizona. They play now Taylor Heineke in Atlanta. They play Green Bay. Jordan Love. Love stinks. Like they Derek Carr, who had a nice game last week, but no one would say he's a top 10 quarterback. I think this is about saying, I don't think Ryan Poles thinks they're that far away from being a good defense, and that I need to, at the end of the year, know whether or not my head coach can coach and elevate this to be a top 10 defense in the NFL. I think this is partly about fully evaluating Matt Eberflus's ability to elevate a defense, and I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that Eberflus is fired.
Really?
He should be. He would be for me.
Yeah.
I think that we in the media tend to judge these press conferences a lot more than people inside that building.
Well, that's not
and their defense is performing better recently.
It is.
Since he's taken over as the defensive
but
coordinator.
not in San Diego. They got their ass completely kicked in San Diego.
LA, yeah.
LA.
Yeah.
They got destroyed by the Chargers in the first real test in weeks.
I know, but Brisker wasn't out there. Eddie Jackson wasn't out there. They didn't have Montez Sweat. I'm with you, man.
Wow. Well, so here's the thing. I think Eberflus is not fit to be the head coach of an NFL team.
I agree.
And I think that Poles has to know that and see that and is going to get an offensive coach to go with his new quarterback next year. So I've got I think what should happen, but I also do believe that Poles is going to do that, and that's behind my working theories. So I have your theory on him getting Chase Young in part to evaluate Matt Eberflus.
Montez Sweat.
Yeah. Your theory on him getting Montez Sweat to evaluate Matt Eberflus is kind of a non-starter for me, personally.
So you think there's a 0% chance that he's back next year?
Eberflus?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
It's the guy that Poles picked. I don't think. Then why not fire him now?
because there's nobody in the building to do it, to do the job. And they keep losing assistants.
You forget that Richard Hightower's still there.
And you said Getsy could be the coach.
Well, no, I said that about a conspiracy theory in terms of next year when he's got a quarterback that he actually wants him to work with. And it was like kind of an add-on to yesterday's conversation. But no, there's nobody there to take over. And they're such a complete mess. And Poles was hired, Eberflus was hired, in my opinion, to deal with this mess for 2 years while they're kind of sorting it out and turning over the roster and building things. He's going to be Rick Renteria'd in the offseason, in my opinion.
Listen, he should be. I would not have made the trade because I already know enough about Eberflus. I wouldn't want him to be the guy. And if they get the number 1 pick, I certainly don't want Eberflus and Getsy here. But I don't think that they are playing for the number 1 pick with their pick. They're hoping that that's the pick that comes back from Carolina. But I don't think that nothing about this move suggests, like what you've been talking about for a couple of months, that they're doing a 2-year tank.
That the double tank.
They just added a 27-year-old in his prime edge rusher.
Well, but that's because Poles gets crazy and reckless at the deadline. He gets bold and reckless at the deadline. He looks ahead and thinks he knows that he's got the possibility of something, and a very good player in Montez Sweat is going to be better than what's in the free agent market, better than what's in the draft. And he gets kooky, and then he competes with other deals. Maybe Atlanta offered a 3, and he had to beat it to get a 2. Last year, he offered the Claypool pick instead of the one they got from Baltimore because Green Bay was going after Claypool.
Yeah.
Right? So he gets kooky and reckless at the deadline. I don't think he's good at the deadline. I think it's incongruent with everything else that he's done.
Last year, I thought it was a terrible trade in the moment. This year, I think it is bad. But Sweat is better than Claypool.
I agree.
Sweat is character, productive, all of that.
And that's why he let himself be reckless this year, because he got sold on the player and the guy. And he said, no, see, last year was bad because of Claypool, but this year, man, I'm going to nail it. Here I go.
We'll see. Well, the thing is like they have a couple of huge needs, right? They need a quarterback. They need a premier left tackle. They need a center. They need another offensive weapon. And they don't think that there's an edge rusher in the top 10 of this draft. So they use the second-round pick to go get an edge rusher because people say, well, just sign him in the offseason. Well, if they trade him to Atlanta and he signs a contract,
then they can't get it.
Then you can't. And if Danielle Hunter and Brian Burns get signed or franchise tagged or whatever, then they're not out there. So like right now, it's, there's Danielle Hunter and there's Burns and there's Young and there's Sweat. By the time free agency comes around, one of those guys maybe will be out there and you'll be competing with 5 or 6 other teams. But they haven't signed him. Like that is so risky. And like you could franchise tag Montez Sweat and then franchise tag him again, but that is really expensive.
And screwing yourself on the other issue that you have with Jalen.
Bad for cap flexibility and all of it.
I think all that stuff that you laid out about the signing is 100% on point, that they need to sign him right away. And maybe Ryan Poles will say it, today, or maybe it'll happen in the next few days. I just don't think that evaluating Eberflus, that's the part that I'm not with. I don't think evaluating Eberflus is why he gets excited to do it and makes the deal. I think he just gets a little kooky and has some fun at the deadline.
What if the defense is great the rest of the way?
Then that would be good. That would be fine.
But you don't think that could help Eberflus, the defensive coordinator, defensive head coach who's only been here for 2 years?
I think there are any number of people who can come in and run a Tampa 2 defense with the players you have then put together.
Yeah,
I think that's the way he would go.
I hope so. I'm now much less certain that we are that close to the end of this thing, especially if they don't end up with the first pick. If you end up with the first pick, it's easy to say, go get an offensive coach to coach Caleb Williams. But if they don't end up with the first pick, I think it's an issue. Let's hear some of Jalen. No, we don't have time. Went too long. Hands up. Blew that. My bad, guys. Jalen Johnson, though, today, he's not thrilled about this whole thing. And I think that he is not going to sign now anymore, like here. But if they sign Montez Sweat, they could use the tag on him, and hopefully they're the highest bidder in the offseason. But I think we might be limited to 9 more appearances with Jalen Johnson on the show.
That'd be kind of a bummer.
Well, and the other thing too, man, and I was thinking about it yesterday, I always say judge these guys with actions over words. He drafted Tyreek Stevenson. He drafted Kyler Gordon.
Drafted Terrell Smith in the 5th and likes him a lot and plays him.
Yeah, but premium picks on Stevenson and Gordon.
Yeah.
Maybe for some reason, Jalen Johnson isn't a Ryan Poles caliber player. I can't imagine what that reason would be, but maybe, just maybe, he's been preparing for this and he doesn't think that Jalen Johnson's going to be a Bear.
I don't like the not his guy, like the not my guy theory as like being pervasive, but it's so human to have that. I mean, he signed Cole Kmet and decided to invest in Cole Kmet. But other than that, the Roquan not my guy thing, the possible Fields not my guy thing, and now the possible Jalen not my guy thing. Do you think there's stylistically anything about the way Jalen plays that Ryan Poles wouldn't like?
No, I mean, I think that Jalen would maybe like to play a little bit more aggressive man-to-man, trail a receiver defense. I think, you know what I mean? I think that there's something maybe with Jalen specifically, but I can't imagine why a top 5 cover corner based on Pro Football Focus who you drafted and has been cheap and you just made him the honorary captain and all the teammates like it. You know what I mean? I can't imagine why at a premium position like that with a young dude who's been productive and playing very good football, I can't imagine why you wouldn't want him.
I'll say this. I was relieved that they didn't trade Jalen because I think that they should have good players, you know? So if you're going to have Jalen and you're going to trade for Montez Sweat, even if I think it's too much, then they both have to be signed. You've got the money in the room. They're both premium positions. This is not a middle linebacker debate or a safety debate or a running back debate like Montgomery or anything like that. You should sign both of those guys and move forward with fewer holes to fill.
And I think your defense needs to be good right damn now. Bob Shoop coached Montez Sweat, has a lot of things to say about him. Luke Getsy was on that staff at Mississippi State as well. We'll get some insight into the newest Bear. Hear from Ryan Poles at 3. Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Specifically that we were going to take him, I cannot speak for Ryan. I don't want to speak for him. I don't believe he was ever told we were going to take him at 3. Going in up until 24 hours before the draft, we did not know who Cleveland was taking. We knew it was going to be Mitch or Myles Garrett. We knew that information. They made their final decision. From what I was told, the coaches wanted Garrett, the personnel people wanted Mitch. They decided to take Myles Garrett. From that point on, we knew we were going to get Mitch, whether it was at 3 or 2. Prior to 24 hours before the draft, we knew there was a scenario where we would take Patrick Mahomes.
Man, if Cleveland took Mitch, we end up with Patrick Mahomes.
So the scenario was, who do you take at 3? Do you take a position player? Do you take Patrick? Or do you try to trade back knowing Patrick probably won't go in the top 10? That was the scenario.
Do you think Mahomes is Mahomes if he's a Bear?
Yes. To that level, 2 Super Bowls, I can't say that. He is transcendent.
You don't think he would have been ruined by being here?
No, there's to me, there's 5, 6 quarterbacks in the NFL right now where you can drop them into all 32 buckets and they'll produce high-end offense. He's one of those guys. He's the best of those guys.
All right, so then the inverse. What if the Chiefs had drafted Mitch?
I think it would have been better for Mitch. More established identity on offense.
He gets to sit behind Alex Smith. He gets Tyreek Hill, Kelsey, Andy Reid.
I think it would have benefited him greatly. It would have added some more production to his career. But the things he's missing are still going to be missing, and they're going to put a cap on his ceiling in the NFL.
Date. The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons on The Score.
Montez Sweat is your newest Bear. We'll hear from General Manager Ryan Poles soon. Pat Manley at 4 o'clock. Mark Grody at 5. But joining us now on the Circle Resort and Casino Hotline, Circle Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook, is Bob Shoop. He's on the staff at Marshall now. He's joining us, I think, from the practice field. Brother of former Bears offensive coordinator John Shoop, but he coached Montez Sweat at Mississippi State. Luke Getsy was on the staff, so tons of connections. Coach Shoop, thank you so much for the time. How you doing today?
My pleasure. How are you guys?
We're doing very well. So what should Bears fans know about the guy, the player, the personality that is Montez Sweat?
Well, it's been a while, obviously. The 2018 season, hearing those calls in the lead-in right there is really special. That was a great defense. We were top-ranked in the country in a lot of different categories, and had 3 first-round draft picks in Montez and Jeffrey Simmons and Jonathan Abram. And, Tez he's a really good player. I mean, you look at the guys that are drafted high and you look at the guys that are in important roles. It's guys on offense who can throw, catch, and protect the guy who's throwing. And on defense, it's guys who can cover the guys that are running routes and guys who can get to the quarterback. And, whether it's, in college, for the 17 and 18 season, or whether it's every year in the NFL, here's a guy who's produced multiple sacks and been an extremely productive edge rusher. And after you reached out to me, I looked at some of the stats and things like that. Here's a guy who in 4+ seasons has 36 sacks. I saw the critiques that he doesn't have double-digit sacks, but he's on his way to a double-digit sack this year if he stays healthy. And then I saw things about pass production, win rate and things like that. I just know here's a guy who can get to the quarterback. And coming out of college, I think his reputation was somewhat that that's all he could do, and that is valued very highly in the National Football League. But he's also a good run stopper. He was a very, very productive player in the run game for us. He didn't run around blocks in an attempt to just get to the quarterback. He was in the building. He was a high-character person. Football is very, very important to him. He and Jeffrey worked as hard as, and Jonathan worked as hard as anybody in our organization to help us build a championship caliber defense. I know the business of the NFL is a little different than college, but I was a little surprised to see him on the market. And, I did a little bit of research and don't have a whole lot of time to follow the NFL, but keeping Jalen Johnson, having Montez Sweat and, Tyreek Stevenson I worked with when I was at Miami. I mean, there's some really good young players maybe on that defense that can, help build to the future. And with some of the high capital draft picks you have next year, I mean, I think there's no reason that he can't be a significant part of, rebuilding monsters of the Midway group on defense.
Look at Bob Shoop doing the research for us to show up strong for the interview with the Jalen Johnson.
Are you writing the promo for us?
Yeah.
Well, you guys did the research too. You threw out the John Shoop reference.
Yeah.
You guys got it going, man.
Hey, man, we all got ready for each other.
Wikipedia is amazing.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Look, it's something you said about Montez. He doesn't run around blocks to try to get to the quarterback. So some defensive ends do, right? It's interesting. Like we've heard stuff about Chase Young and about Montez that that one of them might be a little bit selfish on the field, and Montez is definitely not that. Is that what you remember as well?
100%. And I can't speak. I have not obviously worked with him at the Commanders, and I haven't studied a significant portion of his Commander film. But when Chase Young got traded this week, I did read some of the articles saying that he tended to freelance in an attempt to, make plays for himself. And I can't speak to whether that's accurate or inaccurate, but what I can tell you is Tez was never that way in college. I mean, he ate his vegetables on 1st and 10 so he could have dessert on 3rd down. And we moved him around and like any coach with a player of that guy's ability, you put him in a position where he could take advantage of things, whether it's, being on a right or left side, or whether it's being a particular twist or a game or things like that. And, he really, he had a great 2018 season and really got introduced, to everybody with the spectacular combine he had in the spring of 2019. And again, he's been through it now. I mean, it was kind of a long journey for him now. He's from Atlanta, Georgia, Stevenson High School. weirdly, my introduction to him was in the mid-2000s when I was at Vanderbilt as defensive coordinator. He actually committed to us as a tight end at one point. And then, we had some questions and different things about him, and it ended up not being a match. He went to Michigan State, obviously, initially, and it wasn't, things happened, and he was looking for another opportunity, went the JUCO route, and ended up at Mississippi State. And, we came in at the end of the 2017 season as a staff, and my first conversations with him were remembering our relationship when we were recruiting at Vanderbilt. And then, he had been in a 3-4 system with Todd Grantham at Mississippi State the year before, and we were more of a 4-down system. And he was debating, he had people in his ear about coming out at that point. And I assured him that he was a key piece to our defense, and we wanted to put him in position to be successful. And that if he stayed, I thought we could, put him from a position where he's a second or third round pick to a first round pick. And he did the work. He did the work. He showed up every day. He was a hard worker in the weight room, hard worker in the off season. There's leaders. Jeffrey was the leader of that defense. Jeffrey Simmons was the guy who said jump. Everybody said how high, run how fast. Everybody was scared of him. But Tez was a worker. He did his job. And, I think there were moments of people, that's what everybody wanted to ask about when he was coming out. Well, what kind of worker is he? He's a great worker. He's a young kid, and I'm not going to sit there and say he was a saint, but he worked hard and he put himself in position to have the success that he's had at the next level. And, you don't just get 36 sacks in your first 4.5 years in the league by accident. You have to work for that. And by all accounts, everything I've heard and followed, he's been a solid citizen in Washington. And, Washington's in a different, they're maybe when you get rid of Chase Young and trade Montez Sweat, you're obviously in some type of rebuild mode right there. But I think this spells, positivity, like I said, for the Chicago Bears. And I think he's a guy who can be a guy that I saw some. I know he's 27 years old now, but I think, he's in good shape. He's tall, he's long, he's very athletic. Things come very naturally to him. I don't see a situation where he's on the back end of things. I can see a scenario that he's just now starting to hit his stride and his best. I'm sure Ryan thinks that, and I'm sure Coach Eberflus thinks that his best days, at least for the next few years, are still ahead of him.
We're talking to Bob Shoup. He's at Marshall now. He coached Montez Sweat at Mississippi State, and Luke Getsy was on that staff as well. Are you in touch with Coach Getsy still?
Yeah, you know how it goes. He's got his thing going. I got my thing going. But we text in the off season. We stay in touch on occasion. We're both Pittsburgh guys.
Yeah.
In the small world department, I tried to recruit Luke when I was at Boston College a long, long time ago, and he ended up going to Pitt. And I think the world of Luke. I think being an offensive coordinator in the NFL is probably the most second-guessed and most difficult job that there is in all of sports. Every male above the age of 21 thinks they could easily go out and call offensive plays, but
you're talking to one of them.
Yeah. No, I know, I get it. I talk to my dad every Saturday too, and I promise you, after on Sunday nights when I talk to my dad after John's games, 20 years ago when he was with Coach Duran and the Bears, I heard it then too. So it just is what it is. But Luke's smart. Luke's doing a great job. I know Justin's hurt right now, and the kid from right here in West Virginia's come in and played pretty well at least did his first game, played really, really well. But getting back to Montez, I think it's a great acquisition. I think he's a really good player. I think when everybody said, well, we spent a second round pick on him. His value is still that high right now to me. And to me, you still have your 2 first round picks next year. Like I said, I know they chose not to trade the corner, and I know you have Tyreek playing in the secondary right now. He's playing well, and some of the other guys that got the Jaquan, the safety from Penn State. So it sounds like there's a good young nucleus of defensive players in Chicago.
We hope so, Bob. We hope so. We're not going to share what we used to say about your brother John. We're not going to share that.
I know. And he gets it, and I get it. We all understand it. And fortunately for him, that was probably a little before the advent of social media. And every offensive coordinator in the NFL takes their fair share of shots on social media today.
Yeah, no, we just did it on this radio station instead. Don't worry, we went hard enough on this station.
but I think the world of Luke, and and I know there, like every organization, there's good things and bad things going on. I know they're going through their struggles right now. But what I do know about the NFL season, it's a long season, man. It is a long season, and a lot of things can happen. And hopefully Montez steps in and makes a very, very positive impact. He's got fairly good football intelligence too. When he was at Mississippi State, he played under a couple different defensive coordinators. He played in a couple different systems. So I feel like it won't be very, very difficult for him to pick things up. And I think you guys will be pleased with him. He's not going to be some big spectacular interview that's going to wow everybody, but he'll be like I said, a solid person, a great contributor to the organization, a great contributor to the community.
Well, Coach Shoup, thank you so much for joining us from the practice field, and good luck this year. We'll talk soon. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good luck to you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
It's Bob Shoup, John's brother, coached with Getsy and coached Montez Sweat, your newest Bear, who is swept up in Connor Bedard mania and has announced that he will wear number 98 with the Chicago Bears.
I saw that. So 98 is Montez Sweat. That was Gervon Dexter in camp, but then he went to 99.
Yes.
When Gibson got cut, Travis Gibson. So, 98. The last Bear to wear 98 and play a regular season game. Anybody know?
You there?
Are you there, man? All right, Bilal. All right, man. Bilal, you there? He's not. He wasn't there.
That's the last one.
That's the last guy.
Wow. Wow.
So, Bilal, you there? All right, man. Not there. And he's still not there, which is why Montez Sweat gets to wear 98.
Incredible.
He ate his vegetables on 1st and 10 so he could have dessert on 3rd down.
Easily my favorite part of that interview.
That's
number one.
That's
for
the
me.
dessert down.
Yeah.
It's 3rd down for the edge rusher. That's when you get the sprinkles, the whole thing.
Baked Alaska. I'm excited.
Unbelievable. It felt like that guy just ran a bunch of wind sprints. Like, I feel like you're joining us from the practice field. Did he just practice?
I think that's
Is
true.
he a receiver for Marshall?
I think he was practicing then. I think he was on the sled, just getting absolutely brutalized by big, powerful linemen.
He was so out of breath the entire time.
Yeah.
Take a minute.
But, it's
right.
good. We learned some stuff.
Yeah, occasionally.
Yeah, and look, here's the thing. Like, we can be critical of the of the move and curious about the philosophies and think about all that. I'm psyched to see a real defensive end on this team. Like, he is going to improve the caliber of our viewing, I do believe, on a Sunday afternoon, assuming he plays.
Yeah,
and is signed.
The goal, I thought, was to lose games to get the high pick, and now it's getting incrementally better on defense for a 2nd-round pick. We're going to hear from Ryan Poles shortly. Montez Sweat and Jalen Johnson spoke today. The tone, different. Matt Eberflus, an altogether different tone. We got a lot to do, man. It's Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
Bears season means you can count on The Score to take you inside the locker room Monday mornings after the game. Get reactions from the Bears' #1 wide receiver, DJ Moore, at 8 with Mully and Haugh. Then at 5, it's cornerback Jalen Johnson with Parkins and Spiegel.
So here's something that happened earlier, is that I was doing that interview, Groats.
Yeah, thanks for including me, too.
It was kind of a technical cluster bleep as it got a little rushed on us. It was earlier than expected, and then it was short, and we didn't have a chance to get you there technically in there. Apologies, but
and you bolted Grody out of the room.
I did. Wanted to make sure that Grody couldn't get in there, and then you still got in there, asked 4 questions, but I made sure that Tanny edited those out. Made sure that he edited those out. No, do you know what happened to me at the end?
No.
They cut off Bilal Nichols, and I didn't realize they did.
Oh no!
So I just kept going.
Oh,
and then
what are the lost questions?
Oh yeah, here you go. Chris Townhill decided that should see the light of day.
You've been playing this game since you was a child to have fun.
Yeah, well, you've been doing it so well and playing so well and being in a good headspace and a pleasure to watch. No doubt that's going to continue. Bilal Nichols, when you do sign that deal, where's the celebration dinner? If I told you downtown Chicago, money is no object, and you can go have a meal at a restaurant for you and all your family and all your friends, where are you going? What's your place?
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Bilal, you there? All right, man. I drop an all right, man, even though he's definitely not there.
That's what I would have dropped.
Bilal, you there? All right, man.
Bilal. That's hilarious. That's what I would have done.
Yeah. You would have been going, it was Bilal.
Hey, no way Bilal Nichols would have hung up if I was involved in that.
Could be.
Interview.
I don't think it was his
all your
choice.
family and all your friends, where are you going? What's your place?
I'm a big Joe West fan.
Phew.
This hour brought to you by Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
Parkins and Spiegel. Sounds like the law firm you call when you get a parking ticket.
Afternoons on the Score.
First and 10. O'Connell going deep, and it's intercepted again. Jalen Johnson with his second pick. And a chance to celebrate once more for the former second-round pick in 2020. Jalen Johnson snaring 2 interceptions late in the Windy City. Back-to-back drives end with a pick, and the Bears take over on their way to win number 2.
But I play for something bigger than just the C on my helmet. I play for God, I play for myself, I play for my family. And then with that comes, of course, playing and representing my organization. So
Jalen Johnson is still on the Bears. That's good. Reports are no more contract talks, though, the rest of the way. That's bad. And now that Montez Sweat is here, which on the field will be good, it complicates things because there's no extension yet for him, and you got to figure Poles would prioritize giving a franchise tag to Montez Sweat over Jalen Johnson if he had to, because he would need to save face on his trade, and you can only use the tag on one guy. So if there's no extension now on Montez Sweat, I think you are opening yourself up to the real possibility of losing Jalen Johnson this offseason for a compensatory draft pick in the future, which would be a disaster.
Yeah, I think it. I think it would be. It's been a really interesting ride for those following along with Jalen Johnson. It really has. The guy has grown more comfortable talking about the situation, and really was pushing this agenda to try and make the trade deadline his signing deadline, and it wasn't. The trade deadline is not the contract deadline as much as he wanted it to be. And I get it. And the request of the trade was there. And, you know, who knows how hard the Bears were working to try and facilitate that yesterday. But they decided not to. And now Jalen can really what he asked to do, which was reported yesterday at first, was not let them talk to him and try to try to make them feel like he's exerting some power now and exerting some leverage by waiting until the end of the season.
Yeah, he requested a trade. They granted him permission to seek it. Hey, go see what your value would be potentially. We'll see what teams would be willing to pay us in draft pick compensation. We don't want to trade you. My guess is both sides learned something yesterday. But here's Jalen Johnson on where he stands with the Bears now, and how the Montez Sweat trade, which, again, we assume there's a contract extension coming. It just has not happened yet with Montez Sweat. Where he stands with the Bears and how a Sweat trade could impact him on and off the field.
Are you surprised that you're here today? Like, when they gave you permission to seek a trade, did you think that you would be off somewhere else?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Are you disappointed, Jalen, that nothing happened that you seem to desire at the trade deadline?
I mean, yeah, I would say as far as some things that I would want, I feel like nothing in a sense that I wanted has happened so far as contract, trade, anything like that. But I mean, it's not, I feel like there's something bigger. Maybe the timing wasn't there. And I mean, again, I've always said that I'm going to let God take the wheel on it, and I don't want to try to force anything. And since it doesn't happen, I feel like there's a reason why some things haven't happened yet. So I'm going to just continue to play ball, continue to grow, and see what happens after that.
How did it happen? How did you guys go from a few months ago, Ryan Poles talking about wanting to have you here, you talking about wanting to be here, to you asking to be traded?
I would just say I feel like really not coming to be on the same page. And like I said, too, there's a difference between talking and trying to work things out versus getting things done. And up until this weekend, nothing was done. And I figured I wanted some different opportunities or see what else was out there for me. So I mean, really, other than that's about it.
Do you want to be here long term?
Yeah, I've said that since I got here.
When you got permission to seek a trade, did your agent get a sense of what other teams thought you were worth financially?
Yeah, I would say so.
Was that fundamentally different than the impression you had gotten from the Bears about what they thought you were worth?
In some cases, yes, sir.
So, Joe, would you want to see in March when the open market happens what kind of bidding war would be for you? Would that be something that would be beneficial for you? Yeah,
100%.
Why would you describe that there is such a gap between what you feel you're worth and what the Bears are telling you they think you're worth?
I don't know.
Jalen, to what extent, if at any, will you be more tilted towards doing things that build your resume, like going for picks? Or you've acknowledged, I think, that there's one of the reasons your numbers are low interception is because you don't take chances that maybe other players do because you don't want to get burned or whatever. Are you more likely to maybe go
burned or whatever, or playing more technically sound than other players? I said burned or playing more technically sound.
Well, either way.
Nah, it's not either way. It's a difference.
But are you more likely to take risks now?
Nah, I'll continue to play my game.
How does it come across to you when a team goes and makes your team goes and makes a big trade yesterday for Montez Sweat, and they've said we are in a position to reward our players first? Does that not sit right with you when they make a move like that? Obviously, it's a business. You got to make sure this roster's in a position to compete. But how did that sit with you when you heard that?
Honestly, I didn't really think too much of it. I think it'll be a different situation in a sense if I know he's up for contract as well. So, I mean, it would be a different situation if it was a trade and then sign. That would be, in a sense, I feel like something that I would feel more so than just an initial trade. But I know the opportunity's there and somebody has to get paid. I know that.
So if he does get an extension before that, not sit right with you?
No, it wouldn't, for sure.
Do you feel good that you could get something done? Do you still feel good, positive that there could be an extension, or is your thought process, I'm going free agency?
Honestly, I don't really have too much of a thought process. I mean, at the end of the day, I can just weigh my options. At the end of the day, there's only so much I can control. Honestly, I can get franchise tagged, and there is no free agency. So, I mean, there's a lot of different options. So I'm not caught up in what just I want. But, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm truthfully not in control.
How much does the addition of Sweat help you in this situation? I mean, theoretically, a pass rush makes a good cornerback better, right?
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, hopefully he comes in and continues to be that dog that he's shown over the years and get some tip passes, maybe that fall my way, or get the QB to throw the ball off target a little bit and just allow it to fall in my hands.
But you're upbeat about that, right? I mean, I know you're disappointed in the contract thing, but you're upbeat about the additions that they did make, right? What it could do to this defense.
Yeah.
God, Potsy digging around there trying to root out what he perceives as selfish play were it to come from Jalen Johnson, which we have not seen.
No, and so, we're going to hear from Ryan Poles as soon as we can get it. Reports are that he is saying that they are working on a Montez Sweat extension, but you just heard from Jalen, hey, this was just a trade for Montez Sweat. There's no extension yet. So he could be a pretty unhappy camper. And remember, he talked to us on Monday about, he's like, there's a lot more that I could do in terms of making noise about this. And then late Monday night, after Monday Night Football, watched Monday Night Football, then went to bed, woke up on Tuesday morning to overnight, Jalen Johnson's camp has requested permission to seek a trade. That is like one of the mechanisms that you can do to be louder, right? You can hold out, you can request a trade, you can sit out if you wanted to. You know what I mean? You can do all sorts of things. And so far he has not, and he's been very professional, and he's played at a high level. But if Ryan Poles, who says he's working on a Montez Sweat contract extension right now, gets that done, obviously you could just use a franchise tag then, or a transition tag, one of the two, on Jalen Johnson. But you might be dealt, players hold out on that thing all the time.
Yeah, I mean,
you might have a real pissed off number one cornerback in that case.
The follow-up was there. We heard if he does sign a contract, would that not sit well with you? And he said, absolutely.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't sit well. And I got to say, I would understand that. You're talking about both are premium positions, both corner and defensive end. If they're going to trade for a defensive end in Montez Sweat and then pay him right away, and yet not pay Jalen Johnson, not find some way to deal with it, yeah, I'd be upset about that. I'm playing right here in front of you for 2 years. You see the quality of my play. You see what kind of teammate I am, and you won't lock me down. Then you're going to trade for somebody that you're going to trust your pro scouting on and bring them in and immediately pay that guy. It makes me wonder what they might not like about Jalen's style, or what the ask is from Jalen and his agent if it's really outrageous. Because Jalen commented on that. He said, I'm not looking to break records. I'm not looking to, really mess up the paradigm of the system. So, boy, I think they will have an unhappy corner who tried everything he could to get signed, and it's not going to happen, and likely to be tagged at this point.
And Jalen is a professional, but he is also clearly feeling himself right now. He is playing the best football of his life. He is healthy, and he's acting out has a negative connotation. But he's peacocking a little bit.
Well, he is. But I asked Peter King directly yesterday, is the perception that Jalen Johnson is being a bad guy as he's going about this? Because I think he's walking the line of being vocal but still being a good teammate. And he very much agreed with that. He said perception around the league is not that Jalen is being in any way a bad teammate or a bad person in this way.
I don't think so either, but it's everything, man. It's, hey, you're not supposed to wear orange under your uniform. Everyone else is wearing white or blue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then cut my uniform off of me. And he wears the orange. You ask him the question about, hey, I saw you get the cornerback blitz. Yeah, I wasn't supposed to do that. Yeah. I just kind of went out there. He's dressing a lot more uniquely, and he's being featured on the NFL social media channel for, a fly game day fit, and like he's standing out. He's just a little bit more attention. Now he's requesting a trade. Now he's saying, if this guy signs a deal, it's going to upset me.
Mm-hmm.
I get where he's coming from and understand all of it, but we could be heading in the direction of disgruntled number one corner at the peak of his powers facing a franchise tag, and that gets messy. It just does. It has plenty of places that's resulted in disappointed player, fractured locker room, GM with egg on his face, like lots of ways that can go. And we keep talking about culture when it comes to, running backs coaches being dismissed for HR reasons. But I feel like that's because we can relate to those people a little bit more. How do you think it hits the culture of a locker room that Jalen Johnson isn't rewarded?
Yeah. Well, especially when he's beloved.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. He's done everything right. Drafted in the second round, hasn't made generational money, playing well, beloved, honorary captain, takes the young secondary dudes under his wing, and isn't getting paid. Do you think that is going to impact culture more than a running back coach?
Do you think Montez Sweat is better among defensive ends than Jalen Johnson is among cornerbacks?
No. I think he has been more productive with the things that show up on a box score. I think that he has gotten more sacks than Jalen has pass breakups or interceptions. But I think that there are more opportunities to sack a quarterback than intercept a quarterback.
Yeah.
And I think that Jalen is better at coverage than Montez Sweat is at rushing the passer. But I think they're both very good players.
Yeah, I think they're both very good players.
I think they're very good players.
I haven't been able to watch Montez Sweat every week and really kind of dissect it. Jalen, I know, I feel like I know what I'm watching is an extremely sound cover corner who's not getting burned, but playing extremely sound technically, as he pointed out to Mark Potash. And I was thinking about, so if Montez Sweat gets signed, right, then you're asking him to be really great for ages 28 through 31. And while that is older, of course, than Chase Young, it's still younger than the last two big-time Bears free agent defensive end acquisitions.
You can be productive at that age in the NFL. We've seen it with the Eagles defensive line the last couple of years.
Yeah.
What I would say is he is in his prime. You know what I mean? He is in his prime, not entering his prime like Chase Young would be. Chase Young would be entering his prime. Montez Sweat is squarely in his prime.
Yeah. Julius Peppers, he was 30 years old in his first year here with the Bears. So ages 30 and 31, 32, 33. He had 3 Pro Bowls, obviously, and All-Pro twice. That worked out very well.
Julius Peppers is going to the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
It's a different level of athlete than Montez Sweat.
Jared Allen came here at age 32. And was an absolute disaster.
Much better pass rusher than Montez Sweat.
Yeah, much better pass rusher. Not as good against the run.
No.
Was a relentless edge rusher with a high motor going at that, with double-digit sacks every year of his career, basically.
Yeah, I think Montez Sweat is just a really, really good all-around football player.
He's neither of those guys.
No, that's the thing. This kind of reminds me of some of the quarterback conversation you and I have had the last couple of weeks. Tools, intangibles, upside, ceiling, possibility of being a superstar, but a little bit more boom or bust and risk.
That's Chase Young?
Yeah. And Montez Sweat is solid against the run, solid against the pass, good character guy, veteran, big, strong, available, solid. So I think that there is a difference between the two. Speaking of Montez Sweat, and we're going to hear from Ryan Poles coming up in just a little bit on everything. Montez Sweat is here, and there's the football side, there's the contract side. Here's Montez Sweat.
Obviously, you're playing on the last year of your deal. Have you spoken with the Bears at all about a potential contract extension yet?
I'm sure my agents and them are talking about something, but I haven't. I'm not really in it right now. Just ready to get to work.
How do you process the contract piece of things, knowing that your deal does expire at the end of this year, and that, I'm sure you're trying to figure out what's next for you beyond this year for several years?
Yeah, I mean, it's thought about. Obviously, a player always wants to have security playing the sport that we playing, but I mean, I'm sure everything will work itself out.
Are there things you would like to see here to commit to being here long term? I mean, you probably know very little about what you've just joined.
Yeah, I'm just taking it one day at a time. Everything is happening kind of fast right now. Just waiting for it to slow down, and we hit the ground running when we get there.
How do you describe yourself as a player?
I think I'm a very strong, hard-working, tenacious player who just really wants to get better every day. And I know I still got a long way to go, but yeah, I'm happy to play where I am.
Montez, obviously you played the Bears earlier in the year. What do you remember about that Thursday night game?
They got after our ass, but yeah, they got after our butt on a short week on Thursday, man. Yeah, so salute to them. Happy to be a part of them now.
What do you want to get, or what do you need to see before you agree to a contract? Is it all financial? Do you want to get a sense of the building? Do you want to get a sense of the city?
I think all that goes into play, from financial to the people around me, players in the building, all that type of stuff like that. But so, as I said, I just got here. I'm still trying to figure out where I'm gonna lay my head at tonight. So, yeah.
Through that lens, Montez, do you expect to play Sunday? Will you be able to get out there right away?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I don't know that yet either.
We're negotiating that, right?
Yeah, this is probably one of the first stops, man. So y'all getting it real raw and uncut right now.
The Bears traded a second-round pick for you, and not just for a rental. Do you realize that's how much you've got them over a barrel as far as the love?
A barrel? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the terminology.
How much leverage you have, knowing that they need to keep you to make it worth the second-round pick they gave up for you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really into the contract talks. I don't really know too much about leverage and all that type of stuff. Like I said, I just want to consider everything around me before I make a decision.
Leverage is important, obviously, on the defensive line, Danny. You would agree with that.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Okay.
That's absolutely
and
true.
The barrel, he's unfamiliar with the terminology. Having someone over a barrel, is that old school? Is that too old school for the young and hip athlete?
Yes.
Yes?
Speaking as the young hip athlete on the show.
You're my guy.
Yeah.
You're my link to that.
As the young. I think he knew what you were talking. I think he knew what Potash was talking about. Yeah,
I think anytime anybody talks about having someone over a barrel contract-wise, I think of Jim Hendry's barrel. We decided when Alfonso Soriano was negotiated against nobody by Jim Hendry and just gave him its massive deal, that Jim Hendry has a barrel in his office with the Cubs, and anytime somebody comes in to negotiate, he walks over and he says, "Hold on, let me get up on my barrel." And he grabs it. It's got footholds and some handles and stuff like that. But, Montez has the leverage. He does have the leverage.
The Bears leverages the franchise tag, but I don't think they want to use it. Ryan Poles will address Montez Sweat, the player, the contract, Jalen Johnson, the player, the contract. He's going to address the coach. He's going to address the coach that's here, the one that left. We got like a State of the Union address from Ryan Poles next on The Score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
Bears linebacker T.J. Edwards reacting live to the Montez Sweat trade.
Your thoughts?
I mean, that's thank you, baby. That's a hell of a player. No, I'm looking at it right now. So yeah, that's the first time I heard of that. But I mean, hell yeah, no, that's big time, no doubt.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670.
Second round pick.
This better not be a rental.
You got to be sure that because
there's no reason to rent somebody this year.
And the other thing is that you're giving up two things here. You're giving up a draft pick and money. It's usually 2 for 1 or 1 for 2.
It's usually one or the other.
Right.
You want to give up a draft pick or money.
Right.
This is another one. It's like the Khalil Mack deal.
And now here's my question.
So it's another deal for a pass rusher where it's going to be draft capital and money.
Then are you now, if you're Poles, are you now chasing the pick again?
The second rounder?
Yeah. Are you chasing that pick in trying to trade Jalen Johnson? And then you feel like, oh, well, I'm even, but I got a pass rusher and I've already drafted corners, so I'm good.
And because you're bad, it's going to be a really high pick.
Yeah, it's going to be between 33 and 40.
Well, that's Ian Rappaport just said if the season ended today, it's 35.
Yeah, that's between 33 and 40.
I know, but he knows exactly what it is right now. So if you're doing it again.
Well,
because the rental values is worthless this year. You're not going anywhere this year.
This is why when we were talking about this in transition, it's not that you got the trade wrong. This is why you shouldn't do a trade again. It's why did you get the trade wrong? Is your process sound? He's going to help the Bears immediately. And for the texter that wanted you to explain this, what did you mean when you said Chase Young has a higher ceiling, Montez Sweat has a higher floor?
I didn't think this was a particularly difficult concept.
Sometimes you have to whiteboard stuff for people, Dan. It's okay. It's part of the job.
The idea of a floor being what you know you are going to get at the very least from Montez Sweat. You know you are going to get a good pass rusher. He may not be a great pass rusher, but you know for sure he's going to be good. With Chase Young, you get the tantalizing possibility that he could be great with a little bit of bust potential.
I mean, I think I'm the best tackle probably that just walked into the NFL right now. And I think you'll see. Everybody will see eventually. And then you can come back to this interview.
Oh, well, don't worry about that.
We love it.
We will absolutely be doing that. Have you talked to Justin Fields yet? Like, what do you know about the Bears?
Yeah, Justin texted me. He was just welcoming me to the team. And, I was happy he reached out to me, and I'm ready to just be playing for a team that he's on as a quarterback. I mean, you talk about some of the best quarterbacks in the league, and you talk about last year, the things he did. So, I mean, being here, I mean, you talk about one of the teams that had, I mean, one of the first original teams in the NFL, period. You know what I mean? Most Hall of Fame players ever. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy that I'm here. So much tradition. I don't know. I'm so excited to be here.
What's it like to block for a mobile guy like Justin Fields? What does that mean to you in terms of what your assignments are going to be?
It's not anything crazy. I mean, I blocked for. I mean, you talk about Tennessee last year. Hendon was a little bit mobile, and if he wants to sit in the pocket for 10 weeks, I got you. You know what I mean? It's just whatever works best. So if he wants to take off, I'll be chasing him down. I probably won't catch him, but I'll be right behind him trying.
Somebody hits your quarterback late. Are you going after him?
Oh, we're in the parking lot with it.
were not met.
And but they are 2-2 in their last 4, and the culture is excellent. Just ask Matt Eberflus. We'll talk to Pat Manley at 4 o'clock. Another crazy day at Haugh. Mark Rohde with a full Bears report at 5. But so much to get into with Ryan Poles, who, to his credit, when big weird things happen, he keeps talking. I'm sure he's talking more this year than he expected to because big weird things keep happening. Montez Sweat, another coach fired for HR reasons. Jalen Johnson, a lot to get into here. Here's the general manager of the Bears, Ryan Poles.
All right, we'll get started here. So first off, trade for Tez. We're excited about that. We expect him to come here and help our entire team get better. We see him as a long, fast, explosive, relentless defensive end that can help us both in the run and the pass game. And really, I see him as a multiplier. He's going to allow everyone to play better, our entire defensive front, our corners, our safeties, and again, hopefully, we talk about the ball all the time, creating turnovers and stops so we can be better. In terms of our process, really, it was a situation where, you try to forecast forward. You look at the draft potential. Our guys have been doing a really good job getting that information in, as well as free agency. And we felt like this was a really good opportunity to get ahead of that and get a top pass rusher in the building. And again, that's short term, but also for long term. We're currently working on getting a contract done now. I got a lot of questions about Jalen. First, Jalen and I have a really good relationship, a lot of transparency. We sit down, we talk, we go through different things, and heard a lot about not wanting Jalen here long term, and that couldn't be further from the truth. He knows that we want him here, and we've talked about that. Our process there, I'll just kind of pull back on that whole deal. Anytime we do an extension, I bring players in to sit down and have a conversation to really go over what an extension looks like. What does it feel like? Because the biggest thing is, you can take things personal when you're negotiating through an agent. So there's the club side starts one side, the agent starts the other, and you try to find that sweet spot in the middle to get the deal done. And in that sense, you can take it personal. And the big thing I want our guys and the guys here to be able to come in my office and talk about if they feel disrespected in any way, and we can talk through it to go, because it's a tough situation. So I want them to know that my phone's on, my door's open, we talk through that. So we've been able to do that with Jalen and go through that process. Really, with that one, we've exchanged a couple times, and it was one of those situations, a lot of times it happens when you exchange emails back and forth with deals. Tone can be misunderstood, emotions can be misunderstood. We all know that. I'm sure we've all texted, and it's like, no, I didn't mean it to be that way. So on Sunday, we met with his side. Had really good meetings in LA. I thought we made progress. I texted my group. I'm like, we'll be able to get this deal done in a matter of days. We come back from the trip, and his team wants to explore a trade situation. So I'm fine with that, but I brought Jalen in. We sat down. We talked about it. I granted permission to do that. Here's the thing. I don't want to lose Jalen Johnson. If I were to lose Jalen Johnson, I would like to have a high percentage of hitting on another Jalen Johnson, which to me is a late first and it's a early second. So really simple there. That didn't happen. So we are still open to getting a contract done, and I'm going to follow Jalen's lead on how he wants to go about doing that. But we're still open. And again, Jalen and I have talked as recently as today.
Let's stop this for just 1 second.
There's a lot there.
Well, it's just much more transparent on contract issues than he's ever been in the past. Things can get lost in translation. We talked. We worked towards it. I want him here. This is what I would want back after requesting a trade. Like, that is a very transparent Ryan Poles.
And the way he's talking about it, clearly he appreciates Jalen as a player and wants to keep Jalen. And it's funny because I saw the meme earlier. I guess it's the Family Guy meme, right? Where it's like Jalen Johnson or a second-round pick. A second-round pick could be anything. It could even be Jalen Johnson.
Yeah.
You know? He basically says the freaking meme right there. He says that I'd want to have assurances of getting something that could give me something as good as Jalen Johnson. So, yeah, that is transparent. And he clearly, while he talks about him not wanting to feel disrespected, Jalen not wanting to feel disrespected,
he sounds like he was surprised by the trade request. Like he's texting his people saying, "Oh, we're going to be able to get this deal done. This will be great." And then he comes home and gets a trade request.
Yeah, it sounds like something was missed in translation with an email or a text that maybe made some people run to their corners. So stuff to follow up there when we talk to Jalen on Monday.
You bet.
And he said they're working on a deal with Montez Sweat, but we'll get into more details here. Here's more Ryan Poles.
And that's what I got there. So those are 2 topics. I'll open up for questions.
But how would you characterize the state of extension talks with Montez and where you're at with that?
Yeah, so he just signed up, got the physical done. So it's, we just kicked that off. It's hard to put a timeline on it, but I'm hoping it won't take too long.
When it came down to Montez versus Chase Young, we know now that both were on the market. How did you come to the decision to, shell a 2 for Montez versus, Chase Young going for a 3?
Yeah, I'll be honest, really didn't think Tez was available for a while. So that door was kind of closed and it was going to be kind of quiet, and then it popped back up in the last couple hours.
Brian, we talked to Matt earlier today. You had your second assistant coach leave in 6 weeks.
Yep.
Does he have a culture problem? Did the Bears have a culture problem? And if no, why not? Because these things don't happen, and now it's happening twice in 6 weeks.
Yeah, well, I can be really clear with that one. We have expectations here, and this comes from me, Kevin, George, and Matt. If you don't meet those expectations of how you move around this building, how you treat people, how you talk to people, how you act, you don't belong here. So the alternative is you do nothing and you just kind of brush it on the rug and you're cool with that, which we're not, or you act accordingly to make sure that your culture is strong. So unfortunately, I feel like every time I talk, it's like the easy way, the quiet way, the hard way is the loud way, and we have to deal with this, but that's how we're going to do business here. So,
Ryan, how certain are you that you can get a deal done with Sweat without using the franchise tag? Because when you spend a second, obviously it's a long-term thing. Does that put you in a little bit of a tough situation leverage-wise, trying to get it, knowing that you need to have this guy here long-term?
Yeah, I feel really confident that we can get a deal done.
Ryan, what is the benefit of being able to negotiate with him now, essentially paying a second-round pick to do that as opposed to waiting until March and getting involved in that situation?
Yeah, I think it's capitalizing right now because you start to lose opportunities. It's really hard to see, it's like we talked about, like if you look at the free agent stack now, it's going to look very different by the time you get to that point of the year, because there's so many different opportunities that can pop up in terms of extensions, tags, different things like that. So we decided with that type of player, we want to capitalize on that now.
And you got a sense that if you guys weren't the ones to trade for him yesterday, somebody else would have.
Yes.
Are you surprised at the pass rush up until this point, given how many draft resources, free agent resources that you've utilized, that it hasn't panned out the way that you might have been hopeful for?
Yeah, you're always hopeful with the guys that you're bringing in, but sometimes you just need, someone that can come in and create some disruption where now you have to slide the offensive line a certain way, you have to double team certain people, and then that starts, again, we're talking about multipliers where it can open up different situations for different guys to get home. So I'm hoping that this improves that.
We're aggressive again this year, same situation, second round pick. What gives you confidence that this time, this move at the trade deadline is going to work out?
Yeah, it's one of those things that, again, I try to take a lot of pride in it, but, you look at things that you do, if they fail or you make mistakes, can you look back at why and address those? And then I think the key is, like, sometimes you become a little bit shy to make aggressive moves as you move forward. But that's just not how we're wired. So it took a lot of those things from that situation and kind of went through that process and said, okay, here's where we may have messed up this. And then for this one, not making the same mistake and learn from that.
Ryan, it was obviously a significant move on your part to open the door for Jalen and his camp to go seek a trade yesterday. What was in that for you? Philosophically, what were you...
Can you say that one more time? I'm sorry.
Obviously, it was a significant measure by you to open the doors for Jalen and his camp to explore trade possibilities yesterday. From your vantage point, philosophically, what was advantageous to you to allowing them to do that? Because obviously you didn't have to grant that if you didn't want to.
I think, again, it's the respect that I have for Jalen too. It's like, if that's in your heart that you want to go check that out and see what comes back. If everything lines up perfectly, well, if you want to go somewhere else, then that can happen. If that brought the pick where I felt like we could get another Jalen Johnson, then we can do that too. So it's really just to have clarity on the situation, but it had to work out perfectly for both sides to
Why do you
get it
think
done.
there's such a financial divide between what he is looking for and what you're willing to do?
That's the thing. We never got to that point. That's why we met in LA in terms of let's close the gap and figure out where to go next. Because when you negotiate, you just like anything else that you guys have done, it's you go back and forth a couple steps. So there was only a few steps. No one was final. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I guess obviously there's still.
I don't know what the gap is.
Okay. Does that frustrate you not having clarity? I guess on.
It was a surprise because we were working to close the gap.
So there had not been an offer extended, is that?
No, there were offers, but there was no last and final from any side.
Ryan, between the losses and the staff issues, why are you confident still that Matt is the right coach for this team?
Yeah, and I get the question. What I see on every day where I see him address the team and I see his approach through adversity, it is stable, man. And I know in the outside world it doesn't look like that, and I know it looks like we're far away, but this dude comes in every day and just keeps chipping away. He has high integrity. The people that he brings in here, he's done the work to make sure that they're the people they're supposed to be. Again, we hold that standard. If it doesn't follow that and people aren't acting that way, they're not here. But the way that he holds everything down here is incredible for how loud it is, how tough it is. I mean, this team, you could watch them, they fight. I know this past weekend wasn't great, but you can't watch that team and be like, oh, they're going to fold. Most teams fold, and they're not folding. It's been hard. It's been really hard, especially from where we started last year, trying to build this and do it the right way. What I see from him on a daily basis and how he gets his team ready on a weekly basis, to me, I see a grown man that has leadership skills to get this thing out of the hole and into where it needs to be.
Ryan, you said before the season that this team can be measured on winning. Why hasn't this team lived up to that standard?
Yeah, we got to execute better. We got to execute better. We got to continue to put guys in the right positions. We got to continue to add good players to help us get over the hump. We got to add playmakers to, like, when you have some of these mistakes that we've had, when you watch just NFL football in general, you have guys that can just, I call them erasers, erase some of those mistakes, those turnovers, make plays. And we just got to get to a place that we can do that and also close the gap where we can play clean football. When we've played clean football this year, we've won games. When it gets sloppy, we haven't. So we just got to continue to clean it up and fix that execution.
Right, just to clarify the Jalen situation, I was a little confused. His camp has a number, the Bears have a number. Why is there no middle?
How it works.
How does it work? How has
you go back and forth,
right?
And you try to find the sweet spot. So you have to conclude that and say, hey, this is my final, this is your final, and then you know what the gap is. But we haven't gotten there yet.
Is this move some kind of maybe endorsement of what your quarterback situation? You're taking the control out of your hands somewhat. You're adding to your defense. You're improving your roster in your eyes. Does this maybe say you're kind of comfortable with how your quarterback situation lies?
I would say in general, our philosophy is just continue to add really good football players to this roster so that we can win football games.
Man, I didn't understand that last question, how it was relevant to the quarterback, but overall, I found that to be really transparent, and there was a full-throated endorsement of Matt Eberflus in there. We got a lot to react to before Pat Manley at 4.
Yeah, there was more nuggets about the Jalen Johnson stuff that we need to expound on from the last time we talked about it. There's not good vibes on the Jalen Johnson front.
And then he said the loud way is the hard way.
Mm-hmm.
Quiet is easy in terms of dismissing David Walker. There is some admirable traits in there if he means it.
I agree.
Let's get into it coming up before Manley at 4 on the score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Fireplace and Chimney Authority. Fireplace and Chimney Authority is Chicagoland's largest and most respected fireplace and chimney company. Finding your new electric or gas fireplace starts here. Call to schedule an appointment or visit our showrooms in Lisle and Elmhurst or go online at fireplaceandchimneyauthority.com.
Do you have any good ejection stories?
The crazy ejection story is when
the pitch that I threw behind and it didn't even hit the dude, and he chased me and came out and punched me in the face, and I got thrown out of the game. I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't even hit him. So what was the difference? That was a weird one. And the other one was a missed call. I thought was a missed call the pitch before, and the next pitch guy hits a home run. And I said, yeah, if you would have called that last one a strike, he never would have hit that, and he threw me out of the game.
Just like that for one comment?
Yeah, and it wasn't even, I didn't even argue the actual pitch. I just said after, as he was rounding the bases, I said, if that last one would have been a strike, I wouldn't have had to throw that one. You're out of the game.
What a bunch of crap that is. Like, nobody comes for the ump show, Jack. Nobody wants to see them, and sometimes they think that we do want to see them.
Well, there's so many dudes getting thrown out this year. It's crazy.
Is that Mark Whitten? Is that the one when he chased you around?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Hard-hitting Mark Whitten. 4 homers in a game for that guy. Not that day.
No, not that day.
When Blackjack threw behind him.
The part that he didn't even recognize, and I haven't talked specifically to him about it ever, is if you go back and look, that Jimmy Key had hit like 4 or 5 of our guys and thrown behind Ozzy's head, behind Joey Cora's head, threw one right at Robin Ventura's face, and Robin came up and it got hit right in the wrist. He could have broke his wrist and been out for the whole season for us. And none of our guys would, say, oh, they're hitting our guys, we're going to go back and hit some other guy. And what happened in that scenario is they hit a home run. So the next pitch I threw, it literally was 2 feet behind him. And what I was trying to say by doing, you guys want to keep throwing and hitting guys? Guess what? I could do it too if I wanted to. So you better stop. That was my whole thoughts. I didn't say that, but that was the pitch. That was what the pitch was supposed to say to them.
Team would be like, oh, they're going to fold. Most teams fold, and they're not folding. It's been hard. It's been really hard, especially from where we started last year, trying to build this and do it the right way. What I see from him on a daily basis and how he gets his team ready on a weekly basis, to me, I see a grown man that has leadership skills to get this thing out of the hole and into where it needs to be.
You know me, man. I think these guys are mostly lying, actions over words. You could change something, right? That is a full-throated endorsement of Matt Eberflus, the head coach of the Chicago Bears. That could change if at the end of the year they finish 4-13, and he's the losingest coach in Bears history through 2 years, and they have the number 1 pick, and there's an offensive mind out there. But as of now, that's a guy who's supporting his head coach.
Well, it sure sounded like it. Absolutely. And, you know, it makes me... I look, we don't know exactly how Flus is leading behind the scenes for sure, and we tend to judge the press conferences an awful lot. Lord knows I do. But you know, that sounds like a guy who's sticking by his guy. And does that embolden your theory espoused earlier about this trade having something to do with giving Eberflus a chance to have a great defense? Show me you've got it or not between now and the end of the year?
A little, and I don't think that he thinks that they're that far away.
As a defense or overall as a team?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Certainly as a defense, it's an aggressive move to amplify your defense. And a lot of the people were saying, why not just sign Montez Sweat in the offseason? Like I saw Bill Barnwell even say that. Bill Barnwell is one of the smartest football people in the game.
Uh-huh.
If Montez Sweat was going to get traded, which apparently he was going to, if it wasn't to the Bears, it was going to be to somebody else. Poles said that came up in the hours, before the deadline, and he was surprised by it. That team would have been in the exact same situation that the Bears find themselves in now. Pressured to sign him to defend the investment of the second-round pick that you gave up, and at worst, franchise tag him. So Montez Sweat was not going to be available to the Bears this offseason to sign.
Everything that he said about Montez Sweat in terms of the extension sounded like extremely positive and aggressive and confident that they were getting to it. Early on, he said, we're working on a contract now. He said, we just got the physical done. We're working on it now. It came back up, and every time it came back up, he was talking about how it's going to happen. So I'll be very surprised if it doesn't happen quickly, like this week.
It should happen before the Saints game.
And it probably happened in conversation with the agent before the deal gets done.
Well, it needs to.
It needs to.
That's why I'm surprised that it hasn't gotten done. And every minute and hour that it doesn't get done, it's riskier and riskier and riskier. But that sounded like a person that is confident that he will sign Montez Sweat and then still have the transition tag / franchise tag available to use on Jalen Johnson if need be. A question that was not asked of him that should have been, in my opinion, and the Bears beat does a great job. So this is just a nitpick. Jalen indicated today that he'd be upset if Sweat got a contract before he did, given that he's been here and Sweat is new. When Poles says, I'm confident that it's not going to take long on Sweat, an obvious follow-up is, are you at all concerned about what a contract extension for Montez Sweat would do to your relationship with Jalen Johnson?
Right.
That felt like a question that would have been appropriate today.
And we can get to some of the Jalen details in a minute, but you heard something strongly that I heard as well, which is when he talked about firing the coaches, quote, the easy way is the quiet way. The hard way is the public way. Because here they are, Poles and Eberflus.
The loud way. He said the hard way is the loud way, because when you do it loudly, you've got to do it. You're doing it publicly. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. So he said the easy way is to be the quiet way.
The quiet way.
To just ignore it. We're not going to do that around here. The hard way is the loud way.
Is the loud way.
Fire the person and let them know. So
yeah, because
he talked also about walking around the building, treating people correctly. So
yes.
let's just assume, for the sake of argument, that that's what happened with David Walker. He did something inappropriate in the building. He said something wrong. He looked at someone wrong. He made someone feel uncomfortable in the work. Let's just, for the sake of argument, given that he used that as an example, say that's what happened.
How you treat people, how you act, yes. And think about how many times, if you've got somebody who is treating people poorly, that it's quiet. How many times have we bemoaned the quiet cover-up allowing people to keep jobs?
Yeah.
At a million different teams and organizations and the church and any Penn State. I mean, anything. It's always this culture of secrecy and quiet in protecting somebody. Like, oh, it'd be bad if this gets out. And he's speaking, if he's being honest about this, he's saying, look, you have to fire people when they deserve it, and then all of a sudden you have to deal with it in this loud and public way.
Listen, it's still a terrible look for Eberflus that it's happened to two of the coaches
Without
that
a
are
doubt.
on his, especially Alan Williams, given how closely they work together
Without
for
a
as
doubt.
long as they work together. That one is on Eberflus squarely. This one, I'm actually inclined to give them a little bit more leeway on if it is like, hey, this wouldn't come up in a background check. Then we got him in the building.
And all of a sudden he was doing this.
And he was probably doing it elsewhere before, but nobody told us about it. And that might have been acceptable in A, B, or C location. It's not acceptable
But
here.
this is when you do need leaders who are good at publicly talking about this. Because Eberflus could have said, or Poles could say, we do need to do a better job of vetting guys. When he's asked that this morning. Well, yes, I think we do. I think we have to admit that. It's hard because people have weaknesses. And sometimes they come into the building and they show you stuff that you didn't realize. So, yeah, it's a difficult thing in our industry to do. You could speak to that instead of saying,
he didn't do that.
we're great at it.
Yeah.
We're great at it.
Well, that's on Flus.
Yes, that's on Flus for
That's on
not
Flus.
being a better communicator about that.
Yeah. Well, listen, Flus is not good at the podium.
He's terrible at it, and it damages the overall at everything in terms of perception and how we live it and how we deal with it. But that in itself, the easy way is the quiet way, the hard way is the loud way, is a very healthy ethos if he's actually living it.
And it seems like he is. Alan Williams, David Walker, Chase Claypool.
Can't have you guys around anymore.
And even though it's embarrassing, egg on the face, extra press conference, depreciated asset, you know what I mean? Like that. It actually seems like he is walking the walk on that one.
And because he did, he said that he screwed up the Claypool thing. And when asked about the Sweat trade being similar, he said, it's tricky because you can't let your past failures make you unaggressive the next time around. So he's thinking about it. Like, we can disagree with the moves all we want, but I appreciate the way this dude thinks and talks, certainly, about some of these issues.
I agree. We will hear from Pat Manley next on The Score.
Take Parkins and Spiegel with you anywhere you go on the free Odyssey app. Afternoons, 2 to 6 on The Score.
I'm wrong all the time.
Not about this. Can't listen on the radio?
Dumb. He sounds dumb.
Well, then listen on your mobile device, smart speaker, or your desktop, all through the Odyssey app. AUDACY.
I'm a little worried about myself holding up physically.
No, this couldn't be any easier. Parkins and Spiegel live on the Odyssey.
You and Tanny all last week trying to have conversations about this movie that I was dying to see, and you were very often very careful, very cautious. I respected it, and you would say, well, let's not spoil it for Speaks. Let's not do that. I don't want to do that. And then I'd leave the room, and then maybe you guys would talk a little more.
Yeah.
There was one moment where you said one thing, and it was like the equivalent when somebody has seen a game that you have on the DVR, and they're like, oh, I won't spoil anything, but stay to the end.
Okay, so we're going to play something here, and Speaks is going to tell me off mic what I said
I'm going to tell you.
to spoil it so that we don't spoil it for the audience. And then when we come back from this clip that Tanny's going to play, I'm going to have been told what I told to Spiegel. I genuinely do not know.
Yeah.
And then I will determine whether or not I believe that I actually spoiled
And
it.
if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you'll see us talking about it, or you can jump there right now to see this.
all right,
okay?
go ahead, Tanny.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I disagree that it's a spoiler.
I'm telling you.
I'm saying it. I'm saying
No,
it.
I don't think you should.
Tanny,
I really.
can I get some validation?
I don't know what it is. He doesn't know what it is.
It's been a week and a half now, right? The movie's been out for a week and a half.
I really don't think you should say it.
Such an innocuous thing.
I disagree. I disagree firmly.
Well, you want to tell me in cue while I play the music?
Hold on. Yes.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Come on.
Thank you.
Come on, Speaks.
Thank you.
That's not anywhere close to being a spoiler.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
And that's why I'm going to say
The way he said it, the way he is.
I said that on the Friday show right after I saw the movie with Spigs
Jesus
wasn't here.
Christ.
I said
It was a reason to see the movie.
I'm saying it. I'm saying it.
Yes, you said
because
No.
now people will know.
Yeah, exactly. We want people to know
It's the
how
way
wrong
that he
you
said
were.
it. It's the way that he said it.
I said Robert Downey Jr. is going to win the Oscar.
Why are you cringing?
How does that spoil the movie?
Put your glasses back on, Speed.
It does spoil the movie.
Spoil the movie.
So you're upset that you went and saw a good performance by Robert Downey Jr.?
Oh, no, it was good. It was
He's
good.
an A-list actor.
There's a lot of other people that were good, too.
Did you want to hate him going into it after hearing what Danny said?
No.
And all of a sudden you were disappointed that he was so awesome in the movie?
As long as we're talking about it, let's talk about it. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Forget it. Here's the deal. Now, this is going to be a spoiler. Telling people right now.
No.
Yes.
You're the bad
Wait,
guy.
spoiler. This might be Spieg's definition of a spoiler.
No.
So it might not be.
The bomb goes off.
This is 100% a spoiler to indicate to you why that was a spoiler. Okay?
No.
I don't love it.
No.
Yeah, I don't love that.
No, that's
All right,
crazy.
Forget it.
Okay, yes. All right. Someone who won an Oscar, or who I think could win an Oscar, who probably cost 8 figures to get in the movie, has a pivotal role in the movie.
Speaks. A spoiler would be Robert Downey Jr. shows up in the Iron Man suit to stop the bomb.
A spoiler.
Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
I was special teaming it up all during the week.
Patrick Manley.
My all-time favorite Bear would have to be Patrick Manley.
Bears long snapper for 16 seasons.
Pat Manley, the long snapper, Maynard, put it in position, and Robbie Gould sends the Bears to the NFC Championship game.
The longest tenured player in Chicago Bears history.
Captains to midfield for the coin toss. Patrick Manley breaking an all-time Bears record for games played.
So it's great that they have one of the most confident combinations between the snapper, holder, and kicker.
Craft beer mogul.
Long snapper IPA. The can has me long snapping a ball on top of an El Camino.
Patrick Manley.
Jeff Ross.
I was a nose guard and a center for the Jonathan Dayton Regional High School Bulldogs. It makes me better at comedy because I'm used to people like trying to throw me off snapping for the punts. Definitely toughened me up for real life.
Wow, you were a long snapper.
That's amazing. We have one of those on staff, too. We got the Bears long snapper for 16 years. He's our buddy, Patrick Manley.
Long snapper was my porn name in college.
It's a good one.
With Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
We appreciate Pat Manley always, and especially today for his flexibility moving from 3 to 4 o'clock with Ryan Poles speaking and all the news out of Haugh. You could hear him on pregame and postgame. You can hear him on Tuesdays with Dan and Lawrence, and he's on the Circa Resort and Casino hotline, Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. How about that, Pat? The Roastmaster, Jeff Ross, former long snapper.
I love it. And the thing is, nobody knew that before, right? You had to ask them about it. That's what we do. We don't let people know who we are or what we do. We like to go anonymous.
Right. Yeah, that's smart. Very humble group.
You work in the shadows, long snappers, do you?
Yes.
Yeah.
I did not know that, though. That's pretty cool, though. That's another one I can add to my short list of famous people that have been long snappers.
All
right.
Do tell.
Who's on the list?
Trace Atkins was one, the country singer.
Wow.
All right.
Love that.
He actually sang the national anthem before a game, and he comes over to me. He's like, "Hey, son." He's like 6'7". He's like, I did what you did back in high school, man. I got a lot of respect for you. I was like, hey, appreciate it, man. Thanks.
That is incredible.
That needs to be a page on longsnapper.com, Pat, on your site.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Maybe I can get that started. Yeah.
Yeah, like it just anybody famous who's ever been a long snapper. I don't believe Jeff Ross knew that's what they were called. Do you remember that?
Yeah, right.
He was just
Yeah.
referring to it as like, yeah,
The punter snapper.
The punter snap was
The punter
was-
snapper, yeah. He's not that old. Maybe he didn't do it. Maybe he's just lying. He
Yeah.
just thinks it sounds cool.
No, I think they just had the center do it in his high school.
Right.
Exactly. Right. Yeah, most people did back then.
Yeah, he was both. Well, so nothing's going on with the Bears, Pat.
Hey guys, this is these Wednesdays are unbelievable. It's just like I said it before. I'm like, they're the gift that keeps on giving. Whether you get a rookie quarterback go out there and win a game, or they go back and play like crap, and then these Wednesdays of press conferences, it's unbelievable. And the news that's coming out of Hallis Hall this year, it's disappointing, is what it is, guys. It's really disappointing because this year was supposed to be a year of building and all that kind of stuff and getting going in the right direction. And to me, they're going the complete opposite direction. They still have a lot of questions. You've got guys wanting to get traded. You've got all this stuff going on. So it's just, I'm just shocked that this season has really turned into what it has, and we're basically the halfway point.
Do you believe Matt Eberflus when he says their culture is strong?
I was trying to think. I was wondering if you were going to ask me that. He has to say that. And from what I see from the outside, I would have to say yes, because nobody is pointing fingers yet. It's going to happen. If it starts really going south, it's going to happen. Spiegs, you and I are sitting next to each other in 2014, and you could hear it, right? In all the interviews, you could kind of see coaches coaching for jobs in other places. I haven't seen that yet. Is it 100% strong? I'm not committed on that. You've got players like Jalen Johnson asking for a trade. Is that because he doesn't see a future with this team? Not for him as a player, but as wins. He has buddies on other teams, I'm sure, and he's hearing about what it's like winning, what it's like their culture and their locker room. But I don't think it's terrible yet. So it's a hard answer there, Danny. Do I believe him? I guess halfway I do. How about that?
Yeah, okay. But that makes sense because, it's one thing to think about the coaches who have been let go, and Ryan Poles just talked about that, and we had a conversation about what Ryan Poles said about how it gets difficult when you loudly send people on their way. But like what you're talking about, 2014, Aaron Cromer started, clearly leaking stuff and saying stuff about Tressman, and Tressman had to come out and pretend that everything was fine. And we haven't had any of that with coaches or players. I guess I'm wondering if this Jalen Johnson situation has the potential to push push that limit a little bit, because the way that Poles talked about the negotiations, there's clearly a disconnect and a little bit of bad blood right there now in terms of how the negotiation went down. And Poles tries not to have it directly with Jalen, and players have had Jalen's back. But, you've got a disappointed great player in that locker room this week.
And I understand it, because this is about every 3 to 4 to 5 years for athletes, right, in the NFL, the business side of it starts creeping in, and it's new to them. This is completely different than your rookie contract, where you really have no idea what's going on and everything's kind of slotted and the agent takes care of all that. But now you have a voice in this, and you can kind of change agents. You can direct your agent. You can say yes or no. You're learning the business as you go along. So it's a difficult situation for him right now to balance the business side of his sport and going out there and performing and producing. But the advice I would give to him would be just work through the deep contract details and all that kind of stuff and try to get your most money. But make sure while you're doing that, you are still a good teammate, that you are still going out there. You're going to go out there on Sundays and perform hard because you want to get that cash, but you want to sell yourself to other teams as well, because it's known. It's known through other teams. They'll do their research. How did he deal with this contract? How was he with his teammates going through this? How selfish was he? Was he still playing through it and being a good pro and all that kind of stuff? So my advice to him is, hey, you have to deal with your business side. Keep it that way. Don't bring it in the locker room. Don't bring it on the field on Sunday, but do your business. And guys get it too. Guys have been there. Older guys get it. I got it when guys, we're going through it. It's very difficult. But my advice is just don't bring that into the locker room, into the meetings, into the practice field, and things like that.
Yeah, it's interesting because media was kind of pushing at that. Like, Jalen, are you going to start playing a little like selfish, that kind of thing?
Potsy, I heard, yeah.
You heard Potsy. And then, the stuff that came out about Chase Young is like him maybe sometimes going around blocks and not like. So you've seen that. Have you seen guys playing for a contract and doing selfish things that hurt the team?
You don't
have to call them out.
Selfish. Yeah, no, you don't know how selfish it was, but the only one that to me was kind of the loudest one would have been Lance Briggs, but he was doing his business vocally with the Bears and a little bit in the paper. But that, like I'm saying, that never seeped into our locker room. I never saw his play dip or him get selfish or freelance or anything like that because he had teammates that would hold him accountable. He was obviously playing with Brian Urlacher and Charles Tillman, all these great guys. But I can't recall anybody trying to do that. But the only one to me that this kind of I feel similar about is Lance Briggs, but Lance dealt with it as a pro and as a good teammate.
We see a potential landmine out here in the near future, Pat. Ryan Poles said he's working on a contract with Montez Sweat, and he doesn't think it's going to take that long. And Jalen Johnson reportedly is not doing any more negotiation in season with the Bears. And then he said on the record today that, right now it's just a trade for Montez Sweat, but it would rub him the wrong way if he got a contract before he did, given his tenure with the Bears. Do you think that is a valid issue for Jalen Johnson if and when that scenario arises?
I think it's a valid issue just for the Bears and Ryan Poles across the board with both athletes, because go back to Montez Sweat, he holds all the cards, right? So if he's there and he mentions something that he kind of alluded to it, but didn't get to the point, I don't think, that what if he doesn't have a fit there? What if he doesn't like it at all?
Yeah.
He could leave. Yes, they could franchise one of those two players, but he still has the right to get out of there. Jalen Johnson, kind of the same thing. So Ryan Poles can either go 2 for 2, 1 for 1, or 0 for 2. 0 for 2.
Well,
we'd put him through the coals again. Yes, they have the franchise tag, right? But that's not,
exactly.
You want the ultimate to when you trade for a guy to make it cap friendly, right? You have all this extra money. Hopefully, they can put a lot of money in the first year, and then dwindle it down as the years go on. And hopefully, you wish you could do that for Jalen Johnson. So they have money to do all this, but you're hoping it's done the right way for the structure of the team cap wise going forward.
No, you're right. I would put it like, barring a massive, if he plays this week and they don't have a contract and he ruptured his Achilles, you know what I mean? Like worst scenario imaginable.
Right. I didn't think about that. Knock on wood, man.
Yeah, no.
We don't want him getting hurt. Yeah,
of course. No, I don't want him getting hurt. I'm saying
no. I know. It's just that could happen. That's part of the game.
And that's part of the risk.
What I'm hoping too, when I heard all this, and you go through Twitter and you read Andrew Brandt and these other guys who are agents and money guys or whatever, you're thinking or you're hoping is what they're saying, that there already is kind of like a contract on a napkin, right? That like, all right, let's put this big number out here, figure out what we're going to do, finalize the details, kind of like what Poles was saying about Jalen Johnson. They never got to that point of putting those final numbers up there. But you're hoping that's been done or getting done and they're getting close, because that would just make it a lot more comfortable for Montez Sweat, Ryan Poles, everybody moving forward, that you have I don't think he's not an A-class pass rusher to me. He's an A- class.
Okay.
But he's a very good player to have on your team, and I love what he does in the run game as well. If we want to break that down, we can break that down. But it'd be, to me, very important if you're going to make that investment with a second-round pick, that you get this thing done, that you really show me that you have a future road kind of paved where you're going to go with certain players and how to fill out this defense if you're going to keep this defense going forward.
Yeah, of course people would be interested. We're talking to Pat Manley, Parkins, and Spiegel on The Score, Bears Report with Mark Grody at 5 o'clock. You watch film on these guys. You understand it better than us. What do you see in Montez Sweat, the football player?
All-around defensive end. That's what you hear about him, too. And I went back and watched some of it against the Bears. That I forgot how good he is in the run, against the run, how much he uses his length and size. Darnell Wright's a darn good run blocker. And there was a lot of times he was able to stalemate him in the run game. And yes, that's a rookie or whatever, but Darnell Wright's still one of the better run blocking tackles in the league right now, even at his age. And I thought he does a great job of that. Looks like he plays within the system. You hear about Chase Young getting a little loose, losing contain like that. It seems like he's playing with the three other guys next to him. And he also has that burst and pass rush ability that he can actually, the one thing we haven't seen this year from this D-line, basically the last 2 years, beating somebody one-on-one, just making a guy miss and getting to the quarterback. But to me, he's a complete defensive end. I don't think he's one where you get the game plan. You're saying, oh, blank, we have to put make sure every play we have to have two guys on this guy. But yes, you have to scout that guy, and he is a game plan changer that you have to be aware of where he is. And I like the trade, and if they can get a nice contract done, I think it's worth that second-round pick, especially at his age at 27 years old.
Wow. All right. It's good stuff. Pat, I was thinking about a comp in terms of Bears history. Julius Peppers was 30 when he signed a big deal as an edge rusher. We know how that went. Jared Allen was 32. We know how that went.
Yeah.
But Adewale Ogunleye held out from the Dolphins after a 15-sack season, traded to the Bears in 2004 because he was holding out, and immediately signed a record-breaking 6-year deal with the Bears. So he only had one double-digit sack season as a Bear, but he was a really good two-way or two-style defensive end,
That's a great comp because he could do both. Seeing Wale, I was kind of surprised at how good he was in the run because he's not as big as a man as Montez Sweat, but he was very good with the leverage, hands, everything the same way. That's a pretty darn good comp. I would hope that Montez could get to the quarterback a little bit more.
Yeah.
But Wale was a great player for us and perfect for that scheme and very consistent when he was out there. That's a very good comp. And hopefully Montez is just a step above that. You know what I mean? And that would make me very happy.
Well, Ryan Poles talked about Montez as a multiplier. So same system, like does having a really good defensive end who has to be feared, can that be a multiplier even above what the production numbers might show?
Oh, well, anybody with this D-line right now. I mean, that's nobody on that D-line when you're walking in Wednesday morning and the O-line coach is giving you the game plan is changing that game plan. That we have to slide here, slide there. I'm not saying that Montez isn't a very good player or he's not elite yet, in my opinion. But he is a guy when you get in that meeting room on Wednesday that you're changing a run game for him, and you're definitely changing your pass protection because of him. So that is going to multiply everybody else. Everybody else can have one-on-ones more. You might be able to run, games with him. Actually, that's one thing I want to go back and watch because they're not very good with games up front. How good is he as the penetrator or looper in a game? Will that help somebody else get a sack? Just because they have so much, they're on him so much that he could open up some lanes for other guys. But he is a multiplier, and he will make a difference for that D-line group.
David Walker joins Alan Williams, two coaches fired for reported HR issues within 6 weeks. How big of a deal is that to players?
It's embarrassing, to be honest with you. I mean, I would be embarrassed. It's just because it's coaches. All right, when you get on, different staffs come in, they'll bring in coaches, and you realize, hey, man, this guy just isn't good enough. And maybe he was kind of the last hire that the coach brought in to fill a staff, and kind of know he's going to move on in the next year. I've really never seen a head coach or a coach get fired for HR reasons. You've got two of them. So to me, that's just evaluation problems that maybe weren't done very well or done enough. Or maybe this second one, because we don't know all the details of either one. Maybe this second one was HR, quote unquote, I'm saying, because maybe his performance wasn't as good in the building as well. We don't know all the details yet, but man, to be honest with you, with having two coaches on a staff be let go or fired or whatever you want to call it because of HR is being involved, that's not a good look, man. If I'm a head coach, I would be embarrassed and just kind of you have to look at yourself in the mirror and be like, what did I do wrong here with bringing these guys in that are causing this much of an issue with the defensive coordinator and now running back coach are gone by mid-season because of HR issues.
Well, yeah, and it'd be okay to say that, and that's the problem that I had with what Eberflus did today is that
I wish he owned up to that.
Right.
I just wish he would have owned up to his mistakes. Hey, listen, man, I made a mistake with these two guys. They made their mistakes, and they have to live with them. Holmes did a pretty good job of talking about it, but I wish Eberflus would have been more direct about that and pointed the finger at himself a little bit more.
Yeah, because sometimes people surprise you in a bad way. You're like, oh, sure, didn't see that coming, and he could have said that.
Yeah, not everybody's perfect. We all know that. We all whatever, but to have two in 1 year, man, that to me is it's shocking. It's really, really shocking.
Did you hear your friend Olin Kreutz on this show on Friday said that if he were Justin Fields, he would want out of Chicago? Because Olin said, as he has looked at the tape, I'm sure you guys talked about it on Sunday, obviously, but So do you agree that the tape says they don't believe in Justin Fields? That was Olin's point.
The tape says they're not going to tailor this offense to him. To me, what I thought they were doing originally at the beginning of the year was kind of force feeding this offense down his throat to see what how he developed over the offseason. They said, okay, maybe he's a better pocket passer. Maybe he can read defenses before. Maybe he can read the field better. I thought that's what was happening at the beginning of the year when we were seeing that and seeing him try to run it. I thought when they realized he could not do that as well as they wanted, they would tailor it more to the skill set. Maybe not as much running as we saw last year, but tailored a little bit more of getting him out of the pocket. Olin's talking about the college style runs, open up the the one back and 11 personnel, that kind of stuff, and let him do the read option. I thought I would see more of that after the first couple games, but they never went there. So, yeah, if I'm him and this is going to be my offense and you do not feel comfortable, maybe it might be best for that young man to move along because that's not his skill set right now. We've seen it in 30 games, and we've seen the ones where the game plans that Luke Getsy puts there that we're going to force you to sit 5-man front, 6-man front, and just set you in the pocket and shotgun and read the defense. He's not good at it. So he's not good at it yet. I don't know if he will get to that level that they want him to, but I wouldn't be surprised if he said, listen, maybe I am done here. Let me go find somewhere else that can suit my skill set a little bit better.
Another actual, football question, Pat. So Edmonds didn't practice, Brisker didn't practice, but they've been better against the run defensively. Eddie Jackson was a full participant. Jalen is still here. Now Montez Sweat is here. And if you look at their schedule, other than the 2 games against Detroit, they don't play anything that even comes close to resembling a top 10 quarterback the rest of the way. I'm curious how good you think this defense can be this year, the second half of the year.
I would have said not very good because before Montez Sweat got here because they just can't get home. They're not getting home with 4 or 5 guys. Now with him on the roster, I think, he'll probably triple the amount of sacks that the D-line has already this year. I think they have 2. So that's going to help. But I don't think they're that good yet. They need more playmakers up front. Unless those 2 rookies up front turn the corner a little bit, but you don't see many guys going in this late of their rookie season really step up that much because they start just to get overwhelmed physically and mentally of just like, oh my God, we have this much more football to go. And it's difficult to do that. But I don't see it becoming that much better of a defense, but I do think it will be better just because he's here in the pass rush situations.
All right. Yeah, no, I think it becomes
You're hopeful. I love that you're hopeful.
Well, I think it becomes a huge story now because it feels like Fields is done. There's just not going to be enough games for him to prove that he's the guy. Now, obviously, part of that depends on what draft pick they end up earning themselves and Carolina. But to me now, like a 1B story after Poles gives this like full-throated endorsement of Eberflus, and he's coaching the defense, and he's got an A- player, to use your grade, on the line, and he's got a $75 million linebacker that he signed in the second level, and he's got an A corner who he chose to keep, at least for now, in the secondary. I don't know, man. And the schedule's real easy. Like I could see them looking pretty good defensively.
Health is going to be key. Health is going to be key.
Yep, they're not that deep.
You're going to have to. Yeah, well, you're going to have to get Brisker back.
Yep.
And then I mentioned those 2 rookies, D tackles. I want to see a splash play here or there. They're not beating anybody one-on-one. They're getting a lot of one-on-one blocks. They're not beating anybody. When you're drafted that high, you should have a sack or 2 already. You should be making a little bit of difference in a game, a tackle for loss or something like that. Your athletic ability should just win something, and I just don't see them doing that yet. So that to me is the biggest problem with this team. That you're not getting enough splash plays up front with those front 4. But like I said, Montez Sweat might help. But that's a great storyline, Danny. But I just don't know if they're there yet. I just don't know if those other guys you mentioned have raised their game to that level of changing a game.
So on your podcast, or I was going to do it actually, me and Olin, but maybe we could ask you too. It's called Snapping It. It's like centers and long snappers all hanging out together. We'll get Jeff Ross on. He was a long snapper. I'm told that Adam Carolla was a long snapper.
He was too. Yes, he was.
Talks about it a lot. And Trace Adkins. So those are the first 3 episodes of Snapping It. You in?
That'll be about a 10-minute podcast.
I don't know, man. we could do more than that.
What was your favorite snap?
Tell us about your grip.
Yeah, exactly. How many listeners would we have?
Oh, At least each other.
My dad, maybe. My dad might listen.
There you go.
There you go. You ever going to write the tell-all book, Pat? You ever going to break bad on everybody and tell your stories?
Never.
Yeah,
Never. Nope. That's not me. That's teammateship, man. You can't break that teammateship bond.
Speaking of teammateship, why are you ducking dinner with us in Wani tomorrow?
Oh, that's a good call.
Because I'm in Florida right now, man. I'm outside looking at 75-degree weather and sunny in a golf course.
That's a good.
That's a little bit better than dinner with you guys.
Yeah, but did we mention Wani?
Wow, that's true. You guys want to come down here and have dinner?
Sure. You fly us.
Yeah. If you're flying, who's providing
Wani
the
will
plane?
fly you. Get on Wani's jet. He'll fly you.
All right, let's get on Jimmy's jet, and we'll fly down. We'll play 36 and have some dinner. It sounds
Perfect.
good.
Hey, can you zoom me in for dinner? Can we just set me at one of the tables, like an iPad?
No.
Okay.
I would do it.
Perfect, because I wouldn't do that anyway.
Yeah. Right, exactly. See you, Pat.
All right, see you guys.
All right, that's Pat Manley.
Snapping it.
Snapping it. Texter says, listen, there you go. There's your first listener.
We got one. We got one. That's all you need. I mean, these days, that's an audience.
I think so. I think you'd be a thriving podcast in the Odyssey conglomerate of podcasts. Mark Grody with a full Bears report at 5 o'clock. Matt Eberflus got a full-throated endorsement from his boss. But, whoo, boy, did he have a go of it today. It's next on The Score.
When it comes to Bears analysts in the know, The Score is your destination all season long.
Our starting lineup on offense includes Olin Cruz, Jared Payton.
And we've been compiling a list over these many years, and I love it when people tip us off, whether it has been our friend Ashlon Jeffires, or
Jeffries,
and Josh McGowan,
Kyle Ortman.
McGowan is a better fit than Jason Campbell because he's more cerebral.
Well, apparently Mark Grody last night took a call from a guy named Mike who gave us one to add to the list.
It was Getsky, it was the line and receivers, and hear me out on this. He had 318 attempts. He ran about 11 times a game. 8 was because he decided to where he could have passed. So that's another 120. That means Getsky gave him the opportunity about 440 times, which is still 100 and something less than every other quarterback in the NFL, or about 25 to 30%. So where you guys are off, and I hear it over and over, it's 2,200 yards, he's this and that. And I don't blame Getsky. Getsky, you're right.
Hold on, I got to say, because that's the 5th time now, Mike. It is Luke Getsy. Luke Getsy, not Getsky.
Getsy.
Gotcha.
Getsy,
I want you to have credibility. That's all. Go ahead.
All right, Getsy. It was Getsky.
It's my favorite hockey player of all time.
I don't blame Getsky.
The great one, Luke Getsky.
Well, how do you think Trubinsky did overall?
First of all, it's not Ryan. It's Ryan. Ryan, not Ryan.
It was Getsky.
Getsky, the caller that gave us Getsky sounds like the same guy.
Yes.
Trubinsky.
Yes, and there's Steiner math in there, too. That's the other thing. 20% of those would have been
But then you take my 75% chance of winning if we used to go one-on-one and then add 66 and 2/3%. I got 141 and 2/3 chance of winning at sacrifice.
And I don't blame Getsky.
I want to see Bayesian again. I'll tell you guys why. I don't think the Bears have shown you that they're not going to design an offense around Justin Fields, right? It's not that any of us think Justin Fields can't win in the NFL, that we don't see his immense talent, that we don't see the way he runs the ball, that we don't think he's a dynamic playmaker. It's just that the Bears are insisting that they want a quarterback that can beat you from the pocket. And the only thing that tells me that is the film. The film tells me that they insist on Coach Getsy, Coach Eberflus, Ryan Poles. They want a quarterback in the pocket. They don't want these college concepts. They don't want to run a lot of quarterback runs. They don't want to run a lot of zone reads. So if you're going to do that, if I'm Justin Fields, guys, I want out of Chicago. I want to go somewhere where they use me the way I think I can help a team win, the way I think I can be elite. So I think they should stay with Bagent because that's the kind of quarterback they want anyway, to put him in the pocket, to make the throws and just to be efficient running the offense from the pocket.
Isn't that the antithesis of what coaching is supposed to be? Build the system around your talent and not try to force the talent into the system.
Yeah, I don't know. Like they hired Coach Getsy, and he comes with a certain system. I'm sure they interviewed him and they asked him what he was going to run, and they could turn on the Green Bay Packers film and they could see what he was going to run. So I'm sure they knew what kind of system he was bringing to Chicago, and they already had Justin Fields, so they knew what they were going to kind of system they were going to put him in, right? And we go all the way back to his last game, and everybody watched it a million times. They're in empty against the Minnesota Vikings, and he's got to get the ball out and all this stuff. But like you're saying, Danny, like they'll go 1 week and there'll be quarterback runs, and they'll get him out of the pocket and move him around, and they'll play a defense that you think like they're going to have to move this guy around a lot. The Minnesota Vikings and Flores, and they lead the league in blitz percentage and all that stuff we talked about. But they showed you that day they're not going to do it. So why keep forcing him out there and making him do things he doesn't do?
Spoke today. Jalen Johnson spoke today. You've heard both those things on the show. You heard everything that Matt Eberflus said. It's
Ryan Poles spoke today.
Yeah, no, you've heard everything from Ryan Poles. We're going to get to Eberflus here in a second.
Pat Manley's so flexible, can put his legs above his head, by the way.
That's how you get to be a good long snapper.
It's true. That picture that he just sent, by the way.
Him and Trace Adkins?
Yeah, God.
Hanging out?
He was telling the truth about that story.
It's long snapping royalty.
They seem,
right there.
They seem to know each other.
Oh, dig yourself.
Trace Adkins digging Pat Manley right there.
How could you not?
Oh, HUD.
How could you not? Oh, I miss HUD.
I bet you do.
We need an excuse to put that man on.
How about the end of the World Series? Or the end of the baseball season.
Just want stories, man. Just want that positivity in my life.
Yeah, need it after covering the Bears.
It's about loving others, man. I'm telling you, baseball is the greatest sport in the world. It's played every day, and it's so much like life. You got to bring your lunch pail to work every single day. What are the numbers you can show me? You have a great game? Yeah, well, that was over. What have you done for me lately? New day. Let's go. What do we got? So it's so much fun, and to see fans and people go to baseball games, it's a social game. Take them. Basketball and football is too noisy and too loud. You can't socialize there.
Yeah.
Take somebody to a game that you want to get to know, your mom and dad or whatever. And enjoy the grand game.
It's the best. Rex Hudler.
HUD is like Will Ferrell as Elf talking about Santa. It's the same vibe.
He's the greatest. And
Same vibe.
It's 100% him, man. I'm telling you. Matt Eberflus could use some of that positivity in his life because he sounded defeated. Maybe he's feeling a little bit better. He got an edge rusher in the building. He got an endorsement from his boss publicly for his job. But when he spoke earlier today, this should be a very exciting moment when you're talking about an A- to use Pat Manley's grading scale edge rusher being added to your defense that can't rush the passer. And listen how tired Flu sounds talking about Montez Sweat.
With the trade with Montez Sweat, obviously with him, I had a great conversation with him. Super excited to join the Bears. Ryan and his staff worked tirelessly to get that done during the trade deadline the last week or so. And excellent job by those guys. With signing a premier player like Tez. When I evaluated him coming out, and from Mississippi State, and also since he's been in the pros, what's unique about him is that he's one heck of a pass rusher. But he also, talking to the guys that have played against him in the building and just watching his tape, he's a really good run player and plays with a great motor. He's a great practice player. Just talking to the guys that have been with him, so he's going to fit right into our culture in terms of working. And your best players got to be your hardest workers. So he'll be here today, getting his physical, and pending his physical, we'll get him going ASAP this week. So that's Montez.
And now I have to tell you about my coach who was doing inappropriate things in the hallways.
That was the part that was about football.
We were building a program, have standards to uphold to, and those standards were not met.
Oh, God.
No, we're not.
By the way, I need to tell you, listen for Depeche Mode audio when we bump back from a break. You hear it. You're the fifth caller at 312-540-0670. You call our contest line. We'll give you tickets to the sold-out show, courtesy of Live Nation at the United Center. So be listening between now and the end of the show. Concert is November 13th.
That's a very important industrial rock and electronic act of the last 40 years or so. And a sold-out show already at the UC, but we give you tickets.
A lot of qualifiers there to make Depeche Mode sound good.
Well, that's because they are, and I was just being specific, Shane. Those are adjectives. Yes. Adjectives.
All right, well, back to...
What's the best band that's ever played live on a Wednesday in November at 7:07 p.m.?
Industrial and electronic is all.
Is your position then that this is a positive day? Because you guys coming out stronger, you handled this well. This is a good day for Bears?
No.
Oh, leisure.
Creative way to ask the question.
It was a good day.
That was 7 or 8 minutes in. That was creative. I liked it.
No.
He did say at one point he thinks the trust is stronger because we take action. We take action. Oh, man. Actions are actions, and that's why we took action.
Yeah, but I got to say, man, after hearing Poles,
it fits together.
Well, he explained it just 1,000 times better than Eberflus did. Like when Poles says, the quiet way is the easy way. Just ignore it. We're not going to do that around here. The loud way is the hard way. And then, it's going to appear like it's dysfunctional and we got this horrible culture from the outside, but we actually have a standard around here. When people don't mean it, they're going to face consequences. That is great.
That is great.
And so, if
that is good.
You know what I mean? It really is.
No. Yeah.
But Eberflus just can't communicate that.
Is your position then that this is a positive day? Because you guys coming out stronger, you handled this well. This is a good day for Bears?
No.
He was a bad choice as meat shield. It's like
he's the head coach. He has to speak.
Yeah, right. I know, but I mean, in general, that the hiring, like if you really do believe in this guy, you greatly underestimated the need for public speaking excellence that a head coach really has. Because
how much does that matter?
Well, he's terrible at it, and what you're asking him to do over and over and over again. You got to be willing to let him go out there and be embarrassed and devalue what people think is your overall philosophy over and over and over again.
You know who sounds like he knows his team very well and is a very good speaker, regardless of condition? My guy, Bob Shoop. I think he should be the next head coach of the Chicago Bears. He would have handled that so much better today. And he could be walking around the practice field the whole time.
Was he auditioning for that?
I think it sounded like it to me.
I think so. Man had done his research.
I've done my research. Jaquan. Tyreek.
Hire an offensive coach under 50, please. Preferably under 40.
Like one of those guys you like, Joe Brady or Nathaniel Hackett.
All right, those would be bad examples, but Mike McDaniel would have been a good one. Hire him.
So that's Montez.
That's Montez. Now on to the awful stuff.
That was my favorite show on Must See TV. That's Montez.
That's Montez.
Had a sassy grandma up there, right?
Yeah.
That was always in the apartment, regardless.
She was awesome.
She was good.
Yeah, she was always there to take care of the kids.
Sassy grandma was always there, and that's Montez.
So that's Montez.
That's Montez.
You should make the theme song.
The dad was a cop.
So
just
that's
a blue-collar
Montez.
cop.
So that's Montez. We'll be right back.
So that's Montez.
So that's Montez was the first title.
Yeah, they cut out the others.
There was a really good kid and then like a rebel.
Yeah.
And they always clashed.
Mm-hmm.
What else from Flus? Is he trying to spin positivity here on the direction?
This is a 2-6 team that has had obviously more turbulence off the field than it's had success on the field. How do you describe the direction of this team right now?
Like I said, the last 4 games we're 2-2, right? And I think the direction is good. You know, obviously we had an injury to our starting quarterback. We had a backup come in, win a game for us. The defense is on the rise. We've played good run defense. We had played good on run offense. We're solid there, and we just got to continue to work on the ball. You know, we get that right, we'll be right. And the guys are positive, upbeat, and looking forward to New Orleans.
Okay. I mean, listen, they haven't beaten good teams.
No, when they play good teams, they get pantsed.
Yes,
that's how it's gone.
That is how it's gone. And
so that's Montez.
That's Montez. Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, they don't play good teams other than the Lions the rest of the way. I'm genuinely fascinated now how this is going. I mean, Saints on the road, they're 7.5-point underdogs. Saints played well last week.
Saints put up a huge amount of offense last week.
Well, yeah.
It's a turn the page Wednesday. We're allowed to talk about the Saints now.
Yeah, Kamara being healthy. That dude Shaheed, who wears number 22, but looks like he should be a running back, but he's a receiver.
Yeah.
Crazy fast, and then Olave's awesome.
Taysom Hill, who
is tough and weird.
Every couple of years, Bears fans want to turn the quarterback into Taysom Hill. That's how it works around here.
Yep.
You know, Mitch would be good in the Taysom. You know, Justin would be good in the Taysom Hill role.
All right, so other than that,
yeah,
it's Panthers, Vikings, Browns, Cardinals, Falcons, Packers.
Okay. So
I mean, other than Saints and Lions.
So what do you think they're going to do the rest of the way?
Oh, I need some time to think about that.
You got time right now.
That's 9 games.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. Probably 3-6. I mean, it's not going to be good. But
how bad did it feel hearing Mike Florio say in the midday show today that the Lions should probably win every single game for the rest of the season outside of Dallas?
Yeah,
they're really good.
They're really good, and their schedule is their division is not.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of things that should make you feel good, see Brian Gutekunst say he's not sure if Jordan Love is the future at quarterback for the Packers.
Oh no,
I'm sure.
They've got unrest up there. They're not sure. By this point in the Packers season for Aaron Rodgers' first year as a starter, they'd given him an extension. They were that sure, like 7 games into his first year of playing. They're like, yep, there's our guy.
It's almost like that is the outlier. And that they don't have some sort of secret sauce to figure this whole thing out.
That's good. I was afraid of the secret sauce.
I know you were.
Afraid of the Packers' devil magic. Sauce.
I know you were. And you're sports sad, and we'll exploit it for entertainment value before Mark Grody next on The Score.
Tomorrow and every Thursday, tune in to the 4 Wins Forecast at 4 with Dave Wanstead.
Are you kidding me?
Coach Wanstead will join Parkins and Spiegel to make his picks for the upcoming football games.
Can I talk football here for a minute?
Plus, Parkins and Spiegel will have a $200 4 Wins gift card to give away every week.
You got a prize.
On Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. 4 Winds Casino in New Buffalo.
Danny, I'd like to welcome you and all the listeners, all the viewers on Twitch and YouTube to a QB2 party. You're going to have to deal with the opinions and the thoughts of like Shane and Bob's and people everywhere who think he might be the long-term answer because it's possible.
No, it isn't possible.
Why isn't it possible?
They took him out to throw a Hail Mary for Nathan Peterman.
But he's got a big arm, Danny. Nathan Peterman's got a big arm.
No, but generally speaking, you don't want your franchise quarterback to get benched for anything that involves throwing the football for Nate Peterman.
Well,
I mean, I'm funny.
I've got a cannon.
Okay, Tyson.
Could they win some games this way? They won a game that way.
Yeah, they might have cost themselves Marvin Harrison Jr. with that win yesterday. Yeah,
I know.
awesome. This win at the end of the season, that's going to be super valuable.
But you can't deny that dude is poised.
Yeah.
He is smart. He is quick. We learned that he was varying his cadences. Tevin Jenkins was impressed.
Oh, wow.
He made the move on the quarterback sneak. He made that decision based on pregame conversation. Getsy drew up that screen pass with the big fake at halftime, and he executed that.
Is this what it was like doing a show with me when I was wearing a boa? What are you
It
wearing?
was much worse. Actually,
a lot worse.
Tevin
That was
Jenkins.
for a quarterback who had 170 rushing yards.
Then what happened? Tevin Jenkins, by the way, not easily impressed.
Do you guys have a skyscraper?
Yes.
yeah. Oh, my God. He impressed Tevin
Exactly
Jenkins.
right. Then
Speaks,
he's kind of
look,
not there.
The reality is you're making some great points here, but in terms of how you're going to look through the lens of history, you got to take the hat off because no one will, like Danny's not going to take you seriously. People, when they see all these great points in a video later, okay, or you can do that. Or you can
I just got to keep it going, you know?
Keep spinning that propeller on your cap there.
Foul ground. That is caught by Lowe, and that does it for Game 4. An explosion for the Rangers. A couple of 5-run innings, and the Texas Rangers are 1 win away from their first World Championship.
Wow, this is sad music.
That game sucked, Danny.
I'm really sad now, Danny.
It sucked,
I was in
man.
a pretty good mood today.
It was a bullpen game. Essentially ended up a bullpen game for both teams in the World Series.
It was 10-0.
Oh.
Blowout.
Credit to the Diamondbacks fans who were loud and fun and engaging, and the Diamondbacks made a crazy late push to make it 11-7 as a final effort. It was 11-1. But overall, that game sucked. And Friday night's World Series Game 1 was really good, and after that, it's been... And tonight it could be all over. My sport, probably going to say goodbye tonight, and it makes me sad. I like baseball, and now I'm going to have to not watch baseball because I'm not going to be playing it anymore, possibly after tonight. So I know that usually you like to make fun of me about my sport and everything, and we talk, and it's all ya, hee, ha, like Wani said. But I'm legitimately sad at the end of my sport tonight because I'm going to have to start watching a lot more Bulls and Blackhawks.
Hee, ha, ha.
I'm not looking forward to all the Bulls and Blackhawks games I'm going to have to watch after baseball goes away.
You don't have to watch the Bulls. I was very entertained by Spurs Suns last night.
Well, that was a good finish,
Outside of that
too.
hack Victor Wembanyama.
Dude, I went to bed after the third quarter.
Oh, it was a good fourth quarter.
It was a really good game.
I woke up and I was like, the Spurs won? I couldn't believe it.
Hey, Speaks, also, though, you don't have to wait that long for it to come back because pitchers and catchers report in like 3 months. So chill out, dude.
Well, it's 3 months.
And no threat of work stoppage this time around.
No.
Yeah, how about
That's
that?
good.
Yeah, that's true.
Got no chance of avoiding White Sox PR to talk to their players anymore.
I saw the play-by-play schedule on the score. There's a Cubs-Sox game on February 23rd.
Love that.
Yeah.
Oh, that'll be here before you know it.
Friday, February 23rd. I don't know who's doing play-by-play. I asked.
We'll have the SP5 party when they pick up that Clevenger option, right?
Dude, at this rate, he's SP2.
Yeah.
Cease Clevenger.
Uh-huh. Pete Crow Armstrong, Daily Reports.
Michael Kopech on a 45 innings limit.
All right, you guys are making me feel a little better. It's only 3 months away. But
You just start listening to First and Pot in the meantime, man. Get the rest of your NFL fix in your life.
I listen to you every day. Every day.
I know, but who doesn't need more?
Are you going to stand in front of your TV tonight and wave at the game as it ends?
Yeah.
He salutes it hello. He waves goodbye.
Wave goodbye. If the game's over, like, goodbye, baseball. It'll be me standing in front of the TV.
Just call Boog and have him do play-by-play of like what he's doing in his apartment, organizing his shoe closet or something, so you could feel like baseball.
Good idea.
If he gets back to you,
I should go through all the guests of the PvP and just ask them to just tell me what they're doing.
Yeah.
Just to hear their voices and start to feel a little sense of
But hold on
comfort.
a second. Why no belief in the randomness of your game? They're down 3-1. Why does it have to end tonight? Why can't it be a game 6?
Texas is 10-0 on the road, man.
Eovaldi's been really good.
And it's been great.
10-0.
And they're just Texas was the best team in the American League all year long. It's just that their bullpen was shaky and weird, and now they have that part figured out. So now they look like the best team in baseball again. They're good, and they're just going to beat the hell out of Arizona again. And
So
it's all over.
how much of this is like no play-by-play? No, is it actual Bulls and Hawks? Like how much of this is real sadness? Like,
I like baseball. I like focusing on it. I'll tell you, the Bulls feel very samey. The Bulls feel very like the big story. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. We have some time. You think they'll trade DeMar DeRozan or Zach LaVine? We've already freaking lived that.
Who could have seen that one
Yeah,
coming?
and here we are. What are we, 4 games in? They're 2-2.
Can we have hard conversations?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah,
we can. We'll have to have a lot more of them, Billy, about your team and who's going to get traded.
Texter makes a good point. Cubs were down 3-1.
Yeah, that's true. There could be more games.
There could be more games.
All
you
right.
could have 3 more games of your sport.
Another texture says that just gives me more time to watch. Well, that's Montez.
There you go. Yeah, of course.
Or at least create the mythology of that show.
Can you believe what he got up to in last week's episode?
Montez?
Well, that's Montez.
Thank God.
What a
Sassy,
cliffhanger.
That's Montez.
well, thank God that sassy grandma was there to hold the house together.
This week on Well, that's Montez.
That's right.
So that's Montez.
Yeah, I haven't watched any Blackhawks yet. I have to be
You
honest.
haven't watched any.
I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and be honest about it.
This guy.
Is that all right?
Not even the debut. Not even.
He was out of town.
I was out of town. I was visiting my father.
I mean, they were on national TV.
in that place where there are no TVs. I forgot about that. New Jersey's weird about that.
Sorry about that, Shane. I was visiting my 90-year-old father. I don't know how much time he has left. Okay.
Wouldn't you want to show him Connor Bedard?
No. Not on the list.
Is there a positive vibe?
Not on the list.
Dad, look at this kid.
I'm being honest. You know,
I appreciate honesty.
I gotta, and I will watch.
I've watched a lot more hockey than Speaks this year.
Yeah, you have. Well,
A lot more.
You're a long-time hockey guy.
98 gave us a nice thrill the other night. I'm not talking about Montez. That's not Montez. That's Connor Bedard, the other 98.
Yeah, he scored a goal.
Yeah, and then
I've
they
seen
lost
highlights.
8-1.
Yeah, they gave up
He
8
scored the
goals.
first goal of the game, and
Yeah.
they lost 8-1. So thank you for that. I tuned it out as soon as he scored, and then oof.
I would have been happy to have been at that game. Like, that's a successful trip to the United Center this year. You see Connor Bedard score a goal. You don't care about the final result on the scoreboard. That's a successful trip to the UC.
Mhm.
If he scored a goal, 30 seconds into the game, a little one-timer, it was nice.
Yeah, you got that. And when Lucas Reichel's been moved back to winger. Okay, great.
The band.
Yeah. Kip Winger has been moved to center, ironically. Oh, winger.
Bill
Yeah.
Murray in stripes, John Winger.
Yeah, now there you go.
Yeah, another winger.
That all works. But yeah, I'm just a little sad. And
All right, I'm sorry
as
for your
always,
sadness.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
So what is your setup tonight? Are you just watching? Are you making like a special meal for what's likely the final game? What do you do?
No, I'm just watching it very, very
He's got therapy set up every day after a potential game 6, a
I do.
potential game 7.
Therapist on speed dial.
Yeah.
Just in case you need to talk about
Get into it.
my without baseball.
I get it, man. Sure.
You don't get it.
No, I don't get it at all.
Oh, I know. You use therapy to talk about real things, don't you?
Yeah, I try.
Like life and death stuff and family issues and such.
Try to.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So
But
do I,
no,
actually.
this is real. This is real.
It's real in a way.
If it's real to you, it's real.
I was hoping to have less Bulls exhaustion already 4 games into the season.
Don't let the sports impact the happiness. That's the key. Don't let the sports impact in either direction, the happiness or the sadness. They're just games played by professionals who make a ton of money for our enjoyment and entertainment.
That drives our industry and our.
Well, I mean, you got to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not saying they don't matter. I'm just saying for, like, personal happiness, sadness.
Yeah.
Sports aren't making me terribly sad these days, even though the Bears are exhausting. I wish they were good, but they don't actually make me sad.
We got to do something for Spiegs, like in the dead of winter, maybe right after the Super Bowl, where we make them feel that feeling of baseball. Like Shane can caramelize some grilled onions in the studio, some peanuts and Cracker Jacks.
What a beautiful idea that is. Let's
Yeah.
do a fake baseball atmosphere day.
We don't even have to do it in the studio kitchen here. We can bring in the isolated burner and we can caramelize some onions right there for you on the
now
desk. We
we're
could have some
getting
sausages.
we're getting somewhere.
Yeah.
The crowd murmur the entire show.
I still think the sadness is completely unjustified because baseball seasons are 9 months long and you shouldn't be that sad. But if you're going to feel sad and we can make it better, we can do that.
All right, cool.
Your hot stove you can bring in there.
Yeah.
Switch.
Oh, yeah,
I'll bring my hot stove.
Oh, yeah.
I'll bring my GM meeting.
That's a great idea. We actually have a hot stove for when the hot stove really gets going.
Rick Hahn's still going to show up with his Starbucks cup that someone else got for him. I don't know if it's tea or coffee. He's just going to be there.
You gonna get him? That's a great get.
I know.
Waiting to
I think
happen.
Rick Hahn has zero interest in talking to me.
When's the last text you sent? We should try out that theory.
The last time we talked is when we were arguing about one of the things that I did so wrong to him. But I did send him a text after he was let go, and I did not hear back.
All right, well, I think it's time.
And then, believe it or not, I don't know if we've talked about this, but the last time I was at Rosemary, Rick was there the night before.
Oh, you almost missed him.
Yeah.
I almost got him.
Yep.
Oh, they
the
did miss
night
him.
Miss him.
before.
Yeah.
Joe came over to
just missed him.
Hey, did you guys hear what Danny said in transition, by the way?
Yeah,
Did you guys
yeah, we
know
heard
about
it.
this?
Yep.
Do we have that?
We have it.
We have it? Oh, good.
Yeah, it'll play today.
Yeah, the open tomorrow.
All right, good.
Yeah. We were at Rosemary, and Flam came over to the table. He's like, hey, Rick was here yesterday.
Wow. It's
Yeah.
pronounced Flam, by the way.
No, it's not. No, it's not Mark Carmen.
Tanny, at least be open to the possibility that we do something better in the last hour.
For sure, yeah.
All right, yeah, it's probably going to be the open. A full Bears report from Mark Grody on, a quiet day at Haugh next on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
People wonder, well, why would a team that is on a rebuild give away the highest draft?
All they've done with Tyson Bagent is
They've given him challenges. Hey, guy that's undrafted from Division II, can you come in here and learn an NFL offense and look like you belong in an NFL practice during rookie OTAs?
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
Check.
Check. He gets to do that. All right. What if we gave you more opportunities in the preseason? Do you think that you could handle like working through that? Boom. Check. Okay. What if we got ready during the regular season? What does your preparation look like in the classroom and on the practice field? Do you think that you could unseat this veteran player for the number 2 job? Check. All right. The quarterback's hurt. If you go into the game, can you look like you belong on an NFL field? Check.
I just wish it were understood better that when I say that Bagent looks tough and smart and may develop into a solid NFL backup, that's a huge compliment. That's not an insult. That's a huge compliment. He could be a gazillionaire
He's
doing that.
He's already made himself money from yesterday's performance. What I wanted for Tyson Bagent, I don't care about where things stand with the Bears quarterback situation. That's eventually going to figure itself out. Whether it's Justin Fields or who they draft or a battle between the two, it's going to figure itself out. I don't think it's going to be Bagent. What I want for Bagent is, look, man, you played D2. You seem to do all right at the Senior Bowl. People that aren't the Bears are like, yeah, that guy could probably be in the league for a while. Go out there and make yourself some money. And he did that yesterday.
670 The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Here's the man that you fear most in football staring you right in the face.
Mark Grody.
I call him a maniac, a stone maniac.
Covering the Bears for 670 The Score.
You had to overcome the mystique. It was almost like an odor. He exuded a kind of a presence.
His whole damn life was football. Wasn't driving a pretty car. Wasn't going to the local bar and pounding your chest, I'm the greatest. It was the opposite.
Mark Grody.
He was Moby Dick in a goldfish bowl.
Mark Grody with Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
This is going to have a lot in it. Another eventful day at Haugh, where we talk to Mark Grody on the Circuit Resort and Casino Hotline. Circuit Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book.
Seriously, we heard from the coach, the GM, a guy they traded for, and a guy they didn't trade.
Hi, Mark.
What's going on, guys? Yeah, eventful has been the theme of this season, whether on the field or off the field. And Montez Sweat is here. A coach was fired. Jalen Johnson was back at the podium today, front and center. And the general manager, Ryan Poles, came out and spoke to us this afternoon as well. Let's start with Poles and specifically everything on Montez Sweat, including Poles will tell you what you want to know about a potential contract extension with him.
We see him as a long, fast, explosive, relentless defensive end that can help us both in the run and the pass game. And really, I see him as a multiplier. He's going to allow everyone to play better, our entire defensive front, our corners, our safeties, and again, hopefully, we talk about the ball all the time, creating turnovers and stops so we can be better. In terms of our process, really it was a situation where, you try to forecast forward. You look at the draft potential. Our guys have been doing a really good job getting that information in, as well as free agency. And we felt like this was a really good opportunity to get ahead of that and get a top pass rusher in the building. And again, that's short term, but also for long term. We're currently working on getting a contract done now. It's hard to put a timeline on it, but I'm hoping it won't take too long.
I thought that he was pretty transparent on all things today, Grody.
Yeah, I thought he was. Yeah, I mean, the only thing, and we will get to the David Walker part of it. He didn't mention that in his introduction when he spoke to us. He was as transparent about that as he possibly could be once it came up. But what I like about Ryan Poles is, and you will notice this theme as we move on, is that he already knows what we're going to ask. He's prepared in the beginning to talk about Jalen Johnson, to talk about, and he knows the number one thing is, are you going to get a contract extension done with this guy? It does sound to me like, yeah, they're working on it. They will get something done. Let's move it over to Montez Sweat himself now and how he is feeling about being here and sort of touch on his future with the Bears as well.
Grateful, blessed, happy to be here. I'm just happy to be here, ready to get to work.
Obviously, you're playing on the last year of your deal. Have you spoken with the Bears at all about a potential contract extension yet?
I'm sure my agents and them are talking about something, but I'm not really in it right now. Just ready to get to work.
How do you process the contract piece of things, knowing that your deal does expire at the end of this year, and that, I'm sure you're trying to figure out what's next for you beyond this year for several years?
Yeah, I mean, it's thought about. Obviously, a player always wants to have security playing the sport that we play in, but I mean, I'm sure everything will work itself out.
Are there things you would like to see here to commit to being here long term? I mean, you probably know very little about what you've just joined.
Yeah, I'm just taking it one day at a time. Everything is happening kind of fast right now. Just waiting for it to slow down, and we hit the ground running when we get there.
Do you expect to play Sunday? Will you be able to get out there right away?
I believe so.
Were you thinking Atlanta was going to be an option for you?
I mean, I knew my agent told me that they was in the talks. Obviously, with that being where I'm actually from, Georgia. With that being, I mean, it was a place of interest, but it's the NFL. Obviously, they wanted me more, so this is where I am.
What were you up to yesterday when you got the news about the trade?
I was on my way to walk through, and the rumors was was swirling about. So I had my phone close to me. My agent gave me a call. And there it was.
What are your emotions like when you get that call?
I mean, it was a lot. It was a lot of emotions. I mean, I was in Washington for maybe 4 or 5 years. I developed some strong relationships there that, I mean, would last after that. And I mean, you got to pick up shop and find a new home. So it's a lot of emotions that come with that. But I mean, I'm ready for the challenge. I'm ready to meet my new teammates and hit the ground running.
Yeah, you know, I think they will sign him. The way the polls talked about it sounded like that was kind of fait accompli, which is often the conversation when you're making a trade like that. I'm a little torn on the value of the player. Like, he's one of 7 guys with at least 5 sacks in each of the last 5 seasons. And that's a really good list. That's him, Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, Khalil Mack, Max Crosby, Brian Burns, Chris Jones. That's a serious list. But he's also never had a double-digit sack season. And he's also played with, you know, really, really good players. So it's a tricky one for me to figure out. The more we hear about him, the more we hear that he's a two-way defensive end, not just a pass rush beast.
Well, yeah, the pass rush win rate stuff, some of the advanced metrics are pretty low.
Yeah, 8% this year.
And I look at him as a solid all-around football player with a high floor who is a good character guy. But I also think a fairly low ceiling. So when Pohl says a multiplier, I hope he's right. That wasn't really the case in Washington. Chase Young hasn't broken out. I know a lot of that has been injuries. And then they paid Deron Payne and Jonathan Allen. Yeah. They're not a great defensive line. So now they were better when Sweat played. That is true. But they were never great. There hasn't really been an iteration of them that's been, that's a top 5 defense. So they are better with him on the field than off the field, though. I will give him that.
Yeah, I think the bottom line is, and I use this word many times, I feel like to describe Bears players, but he's a very good player. He's not an elite player. Now, they are projecting, I think, that they can get more out of him than what he's already produced in the NFL. And yes, Biggs, that stood out to me too. And like going through every single year of his quarterback sack numbers, when you don't see a 10 or more sack season, you do have to look at it a little bit skeptically and say, can this guy get to the quarterback without the benefit of another really strong pass rusher at this point? But that's what GMs and scouts are paid to do, is to make projections on guys, and they are projecting that this is a guy that they are going to get what they have been getting from him, and they are also projecting that they will get a little bit more from him down the road, too.
Yeah, it's so weird when, like, the numbers you get judged on are so low to begin with. The difference between 9 and 11 on a season, or for Jalen Johnson, 1 or 3 interceptions. It's those counting stats. We can't depend on them, frankly.
No, and it's complimentary. Go ahead.
I agree. It's difficult to do that, and I think the other good point too is, Speaks, you said it in regards to his ability to be a two-way guy. That's something that Ryan Poles talked about today. And look, that's not the case with Yannick Ngakoue, even though when Yannick Ngakoue was signed, they were, this guy's an every down defensive end and he could stop the run. And we just haven't seen much splash from him on that. So got to trust that Montez Sweat is part of the reason they want him here now. And long-term is that he is a complete guy and he doesn't just have one trick in his bag.
Let's get to the player who's presumably a lot less happy than Montez Sweat, and that is Jalen Johnson.
Yeah, who recently requested a trade. As you guys know, he has been wanting an extension with the Bears. As you guys well know, having Jalen Johnson on your show once a week, they allowed him to, when I say they, Ryan Poles allowed him to seek a trade. He said that he did that out of respect. So here's Ryan Poles on everything that has been going on with Jalen Johnson.
First, Jalen and I have a really good relationship. A lot of transparency. We sit down, we talk, we go through different things, and heard a lot about not wanting Jalen here long term. That couldn't be further from the truth. He knows that we want him here, and we've talked about that. Our process there, I'll just kind of pull back on that whole deal. Anytime we do an extension, I bring players in to sit down and have a conversation to really go over what an extension looks like. What does it feel like? Because the biggest thing is you can take things personal when you're negotiating through an agent. So there's the club side starts one side, The agent starts the other, and you try to find that sweet spot in the middle to get the deal done. And in that sense, you can take it personal. And the big thing, I want our guys and the guys here to be able to come in my office and talk about if they feel disrespected in any way, and we can talk through it to go, because it's a tough situation. So I want them to know that my phone's on, my door's open, we talk through that. So we've been able to do that with Jalen and go through that process. Really, with that one, we've exchanged a couple times, and it was one of those situations. A lot of times it happens when you exchange emails back and forth with deals. Tone can be misunderstood. Emotions can be misunderstood. We all know that. I'm sure we've all texted, and it's like, no, I didn't mean it to be that way. So on Sunday, we met with his side, had really good meetings in LA. I thought we made progress. I texted my group. I'm like, we'll be able to get this deal done in a matter of days. We come back from the trip, and his team wants to explore a trade situation. So I'm fine with that, but I brought Jalen in. We sat down. We talked about it. I granted permission to do that. Here's the thing. I don't want to lose Jalen Johnson. If I were to lose Jalen Johnson, I would like to have a high percentage of hitting on another Jalen Johnson, which to me is a late first and it's a early second. So really simple there. That didn't happen. So we are still open to getting a contract done, and I'm going to follow Jalen's lead on how he wants to go about doing that. But we're still open. And again, Jalen and I have talked as recently as today.
Man, it's so much detail in there. Clearly surprised by the trade request when they got back to Chicago. Later on, when Poles talked about it, he said that they never got to the point of closing the gap, that he doesn't really know what the gap is in the numbers, which is really kind of fascinating to me. He said they never got to their last and final offer. So, I mean, it strikes me as like a disconnect of some kind if they never even got to that spot.
There clearly is a disconnect. I mean, there was something with tone because he mentioned the email text exchange.
But that goes before the LA meeting, right? With the tone?
Yeah, right, but I'm just saying it's clearly not going well.
Yeah.
You know, and then now it's good that they didn't get to the last best, but if Poles thought, hey, we're a couple days away here, and then the next time he hears from them, it's, hey, we want to request a trade, and he's surprised by that, that's not a good situation. The other thing, and just maybe you would say this is me quibbling, but when Poles says... I know. But when Poles says, I'd want a high chance of finding the next Jalen Johnson, and to me that's a late first, early second. No disrespect, but I don't care how good you think you are at your job, more late first, early second round picks flat out bust than become good players, much less players the caliber of Jalen Johnson. And you just traded away a high second round pick for Montez Sweat. So it's real hard. Like if you traded Jalen Johnson and you got the 35th pick in the draft, overwhelmingly likely the 35th pick in the draft will be a worse football player than Jalen Johnson.
I think Poles has the leverage on this one. He says, I don't want to lose Jalen Johnson. He doesn't have to. They can let it go to the end of the year and then tag him as long as they sign Montez Sweat.
As long as they sign Montez Sweat. But if you do that, Jalen, who has been turning up the heat here,
is going to be more unhappy.
He can go scorched earth. He can go training camp holdout. He could go regular season holdout. He could demand trade again. He could start to dirty pool the locker room. You know what I mean? Like and I'm not saying that he would do any of those things. I don't know, but he has cards that he could play too to make this uncomfortable for the Bears, Grody.
I also think that Ryan Poles, knowing the NFL the way he does and the premium that he puts on cornerback, and he has said that from day one when we've asked him about what he values in the draft, I think he would prefer to get an extension done with Jalen Johnson than to get a late first-round pick or a second-round pick. I think he'd prefer the player over the first-round pick at this point. I mean, first-round picks, as you said, they sound very tantalizing, but I think he wants this guy taken care of, or else he would not be negotiating, nor would he be discussing it with us, because Ryan Poles, that's why this is also kind of wild from Poles' perspective. He has always said that he will not discuss ongoing negotiations with players, and I get it, there's some extenuating circumstances with this because the player is talking so much, but I think in part it is also, he spoke about it to show his support for the player and wanting that player here long term.
So how do you think Jalen handled it today?
Well, I think that the key question for Jalen Johnson today, guys, was, are you still interested in negotiating with the Bears?
I would say yes and no. I feel like, for one, I played my best year that I played at the Bears, for one. Two, I feel like my impact is greater than it has been. And I mean, I feel like I feel like I'm the best corner in the game right now. So, I mean, just going off that and continue to play at a high level, that's not going to change. And I feel like for me, that only increases my value. And it just happens that you strike the iron while it's hot. So that's what it's about.
Do you still feel good that you could get something done? Do you still feel good, positive that there could be an extension, or is your thought process, I'm going free agency?
Honestly, I don't really have too much of a thought process. I mean, at the end of the day, I can just weigh my options. At the end of the day, there's only so much I can control. Honestly, I can get franchise tagged, and there is no free agency. So, I mean, there's a lot of different options. So I'm not caught up in what just I want. But, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm truthfully not in control.
He is an honest dude, and I think that I think he's hurt by this. I think his pride is a little hurt. And I think they've got a real interesting situation coming up soon if they sign Montez Sweat, and that dude hasn't been signed, which it sounds like he won't be.
Thought Pat Mattingly made a great point with us earlier. We're so used to this scenario. Oh, dude's maybe about to get paid, and now he's like wanting to either get paid or get traded. But for all these guys, or most of these guys, especially in this situation, it's the first time he's ever dealing with it. It's the first contract that he might have any control in at all.
No question.
Got drafted, and it was a second-round pick, so he doesn't have the extra year. But all those things, he's like, oh, man, so we've seen a change in Jalen. He's admitted to it because as this moment has been coming, he's reflecting and taking it in for the very first time.
And he said there, I mean, he's never said that with us. He's never said that he thinks he's the best cornerback in the NFL.
Dude's starting to feel himself.
He's starting to feel himself, and we've pointed it out, like the freelancing on the field, wearing the orange, the outfits going before the game. He's very empowered right now.
And you guys asked him about that, right, Groats? If his evaluation of himself has changed.
Yeah. I mean, there was a little bit more humility, I would say, over the summer when he was asked about, we're starting to ask the initial questions about his contract and the turnover thing. And he basically, paraphrasing now, basically said, yeah, I got to prove myself still. I got some work to do. So here's Jalen Johnson and how things have changed.
Yeah, I mean, not really too focused on it right now. Just want to continue to stack this season, continue to build my resume best I can. And, I mean, I have some personal goals that I want to achieve, and then from there we'll figure that out when that time comes. But that's not what I'm interested in right now. I'm trying to win.
Are you disappointed, Jalen, that nothing happened that you seem to desire at the trade deadline?
I mean, yeah, I would say as far as some things that I would want, I feel like nothing in a sense that I wanted has happened so far as contract, trade, anything like that. But I mean, it's not. I feel like there's something bigger. Maybe the timing wasn't there. And I mean, again, I've always said that I'm gonna let God take the wheel on it, and I don't want to try to force anything. And since it doesn't happen, I feel like there's a reason why some things haven't happened yet. So I'm gonna just continue to play ball, continue to grow, and see what happens after that.
How did it happen? How did you guys go from a few months ago, Ryan Paul's talking about wanting to have you here, you talking about wanting to be here, to you asking to be traded?
I would just say I feel like really not coming to be on the same page. And like I said, too, there's a difference between talking and trying to work things out versus getting things done. And up until this weekend, nothing was done, and I figured I wanted some different opportunities or see what else was out there for me. So I mean, really, other than that's about it.
Do you want to be here long term?
Yeah, I've said that since I got here.
I believe him less and less, Grody.
Yeah, it is getting more difficult because, right, I mean, he says one thing and acts one way in terms of, one of the big things that sometimes I lose track that he's told you guys, and I think he has told us out here, is that he's not going to make a big fuss. He's not going to hold out, not going to do any of that stuff. Well, he did request a trade,
Yep.
I mean, he is starting to voice things a little bit more than I feel like he said he was going to.
And he said today, I said it earlier. You guys did a great job today. And there was a lot thrown at you. I thought a worthwhile question to polls would have been, Jalen indicated that he'd be upset if Sweat got a contract extension before him. How do you navigate that? Like that it sounds like that's coming. Montez Sweat getting a contract extension before Jalen Johnson. So I think that's going to be, how he reacts to that news whenever it comes down in the next day, in the next 3 days, in the next week, whatever. Like he's going to be an unhappy Chicago Bear, even if he tries to be a professional.
Oh, yeah. And it's funny because as Jalen Johnson felt like he was the biggest story on trade deadline day, and I think Jalen Johnson kind of liked it that way. All of a sudden, Montez Sweat swoops in. The trade is made for him, and you're talking about an extension already. It was almost just like everything, all the noise that Jalen Johnson was making and is making kind of got pulled out from under him just with Montez Sweat. And you're damn right. You're damn right they're going to get a long-term deal done with him. And, the Bears do have, and I know we're getting off track here a little bit, but the Bears will, again, this offseason have tons of cap room. They can spend and they can afford to re-sign and sign up multiple players if they so desire.
So we're going to do a 2-segment Bears report with Mark Grody. We still have to get to the firing of David Walker, the running back coach, polls and flus on that, an endorsement for a very controversial Bears figure, and, I love this nugget, the Mark Potash moment of the day. It's all coming up with Mark Grody, Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
Bears fans, the 2-6 Bears head down to New Orleans to take on the Saints, and Tyson Bagent gets another start at QB. Can the coaching staff get this thing turned around?
I'm not a loser, and it's like at some point with all these things going on, it's like you get frustrated. But it's like for me, I turn that into energy when I go out there and play. Like, I'm not a loser, and whenever I go out there, it's like people gonna feel me, people gonna know like he's just not out here just to be out here. And it's like I hope people, the fans, and the organization can see like Jalen's fighting, Jalen's trying to turn it up, Jalen is doing what he needs to do to play winning football, and that's at the end of the day the only thing I control and try to lead my room and get them to do the same thing. But I mean, we got to figure it out as a unit.
Well, it comes through on TV, man, how much you care, and I'm sure it does to your teammates and the coaches, and the organization will see. Like, this is an interesting time for you. You brought up, trading Robert Quinn and Roquan Smith last year. That happened October 26th and October 31st. Today's October 16th, right? We're about 2 weeks away from the trade deadline again, and you don't have a contract beyond this year, which is the exact situation that those guys were in. Have you considered the possibility that you could be a week or two away from being traded away from this team?
100%. I'll be a fool if I didn't. I'm not oblivious. I'm not blind. So, and I'm not exempt at the end of the day. So it's like, man, you can trade Roquan away, you can trade Robert Quinn away, man. You can trade anybody away. So I mean, I'm definitely not exempt. I know the business of it. I know what's going on. I know what is to be figured out and different things like that. So I mean, at the end of the day, man, the Bears got to do what's best for them, and I got to do what's best for me. And whatever happens with that, man, happens. I'm not forcing anything. I won't. Of course, I mean, like I've been saying from day one, I want to stay here. This is my first team, my home, and I mean, I bought a house here. Everything, all my plans and stuff were to stay in Chicago. But at the end of the day, it's not about feelings. It's not about what I want or any of that. So I mean, for me, it's just continue to go out there, put great film on tape, and then really whatever happens after that happens. But at the end of the day, nobody's exempt from being traded. And I think Mully has said it best on one of his interviews, like you'll know where you're at November 1st. If you get past then it's like, okay, we'll kind of be able to figure some things out and know what's what.
I'm sure you're aware of what we've been talking about basically all day, other than, advocating for you to get a contract and the pick six and everything. Yeah, we've been talking about Tyson Bagent. We got a quarterback controversy on our hands here. Jalen, how should we be handling this?
Tyson's my dog. Trust me and believe me, I love Tyson. I'm a big fan. I watched the documentary. I seen the records. I see him in practice. I see the confidence. I see the preparation.
called after practice with him. I've helped him out any way I can, challenged him in practice. But I don't think there's a quarterback controversy. Everybody knows I'm a big Justin fan. I'm all for Justin, all for everything that he's about, and I'm still a true believer. I think it's easy to say that, and of course we win, and offense looks good. I think it's different when I feel like you focus on control and doing certain things to. I feel like make the game go good. And I think it started really with the run game. I think when you can control the game, and I think the time of possession wasn't even close. I think that just starts with being efficient on first and second down, running the ball, the right plays. But I feel like overall that was a true team effort, a true offensive effort. I feel like Owen did a heck of a job running. D4 went crazy in the run game, and Darren Everington, he went crazy as well, making some big runs, some good runs, pushing the power. So I think the offense as a whole controlled the game and did what it needed to do to help a young quarterback like Tyson. And of course, he has the arm talent and things like that, but it's also a way for the team and for the OC to protect them. And I think as far as Justin goes, I think you kind of try to give him the keys to the car, and at times he's going to bump the curve and things like that. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's something that I think are two different situations.
.670 the score.
Afternoons on the Score.
Mark Grody, our Bears reporter, at Haugh for a two-part report today. The third story is the firing of the second coach in 6 weeks for HR issues. Hell of a day, Grody. Hell of a day.
Yeah, I mean, and just to add to that, that is what we woke up with today. Little did we know it would twist in all sorts of different directions. But yes, David Walker, the now former Bears running backs coach, was fired. Nobody is saying exactly what happened, except to say that he's been relieved of his duties and standards were not met inside of the building out here. So Ryan Poles was asked about David Walker.
Do the Bears have a culture problem? And if no, why not? Because these things don't happen, and now it's happening twice in 6 weeks.
Yeah, well, I can be really clear with that one. We have expectations here, and this comes from me Kevin, George, and Matt. If you don't meet those expectations of how you move around this building, how you treat people, how you talk to people, how you act, you don't belong here. So the alternative is you do nothing and you just kind of brush it on the rug and you're cool with that, which we're not. Or you act accordingly to make sure that your culture is strong. So unfortunately, I feel like every time I talk, it's like the easy way, the quiet way, the hard way is the loud way. And we have to deal with this, but that's how we're going to do business here.
I respect the hell out of that answer, Grody.
Yeah, we talked about it a lot, Mark, right? I mean, if that's really what they believe, that's kind of a honorable way to go about it and deal with the mess.
I'm actually so glad that we're all on the same page with that. I wasn't sure, what you guys had been saying about it today, but here's the thing about Ryan Poles is he doesn't screw around with this stuff. You know what I mean? Like there's no second chances from within the building. He doesn't appear to be like so many other GMs and coach stuff that we've seen in this town. He does not appear to be a look the other way guy. Ryan Poles, when he sees an issue and he knows that an HR issue was reported first by Kevin Fishbane and Adam Johns in The Athletic today, that he does not mess around and he's not playing games like so many other administrators that we've seen who look the other way.
Yeah, and it will make his job harder. I think both things can be true. It's admirable to not look the other way and have accountability and get these people out of your building, but it still shows that there's a problem on some level with your vetting process. You know what I mean? That it's happened twice in 6 weeks, and especially Alan Williams, whatever that ends up being, given how long he was with Matt Eberflus, right? Like it can still be a bad look and admirable to cut your losses when the losses present themselves.
Well, that's what makes the loud way the hard way, is that you have to explain yourself and hopefully take some accountability. I thought that Matt Eberflus did not do a great job with that today, Grody. Early on, he could have, because he was asked about, how about your vetting process? Oh, it's great. Oh, it's great. We love it. No, on a day like this, you have to admit your vetting process is not great.
Right. And that was I would say 90% of the questions that we asked today to Matt Eberflus were on the level of accountability that he takes in these coaches. He'll be asked about Alan Williams hiring and firing in this as well. So here is, for people who haven't heard it, here's Flus on how he is handling the firing and the accountability factor of David Walker.
Disappointing, from my vantage point, but we have a standard to uphold to, and when that standard is not met, we act, and we act accordingly, and that's what we did today.
But Matt, to Dan's question though, this is two guys on your staff that you hired. What is your responsibility for this instability and these issues coming up? Guys that you did background checks on and worked with.
Yep, I would say that the responsibility is there because I'm the head football coach, but I would also say that the standard, right, has to be met, and when it's not met, you make a decision, and we did that.
You pride yourself on building a team based on culture, yet by week 9, 2 coaches are off the staff. Is there a culture issue within your coaching staff?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So the culture in our building is outstanding. The guys work hard every single day. The relationship piece is there. We care about each other, and we're working diligently to get this thing turned. We're 2-2 in the last 2 games. One game was real close. I had a chance at that one, and we really feel we're turning the corner there, and we feel excited about this week. But to answer your question, our culture is awesome.
Do you have to vet these guys better, though? Like when you sit down, is there something missing in the interview process? Or
I would say that we take pride in that. We take pride in vetting the guys, just a player, coach, staff. We take pride in that. But again, when the standards aren't met, we take action, and that's where it is.
But do you feel like you erred in your evaluation of the coaches that have left?
I would say that, like I said, we're just we take pride in that. Okay, and then again, actions are actions, and then we got to take action for that.
What was the response in the room? What was the response from your?
Yeah, it was it was part of the team meeting, right? So I met with the leadership council this morning, and it was good. It was good. The guys were, obviously, I got to the running back guys first, and then worked from there and talked to the leadership council. Our guys are resilient. They really are. They're tough-minded. They've been through adversity, and the culture is great here. And our guys work their tails off, and And you guys see the locker room. You know what it's like. And it is where it is, and then guys move forward.
When you came here, you said you wanted to be a CEO-style coach. Do you think that these departures reflect poorly upon your ability to do that?
I would say, like I said, it is where it is right now. And again, we took action, with the situation that we've had, and that's where it is.
Actions are actions, so we took action.
It's an incredible line. Grody, do you agree that they do not have a culture problem?
I mean, I'm not sure if that's the right word. I mean, maybe you could get it down to as simple as they have a hiring problem. That when they have all those questions, like the vetting questions, clearly there was not enough vetting in humans, because they always talk about, that these are good. They say it's about the players and because these are good people and they're good coaches. Well, that is a little bit shaky in my opinion in terms of that. Like the overall culture here, Poles, or I guess Eberflus, talking about how good the locker room is and all of that. And it's been fine, but it's not been extraordinary in any way, shape, or form. So, I don't know if there's probably worse culture problems in organizations than what the Bears have, but the hiring process needs to have another look, I think.
Yeah, I think that's true. At the same time, there are people who interview well and then show you that they're a snake once they get hired. The Alan Williams one, I mean, that's his guy. That's the one that's harder. Like your person that you brought with you to run your defense so you could be free to be a head coach.
I will say this too, that there, I don't want to excuse Matt Eberflus, but there is some part of this that he's getting blindsided. You know what I mean? Like Alan Williams, like you said, Spiegs, they go back to Indianapolis. They're friends. He obviously thought highly of his work. Same thing, presumably, from David Walker. We didn't hear as many testimonials from Eberflus about Walker, but to some degree, he's got to be saying, what the hell, why are these guys making me look bad? When they, obviously he gets blindsided and kind of sucker punched by these dudes.
So there was a huge endorsement today from Ryan Poles.
Yes, and this is one that many have been wondering about, and that is the relationship between Ryan Poles and his head coach, Matt Eberflus. Here's what Poles says about Eberflus.
Yeah, and I get the question. What I see on every day where I see him address the team and I see his approach through adversity, it is stable, man. And I know in the outside world it doesn't look like that, and I know it looks like we're far away. But this dude comes in every day and just keeps chipping away. He has high integrity. The people that he brings in here, he's done the work to make sure that they're the people they're supposed to be. Again, we hold that standard. If it doesn't follow that and people aren't acting that way, they're not here. But the way that he holds everything down here is incredible for how loud it is, how tough it is. I mean, this team, you could watch them. They fight. I know this past weekend wasn't great, but you can't watch that team and be like, oh, they're going to fold. Most teams fold, and they're not folding. It's been hard. It's been really hard, especially from where we started last year, trying to build this and do it the right way. What I see from him on a daily basis and how he gets his team ready on a weekly basis, to me, I see a grown man that has leadership skills to get this thing out of the hole and into where it needs to be.
So, yeah, it's fascinating. It's fascinating. It's been a rough season for Eberflus. That sure sounded like honest Poles endorsement and appreciation for that guy.
It can change. It can change, yeah. But for now, that sounds like a guy with some job security to me.
Yeah, guys, and he has never wavered off of that. Ryan Poles, every single time he has been asked about Matt Eberflus, that has been some version of the answer right there. And I also get the feeling too, like for people who are going to expect Kevin Warren to just blow everything up, I get the feeling and understand that Kevin Warren is very, very happy with Ryan Poles. So if that's the case, he's going to let Ryan Poles do what he will with his head coach. So as I was talking about with Ranji last night, I don't expect there to be any changes, major changes as far as GM and coach are concerned, at least not this year.
See, I mean, listen, I still would fire him. I agree that is a full-throated endorsement. You could, if they keep losing games and the record is what it is, and they get the number 1 pick and have the opportunity to reset with a top-flight quarterback, you could say, Matt was a great leader. He just didn't win enough games. You know, I feel like you could say all of that and then just say, but it's a results-oriented business, and the dude won 6 games in 2 years. Or, you know what I mean? Whatever it ends up being.
Matt Renteria would be treated very poorly in that circumstance.
I think we still have to let that one play out. But let's get to the moment of the day, please. The Potsy moment of the day.
Yes, sure. This is the Mark Potash moment of the day.
Thank you.
Working title. This is Montez Sweat was at the podium today, and Mark Potash did have a thought or a question for him.
The Bears traded a second-round pick for you, and not just for a rental. Do you realize that's how much you got them over a barrel as far as
a barrel? I was like, I'm not familiar with the terminology.
How much leverage you have, knowing that they need to keep you to make it worth the second-round pick they gave up for you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really into the contract talks. I don't really know too much about leverage and all that type of stuff. Like I said, I just want to consider everything around me before I make a decision.
Man, it's he doesn't know about the barrel. Doesn't know about the terminology.
So good though.
Cool, good deep voiced laugh there from Montez Sweat.
Yeah, he's gonna be fun.
I loved it.
Yeah, it's a large man with a large laugh.
What are you talking about? This barrel? Get the barrel out of here. I don't want to hear about your barrel.
Fascinating times, man. Montez doesn't like to talk about it. His agent is doing it, and he's about to get paid in all probability. Jalen's talking about it for weeks on end, and he's not going to get paid.
I know you guys got to get out of here, but I think, and this is part of my nuggets here, the most amazing part of this day is the quarterback spoke and nobody really cares. It's got to be unprecedented. In my time covering the Bears, I came in with Mitch Trubisky essentially the first year he started, and when the quarterback speaks, it is always drama. Tyson Bagent did say that Montez Sweat's speed stands out or stood out when he watched him play against the Bears on that Thursday night, considering his size. So even Bagent was commenting on Montez Sweat. Nothing like crazy newsy from Bagent at all today. The Bears had a walkthrough practice today, as I told you guys yesterday. So these are projections on the injury report. Tremaine Edmonds not practicing because of the knee. The good news is, and again, walkthrough, the Bears did put Eddie Jackson down as an in full practice. And as far as the running back, who's going to replace David Walker, I didn't even mention that it's going to be Omar Young, who was promoted from within as the Bears' new running backs coach. And I think that's all, guys. I think.
All right, man. Great stuff. Good work. Thank you, sir.
Talk to you guys tomorrow. Bye. Bears.
Thank you.
Bears. That is Mark Grody from Haugh. An icon in the sports world has passed away.
Dan Bernstein.
That's not nice. That man has family out there. That's not nice.
I knew you were joking, and even just you saying it made me upset.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable.
I don't want to think about that.
All right, I'm not even going to tease it now. Bob Knight has passed away at the age of 83.
How old was he?
I believe he was 83.
Dan?
83 also. 83. Okay, well, we might talk about that or a radio host who didn't even know it, and he did a tribute to Bob Knight. Parkins and Spiegel, The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
People wonder, well, why would a team that is on a rebuild give away the highest draft compensation for a player on trade day? And the answer is very simple. The Bears are looking.
Second round pick.
This better not be a rental. This better not be a rental.
You got to be sure that you, because
there's no reason to rent somebody this year.
And the other thing is that you're giving up two things here. You're giving up a draft pick and money. It's usually 2 for 1 or 1 for 2.
It's usually one or the other.
Right.
You want to give up a draft pick or money.
Right.
This is another one. It's like the Khalil Mack deal.
And now here's my question.
So it's another deal for a pass rusher where it's going to be draft capital and money.
Then are you now, if you're Poles, are you now chasing the pick again?
The second rounder?
Yeah. Are you chasing that pick in trying to trade Jalen Johnson? And then you feel like, oh, well, I'm even, but I got a pass rusher, and I've already drafted corners,
And,
so I'm good.
And because you're bad, it's going to be a really high pick.
Yeah, it's going to be between 33 and 40.
Well, that's Ian Rappaport just said if the season ended today, it's 35.
Yeah, that's
So
between 33 and 40.
I know, but he knows exactly what it is right now. So if you're doing it again,
well,
because the rental values is worthless this year. You're not going anywhere this year.
This is why when we were talking about this in transition, it's not that you got the trade wrong. This is why you shouldn't do a trade again. It's why did you get the trade wrong? Is your process sound? He's going to help the Bears immediately. And for the texter that wanted you to explain this, what did you mean when you said Chase Young has a higher ceiling, Montez Sweat has a higher floor?
I didn't think this was a particularly difficult concept.
Sometimes you have to whiteboard stuff for people, Dan. It's okay. It's part of the job.
The idea of a floor being what you know you are going to get at the very least from Montez Sweat. You know you are going to get a good pass rusher. He may not be a great pass rusher, but you know for sure he's going to be good. With Chase Young, you get the tantalizing possibility that he could be great with a little bit of bust potential.
And I think Fred unbelievable. He picked up another tee.
Bobby Knight dead at the age of 83.
83.
There it is.
And there it is.
Just happened today. He turned 83 today.
Oh, wow.
Before
Happy
his
birthday, Mike.
tragic death. November 1st, I think.
Oh
I could have that wrong. Wait, no, I'm sorry. Last week, October 25th. So he turned 83 last week. So barely in 83 Nation.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't die on his birthday.
So we missed his birthday.
Oh, man.
And God, noted Jalen Johnson fan, would never do that.
You don't get to decide when you die what is the first thing that people remember about you. I thought of him choking Neil Reed, and Tanny first played him throwing the chair. This is part of the legacy that Bobby Knight leaves. You know what the other thing I thought of, though, is that he once said what he was trying to do every single time was coach an absolutely perfect game. And he was relentless in doing that and was a brilliant coach, and his teams were often brilliant. Never quite coached that perfect game. How could you, of course?
One of the best basketball coaches ever.
100%.
This is Dan Wetzel, who covered him for a while. This is how he starts the instant reaction column, basically, to his death. He was brilliant. He was a bully. He coached some of the most perfectly disciplined basketball ever played and then acted undisciplined in his own life.
There you go.
What an unbelievable first sentence.
Yeah, that's great.
And then the second one's is great too. He was an American original and a cultural touchstone with oversized impact in ways good and, yes, sometimes less so.
Yeah, absolutely. A whole bunch of coaches coached like him in good ways and coached like him in really terrible ways.
Yep. But Tanny could have chosen plenty of moments. I mean, 3-time national champion, all that stuff. But
nobody wants to hear Keith Smart hitting a shot in 1987.
Especially against the team he beat with that shot. But
Sherman Douglas got robbed.
He did. But he didn't even know it. But Mike Valenti on the ticket in Detroit, this is before the news of Bobby Knight's death, but he was doing a tribute. The Lions did not trade for Chase Young. He did not take it very well.
Former number 2 overall pick for the Commanders, Chase Young, is being traded to the 49ers. Likely a mid-round pick in 2024.
What are we doing? And get your privileged ass out of here. Get out. Kindly leave. Leave.
A mid-round pick.
Leave. Out.
What did I do?
Yeah, Valenti threw a chair. He was so upset.
Because the Lions did not acquire Chase Young and the Niners did.
Just to pull the curtain back a little bit, the condition of that chair after the throw is probably the current condition of all 3 chairs in this producer control room. So Mike should chill out. He should have to sit in that chair for a couple weeks.
God.
That's so good.
Peoria Matt said that he's going to be a groomsman at Bobby Knight's funeral.
That's a deep callback to transition and tomorrow's open. And it's not appreciated, Matt.
Yes, it is,
Peoria Matt getting up there by Bobby Knight's age. You would never know. Peoria Matt's a lot older than people think.
Every time.
Be tuning in for the open tomorrow. If you want to hear what that's referencing from transition.
I'm taking tomorrow off. Once again, sorry.
You're the best.
Not going to be able to be here. That is spectacular. By the way, I agree. The Lions should have.
John, thank you for listening and for holding, if indeed you still do exist. I didn't realize you were on hold that long. Hi, John.
Hey, this is an excellent show. This is I did not miss Danny Parkins one bit.
Wow.
At all. This is an awesome show. No, so
thanks, Danny.
I
want to
did.
go
For
back.
the record, hold on, John. I missed Danny Parkins. I missed Danny Parkins. We try to do a good show with whoever's here as he does when I'm out.
Oh, okay.
I stood up.
John was on hold for 2 hours and 40 minutes yesterday. We took him for a good 5 minutes, and then he went back on hold, stayed there, and we went back about 45 minutes later, and that was that part.
Now you know John. John enjoys you very much, but he had a good time yesterday, too.
That's good.
That was his point.
That's good. That's amazing.
Yeah. Way to time that one right
thanks,
at the end.
Danny. Thanks, Danny. I'll go
Hey,
sit.
this is an excellent show. This is I did not miss Danny Parkins one bit.
I'll go sit in traffic and think about that for a while for the next hour. That should be good for my old psyche. That's amazing. By the way, Valenti's right. He should not have thrown a chair, but Lions should have had it. They should have been more aggressive.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, go be a buyer.
Go be a buyer. Go win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Got your division on lockdown.
I agree. A little sports thought after the chair toss. Thank you to Mark Grody and Pat Manley and Bob Shoop, who's not Bob Stoops, but he is related to John